Chapter 1. In the world of One Piece, the year is 1486 of the Sea Circle calendar. A mere 12 years before the dawn of the Great Pirate Era somewhere in the New World, the pirate ships Oro Jackson of the Roger Pirates and Moby Dick of the Whitebeard Pirates are now side by side, their hulls almost touching. On both vessels, crew members armed to the teeth rush towards each other, igniting a fierce battle upon the waves' Newgate. This time victory is assured. Roger stands proudly amidst the fray, hands clasped behind his back, boldly proclaiming his intent to Whitebeard. Gururara. Whitebeard chuckles heartily, as if he has heard a delightful jest, swinging his weapon with a flourish. Roger, today I feel particularly invigorated. You still have time to flee. Flee? Newgate, have you not yet sobered up? Fear not, for today I shall awaken you fully. With those words, both Roger and Whitebeard charge towards one another at astonishing speed, their weapons entwined with potent conqueror's haki, clashing fiercely in the air. A formidable aura emanates from the two, causing their crews to instinctively clear a vast space around them, lest they be caught in the tempest of their combat. After exchanging blows, the evenly matched adversaries once again surge toward each other as the battle is on the brink of escalating. An unexpected turn of events occurs. Suddenly, the two ships sway violently without warning, causing everyone aboard to struggle for balance. In the ensuing chaos, the fighting ceases, and some crew members cling tightly to the ship's sides. Release the grappling hooks. Roger's first mate, Rayleigh, is the first to react, shouting urgently. Some quick-thinking crew members swiftly detach the grappling hooks from the ship's awning, preventing the vessels from becoming entangled. Then, the sea between the two ships begins to swell dramatically, rising higher and higher, gradually forming a massive water sphere that forces the ships apart. After a tense moment, a new anomaly manifests. The enormous water sphere bursts like a bubble, and water cascades down violently on either side, accompanied by a blinding flash of white light. As the brilliance diminishes, those aboard the two pirate ships open their eyes to behold a colossal white orb half above the surface of the sea and half below. Upon sighting the orb, Roger's expression shifts abruptly, his face paling in alarm. Before he can fully comprehend the phenomenon, the orb shoots skyward, racing westward before swiftly vanishing from their view. In that instant, the displaced waters rush back, forming a powerful whirlpool amidst the swirling currents aboard the Oro Jackson. Roger clings tightly to the ship's railing with one hand, shielding his forehead from the fierce winds whipped up by the tumultuous waters. With his other arm, his gaze remains fixed on the direction where the orb had disappeared, unwavering and grim. As the sea level returned to tranquility, Roger gazed towards the direction in which the white orb had vanished, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a brief moment, a smile spread across his face as he remarked, "This world is becoming increasingly fascinating." The kingdom of Rafia has long been celebrated as the most beautiful nation of the Western Sea. This kingdom stands in equal regard with the Goya kingdom of the Eastern Sea, earning the esteemed reputation of East Goya, West Rafia, serving as a paragon of exemplary governance. Among all nations worldwide, the king of the Rafia kingdom enjoys a reputation for wisdom across the globe. His promotion of royal factories has garnered immense acclaim, even making headlines multiple times. Newspapers have reported that the benevolent king of Rafia encourages royal family members to establish various factories. These factories provide a plethora of employment opportunities for the common folk residing outside the city. Through labor in these establishments, ordinary citizens can earn wages sufficient to support entire families if they work diligently. Moreover, the products manufactured by these factories can be sold to other nations, generating profits. A portion of these profits is allocated as remuneration for the laborers, thereby fostering a virtuous cycle. This initiative, undertaken by the Rafia Kingdom, has received commendations from around the world. In the Royal Flour Mill, Warehouse No. 5, within a dim, damp cell exuding a foul odor, a battered and bloodied little boy lay curled in a corner, motionless and teetering between life and death. At that moment, a brilliant white light surged through the crevices of the underground chamber, flooding into the boy's body. This astonishing spectacle went unnoticed, yet the boy in the corner suddenly stirred. "Am I still alive?" A feeble voice emerged as the boy slowly opened his eyes to survey his surroundings in astonishment. "Where am I?" He attempted to rise, but was met with excruciating pain radiating from his numerous injuries. The abruptness of his movement exacerbated his wounds, intensifying the agony. Quickly, the boy ceased all motion, gritting his teeth and inhaling sharply through clenched jaws, seeking some relief from the agonizing torment that felt as if it were tearing his body apart. "Wasn't I devoured by a colossal sea beast? How did I end up here?" The boy's mind was flooded with questions. Just as he was preparing to unravel the mystery, a sudden, intense headache struck him, and a torrent of information surged into his consciousness. Have I traversed realms? Am I in the world of One Piece? His name is Luke, a deep-sea researcher from China. During his last expedition, he had glimpsed a massive deep-sea creature, as colossal as a mountain, at a depth of 13,000 meters, leaving him utterly astounded. Yet, in a fleeting moment, the creature had attacked, swallowing him along with his equipment, and he had lost consciousness in an instant. Lu Kai once believed that having encountered deep-sea behemoths, nothing could astonish him further. However, he soon realized his error. Enduring excruciating pain, Lu Kai struggled to move his left hand before his eyes, and there he beheld a delicate, tiny palm, stirring tumultuous waves within his heart. The original inhabitant of this body was also named Lu Kai, yet he was merely a 6-year-old. Little Lu Kai was born into a noble family in the kingdom of Rafaya, the firstborn son of Marquis Lucid. Tragically, he met a gruesome fate at the hands of the celestial dragons, who mercilessly killed his innocent sister in retribution for the assassination of a celestial dragon. Ultimately, he was brutally beaten to death by his own parents and cast over a cliff. Yet it seemed that fate had devised a cruel jest for young Lu Kai. After being hurled from the precipice by the Lucid couple, Lu Kai miraculously survived, cushioned by the dense branches below, escaping what should have been certain death. However, fate's cruel tricks for young Lu Kai were not yet concluded. Just as he emerged from the forest, believing that his survival heralded future blessings, he was captured by soldiers from a flour mill and reduced to slavery within its confines. Today, as young Lu Kai labored to transport goods, exhaustion caused him to drop a heavy crate, which fell and shattered his foot. No longer deemed valuable, he was mercilessly beaten to death by enraged guards and left to languish in this filthy cage, awaiting disposal. Lu Kai had thought his own plight was severe, but witnessing the misfortunes of young Lu Kai revealed to him the true meaning of human tragedy. The kingdom of Rafaya bore a striking resemblance to the kingdom of Goya, the homeland of Luffy, perhaps even surpassing it in its grotesque nature, as it was a realm dominated by a twisted nobility. In this nation, the aristocrats perched high above, enjoying every privilege, while the common folk were regarded as mere serfs, subjected to oppression and servitude at the whims of their noble overlords. However, young Lu Kai was an anomaly among the aristocracy. He cared little for his noble status. Instead, he harbored a fervent yearning for freedom, aspiring to become an adventurer and explore the world beyond. Rather than absorbing the teachings of the noble academies, he preferred to sneak into the lower city and listen to the tales of seasoned sailors recounting their experiences beyond the islands, which only deepened his longing for the world outside. Through these encounters, young Lu Kai came to believe that while individuals may differ, the essence of life held no distinction between nobility and commonality. Yet, his actions garnered no admiration from the aristocrats. Instead, his parents viewed his ideals as a disgrace and punished him severely for his acts of kindness. Nonetheless, young Lu Kai remained undeterred and resolute. Convinced of his righteousness and the folly of the twisted nobility, minor punishments held little fear for him. It was the inability to follow his true nature that brought him anguish. Upon absorbing the essence of young Lu Kai's experiences, Lu Kai felt a profound and heartfelt connection to this 6-year-old child in the perception of young Lu Kai. Those who adorn themselves in splendid attire, exhibit refined manners, and embody the essence of gentlemanly decorum are, in his eyes, steeped in hypocrisy, cunning, coldness, and ruthlessness. Remarkably, a 6-year-old's understanding of the world is both remarkably lucid and profoundly unique. Little Lu Kai serves as a ray of sunshine in this sordid realm, dispelling the darkness of a distorted reality, reminiscent of Sabo, the loyal companion of Luffy from the comics. Yet, this kind-hearted boy is mercilessly tormented by the filth of his surroundings, ultimately succumbing to an overwhelming tide of hatred, gradually perishing amidst intense rage and sorrow. Upon inheriting all of little Lu Kai's memories and emotions, the adult Lu Kai feels an immense weight of despair in his heart, accompanied by a surging tide of wrath. Clenching his fists tightly, his eyes gleam with ferocity, his entire being trembling uncontrollably from the extremity of his hatred, to the point where even pain seems to be numbed. He harbors a profound loathing for this exceedingly filthy world, despising the inhumanity it embodies, and detesting the grotesque visages that it parades. Furthermore, little Lu Kai's memories reveal the many unspeakable and sordid deeds committed in secrecy by the nobility. The comics have depicted the hypocrisy and malice of these so-called aristocrats, yet the reality is infinitely more brutal than any fictional portrayal. This is a world that truly consumes its own, where these so-called nobles devour without leaving a single bone behind. Following an intense surge of indignation, Lu Kai feels his body grow weaker, acutely aware that death could claim him at any moment, prompting a bitter laugh to escape his lips. This laughter is rife with self-mockery and resignation, mirroring the very emotions that little Luke Kai felt before his demise, though he has survived and traversed into this new existence. Has fate merely allowed him to witness the grotesquerie of the pirate world, only to succumb to despair once more? What, then, is the significance of his resurrection? A fierce reluctance suddenly rises within him. He resents the manipulation of fate, the injustice it entails. Both he and little Luke Kai are virtuous souls. Why must the righteous be vanquished by this sordid world? A chime resonates, signaling the detection of the host's fervent will to survive, activating a training system. Would you like to bind it? A mechanical voice echoes in Luke Kai's mind, accompanied by a flash of blue light that materializes into a blue screen before his eyes. As a traveler from Earth, he is well acquainted with the concept of the system. Ignoring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he sits upright with uncontainable excitement. The activation of the system. Does this mean he no longer has to die? Gazing at the left side of the screen, Luke Kai takes a deep breath and resolutely confirms his choice. The training system has been bound. This system is a self-improvement system. Once the host has grasped a certain ability through their own effort and understanding, the system will guide them in the most effective manner for subsequent training. The extent of development relies entirely on the host. What on earth is happening? Luke Kai, who prided himself on his composure, could not help but curse at this moment. Just moments ago, he had envisioned that with the acquisition of the system, he would not only survive but soar to great heights. The system had presented him with this unforeseen predicament. A self-strengthening system? In this broken body of mine, how can I possibly train? Whether I will live to see tomorrow is a matter of uncertainty. A slight exertion could lead to my demise. Damn system, I wish to delete you at once, lest I be driven to my grave by your incompetence. Moreover, if I have already mastered certain abilities, do I still require your instruction? You might as well be called the pitiful system. Fury surged within Luke Kai. As he berated the system in his mind, the flicker of hope that had ignited within him was once again plunged into the abyss of despair. Perhaps sensing Luke Kai's grievances, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. The system possesses additional functionalities. The host can gain insight through the examination of basic attributes. View basic attributes. Luke Kai commanded through clenched teeth, eager to discover what else the system had to offer. At the moment of binding, a blue panel materialized before Luke Kai's eyes. Moreover, he had instinctively grasped the basic functions of the system. He could distinctly feel the connection between himself and the system tightening with merely a thought. He could effortlessly summon the system and utilize its features. Luke Kai human. Male, age 6. Level 1. Attribute points, 0. Status, near death. Ability, none. Mastered skills, none. Carried items, none. Carried weapons, none. System. Functions. Guidance. Provides the most scientific and accurate instruction based on the projects the host has autonomously grasped and entered during training. Scan 1. Can scan the basic attributes of individuals within 10 meters, provided they do not exceed 5 levels above the host, limited to 3 uses per day. Current uses, 33. Scan 2. Can scan the basic attributes of all objects touched by the host, limited to 3 uses per day. Current uses, 33. Healing. As long as the host is not deceased, this function can restore the host body to its optimal state. Uses available. 11. Cooldown period, 1 year. Reset. Every day at 6 a.m. It completely clears all negative states incurred by the host due to training, combat, injury, or poisoning from the previous day. Uses available. 11. Cooldown period, 1 day. Upon witnessing the 5 functions of the system, Luke Kai's dissatisfaction evaporated into thin air, replaced by an overwhelming wave of elation. Particularly upon seeing the healing function, his heart raced with excitement, given that Luke Kai's current state could lead to death at any moment. His greatest desire was to survive, and the existence of a healing function was the most fortuitous news. The most delightful surprise. Activate the healing function. Luke Kai commanded with palpable urgency. At the instant his thought took form, he felt an unparalleled sensation of rejuvenation coursing through every cell of his body, restoring him to an immaculate state. In an instant, all weakness, wounds, and suffering have vanished without a trace. Upon achieving a state of physical perfection, Luke Kai, now living his second life, clenched his fists, trembling with excitement. In his previous life, Luke Kai met his demise at the tender age of 24. Consumed by a sea beast. In that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, the depth of his unwillingness to accept fate was known only to him. In this second life, arriving in the world of pirates, Luke Kai began his journey burdened by a body on the brink of death. Although he had been granted a second chance, rekindling hope within him, the specter of mortality loomed, threatening to extinguish that hope once more, piece by piece. Though he claims to have lived 2 lives, Lu Kai has only truly experienced 30 years of existence, having faced death twice. His yearning to survive is a profound desire that others cannot possibly comprehend. He is truly worried that his body, which has crossed over, might die at any moment, and he could say goodbye to this world at any time. Now that he has regained his body, Lu Kai can hardly contain the overwhelming joy and excitement within him, which gives him a strong sense of unreality. Only the system interface, which always hovers in front of him and which he is reluctant to hide, allows him to feel grounded. He doesn't know how long it has been, but Lu Kai slowly comes back to his senses and suddenly realizes that now is not the time to be happy. Although the king of Rafia publicly claims that the royal factory provides a large number of job opportunities for the people outside the city and offers them generous compensation sufficient to support their families, all of this is just a carefully woven lie to deceive the world. The truth is that the greedy royalty captures the residents outside the city to serve as slave labor for more profit. The so-called compensation does not exist. There is only inhumane slavery. Once anyone enters the royal factory, there is only one way out: death. The cell Lu Kai is currently in is called the processing room, a temporary holding place for slaves who have lost their value, essentially a death chamber for slaves. The slaves sent here, regardless of whether they are still alive or not, all face the same outcome: waiting to be taken out for cremation the next day. Lu Kai felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, and the joy of fully recovering his body vanished, leaving only a strong sense of anxiety and unease. In the painful wait, Lu Kai finally endured until the next morning, when the sudden sound of footsteps in the corridor made him shudder, and his heart instantly jumped to his throat. Lu Kai immediately stood up, huddled in the corner, staring intently at the prison door, as if this was the only way to give him a sense of security. The footsteps grew closer, followed by the sound of the door opening, and then 2 figures pushed the door open. Upon seeing Lu Kai standing in the corner, both newcomers were momentarily stunned. "No, 867, you're still alive? Looks like your leg wasn't broken after all." The one-eyed man sized up Lu Kai and revealed a cruel smile, saying, "That's great. I can have some fun again." The speaker was the guard who had brutally killed young Lu Kai the day before, and upon seeing Lu Kai standing in the corner, he immediately pulled out a short stick from his waist and walked toward him. "Stone, stop." Another guard suddenly stepped forward to block the one-eyed Stone. "Balin, what do you mean?" Stone's expression turned cold, and he said icily, "Are you trying to protect this slave?" "I don't mean that," Balin replied, maintaining his tone. "I just want to remind you that according to factory regulations, slaves are part of the property. No one is allowed to destroy them without natural harm." Stone sneered. "I really didn't realize you, Balin, were so rule-abiding. But don't get it wrong, this is the processing room." Balin's expression changed slightly at this, but he quickly chuckled and stepped aside. Just as Stone was passing by him, Balin suddenly spoke up. "This is indeed the processing room. If you really want to kill this slave, I have no objections. I won't stop you. However, this slave obviously hasn't lost his value, so I will definitely report this matter. I'll tell the boss that you, Stone, purposely brought a valuable slave to the processing room to abuse him to death for your own desires. I'd like to see what kind of result awaits you then." Stone suddenly grabbed Balin by the collar, glaring fiercely at him, and said, "Balin, do you really want to oppose me for the sake of a slave? Rules are rules." Balin stood his ground, staring back at Stone, and they remained locked in a standoff. After a while, Stone suddenly released Balin, scoffing, "Balin, you're a good person. I hope you can be happy every day." With that, Stone turned and strode away without looking back. Balin, who had previously shown a tough demeanor, nearly broke down at Stone's last words, his face darkening considerably. A good person was the last thing needed in this flower factory, and the most painful as well. For slaves, this was a cage, and for guards like them, wasn't it the same? The king would never allow the secrets of this place to be revealed. Thus, the guards could only remain in the factory until death, just not as miserable as the slaves. Once becoming a guard in the factory, one could either refuse to accept everything here, with their conscience constantly condemned, living in gloom until mental breakdown like Balin, or they could completely accept everything and become increasingly twisted, like Stone. Seeing Balin's grim expression, Lu Kai wanted to say thank you, but was scared into silence. He didn't dare to complicate matters. It was better to keep a low profile. He was soon taken back to warehouse number 5 by Balin. The flower factory was huge, with warehouse number 5 alone covering an area of 50 acres, housing over 500 slaves. And there were at least 10 such shipping warehouses in the entire factory. Besides shipping warehouses, there were receiving warehouses, processing areas, packaging areas, etc. A single flour factory had at least over 20,000 slaves. The Raphia kingdom had at least 10 factories the size of the flour factory. The citizens outside the city were less like citizens and more like potential slaves in the eyes of the nobles. Whenever there weren't enough slaves, soldiers guarding the factory would go out to capture them. Moreover, the guards inside the factory were extremely strict. Once captured, one would be enslaved to death, with no chance of escape. Inside the warehouse, hundreds of children aged 6 to 10 were laboriously moving sealed boxes, all with indifferent expressions, not saying a word. For all factories, the work in the shipping warehouse of the flour factory was the easiest, so it was done by children. Guards with whips stood in every corner of the warehouse. If any child moved too slowly or accidentally bumped something, the whip in the guard's hand would immediately strike them mercilessly. While whipping, these guards would also hurl extremely derogatory insults at them. Such scenes were everywhere in the warehouse. Almost all the children appeared numb, mechanically moving boxes nonstop. Any sign of slack would result in a whip. As Liu Kai was observing the situation in the warehouse, Stone suddenly appeared next to him and, without a word, swung his whip at Liu Kai, causing him to wince in pain. "Bastard, who told you to slack off?" Stone shouted angrily while whipping Liu Kai. Liu Kai suppressed the anger in his heart, not daring to show it all. He quickly walked to a pile of boxes in silence and began to move them. Every box in the area managed by Liu Kai weighs a standard 50 pounds. Even if his body were to recover to a perfect state, he would only have the strength of an ordinary child, without any special attributes. The weight of 50 pounds is a heavy burden for a 6-year-old like Liu Kai. System, activate the guidance function to help me train through lifting boxes. While struggling to lift the boxes, Liu Kai gritted his teeth and instructed the system in his mind. Guidance, when the host is exercising, provide the most scientific and accurate guidance based on the projects the host has mastered and is familiar with. Although he had only been a system host for less than a day, Liu Kai already had a clear understanding of the exercise system. As long as he activated the system's guidance function, it would be regarded as exercising. He just needed to inform the system about the project he was working on, and it would provide the most scientific and accurate guidance. As the guidance function was activated, the system's voice immediately echoed in Liu Kai's mind. The mechanical voice constantly told Liu Kai how to lift the boxes properly, which muscles to engage, how to exert force more efficiently, and what kind of breathing technique would be more sustainable. After getting tired from lifting, the system reminded Liu Kai to place the box on his shoulder and continued to instruct him on how to do every detail correctly while shouldering the load. Thus, Liu Kai kept switching the box from his left shoulder to his right shoulder and back again. Sometimes he used both hands to carry it, and other times he balanced it on his head with both hands supporting it. The originally arduous task of moving boxes was transformed by Liu Kai into a form of art. Although it appeared to be very slow, he was executing it with great skill. However, being only 6 years old was a significant limitation. The short distance of 100 meters took Liu Kai 5 minutes to cover. After placing the box in the lifting basket properly, Liu Kai returned to the starting point while continuously following the system's instructions to relax every muscle in his body. Once he returned to the starting point, Liu Kai conscientiously picked up the second box. After he had lifted 7 or 8 boxes in succession, it was already full. As a guard responsible for watching over the pulled rope, the basket slowly began to rise, giving Liu Kai more time to recover his strength during this interval. Liu Kai continuously followed the system's guidance, performing some strange movements. Stretching, shaking, or twisting, he gave off an eager and impatient vibe, leaving many guards stunned. It was truly a sight to behold. After years of overseeing slaves, they had never seen a newly arrived slave so enthusiastic and impatient to work. 3 minutes later, the lifting basket descended again, and Liu Kai began to move the cargo once more. This time, even Stone was taken aback. He had planned to keep a close watch on Liu Kai today, ready to whip him mercilessly at the slightest sign of slackening. Unexpectedly, Liu Kai didn't give him a chance at all. Although Liu Kai had the system's guidance, his body was still too weak. After 3 hours of high-intensity labor, he was nearing exhaustion, and his hands and feet began to twitch. Just when Liu Kai felt he couldn't hold on any longer, a child in the distance suddenly collapsed to the ground without any warning. A nearby guard immediately approached, but instead of checking on the child's condition, he delivered a heavy kick to the child's abdomen. Seeing that the child had completely lost responsiveness, the guard grabbed one of the child's legs and dragged him away like a dead dog. It was obvious that this child was going to be taken to the processing room. Throughout the entire process, all the other children numbly continued their work, as if they hadn't seen this scene at all, or perhaps they had long since become accustomed to it. However, Lu Kai was witnessing a young life tragically perish before his eyes for the first time, and he couldn't stop trembling, his face turning extremely pale. As his memories, emotions, and feelings merged completely with those of young Lu Kai, his perception of this world began to change. An indescribable sense of oppression lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. The ugliness, darkness, and evil of this world constantly reshaped Lu Kai's understanding, starkly contrasting with the comics he had read in his previous life. It also led Lu Kai to slowly accept the reality that this was not a fairy tale, nor comic. It was a real world filled with endless filth and crime in many corners. At least in the place where Lu Kai was, there was no sunshine or joy, no passion or adventure, only despair. That child was at most 8 years old. Lu Kai lowered his head and fell silent. But an indescribable sense of oppression rose in his heart, along with a pent-up anger and a strong sense of desolation. At that moment, Lu Kai suddenly felt a deep hatred. Hatred for his own weakness that made him unable to help these people, hatred for the inhuman guards, and hatred for this factory that did not regard people as human beings. Lu Kai was unsure whether this thought was something he was originally meant to have, or if it emerged after merging with little Lu Kai's memories and emotions. But it no longer mattered, as his true feelings were just as they were. In the end, Lu Kai could only channel all his emotions into the motivation for training, gritting his teeth and working even harder to carry things, hoping to slightly ease the indescribable feelings within him. It wasn't until midnight that the first day's hauling came to an end. Lu Kai stood in line with all the other children, waiting to receive their food. Their meal consisted of a dark, sour bread each, provided 3 times a day. After finishing the bread, Lu Kai entered a room resembling a cell. The room was only about 20 square meters and barely 1.5 meters high, yet it housed over 20 people. In this cramped space, the vast majority of the children appeared dazed, showing no interest in Lu Kai at all, and were mostly collapsing into sleep from extreme exhaustion. These children, who were clearly in the most active years of their lives, were subjected to work that was almost torturous and far beyond their capacity to endure. The little rest they had was hardly enough to recover from their immense physical pain and fatigue, so they wouldn't wasted on their constantly changing roommates. Lu Kai, however, did not rest like his roommates, but continued training in the corner of the room. The physical labor during the day made Lu Kai keenly aware of his progress. The system truly lived up to its name, with its guidance feature being incredibly powerful, providing the most accurate instructions based on Lu Kai's current physical condition. With no foundation, facilities, or weapons, Lu Kai started with strength training targeting every muscle in his body that could be done in that small corner. The system provided a complete set of movements, telling Lu Kai what to train first, what to train next, what posture to use for each exercise, and how much force to apply. It instructed him on how to breathe, when to rest, what stretching exercises to do during breaks, and the best ways to relax, constantly reminding him. The movements suggested by the system seemed strange to Lu Kai and were quite challenging. After completing a full set, he sat on the floor, gasping for breath. Today was the longest day of training in Lu Kai's 2 lives. It was also the most exhilarating day. Despite feeling extremely fatigued, there was a sense of exhilaration. After the strength training, the system reminded Lu Kai to do endurance training and provided another complete set of movements, which he continued to practice under the system's guidance. After that, it was explosive power training. The reason he was working so hard was that Lu Kai wanted to escape from here, and to do that he needed sufficient strength. The system was his greatest hope. Moreover, because of the system's reset feature, Lu Kai wasn't afraid of overtraining himself. Reset. Every day at 6 o'clock a.m., all negative states caused by exercise, combat, injuries, poisoning, etc. from the previous day are completely cleared. Progress was encouraging, but Lu Kai was not in a good mood. He felt that if there were an award for the most unfortunate traveler, he would undoubtedly take the prize. He and the original Lu Kai were like brothers in misfortune, with no end to their suffering. If they participated in a competition for the most tragic tales in China, they wouldn't even need to exaggerate or fabricate stories, securely locking down the national first and second places. At this moment, no one would have thought that just because a slave had appeared in a corner of this world, the entire world would undergo earth-shattering changes on some future day. Painful times always drag on slowly, but a monotonous life day after day can numb a person to the passage of time. Lu Kai had been in the pirate world for exactly 2 years. In the early morning, in the guard room of warehouse number 5, the table was filled with various kinds of alcohol and food. A group of guards each held a bottle of wine, occasionally taking swigs. The one-eyed man at the forefront was excitedly telling a story, with everyone else echoing him, and laughter erupted now and then. creating a lively and joyful atmosphere. In a corner of the guardroom, a little boy who looked only 7 or 8 years old was tightly bound to a wooden cross, with iron chains on his hands and feet. The boy was dirty and disheveled, his hair nearly covering his entire face, and his body was covered in dark, grimy stains, smelling foul from not having bathed for a long time. He was also bruised all over, with no part of him uninjured, blood oozing from his wounds. And his clothes were torn and ragged, like a few scraps of cloth draped over him, contrasting sharply with the cheerful atmosphere of the guardroom. After chatting for a while, the one-eyed man picked up a dagger from the table and gestured towards the boy on the wooden cross, asking the others, "Where should we start?" A guard immediately chimed in, "Boss, the right hand." "Right, it is the right hand," the one-eyed man nodded, then threw the dagger. Perhaps due to the alcohol, the dagger missed and flew past a foot above the boy's right arm. "Damn it!" The one-eyed man instantly became furious, jumped up, and walked in front of the boy, slapping him hard across the face, shouting, "You bastard, are you still trying to dodge?" At that moment, a guard picked up the one-eyed man's dagger and respectfully handed it back to him. The one-eyed man smiled in satisfaction, saying, "Kid, you have good eyesight, not bad." The guard who retrieved the dagger flattered him with a smile. The one-eyed man gave a slight smile, ignoring him, and turned his cold gaze back to the boy. He then suddenly thrust the dagger into the boy's right hand, causing the boy to shudder in pain. "Oh, little monster, can't take it anymore?" The one-eyed man sneered. "Aren't you tough?" While saying this, the one-eyed man plunged the dagger into the boy's arm muscle again, twisting it violently, slicing off a piece of flesh from the boy's hand, then slashing down the boy's arm, the sharp blade cutting through half of the boy's arm. The boy gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his body, trembling uncontrollably from the pain. "Ha ha, you're truly my treasure." The one-eyed man laughed loudly. "I'm liking you more and more. I feel uncomfortable if I don't play with you for a day." After saying that, the one-eyed man grabbed the boy's tightly clenched fist and asked, "Which finger do you choose this time?" The boy kept his eyes tightly closed, remaining silent. However, this action clearly angered the one-eyed man, who retaliated by slashing his face with the dagger, causing blood to flow immediately. "Not going to talk, huh? Ha ha. I like your tough demeanor." The one-eyed man laughed. "Then I'll choose for you. After all, it'll grow back by tomorrow." The one-eyed man then violently stabbed the dagger into the boy's fist, pulling hard, cutting off the boy's middle finger, and began to play with it in his hand. With the pain in his fingers, the boy trembled even more violently, breathing rapidly. The one-eyed man was the infamous one-eyed dragonstone who had killed little Liu Kai, and the boy tied to the wooden cross was indeed Liu Kai. At that moment, a guard stepped forward and quietly said, "Boss, if we keep this up, the little monster will really die." The one-eyed dragon slowly turned his head, glaring at the speaker with his one cold eye, causing the man to shudder and quickly lower his head. Just then, the man who had picked up the dagger tried to smooth things over, saying, "Boss, what he means is, if we really kill him, you won't have anyone to play with later." The one-eyed dragon's expression softened a bit, and he replied disinterestedly, "What a buzzkill. Fine, let us leave it at this for today. Throw him back." "Got it, boss." The man who picked up the dagger nodded eagerly, and then untied the ropes binding Liu Kai, taking him to an empty cell. The man tossed Liu Kai inside as if he were trash. The violent impact tore at Liu Kai's wounds, causing him excruciating pain. After a long time, Liu Kai finally caught his breath, but the near-death hunger pangs made him feel like he was dying. Liu Kai could only struggle to move his left hand, which could still barely move, to grab his right hand, positioning the cut arm towards his mouth to let the blood flow into his mouth as much as possible. When no more blood flowed out, Liu Kai tore off a long strip from his already tattered clothes and tightly wrapped it around his right arm. Then, he used his left hand to grab his right forearm, bringing it to his mouth, filled with endless killing intent and hatred, and bit down hard. As the sound of chewing echoed, all that remained of Liu Kai's right forearm was stark white bone, and his endurance had finally reached its limit, causing him to faint. Having been in warehouse number 5 of the flour factory for 2 years, Liu Kai had endured immense suffering and witnessed the most cruel, dark, and evil side of this world. The pain experienced by the enslaved children was unimaginable to others. The work in the shipping warehouse was the easiest in the entire flour factory, so the management humanely assigned all the lightest tasks to the children. However, what was considered easiest was still unbearable for children under 10. Moreover, once they arrived here, everyone was required to work a grueling 18 hours a day, with only 3 pieces of bread that even dogs wouldn't eat to stave off hunger. In such conditions, exhaustion, hunger, and illness plagued everyone. However, anyone who lost their ability to work, for any reason, would be ruthlessly dealt with immediately. Death was commonplace in this place. It was normal for several people to die every day, and no one could survive here for more than 6 months. Especially after the one-eyed dragon became the head of warehouse number 5, the death rate soared. It was considered abnormal if no one died on a given day. Only Liu Kai, thanks to the system, broke the survival record that had been built on the backs of countless young lives in warehouse number 5. As his strength continued to grow, Liu Kai attracted the attention of the guards and became the only slave in warehouse no. 5 who had to be shackled at all times. It was precisely Liu Kai's uniqueness that made him the one-eyed dragon's favorite plaything, enduring the most inhumane torture in this world. Under the influence of the one-eyed dragon, when the guards in the flower factory were bored, slaves became their source of entertainment. And in order to satisfy the guards' various twisted desires, inhumane acts occurred every day. The children here had no human rights, no freedom. Each person was like a walking corpse, as if their souls had been stripped away. Everyone had become desperate and numb, even in the face of death. Whether it was their own or others, there were no emotional fluctuations. This so-called most beautiful country in the West Sea hid appalling evils. The only one who had not become numb was the hopeful Liu Kai. But this brought him endless pain, having to face filthy evil every day, enduring inhuman torment and the imminent hunger of near starvation. Relying on devouring his own flesh and blood to survive until now, Liu Kai's mind had long since become unstable. After Liu Kai was thrown back into the single room, the guards did not disperse. They continued to drink and chat, occasionally bursting into boisterous laughter. Just when their laughter reached its peak, a violent explosion echoed, startling the guards out of their drunken stupor. Following that, a series of explosions erupted, causing the ground to shake continuously, as if the flower factory were about to collapse. Outside the flower factory, armed soldiers were dumbfounded, as the massive walls surrounding the factory had been blasted open with dozens of gaps. As the smoke began to clear, the sounds of shouting and killing filled the air from all the gaps, and countless figures rushed in. These individuals were all armed, launching an attack on the flower factory without hesitation. Shoot, shoot! The soldiers guarding the factory shouted urgently as they pulled the triggers towards the attackers. At that moment, a figure darted ahead, rushing into the ranks of soldiers with incredible speed, causing a huge commotion, wielding a long knife, and unleashing a one-sided massacre on the soldiers. In their fear, the soldiers attempted to fight back, but that figure always dodged before they could fire. Many of the bullets shot by the soldiers failed to hit that figure and instead accidentally killed several of their own. Leader above, one of the invaders shouted at that figure. The figure suddenly pushed off the ground and shot upwards, directly jumping onto the defensive platform over 10 meters high, swinging the knife down at the retaliating soldiers, completely unstoppable. With the help of this man's immense strength, the invaders quickly took full control of the factory's perimeter. And at that moment, some began planting bombs on the factory walls. After everyone had run far away, someone lit the fuse, and with another series of explosions, the invaders, led by the man known as the leader, charged into the interior of the flower factory, beginning to eliminate the guards inside. The one-eyed dragon in warehouse no. 5 immediately started gathering the money and treasures he had pillaged over the years as soon as he heard the explosion, quickly packing them up and preparing to escape with a few trusted aides. He knew what had happened and who was coming. Wherever there is oppression, there is resistance. It has always been this way. Even the celestial dragons, who rule the world, have faced countless rebellions. Although these rebellions were ultimately suppressed, they have never ceased over the past 800 years. The kingdom of Lafia was no exception. There have always been rebels. And today, the ones invading the flower factory were the resistance forces from outside the city. Not long ago, they had attacked the steel factory, causing significant losses to the kingdom of Lafia. This resistance force is unlike any that has appeared in history before, with cohesion and combat power that far surpasses the past. All of this is thanks to the legendary leader of the resistance, Terra. Rumor has it that Terra is exceptionally strong, strategic, and knows how to endure when he acts. It is always with complete assurance. Previously, under Terra's leadership, the resistance had smoothly attacked the steel factory, and this time attacking the flower factory was no different. Thus, when the guards inside the flower factory heard the first explosion, they panicked. Some began to organize themselves to resist, while others fled in all directions. The flower factory is massive, with many hidden corners. As long as one hides well, it is indeed possible to escape. After all, the resistance fears that reinforcements may be dispatched from the city and does not dare to linger here. As soon as they rescue the slaves and seize the supplies, they will immediately withdraw. Many members of the resistance had already gathered outside warehouse number 5. However, they did not plant bombs to try to blow it open, but were waiting for something. After all, the important areas inside the flower factory are equipped with heavy iron doors that cannot be breached by bombs. Not long after, the heavy iron door slowly opened, and everyone surged in, searching for traces of the guards. Inside the control room of the flower factory, a rugged-looking man in his 30s with sharp eyebrows and an imposing demeanor was staring at the monitor screen, observing every corner of the factory that could be monitored, while directing the battle through the control room's microphone. This man was none other than Terra, the legendary leader of the resistance. Because the one-eyed dragon responsible for Warehouse No. 5 had escaped at the first opportunity, the guards could not organize an effective resistance, and the attack went incredibly smoothly. The dispirited and isolated guards were no match for the resistance, and they were quickly eradicated. Many members of the resistance rushed into the cells where the slaves were held, freeing them and directing them to escape. Keys, quickly bring the keys over, there's a child here. After most of the slaves had been released, an urgent shout came from outside a solitary cell. Soon, the cell door was opened, and several members of the resistance rushed in. Upon seeing the scene before them, everyone gasped in shock. The child in the room had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. There was not a single part of his body that was unharmed, and just a glance revealed dozens of shocking wounds. Especially, the child's right forearm was completely devoid of flesh, only exposed white bones, a chilling sight. This tragic child was Lu Kai. Two members of the resistance immediately covered their mouths and cried, unable to control their emotions. What had this child gone through? Why had he been subjected to such cruel treatment? Only one older member reacted quickly, rushing out of the cell and shouting, "Doctor, we need a doctor. This child is dying. Hurry and send a doctor." The discipline of the resistance was strong, and soon 3 doctors carrying medical kits hurried over. Upon seeing Lu Kai's horrific condition lying on the ground, they couldn't help but gasp. Even as doctors accustomed to seeing injuries, they had never encountered such a tragic sight. Moreover, this was a child, and one female doctor couldn't help but let tears flow uncontrollably. However, as professional doctors, they suppressed their emotions and began to treat Lu Kai's wounds together, carefully disinfecting, cleaning dead tissue, stitching, and bandaging. The surgery took a full hour of collaboration among the 3 doctors before it finally ended. However, the expressions on the doctors' faces were extremely grim. "Chris, how is it?" asked the first member of the resistance who discovered Lu Kai, addressing the leading female doctor. "The surgery is done," she said, her expression pained. "But I don't know if he will wake up, and even if he does, he will be left with a disability for life." A nearby member of the resistance quickly comforted her, saying, "Chris, you've done your best." Just as this member of the resistance was about to say something else, they suddenly caught sight of Lu Kai opening his eyes. Before he could be happy, Lu Kai suddenly sat up. After glancing at the group of people looking at him with astonishment, he used his observation hockey to sense the situation in the factory and quickly grasped the overall picture. "Thank you." After saying this, Lu Kai suddenly stood up. Without giving the stunned group a chance to speak, he rushed out of the cell. Moreover, Lu Kai ran extremely fast, not at all like a patient or an injured person. As he ran, he tore off the bandages on his body. It was no wonder Lu Kai was so eager. He sensed an aura of killing intent that he couldn't suppress lurking in a hidden corner, attempting to evade the scrutiny of the rebels. "One-eyed dragon, today is your day to die. It's time to settle our debts," Lu Kai gritted his teeth and said. Just now, after the rebels discovered him, they had removed the handcuffs and shackles from him, leaving Lu Kai completely unbound. In this state, killing a one-eyed dragon would be easier than killing a dog. However, he would not let the one-eyed dragon die too easily. The torment of the past 2 years needed to be felt by the one-eyed dragon personally. Being overly impatient, Lu Kai abandoned running and directly unleashed the shave technique he had mastered over the past 2 years, dashing at high speed towards the one-eyed dragon's direction. To the north of warehouse number 5, there was a huge water room. In the innermost corner, obstructed by dense water pipes, there was a wooden round cover. Beneath the cover was a passage leading to a secret basement. This basement had been dug by the guards of warehouse number 5 in the past. They originally intended to dig a pit to escape the flower factory. However, they did not expect the foundation of the flower factory to be too solid, and after digging a certain distance, they could not move it at all. Thus, the outward passage was never completed, leaving only a basement. Unless one was very familiar with warehouse number 5, it would be impossible to find this basement's location. But Lu Kai happened to be the most familiar person with warehouse number 5. About a year ago, Lu Kai accidentally awakened his observation hockey, and since then, He had been diligently training and using it to gather information from the guards' conversations. If anyone knew these guards best and knew warehouse number 5 best, it was undoubtedly Lu Kai. Upon arriving at the water room, Lu Kai became less anxious, suddenly slowing his pace and walking slowly towards the entrance of the basement. Since only a wooden round cover blocked the basement, the sound insulation was extremely poor. Lu Kai's footsteps echoed through the corridor and reached the basement, scaring the Cyclops and his 2 confidants to the point of turning pale as they kept praying not to be discovered. Lu Kai had already arrived at the entrance of the passage, politely knocking on the round cover and asking, "Is anyone there?" The answer was that no one would respond, and Lu Kai didn't expect anyone to answer. He directly lifted the cover and walked down the passage. One-eyed dragon, why don't you answer me?" Lu Kai walked down the stairs slowly, taking 1 step for every 2 breaths, and continued, "Why are you hiding from me? My good treasure, will you choose the left hand or the right hand? Which finger will you choose?" Lu Kai wore a bright smile, his voice full of innocence. However, the one-eyed dragon below had already turned cold all over, trembling uncontrollably. "You brought your dagger, right? If you didn't, I'd be very disappointed." Lu Kai continued to descend the stairs slowly, saying, "I will chop you up bit by bit, but don't be afraid. You'll grow back tomorrow anyway. After all, I don't want to kill you. If I do, there will be nothing left to play with. I just want to know how much you can endure. And I also want to dig out your eyeball and see if it makes a sound when I step on it. Stop playing tricks. 867, come down here." The one-eyed dragon tightly gripped his dagger and yelled wildly at the passage. His 2 confidants were so scared that they completely lost control of their bodies, their legs turning to jelly as they fell to the ground. Lu Kai's strength is something they are all too aware of. If he hadn't been shackled, he could easily crush them. They know better than anyone how he usually treats them. Now that he has broken free from his chains, he has come here for revenge. Lu Kai continues to ascend the stairs successfully, singing a song. Bink no sake. Yo, do more K roads, yo KO. The one-eyed dragon is nearly driven mad, brandishing a dagger as he lunges down the corridor. However, he is met with Lu Kai's foot, which slams into his face, sending him flying out of the passage. "Did you really think you could defeat me?" Lu Kai finally steps into the secret chamber, looking down at the one-eyed dragon. "If it weren't for you putting these steel shackles on me a year and a half ago, if I weren't unable to break through these thick walls, if you didn't have so many men and guns, you would have died 1,000 times over." Before the one-eyed dragon can react, Lu Kai suddenly appears in front of him, grabs his wrist, and twists it sharply, causing the one-eyed dragon to scream in pain as Lu Kai snatches the dagger from his hand. "Now, we can finally have some fun. You should know, I really like you," Lu Kai says with a bright smile. At this moment, the 2 confidants of the one-eyed dragon finally come to their senses. As Lu Kai approaches the one-eyed dragon, they instinctively dash toward the passage. However, just as they reach the entrance, Lu Kai appears before them, retracts his knife, and swiftly slits both of their throats. "I'm not interested in you, so why are you running?" Lu Kai says with a hint of regret. Watching the 2 of them fall slowly, Lu Kai walks back to the one-eyed dragon and says, "All right, now there is no one to disturb us. Spare me. Please spare me." The one-eyed dragon has lost all his usual arrogance, now begging pitifully, tears streaming down his face. "You're making it seem like I'm bullying you." Lu Kai smiles. Don't be afraid, it will grow back tomorrow." With that, Lu Kai grabs the one-eyed dragon and pushes him down to the ground, then swings his knife, severing the tendons in both of the one-eyed dragon's feet. The one-eyed dragon feels the pain in his feet and can't help but scream, his heart filled with terror. He crawls towards the passage on all 4s, tears streaming down his face, howling in desperation. No, I was wrong, let me go, please let me leave." Lu Kai stepped directly onto the back of the one-eyed dragon and walked up to him, suddenly slapping him hard across the face, angrily saying, "Bastard, do you still dare to hide?" By the way, Lu Kai suddenly thought of something and asked the one-eyed dragon, "Balin was killed by you, right?" Upon hearing this, the one-eyed dragon trembled all over and hurriedly denied, "No, it wasn't me, I didn't do it." Ha. Lu Kai laughed while shaking his head, and eventually, tears began to flow uncontrollably from his eyes. Balin was the guard who had saved Lu Kai from the processing room back then. Unlike the other guards, Balin's conscience had never been extinguished. Whenever he had the chance, he would look out for the children treated as slaves. And Lu Kai had benefited from him more than once. However, a year ago, the one-eyed dragon somehow became the head of warehouse number 5, and since then, he had been making things difficult for Balin. One day, The one-eyed dragon even lured Balin to a secluded corner of warehouse number 5 and strangled him to death. Liu Kai had sensed all of this through his observation hockey. However, Liu Kai did not seek revenge immediately because Balin had told him more than once not to act rashly, and that escaping was the most important thing. But today was the day Liu Kai would take revenge for Balin, for little Liu Kai, and for himself. For the next 10 minutes, the underground chamber was filled with the sound of piercing screams, while Liu Kai kept comforting, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, it will grow back tomorrow. Please, please kill me." The one-eyed dragon had already broken down, knowing that he would undoubtedly die today, and was seeking death with all his heart. "How could that be?" Liu Kai said discontentedly. "How could I kill you? I like you so much. How could I possibly kill you? Come on, let's continue." Just as Liu Kai was about to strike again, a hand suddenly grabbed his wrist holding the knife, and a voice said, "Child, that's enough." As the man spoke, he stepped on the one-eyed dragon's chest, instantly killing him, and the one-eyed dragon died with a relieved smile. Liu Kai was instantly furious. He turned around and punched the person behind him in the face, shouting wildly, "Bastard, who told you to kill him? Who allowed you to do this?" Liu Kai punched down again and again, but the man didn't dodge or evade at all, allowing Liu Kai to hit him in the face with punch after punch. Liu Kai, however, showed no signs of stopping, becoming even more frenzied as he cried and laughed, saying, "You bastard, you killed my treasure, I want you dead. Kid, the reinforcements in the city are coming soon. It's already taken too long. If we don't leave now, it will be too late," the man explained. Liu Kai's punches gradually lost their strength, and eventually came to a complete stop. Seeing the pained expression on his opponent's face, he finally ceased his assault. The man who stopped Liu Kai was Terra. He hurriedly took Liu Kai out of the secret room and instructed the last few people to leave with him. Soon, the entire flour factory was deserted, with raw materials and boxes filled with flour all moved out, leaving only the bodies of soldiers and guards on ground. On the way back, Terra and Liu Kai shared the same carriage. The now calm Liu Kai was unusually quiet, not saying a word throughout the journey and showing no desire to speak, not even glancing at Terra. However, Terra developed a strong interest in Liu Kai and said, "You are quite special." Liu Kai gave Terra an extremely unusual feeling, possessing remarkable strength at such a young age. Moreover, Terra learned about Liu Kai's situation from his subordinates, knowing that his body, which was originally severely injured and on the brink of death, miraculously recovered in an instant. Additionally, the killing intent that Liu Kai unleashed during his frenzy was astonishing, like that of a madman. However, once he calmed down, he displayed a maturity far beyond what one would expect at his age. Indeed, it was maturity, not the numbness seen in other slaves. Liu Kai obviously has the ability to think independently and has not become a walking dead due to his life of servitude. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Terra. The man introduced himself without any airs, not knowing what to call you. The legendary leader of the resistance, Terra. Thanks. Liu Kai was slightly taken aback and said, "Liu Kai." After a long while, Terra suddenly slapped his thigh and looked at Liu Kai in surprise, asking, "Are you the missing little noble Liu Kai from Gaocheng?" "That's right, I am." Liu Kai nodded in response. "You actually didn't die?" Terra asked again. "Of course. If I were dead, how could I talk to you?" Liu Kai replied directly, still feeling angry inside. "Then Liu said," Terra was about to ask when he instantly sensed a strong, killing intent emanating from Liu Kai. It was as if the name Liu said was some sort of taboo. "Don't mention that disgusting name in front of me," Liu Kai said coldly. "Huh." Terra let out a long breath, as if he thought of something, occasionally looking at Liu Kai with strange eyes. The disappearance of Liu Cade, the eldest son of Liu Said, after being attacked by mountain bandits, is well known throughout the kingdom of Raphia. In response, the high city even dispatched the guard team, but they were unable to find Liu Cade. However, Liu Cade appeared here as a slave. What exactly happened? Terra did not ask further, and Liu Cade showed no intention of saying anything. After a long time, Terra slowly said, "Do you know? Your grandfather did me a great favor. I was once a slave in a steel factory, and later I managed to escape by chance. But unexpectedly, I was hunted down due to a high bounty and nearly lost my life in the pursuit of the guards. It was your grandfather who helped me conceal my identity and get me out to sea. Unfortunately, I have never been able to repay his kindness, and I only realized he was killed after the fact. Little Liu Cade, you should follow me from now on. With me around, you will never be wronged again." Liu Kai did not agree immediately, but instead asked Terra some questions he was concerned about. After receiving answers, Liu Kai fell into deep thought. As they continued forward, the group arrived at the foot of a large mountain. The mountain appeared barren and very ordinary, but inside it had been hollowed out into a huge space, which had been turned into a small town inhabited by many people. Those living here were members of the resistance who sought to overthrow the aristocratic rule. Terra led Liu Kai and the others into a very concealed underground town entrance. After settling Liu Kai in and reminding him not to wander off, Terra went to handle the follow-up matters related to the attack on the flower factory, even assigning someone to take care of Liu Kai. However, while Terra was counting the gains, the person assigned to look after Liu Kai rushed over in a panic, exclaiming, "Boss, the kid is missing." What? When a person's hatred becomes so intense that it can no longer be suppressed, they will always find a target to direct it towards, or else their mind will surely break. Over the past 2 years, Liu Kai had been subjected to both physical and mental torment, causing his hatred to accumulate to an unfathomable level. Little Liu Kai's memories and hatred had been repeatedly chewed over by Liu Kai during these 2 years. The ones little Liu Kai hated the most were the Liu Sade couple, and Liu Kai's hatred towards them had reached an unbearable degree, even surpassing that towards the One-Eyed Dragon, despite never having met them. The revenge against the One-Eyed Dragon had not satisfied Liu Kai. He felt particularly frustrated when Terra intervened. However, Terra was trying to help him, so Liu Kai could not turn his hatred toward her. Therefore, Liu Kai began to entertain another idea, that of little Liu Kai's parents, the Liu Sade couple. Moreover, it was no longer merely a matter of hatred. Having integrated little Liu Kai's memories, feelings, and emotions, the Liu Sade couple had become his obsession. He could not let go of the thought of killing them. If he had not escaped from the cage, Liu Kai could have continually distracted himself, making escape his primary goal and constantly persuading himself. But after leaving the cage, Liu Kai could no longer control himself. So at this moment, Liu Kai was heading towards the high city, stepping lightly as if walking on the moon. Liu Kai had long understood the true faces of the nobles in the high city through little Liu Kai's memories and the guards' descriptions over the past 2 years. However, among all the nobles, the Liu Sade couple undoubtedly had the most sinister and ruthless faces. Little Liu Kai did not grow up with the Liu Sade couple. Instead, he was raised by Liu Sade's father, the old Marquis Lucas, who had taken him under his wing since childhood. Lucas, as one of the few good nobles, always used his noble status to help the common people. He often told little Liu Kai that although people's identities could never be equal, life is equal, and no one should trample on the lives of others. It was under Lucas's guidance that Liu Kai grew up to be so kind-hearted. Moreover, Lucas did not like his ruthless and unscrupulous eldest son, Liu Sade. The old man always intended for Liu Sade's younger brother, Liu Kai's uncle Luz, to inherit his title. The inheritance system in the Kingdom of Rafia follows the principle of one son inherits, the others are downgraded. If the old man really did this, Luz would become a marquis, and Liu Sade would be automatically downgraded to account. Harboring resentment, Liu Sade took advantage of Luz's family going out to sea, bribed pirates to kill his younger brother's entire family, and conspired with Olive to poison his father, Lucas. The couple then staged a scenario where Lucas disappeared after going out, successfully inheriting the title. Later, in order to solidify his position, Liu Sade resorted to ruthless means, eliminating all relatives who believed his title was illegitimate. The precocious little Liu Kai had suspected that his grandfather and uncle's family were harmed by Liu Sade and his wife because they had the motive and the ruthlessness to do so. However, little Liu Kai was unwilling to believe it, still holding onto a glimmer of hope for his parents. Yet, that last bit of hope was ultimately shattered. 2 years ago, the celestial dragon Dorjira came to the Kingdom of Rafia for an inspection, and the entire high city was deserted as almost everyone flocked to the port to welcome the celestial dragon, eager to catch a glimpse of his divine presence. Little Liu Kai, who was considered rebellious since childhood, was left at home by Liu Sade and his wife, who only took Liu Kai's sister, Rubis, to see the divine face. As a result, when Dorjira landed, Rubis suddenly broke free from her mother's embrace and ran past the celestial dragon. In a fit of rage, Dorjira immediately drew his gun and shot Rubis. The Liu Sade couple did not even dare to go collect Rubis's corpse. After returning, they not only did not feel sad about Rubis's death, but they also kept cursing Rubis for colliding with the celestial dragons, believing he deserved to die. They were very relieved that they were not implicated and constantly thanked the great celestial dragons for their grace. After hearing the news of his sister's death, and then listening to the Liu Sade couple's frenzied praise for the enemy who killed their daughter, coupled with Xiao Liu Kai overhearing their conversation, confirming that the Lucas and Lu's families were harmed by them, an endless sorrow and despair rose in Xiao Liu Kai's heart. At this point, Xiao Liu Kai's last shred of hope for the Liu Sade couple was finally shattered. This led to Xiao Lukai's later attempt to steal a gun and assassinate the celestial dragons. Xiao Lukai was very perceptive. He knew that with the tight security around the celestial dragons, he was destined to fail. However, his true intention was to drag the ruthless Lu Said and Olive down with him. Unfortunately, Xiao Lukai had not run far before being captured and brought back by the Lu Said couple, who, in their fury, beat him to death and ultimately discarded his body in the wilderness. In the past 2 years, when Lu Kai endured great torment, he pointed the source of all his pain at the Lu Said couple and the celestial dragon Dorjala Shum, especially the Lu Said couple. Such people do not deserve to live in this world. That is why Lu Kai is so eager to go to Gaocheng. If he doesn't kill the Lu Said couple, he will never find peace in his life. Moreover, with Lu Kai's current strength, as long as he is a little careful, it is entirely possible to achieve this. System: check basic attributes. While heading to Gaocheng, Lu Kai began to check his attributes as per his daily routine. Lu Kai, human male, 8 years old, character level, 17 attribute value, 292 status, tired fruit ability, none mastered skills, Navy 6 styles, Soru proficiency, beginner, Jeppo proficiency, beginner, Rankyaku proficiency, novice, destruction fist, a martial art that can release a short-range destructive force, enhancing the instantaneous explosive power of punches. With a certain degree of penetrating power, proficiency, beginner, observation hockey, an ability to strongly sense the presence of others. It allows reading the location, number, and next actions of enemies outside of the line of sight, a natural ability of a person. Proficiency, beginner, carried items, none carried weapons, none one. System function, guidance, provides the host with the most scientific and accurate guidance based on the projects that the host has mastered and is a beginner in during training. 2. Scan 1. Can scan the basic attributes of characters within 10 meters who are not more than 5 levels above the host, up to 3 times a day. Current usage, 33. 3. Scan 2. Can scan the basic attributes of all objects touched by the host, up to 3 times a day. Current usage, 33. 4. Healing. As long as the host is not dead, it can heal the host body to its optimal state. Available uses, 11. Cooldown time, 1 year. 5. Reset, passive. Every day at 6 o'clock a.m., completely clears all negative states caused by training, fighting, injury, poisoning, etc. from the previous day. Available uses, 0-1, cooldown time, 1 day. The attribute value provided by the system is a comprehensive value that includes all basic physical attributes such as vitality, strength, body strength, explosive power, stamina, recovery ability, agility, etc. The level is a quantitative standard for measuring attribute values. The higher the attribute value, the higher the level. According to the system's classification, the average attribute value for an adult at 18 years old is 3, and the average attribute value for a trained Navy headquarters private is 10. Lu Kai also wondered if the system referenced the combat power values of CP9 from the pirate world when making such classifications. This is because both attribute values and combat power values are based on the average of ordinary Marine soldiers, which is also 10. However, in reality, attribute values and combat power values are quite different. Combat power values only test pure strength, while attribute values are a comprehensive reflection of all the fundamental attributes related to a person. Attribute values are more like the attribute points in a game, with a specific allocation to defense, health, speed, health recovery, or attack power depends on the individual. Therefore, looking solely at attribute values does not indicate a person's specific attribute tendencies. In the pirate world, there are individuals with extremely tough bodies but weak attack power, like the guy in the jacket. There are also those whose natural defense is average but rely mainly on hockey for defense, yet have unparalleled attack power, like Garp and Roger. Nevertheless, attribute values still have a high reference value, as this intuitive quantitative standard is very practical. Over the past 2 years, under the system's guidance, Lu Kai has been training continuously, and his basic attributes have reached 30 times that of a third-class Marine soldier, which is quite extraordinary for an 8-year-old child. As he approached the city, Lu Kai chose not to use moonwalk to travel, but instead opted to scale the wall, carefully making his way using observation hockey. Although Lu Kai was eager for revenge, he was not reckless. Over the years, countless people had rebelled against the nobles. Yet the nobles had always been able to rest easy. The fundamental reason was that there was a powerful army in the High City, the High City Guard. This unit was so formidable that even the strong Terra did not dare to confront it directly, let alone Lu Kai. Moving openly in the air was too conspicuous. So Lu Kai chose the most prudent way to advance. Otherwise, if he were spotted, everything would be in vain. Lu Kai came to seek revenge on the Lu Said couple without informing Terra, because as the leader of the resistance, Terra had to be responsible for the lives of tens of thousands of people under his command. Perhaps out of gratitude, Lu Kai might have asked for his help if he acted, but doing so would be too irresponsible towards the resistance. Furthermore, revenge was Lu Kai's personal matter, and he didn't want anyone to interfere. Half an hour later, Lu Kai successfully crossed the lower city and entered the upper city. After determining the direction, Lu Kai first used observation hockey to sense the situation around him, and then, using the buildings and trees for cover, he hurriedly made his way to Lu Said's home. However, upon arriving at Lu Said's doorstep, Lu Kai felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment, as he did not sense the presence of Lu Said and Olive. Nonetheless, he was determined to kill Lu Said and Olive today, so Lu Kai planned to sneak in and ask someone for information. As a marquee, Lu Said's manor is quite large, with more than a dozen guards in the courtyard alone. However, these guards are not part of a professional guard team. They are recruited by Lu Said himself, and mainly responsible for watching over the house and grounds. Their combat abilities are somewhat stronger than those of ordinary people, but they cannot compare to the members of a guard team. At this moment, these guards are standing relatively far apart, which gives Lu Kai an opportunity. Lu Kai seemed to transform into a demon. In his eyes, the guards were no longer human, but rather lambs waiting to be slaughtered, while he himself was a beast, hungry for a long time and ready to hunt. As the fervent excitement and intense bloodlust surged within him again, Lu Kai's eyes turned red, filled with bloodshot veins. After executing the shave technique, Lu Kai's body vanished from its original spot and then appeared like a ghost behind one of the guards. Before the guard could sense anything, Lu Kai grabbed his head and, with a strong twist of his hands, the guard instantly fell silent. Lu Kai-shun swiftly drew the dagger from the waist of the guard, and in a flash, disappeared into the night. 3 seconds later, Lu Kai appeared in front of another guard. The guard, startled by Lu Kai's sudden appearance, was about to shout, but Lu Kai's left hand quickly covered his mouth. At the same time, the sharp dagger had already pierced the guard's neck, cutting through his carotid artery and trachea, preventing him from making any sound. The moment the dagger was pulled out, blood gushed out violently, splattering onto Lu Kai. Some even entered Lu Kai's mouth, making him feel an indescribable sweetness. The guard slowly collapsed, his eyes filled with terror and unwillingness. A few meters away from this guard, 2 other guards were huddled closely together, whispering about something, occasionally glancing around as if afraid someone would catch them slacking off. Lu Kai suddenly appeared behind the 2 guards, his small hands unexpectedly gripping their chins and twisting forcefully. The heads of both men immediately spun 180 degrees, and they could no longer enjoy a pleasant face-to-face chat. Next, Lu Kai kept appearing beside the remaining guards. A minute later, all those guards lay silently on the ground. The entire courtyard was devoid of any living presence. Only an excessive silence and a strong smell of blood lingered in the air. This was Lu Kai's second time killing. However, he felt no fear of murder. Instead, he experienced an extreme sense of satisfaction, feeling incredibly refreshed, as if he was born for slaughter. He stepped over the corpses with eyes devoid of any pity, as if what he had done was merely a trivial matter. After finishing all this, Lu Kai jumped through an open window on the 2nd floor of the manor. In the corridor on the 2nd floor, a plump figure was sneaking out of Lu Said's study. Upon seeing that the coast was clear, the figure let out a sigh of relief and then tiptoed down the stairs. Lu Kai, peeking from the corner at the other end of the corridor, revealed a cruel smile upon witnessing this scene. He was very familiar with this plump man and recognized him as Lu Said's butler. Lu Kai had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for this butler. As the most loyal lackey of the Lu Said couple, the butler was always the most active accomplice in their many dirty deeds. Unexpectedly, this loyal butler had taken advantage of Lu Said's absence to sneak into his study and steal something. Truly a paragon of loyalty. However, this had nothing to do with Lu Kai. In the next moment, unable to suppress his inner turmoil any longer, Lu Kai suddenly kicked off the ground and charged at the butler, while simultaneously gathering power in his right fist. He appeared right in front of the butler in an instant. At that moment, it felt as if Lu Kai had channeled all the frustration, hatred, resentment, anger, and unwillingness he had suppressed for the past 2 years into his right fist, delivering a devastating punch to the butler's temple. The butler didn't even have time to grunt. His entire head suddenly burst open like a watermelon, with blood and brain matter splattering everywhere, instantly staining half of the corridor red. Looking at the lifeless body on the ground, Lu Kai felt a refreshing clarity an indescribable sense of relief washing over him, and much of the frustration from not finding the Lu Said couple dissipated. But just then, amidst the strong smell of blood, Lu Kai suddenly caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance, which startled him. Following the direction of the scent, he charged down the stairs like a ravenous dog and suddenly plunged into the brightly lit kitchen. In the kitchen, the chef was busily preparing meals for the manor's residents. Happily humming a tune while cooking, Lu Kai's sudden appearance startled the chef. Just as the chef was about to shout, his eyes met Lu Kai's blood-red gaze filled with killing intent, causing him to quickly cover his mouth, not daring to make sound. Looking at the late-night snack prepared on the kitchen table, Lu Kai's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and then he rushed forward, grabbing a handful and shoving it into his mouth. Before he could even savor the taste of the food, he grabbed another handful and stuffed it into his mouth. Like a starving ghost reincarnated, he completely ignored the chef beside him, recklessly devouring the food whose taste he had long forgotten. When he started to choke, he gulped down water in large mouthfuls. However, his eating actions did not pause for a moment. Although Lu Kai had just ruthlessly killed the guards and the housekeeper, he had no intention of harming the chef. This chef had always been just a simple cook in the manor, never heard of stepping out of line, even a little. Although Lu Kai has mental issues and has become bloodthirsty and violent, he can still distinguish right from wrong and will do his best to restrain his desire to kill if it is not necessary. Lu Kai doesn't know how to describe his current personality. His nature is kind, and the younger Lu Kai was even kinder, with the two kinds of kindness having long since merged together. However, before the younger Lu Kai died, he was filled with intense hatred, and in the past 2 years, he has accumulated endless hatred, with both kinds of hatred also merging together. The completely different qualities of kindness and hatred have together formed Lu Kai's current character. So if he had to be described with a single term, it would be resentful of evil. Lu Kai cannot stand seeing a kind person suffer or an evil person being arrogant. This is one of the reasons why his spirit has been constantly tormented over the past 2 years. He has always witnessed good people suffering, enduring hardships, and dying tragically, while the arrogant and rampant individuals living well are all evil people. Why do good people not live long, while calamities plague the world for 1,000 years? Lu Kai wants all kind-hearted people to live well, while also wanting to eliminate all the evil people in the world. After all the food visible to the eyes has been consumed, Lu Kai is not satisfied. Instead, he is fixated on a beautiful food box. Lu Kai unhesitatingly grabbed the food box and forcefully tore open the lid that could have been opened with just a light touch. Looking at the exquisite food inside, his eyes sparkled again. The chef beside him had no time for fear, replaced instead by shock. The food he had prepared was meant for everyone in the residence, including more than a dozen guards and all the servants. Moreover, those guards had particularly large appetites, consuming twice as much as an average person. Yet, so many portions of food were swept away by Lu Kai like a whirlwind. He didn't even spare the food box prepared for Lu Said, who was still in the hospital. After finishing all the food, Lu Kai was still not satisfied. Instead, he turned and stared at the chef, slowly walking towards him. This scene frightened the chef so much that his soul seemed to leave his body, and he collapsed to the ground. The chef trembled violently, his mouth opening and closing as if trying to say something, but he couldn't utter a word because the murderous aura emanating from Lu Kai was simply too overwhelming. Upon reaching the chef, Lu Kai suddenly grabbed his arm. Just when the chef was resigned to his fate, Lu Kai yanked him aside. Then, without even glancing at the chef, Lu Kai directly opened the enormous refrigerator behind him and began to rummage through it frantically. Anything he deemed edible was stuffed straight into his mouth, and he swallowed without even chewing. At this moment, Lu Kai seemed like an insatiable bottomless pit, his small body consuming an amount of food that was clearly disproportionate to his size. However, as soon as the food entered Lu Kai's stomach, it was instantly digested and transformed into energy for his body. It wasn't until there was no longer anything in the fridge that could be directly eaten that Lu Kai reluctantly stopped, letting out a satisfied burp. A wave of intense satisfaction surged from the depths of Lu Kai's heart. For the past 2 years, Lu Kai had been tormented by a near-death hunger. With such a heavy workload every day, and after returning to his cell to continue training for 4 more hours, how could 3 loaves of bread possibly be enough? Moreover, later on, the one-eyed dragon, in a bid to torment Lu Kai, under the guise of wanting to see if Lu Kai would starve, had not provided him with any food for 6 months. In the dead of night, tormented by hunger to the point of despair, Lu Kai could only choose to gnaw on his own flesh to stave off starvation time and again. Only Liu Kai knew that what he consumed was not his own flesh, but endless hatred. At this moment, finally eating decent food, Liu Kai felt both his body and mind were filled. However, this feeling came quickly and left just as fast. Soon, Liu Kai's eyes turned cold again. After tying up the chef, Liu Kai turned and rushed out of the manor, making his way at top speed to the hospital in the high city that catered to nobles. Just moments ago, Liu Kai had inquired about the whereabouts of the chef Liu Sade and his wife, and received an answer. A few days prior, Olive had given birth to another son for Liu Sade. However, this child was born frail and required care in the hospital. So both Liu Sade and Olive chose to stay at the hospital to look after him. This was not because they had suddenly become humane, but because for nobles, having no heirs meant the end of their title's lineage, which would subject them to ridicule from other nobles. Naturally, Liu Sade, who valued his noble status above life itself, did not wish to see this son die shortly after birth, turning himself into a laughingstock among other nobles. Liu Kai, however, did not care about the twists and turns among the nobles. All he needed to know was the location of the Liu Sade couple, and then find them and kill them. If time allowed, Liu Kai wouldn't mind letting Liu Sade experience what hell on earth truly meant. Liu Sade, Olive, I won't be at peace until I kill you, and you deserve to die, Liu Kai murmured through gritted teeth as he ran. However, after running 3 miles, a piercing alarm echoed through the sky. Liu Kai raised his head sharply upon hearing the alarm, his expression turning extremely grim, but he quickly understood what was happening. Just a moment ago, he had only tied up the servants of the Liu Sade manor and hadn't killed anyone. At this moment, someone must have found a way to trigger the alarm, to better protect the safety of the nobles. Every noble's home in the high city of the Raphia Kingdom was equipped with an alarm system. Any noble in danger could press a button to send out an alarm, and once the alarm was triggered, the sound would ring out just like it was now. The guards responsible for protecting the nobles would immediately drop everything and rush out at the fastest speed upon hearing the alarm. The Raphia Kingdom was a nation with powerful military strength, and the members of the guard were not to be trifled with. Liu Kai knew very well that he had no chance against this army. If it were a one-on-one encounter with an ordinary guard member, Liu Kai might have some hope. But this was a team of over 500 people. If they swarmed him, he would likely be torn to shreds in an instant. Since returning to the high city, Liu Kai had been consumed with thoughts of revenge, and now, hearing the alarm, he was reminded of its existence. But it was already too late for regrets. After all, the alarm in the high city hadn't sounded for decades. So even the young Liu Kai, upon hearing that there were alarm buttons in his home, had never taken it to heart, because in the eyes of the vast majority of nobles, no fool would dare to offend them. With the memories of the young Liu Kai fused into him, Liu Kai's impression of this was even fainter. However, he was still unwilling to accept this. Just as he was about to reach the hospital, was he really going to fall short at the last moment? Under the intense sense of urgency, Liu Kai's speed increased once again, and just as he was about to reach the hospital, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and blocked his path. It was a strong, middle-aged man dressed in the guard's uniform. Liu Kai did not stop. Instead, he threw a punch at the figure's face without hesitation. However, the scene he anticipated of the opponent flying backward did not occur. The opponent shrank his body, crossed his arms in front of him to protect his head, and used his hands to block Liu Kai's punch. The man merely slid back 2 meters before coming to a halt after Liu Kai's heavy punch. Get out of the way. Suddenly intercepted, Liu Kai became furious and immediately activated Shave, attempting to change direction and rush into the hospital from the side. However, the man swiftly shifted his position, blocking Liu Kai once again, and then engaged in a series of exchanges, forcing Liu Kai back and not giving him a chance to approach the hospital. Scan the opponent's attributes, Liu Kai thought, gritting his teeth and commanding the system. Mattis, human. Male. 37 years old, character level. 19 attribute value. 375 status. Good fruit ability. None skills mastered. Military fist. A type of fist technique created by the guard aimed at killing. Proficiency. Advanced. Shadow step. A type of movement used by the guard that significantly increases short-distance movement speed through a series of basic footwear combinations. Proficiency. Advanced. Carried items. None carried weapons. None. Liu Kai glanced at the attributes of the man on the panel. His expression suddenly became serious. The man named Mattis was very strong compared to Liu Kai now. The system categorizes skill proficiency into 5 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. Any skill or technique that Liu Kai comprehends the principles of is classified as beginner. However, there is still a significant gap between being a beginner and being able to use it effectively. After all, theory is just theory, and practical application requires long-term training. Once he is able to use it, the proficiency is classified as intermediate. However, intermediate proficiency only indicates that one can use it. Although the shave step is much more advanced than the phantom step, Liu Kai's proficiency in the shave step is only intermediate, while Mattis has already trained the phantom step to an advanced level. Therefore, their speeds are almost comparable. In terms of punch strength, Liu Kai's collapsed fist is quite remarkable and also superior to the military boxing. However, similarly, Liu Kai's collapsed fist is only at intermediate proficiency, while Mattis's military boxing has reached an advanced level. Additionally, Mattis is 2 levels higher than Liu Kai, with attribute values exceeding Liu Kai by 80 points. Thus, his strength is greater, and the punches he throws are even stronger than Liu Kai's. The only advantage Liu Kai has is his observation haki. However, Mattis possesses far more combat experience than Liu Kai. Meanwhile, Liu Kai's obsession and urgency to kill the Liu-Kid couple are disrupting his observation haki. Thus, facing a Liu Kai who is not calm enough and whose observation haki is somewhat disordered, Mattis does not fall behind at all in the short term. If it were in absolute darkness, Liu Kai would naturally have a definite advantage. But now it is daytime, and Liu Kai cannot break through. Moreover, in Liu Kai's perception, there are several auras quickly approaching nearby, one of which is stronger than Mattis and should belong to a squad leader-level expert. Just when Liu Kai thought revenge was hopeless and was gritting his teeth, preparing to escape, his gaze suddenly changed sharply, fixating intently on the entrance of the hospital. In that direction, a figure that Liu Kai had been thinking about day and night appeared. The moment Liu Kai saw that person, he immediately shouted, "Liu Sade." The voice echoed through the sky, startling everyone nearby, including Liu Sade, who had been drawn out by the commotion outside to check the situation. Liu Sade looked at Luke in horror, but he couldn't recognize Luke in his current state, so he struggled to think about Luke's identity. Among the people Liu Sade had killed, many were around Luke's age, and he had never thought that Luke could be alive, so he hadn't connected it to him at all. "Liu Sade, I've come back from hell to take your life," Luke gritted his teeth and said. After that, Luke immediately used the shave technique and charged towards Liu Sade recklessly. Mattis was not to be outdone either. He quickly moved forward again and threw a punch at Luke's chest. Liu Kai, however, did not dodge or evade this time and directly took the punch. A dull thud echoed from Liu Kai's chest, but he used the momentum from his forward charge and the incoming punch to bypass Mattis and roll to the side. After rolling to the ground, Liu Kai was already 3 meters away from Mattis. Ignoring the intense pain in his chest, Liu Kai stomped the ground and executed the shave technique, rushing towards Lucid at high speed. As Lucid drew nearer, a figure suddenly appeared beside Liu Kai, and a foot, sharp as a guillotine, swept against Liu Kai's waist, sending him flying several meters away. The force of this kick was immense. Liu Kai crashed heavily against the hospital wall and then awkwardly fell to the ground, severely injured. The newcomer was a man as strong as a bear, the same person Liu Kai had sensed earlier, emanating an even stronger aura. However, the situation did not give Liu Kai any time to recover, as the figure was already charging towards him. Liu Kai suddenly pushed off the ground, his body bouncing up into the air. Ignoring the rushing bear, he suddenly felt something and swiftly kicked towards Liu Sade, who was over 10 meters away. A slashing strike emanated from the tip of Liu Kai's foot, flying directly towards Liu Sade. The Gale kick, using supersonic kicking speed to instantly compress the air, creating a vacuum around the compressed air, which then surged forward at high speed in a vacuum, producing a sharp slashing wave. The bear, who was about to reach Liu Kai, suddenly halted. Then, with a speed that even Liu Kai could barely see, it charged in front of Liu Sade. Just as the bear arrived, the slashing strike from Liu Kai's foot also hit, cleaving into the bear's back and splattering a stream of bright red blood. The bear, struck by the blow, roared in anger, abruptly turning around, only to find that Liu Kai had vanished from his original spot. At that moment, a furious roar filled with resentment suddenly came from afar. "Liu Sade, you old dog, wait for me. I will definitely come back for you. When that time comes, you will wish you could live or die." Following the direction of the voice, Liu Kai pressed hard on the spot where he had just been kicked in the chest, blood still oozing from the corner of his mouth. However, Liu Kai couldn't care less and desperately fled. He could sense that the bear's presence had not weakened much. Although Liu Kai had a moment of inspiration and used the Gale kick for the first time, its power was not strong enough to cause significant damage to the bear. Moreover, at the same time, several other presences were approaching the hospital. In this situation, killing Liu Sade had become impossible. If he didn't leave soon, Liu Kai would be in serious trouble. Not only would he lose the chance for revenge, but it would also allow Lu Sade to live in peace from then on. The only option left for Lu Kai was to escape. Fortunately, the mansions in the high city were tall and abundant in cover, and Lu Kai had awakened his observation haki, allowing him to sense others' presences and avoid them in advance. Therefore, despite the many members of the guard team being dispatched, they failed to find Lu Kai's trace for the time being. A bunch of useless trash. At the hospital entrance, Lu Sade shouted angrily at several members of the guard team, including the Bear Mathis. I've spent so much money on you for a year, and you can't even catch a little wild man. What use do I have for you? Lysander didn't know who Luca was, but he was right to say that Luca was a wild man. With disheveled hair, a filthy body, and bloodshot eyes, Luca indeed resembled a bloodthirsty savage. In front of Lysander stood 4 people, all with their heads lowered, allowing him to scold them without daring to make sound. You bunch of trash, useless people. You almost let me be killed in public. If anything happens to me, can you take responsibility for it? You call yourselves a guard squad. You might as well call yourselves a useless squad. Luzad's furious curses echoed endlessly, while the 4 members of the guard team turned red with embarrassment, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. If you guys can't find the person today, I will make you. Luzad was about to continue his angry tirade when a voice suddenly interrupted him. A red-haired woman in her early 30s, dressed in the uniform of the guard captain and wielding a beautifully crafted katana, appeared in front of everyone and slowly walked towards Luzad. Please calm down. My men have failed in their duty, causing you danger and trouble, and I apologize on their behalf, the red-haired woman said. However, I ask that you continue to trust us. The person who offended you will definitely not escape and will not have a good ending. It turned out to be Captain Lofi. Luzad's expression was still very grim, but he suppressed his emotions and said, since you are personally here, I can give you this face. But listen well, if even you can't take down that bastard, none of your guard team will have a good outcome. The red-haired woman named Lofi did not respond, but slightly bowed to Luzad, took a few steps back, and then turned to walk towards the direction from which Luca's voice had come. As she walked, Lofi's body suddenly underwent astonishing changes. Black and white feathers quickly sprouted all over her body. A long bird's beak grew on her face. Her feet transformed into sharp claws, and her hands quickly turned into a pair of wings. In the end, Lofi completely transformed into a giant eagle standing 2 meters tall with a wingspan of 7 meters. With a powerful flap of her wings, the giant eagle soared into the sky and flew away rapidly. Within the tall city, trees were shrouded, and high buildings stood tall, originally intended for aesthetic purposes, but now had become Luca's best natural barrier. 8-year-old Luca was small and agile, coupled with his observation haki, which allowed him to sense all presences within a 2-mile radius. Using various obstacles like trees and walls, he managed to evade wave after wave of pursuit. The high city extended 20 miles from east to west and from north to south, but the guard team only had 500 members. Once the guard team could not find anyone in one area, they would search elsewhere. Thus, as time went on, personnel became more scattered, and in the vicinity of where Luca was hiding, the search teams became increasingly fewer. After dodging another wave of searches using his observation haki, Luca headed north. His target was the cliff at the northernmost edge of the high city. After this incident, the guard team would definitely strengthen the protection of Luzad. Having personally witnessed the combat power of the guard team, Luca did not believe he had any hope for revenge in the short term. Among the members of the guard team, the 2 he had encountered could match him, and one could easily crush him. The key point was that, based on their attire, one was just an ordinary member, and the other was merely a squad leader. Above the squad leader was the captain who led 100 men, and above that were the instructors responsible for training all members, the deputy instructor, and the vice captain. And then there was the commander, who was respected even by nobles and was said to possess terrifying strength, Captain Lofi the Eagle. If any one of these people found him, today would be a day of calamity. Once the alarm was sounded, the guard team would immediately seal off the high city, and they would not rest until Luca was found. Staying in the high city was extremely disadvantageous for Luca. If he were surrounded, the consequences would be dire. At first, Luca considered using moonwalk to travel in the air. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. This was because Lofi was known as Eagle Lofi, due to her being a Zoan-type devil fruit user who could transform into an eagle. The entire sky was Lofi's territory. If Luca took to the air, he would only meet a more tragic end. Now that the high city was sealed off, the only way to escape was the cliff to the north, as that was the only place where he might have a chance to flee and survive. However, while Luca was escaping, He did not know that a figure circling at an altitude of over 1,000 meters had locked onto him tightly. Moreover, all of his small movements were clearly visible. That figure was none other than the commander of the guard team, Eagle Lofi. As a Zoan-type devil fruit user, Lofi possessed extraordinary strength. Even at a height of a kilometer, she could see a small mouse on the ground clearly. No slight movement could escape her detection, let alone tracking a living person like Luca. Seeing Luca single-handedly outsmart her entire group of subordinates, evading detection among various buildings, trees, and bushes, Lofi couldn't help but feel annoyed. Very clever, are we? Since you want to play, I'll play along with you, Lofi muttered fiercely to herself. Then, as she circled directly above Luca, she suddenly emitted a sharp cry that resonated through the sky. Hearing the sound, Luca abruptly looked up but found nothing visible. However, he immediately sensed danger and hurriedly quickened his pace while constantly thinking of countermeasures. Because the sound from above was something Luca had instantly recognized. The members of the guard team, searching for Luca, also heard the sound, and they suddenly all stopped and began to converge towards the direction from which the sound had come. This was the tacit understanding among the guard team members, as they knew that the commander was personally guiding them. Sensing the change in the movement of the guard team members, Luca felt a headache coming on. Within his perceptible range, he noticed that there were already 7 or 8 more presences in a short time, and the number was rapidly increasing. Although these people had not yet found Luca, it was only a matter of time before they did. After scanning his surroundings, Luca paused for a moment and then suddenly changed his direction, heading east. At the same time, his mode of movement changed. He no longer used various cover for concealment, but directly scaled the walls of a noble's residence, quickly passing through the courtyard of the noble mansion. Lofi in the sky frowned slightly, unsure of what Luca was up to. However, she was not worried at all, as Luca was absolutely unable to escape her sight. Initially, Lofi was concerned that Luca might pose a threat to the nobles. But seeing Luca merely traversing the nobles' courtyard without any intention to attack them, she relaxed her vigilance. After all, he was just a child. Even if he had a bit of strength and was unforgivable, he was still immature and could not draw Lofi's attention. However, having a little plaything was not bad. At least it could help pass the time. Below, Luca was using his observation hockey to the fullest, constantly sensing those presences and their movement trajectories, evading as he moved forward. He realized that the person above seemed to want to toy with him. However, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Luca's mouth. You want to play with me? Fine, this is your own doing. As he entered another courtyard, Luca prepared to cross it, as usual. However, halfway there, right in front of the villa's main entrance, Lukai suddenly changed direction and used Shave to dash towards the door. Shave, in an instant, 36 seconds. It involves rapidly stepping on the ground dozens of times to generate explosive reactive force for high-speed movement. The speed of Shave is so fast that it seems to disappear to an ordinary person, but Lofi can see it clearly and immediately panics, flapping her wings with all her strength and diving down sharply. Lofi is not only an ability user, but her own strength is also very strong, which makes her wings even more powerful, allowing for a very fast flying speed. Lukai rushed through the villa's front door, and Luo Fei fell to the ground. However, before she could enter the villa, she witnessed a scene that filled her with immense regret and anger. Lukai had already appeared before Bald Man, one hand gripping his neck as if he could snap it at any moment. Luo Fei, right? Surprised? Unexpected? Lukai smiled and asked the red-haired woman who had regained her human form. You bastard. Shut up, did I allow you to speak? You piece of trash. Before Luo Fei could finish, Lukai's furious shout interrupted her. You're asking for death. Luo Fei's face turned crimson from Lukai's reprimand, and she reached for the knife at her waist. What? Are you going to make a move? Mr. Karsa, it seems your life isn't worth much. Lukai said to the bald man he was holding, showing no signs of worry. The bald man's name was Karsa, one of the 4 dukes of the Lafia kingdom, with a status second only to the royal family. Luo Fei, stop it, Karsa shouted urgently, sensing the intense killing intent from the wild man Lukai. Karsa's heart was filled with endless anger and strong dissatisfaction towards the guard team. He had been sitting at home peacefully when suddenly a wild man barged in, lifting him by the neck as if he were a chicken, potentially endangering his life. What a humiliation! Luo Fei's hand, which was about to draw the knife, froze in mid-air as she suppressed her anger, her eyes flickering continuously. He really is a ruthless person. Feeling Luo Fei's emotions and perceptions through her observation hockey, Lukai continued to smile. Are you planning to kill Karsa along with me before anyone else arrives? Then tell everyone that Karsa died at my hands? Before Luo Fei could act, Lu Kai suddenly shouted loudly towards the outside. Luo Fei, you have some nerve wanting to kill Mr. Karsa too. The loud shout startled Luo Fei, making her shiver. With a flushed face, she anxiously retorted, "You're talking nonsense." As she spoke, she quickly turned to look outside. At that moment, several figures appeared in the courtyard, members of the guard team who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. "What do you want?" Luo Fei asked with a dark expression. "Good question." Lu Kai chuckled lightly. "It's simple, let me go. Impossible." Luo Fei gritted her teeth. "Do you not understand the situation? Are you the one calling the shots now?" Lu Kai tightened his grip on Karsa, who immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, shouting, "Listen to him. Hurry and listen to him. Did you hear that? Since you've chosen to be a dog, you might as well kneel and obey. What do you have to be arrogant about?" Lu Kai looked at Luo Fei as if she were a fool, his eyes filled with mockery. At this moment, Luo Fei was trembling with anger, lowering her head to quickly think of a countermeasure. However, she sadly realized that she had no way to deal with Lu Kai. In that second, Luo Fei regretted it deeply. If she had acted to kill or subdue Lu Kai the moment she discovered him, none of this would have happened. Since Luke knows Karsar, it indicates that his sudden change in direction to escape was not impulsive, but rather premeditated. Moreover, Luke took advantage of her underestimation and playful attitude, turning the tables on her. As Lofi suspected, Luke certainly knew Karsar, and he also knew that Karsar was the highest-ranking and most distinguished noble among all the nobles nearby. Therefore, Karsar was Luke's first choice. Of course, if Lofi had come down earlier, and Luke couldn't make it here in time, he would have resorted to capturing other nobles for leverage. However, abducting someone of a lower rank would ultimately not be as effective as capturing Karsar. Lofi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Is this really a child? Who told me he was just a child? Can a child have such deep schemes? Finally, Lofi compromised and asked an incredibly curious question. Who exactly are you? I am a demon returned from hell, seeking vengeance on the satyr. Luke replied coldly. With Karsar's support, Luke smoothly reached the cliff at the northernmost edge of the high city. This cliff is the highest point in the entire Lafia kingdom. Due to its excellent visibility and beautiful scenery, the nobles built a huge observation deck here. Outside the observation deck is a cliff that rises 1,000 meters, with a vast bay below where the turbulent sea constantly washes against the cliffs, creating waves that crash spectacularly. At this moment, Lu Kai had no mood to enjoy the scenery. Although no one dared to attack him recklessly, he was surrounded by members of the guard team, numbering in the hundreds. I've done what I promised you. Can you let him go now? Luo Fei asked calmly as she saw Lu Kai standing on the very edge of the cliff. Do you really think I'm foolish? Lu Kai was amused by Luo Fei's words. You're a Zoan type, bird fruit, eagle form user. The sky is your territory. Once I let Karlsa jump down, won't you have me at your mercy? Luo Fei realized that her scheme had been seen through by Lu Kai at a glance. What do you want then? Very simple, Luo Fei. Step back 1,000 meters immediately. Lu Kai said in an undeniable tone. All right, you are something. Luo Fei gritted her teeth. She vowed she had never been so angry in her life, continuously mocked and toyed with by someone far inferior in strength. Yet she had no way out, as Duke Karlsa was in Lu Kai's hands. If Karlsa were to be killed by Lu Kai in front of so many people, the consequences would be unbearable for Luo Fei. After glaring at Lu Kai fiercely, she turned and strode away. Once Luo Fei stepped out of the range of his Kenbunchika haki, Lu Kai suddenly grabbed Karlsa and charged out of the viewing platform, plummeting towards the cliff below. This scene stunned all the members of the guard team, leaving them unable to react in time to stop him. However, before the two had fallen even a third of the distance, a giant eagle appeared in the sky above. With her incredible speed, Luo Fei had already spread her wings and was flying towards them the moment she saw Lu Kai jump off the cliff with Karlsa. As they continued to fall, Luo Fei was about to catch up, and Lu Kai suddenly threw Karlsa in another direction. However, to Lu Kai's surprise, Luo Fei did not chase after Karlsa, but instead continued flying towards him at high speed. Damn it, you crazy woman, Lu Kai said loudly, completely taken aback by Luo Fei's disregard for Karlsa's life. Go to hell, you bastard. As she approached Lu Kai, Luo Fei immediately transformed back into her human form. At the same time, she swiftly drew the exquisite sword at her waist, radiating an incredibly sharp aura, and aimed it at Lu Kai's head. In this critical moment, Lu Kai, having predicted Luo Fei's attack through his Kenbunchika haki, suddenly stepped into the void. executing the moonwalk technique he had not used in front of the guard team members before, propelling himself several feet away. Moonwalk, a technique derived from Soru. Using powerful leg strength to step on the air, generating strong levitation force that allows one to walk in midair. At this moment, Luo Fei's sword had already descended, cleanly severing Lu Kai's legs without any hindrance. Luo Fei felt regret that she did not behead Lu Kai, but she had no time to swing a second strike. Instead, she immediately transformed into a giant eagle and rushed towards Carlsa. Just as Carlsa was about to fall into the water, Luo Fei managed to catch him just in time. While Lu Kai's body and severed legs fell into the sea, Luo Fei had no intention of letting Lu Kai off. The moment Lu Kai threw Carlsa, she had already devised a strategy. Without Carlsa as leverage, Lu Kai was no different from an ant in her eyes. Thus, vowing to kill Lu Kai, Luo Fei circled over the sea with the unconscious Carlsa on her back, searching for Lu Kai's whereabouts. At this moment, only Lu Kai's severed legs floated on the surface of the sea, swaying with the waves, but Lu Kai's body was nowhere to be seen, no matter how hard she looked. After more than 10 minutes, as Carlsa woke up in a rage, Luo Fei finally gave up. Reluctantly, she let out a long howl and dove down, grabbing Lu Kai's legs with her claws and flying back up towards the cliff. Lu Kai had long left the place he fell and appeared on the sea several kilometers away. At this moment, he looked back at the enormous cliff that was almost out of sight with a sense of fear. He jumped out of the water and used Moon Step to search for floating objects to land on. Lu Kai's body showed no signs of injury. The moment he fell into the water, he used the system's healing function, instantly restoring himself to perfect condition, and miraculously, his legs grew back immediately. He then quickly dove below the surface of the sea, using sea walking to propel himself away at an astonishing speed. He only surfaced carefully to catch his breath when he could no longer hold it, and then continued to dive deeper, escaping into the distance. After fleeing for more than 10 kilometers, far from Lo Fei's line of sight, Lu Kai dared to stop and rest. However, at this moment, he fell into deep confusion because he didn't know where to go next. Should he go back and continue to assassinate Lu Said? This thought was certainly impractical for a long time, as the guard team would surely enhance their protection of Lu Said, making it difficult for Lu Kai to find an opportunity, and he might easily end up getting caught himself. Going outside the city was one option. In fact, if Lu Kai went outside the city, changed his hairstyle and outfit, he could disguise himself, and no one would recognize him. So, he thought about finding Terra and his rebels. But he quickly dismissed this idea because he was unwilling to return to the kingdom of Rafia. Being in the kingdom of Rafia would make Lu Kai uncontrollably want to kill Lu Said, almost like an instinct. In this state, Lu Kai would likely suffer torment at every moment. Without killing Lu Said, his thoughts could not be resolved, and now he was completely incapable of actually doing it. After much contemplation, Lu Kai felt that emulating Terra's initial decision to flee far away, out of sight and out of mind, was the best choice. Initially, Terra had left the kingdom of Rafia, fortunately reached the Flower Kingdom, and joined the 8 Treasure Navy, learning the 8-punch fist from the great pirate sharp Konqing Jiao. After becoming a master, Terra returned to the kingdom of Rafia to establish the rebel army. Lu Kai has a training system at his disposal, and as long as he is given time, it is inevitable that he will become stronger. There is really no need to show off his temporary abilities. After all, the guard forces in Gaocheng are extremely powerful, and if he rashly goes there, he might end up in serious trouble. As for whether he will have the same luck next time, Lu Kai does not hold much hope. A so-called miracle is already enough to be grateful for once. Now that he has escaped from a cage and enjoyed a hearty meal, combined with the previous killings, battles, and thrilling escapes, Lu Kai realizes that the emotions he had bottled up for 2 years have been greatly released. Although he couldn't kill Lu Said, his mental state is many times better than before. At this moment, what Lu Kai yearned for the most was to find a true master to teach him, allowing him to quickly enhance his strength. However, during this period, he had no idea where the masters in the West Sea were or who they were. Should he go to the Flower Nation like Terra? But Terra mentioned that it seemed like Xiang Jiao had taken his main fighting force to the Grand Line and was unlikely to return to the West Sea. This year was the 1488th year of the Sea Circle calendar, just 10 years away from the execution of Pirate King Roger, which marked the beginning of the Great Pirate Era. However, precisely because the Great Pirate Era had not yet begun, there were many strong individuals in various seas who had chosen to set sail as pirates, and they had not flocked to the Grand Line, resulting in many experts in the 4 major seas. But Lu Kai had no clue where these experts were. For Lu Kai, the urgent task was to leave the Rafia kingdom first, and once his strength was sufficient, he would return with force, making anyone who stood in his way pay the price they deserved. The next morning, at the southernmost port of the Rafia kingdom, a fleet flying a merchant flag had just finished loading goods and was conducting final checks. On the flagship's bow, a handsome young man in his late teens and a beautiful girl around 10 years old were leisurely enjoying the sea breeze. Finally going back, I didn't know it was so tiring to sail at sea. If I had known, I wouldn't have come with you. The girl stretched and complained. I told you it would be tough. Who told you to insist on coming? Although the young man seemed to be scolding the girl, his face was filled with indulgence as he replied with a smile. Isn't it because you didn't explain clearly? The girl muttered in dissatisfaction. When we get back, I want Sheena to make 100 of my favorite dishes to make up for all the food I missed during this time. Can you finish that many dishes? The young man chuckled, amused by the girl's words. Mind your own business, hum. The girl retorted without hesitation, and when I get back, I'm going to tell Sheena that you didn't take good care of me. No, no, no. The young man immediately panicked at her words and hurriedly said, If you really say that, Sheena will skin me alive. Fea, you mustn't say anything reckless. If you don't say anything, that's fine too. The girl named Fea pretended to hesitate. But you have to buy me 10 beautiful dresses. Hey, what do you take me for? Just tell me what you need. Well, have I not bought you something? Do you really need to threaten me? The young man relaxed his brows and smiled. It's precisely because you buy me whatever I want that I don't feel anything. Threatening is more interesting. It gives a sense of accomplishment from fighting for what I want. The girl said playfully, sticking out her tongue. All right, our Fea can have whatever she wants, the young man said. And throughout their conversation, the smile on his face never faded, the indulgence completely evident. That's more like it, Fea said proudly. Soon the fleet set sail. The young man somehow produced a deck chair, lazily lounging on it, basking in the sun and feeling the sea breeze, occasionally gazing blankly at the blue sky. Lost in thought, with a fleeting look of loneliness in his eyes, Fea also brought out a chair to sit next to the young man. But instead of being lazy like him, she held a thick book, focusing intently on reading. The book was filled with dense text, with some illustrations of plants in certain places. It was evidently a medical book. However, the girl was deeply immersed in it. During her reading, she would occasionally frown in thought, then relax her brow in realization, and sometimes a smile would involuntarily appear on her lips. The day passed just like that, with the sunset casting a red glow over the sea, dyeing the entire ocean crimson. The fleet of 12 ships sailed on the Red Sea, the wind filling the sails, creating a unique feeling. At that moment, the young man, who had been lying in the chair all afternoon without moving, suddenly frowned and seemed to sense something. Sitting up abruptly, Fea, who was engrossed in her medical book, was startled by the young man's sudden movement, almost dropping the book. Olin, what are you doing? You scare me. Seeing Olin's startled expression, Fea complained. Haha, Fea, brother found a food thief. Olin suddenly laughed heartily. Do you want to come with me to catch him? Catch a food thief? Hearing such an exciting thing, Fea immediately became interested. Where? Haha, brother will take you there right now. After saying that, Olin wrapped an arm around Fea's waist, lightly pushing off the deck with his toes, and the two floated several feet to the ship's edge. Olin then used his toes to push off the ship again, carrying Fea from the flagship to another ship in the fleet. However, Olin's movements did not stop. He pushed off the deck once more, and they floated to the outermost ship of the fleet, eventually landing on the deck. At this moment, in the ship's food storage room, a sneaky, small figure was urgently rummaging for something. As several burlap sacks were turned over, the figure's eyes suddenly lit up, and then it grabbed the food in front of it and frantically stuffed it into its mouth. Ha ha ha! On the deck, Olin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Are you crazy? Fea shot Olin an annoyed glare and scolded. No, I just think it's too funny. I want you to experience it, Olin replied, still smiling. Leading the way, the small figure, who was engrossed in eating, suddenly seemed to sense something and froze. Then, it cautiously got up and quietly leaped to a corner of the storage room, hiding its body. Feeling that this was still somewhat inappropriate, the figure grabbed 2 burlap sacks filled with goods and pressed them over itself. Only then did the small figure feel somewhat reassured and continued to feast on the food in its hands. However, as 2 presences drew closer, the small figure's heart raced. The presence of the one in front filled it with immense fear. That presence was incredibly strong, like a dazzling sun, making it impossible to ignore. It was the strongest presence the small figure had ever felt, without exception. As the storage room door opened, the figure in the corner immediately froze all its movements, not even daring to swallow. At the same time, It prayed in its heart that these two were just there to get something from the storage room. The newcomers were indeed Olin and Faya, and Olin gave Faya a knowing look. Without hesitation, he walked towards the corner where the figure was hiding. Then, Olin grabbed a burlap sack with each hand and abruptly lifted them. Before them stood a small boy with messy hair and ragged clothes, clutching a half-eaten cabbage in one hand and a half-eaten piece of dried meat in the other. The boy appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, his mouth stuffed full of food he hadn't had time to swallow, squatting on the floor with oil still dripping from the corners of his mouth, staring blankly at the two. Ha! Faya couldn't hold back any longer upon seeing the boy's appearance and burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. Ha ha ha. Olin also held his stomach and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Only that small figure remained dazed, staring at the two of them, laughing foolishly, feeling at a loss for words. After laughing for a while, Faya finally stopped and curiously looked at the boy in front of her, saying, "Are you hungry? You don't have to sneak food. Come on, I'll take you to the restaurant." Olin stopped laughing and stepped forward to pull the crouching boy up. However, unexpectedly, the boy suddenly jumped back like a startled beast, crashing heavily against the shelf with a loud thud, causing it to collapse. At the same time, the boy's eyes instantly turned blood red, filled with a chilling, killing intent, and he stared at Olin warily. The air suddenly became still. The first to react was the boy himself. As the blood color in his eyes faded away, confusion replaced it, and then he desperately swallowed the food in his mouth. Glancing at the wrecked shelf, the boy panicked and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Olin and Faya exchanged glances, losing their desire to make fun of him. Instead, they saw strong concern and compassion in each other's eyes. The boy's state was abnormal. Such a strong stress response typically only occurs in those who have experienced severe psychological trauma. Fortunately, the boy's thinking seemed normal. This boy was Luca, who had escaped from the kingdom of Lafia. The reason Luca behaved so strangely was that Olin's aura was too strong, even stronger than Terra's, far beyond what he could compare to at the moment. This strength triggered Luca's instincts to issue strong warnings, and having long been subjected to psychological stress, Luca lost control when Olin approached him. However, the kindness emanating from Olin quickly brought him back to his senses, though the shelf behind him was already in disarray. "You don't have to be afraid. I won't hurt you," Olin said softly, his tone suddenly becoming gentle. "You're hungry, aren't you? I'll take you to eat." Feeling the kindness from the young man and the girl, Luca took a deep breath and nodded. Seeing this, Olin smiled slightly and took the lead, with Faya following closely behind. After hesitating for a moment, Luca also lowered his head and followed them. In the flagship restaurant, dish after dish was served, and Luca couldn't help but feast, his eating habits and appetite leaving Olin and Faya stunned. They had never seen anyone's desire for food reach such a level. It was as if he were a starving ghost reincarnated. Throughout the meal, Olin and Faya didn't speak, just quietly watching Luca. It wasn't until Luca finished 20 people's worth of food that his movements gradually slowed down, and he finally stopped, looking at Olin and Faya with embarrassment. "Are you full? If not, there's more," Faya said thoughtfully, seemingly worried that Luca wouldn't have enough, even though his appetite had already shocked her. "I'm full." Luca thought of saying that he actually wanted more, but he knew it was just a psychological effect, because his body was indeed full and felt incredibly satisfied. "By the way, my name is Faya, and this is my brother Olin," Faya said with a smile, introducing herself. "My name is Luca. How did you end up on our ship?" Faya asked curiously. I was hiding in the sea not far from the port and sneaked on board after seeing your fleet set sail," Luca answered truthfully. "Do you know who we are?" Lu Kai shook his head. "Then do you know where we are going?" Lu Kai shook his head again. "Do you have a place you want to go?" Lu Kai finally nodded and said, "I want to go to the country of flowers." Lu Kai wanted to go to the flower country, hoping to try his luck. Although Terra said that Cone Green Pepper had already led his main forces away from the West Sea to the Grand Line and might not return in the short term. What if, at that time, as long as Lu Kai made his relationship with Terra clear with his age and strength, it was highly likely he could join the 8 Treasure Water Army. With Green Pepper's guidance, Lu Kai's strength would surely improve even faster. Upon hearing Lu Kai's words, Faya couldn't help but exchange a glance with Olin and said apologetically, "Little Lu Kai, I'm afraid we can't take you to the flower country for the time being." Olin also frowned and said, "Little Lu Kai, you may not know, but our fleet is heading to the Itakizia Kingdom, which is completely in the opposite direction of the flower country. If it were in the past, we could have taken you there. However, this time the cargo our fleet is carrying can only be preserved for 2 months at most with a round trip. But don't worry." Olin seemed to be afraid that Lu Kai would be sad and quickly assured him, "Next time, I will specifically make a trip for trade to the flower country and will definitely take you there. Lu Kai did not feel disappointed upon hearing this. Instead, he let out a sigh of relief. He could sense that Olin and Fea genuinely wanted to help. However, if the entire fleet of 12 ships and 400 to 500 people were to waste a few months just to make a special trip for him alone, he couldn't accept it, even if everyone was willing. What right did he have to receive such a great favor for no reason? For those engaged in maritime transport, time is money. The siblings did not hold a grudge against him for stealing food, even treating him to a hearty meal, and their willingness to temporarily take him in was already a tremendous kindness. If he were to make further requests, it would simply be ungrateful. By the way, little Lu Kai, are you from the Flower Kingdom? Fea asked with concern. Lu Kai shook his head and said, No, I've never been to the Flower Kingdom. Then why do you want to go to the Flower Kingdom? Fea asked. I heard there are many experts in the Flower Kingdom, and I want to go there to learn from a master, Lu Kai said seriously. Fea and Olin were speechless. Could he be a hot-blooded teenager running away from home? Did he have a conflict with his family and, out of anger, decide to leave home, planning to impress his family after mastering some skills? But at this age, after hesitating for a while, Fea couldn't help but ask, You're not running away from home, are you? Lu Kai smiled and said, Without a home, where would I run away from? Upon hearing this, Fea couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart. Although Lu Kai was speaking with a smile, Fea still sensed the undeniable loneliness in his tone. I'm sorry, Fea quickly apologized. Lu Kai shook his head nonchalantly and said nothing more. Aline and Fea also fell into silence, and the atmosphere suddenly became quite heavy. After a long while, Fea finally spoke up and asked, So why were you in the sea? For a moment, Lu Kai didn't know how to respond. It's okay, say it when you're ready. And if you don't want to say it, that's fine too. Fea quickly waved her hand, saying it in a very considerate manner. In fact, there's nothing I can't say. I escaped. Escaped? Yeah. I wanted to seek revenge on my enemy, but I was chased and intercepted by the guards in the high city of the Resolute Kingdom. In the end, I found a loophole in their defenses and managed to escape by luck. Upon hearing Lu Kai's words, Fea's eyes widened immediately, and Aline also looked incredulous. So, the incidents of wild men attacking nobles that we've heard about in the Resolute Kingdom in the past few days were caused by you? Fea suddenly stood up and quickly asked, Wild men attacking nobles? Lu Kai chuckled lightly and nodded. My goodness, Fea took a deep breath, sat back down in her chair, and looked at Lu Kai, who was only 7 or 8 years old, with a face full of disbelief. The wild men attacking nobles incident that occurred in the high city of the Resolute Kingdom had spread throughout the entire kingdom in the past few days, causing quite a stir. However, no one knew the inside story. The entire event was shrouded in mystery. But the more mysterious it was, the more intense the rumors became. In the end, the wild men who launched the attack were described as being 3 zhang tall, with green faces and sharp fangs, bloodthirsty, and delighting in eating people, becoming a terrifying existence. When Fea heard the rumors, she had even imagined what the wild men looked like in her mind. But now looking at Lu Kai, she could not connect the 7 or 8-year-old, small-framed Lu Kai with the rumored green-faced, sharp-toothed monster. Moreover, the most important thing was that Lu Kai had escaped from the guards. Aline, who had traveled extensively, naturally knew about the strength of the guards in the high city of the Resolute Kingdom. It was truly hard to believe that a 7 or 8-year-old child could escape from the guards after attacking a noble. Do you have a deep hatred for that noble? Fea transformed into a curious little baby, unable to contain her eagerness for the inside story, and cautiously asked, To the death. Can you tell me about it? Fea's gossiping heart could no longer be suppressed. Although she felt it might be a bit impolite, she still asked. Lu Kai shook his head, clearly not wanting to say much about the matter, and Olin and Fea did not press further. Instead, they started talking about other things, which allowed Lu Kai to learn some information. Their fleet came from a powerful country in the West Sea, Itakesia, which was not inferior to the Flower Kingdom. The purpose of the fleet's voyage was, of course, to trade between various islands, selling Itakesia's specialties or resources to countries or islands in need. At the same time, they procured materials or supplies that the Kingdom of Itakesia needed but lacked from other countries or islands. Olin and Fea were both from the Kingdom of Itakesia. Olin was the governor of the fleet, while Fea was purely curious about the life at sea and insisted on coming to have fun. This was her first time out at sea. After chatting for a while, the two assured Lu Kai that he could stay on the ship with peace of mind and guaranteed that he would be well fed at every meal. After leaving the dining room, Fea immediately arranged hot water for Lu Kai to take a hot bath. Olin started to clear a room, directly giving his large room to Lu Kai while he moved to another small room that was still vacant. In the bathroom, Lu Kai soaked in a large wooden tub filled with hot water, feeling an unparalleled comfort in every pore of his body. Such a bath was an incredibly luxurious experience for him. It was worth noting that the last time Lu Kai took a hot bath was 2 years ago. Over the past 2 years, he had been doing a lot of exercises every day, sweating profusely. He had also been living in a stinky shared room where he couldn't take a bath, so naturally, he carried a strong odor. At this moment, Lu Kai finally felt like he had stepped out of a cage. Joy began to surge within him, allowing him to experience true relaxation for the first time in 2 years. For a whole 2 years, Lu Kai did not live a life that a person should have. Just thinking about how he had been chatting with Olin and Fuya while being smelly and dirty made him feel very rude. However, the siblings showed no signs of disgust towards him throughout, which touched him deeply. Lu Kai did his best to clean his body, washing away much of the foul smell and dirt. However, the remaining stubborn residue would definitely not be cleaned away in just 1 or 2 baths. It would likely take a considerable amount of time. After all, the system's reset function and healing function only restored Lu Kai's body to a perfect state. But the smell on him was not something the system could manage. So, Lu Kai washed very carefully and enjoyed the bath. After finishing his shower, Lu Kai put on the clothes that Fuya had prepared for him and walked out of the bathroom. I didn't expect you to be so handsome. You must be a great-looking guy when you grow up. When Fuya saw Lu Kai come out, she immediately approached him, slightly stunned at the sight of his clean face. Fuya was not just waiting to see how Lu Kai looked after his bath. She was preparing to do something important. Lu Kai noticed that Fuya was holding a pair of scissors in her hand. Little Lu Kai, don't just stand there, come with me. Seeing that Lu Kai had finished bathing and changed his clothes, Fuya pulled him directly to a mirror. Then she shoved Lu Kai onto a chair with a strange smile on her face. Seeing this, Lu Kai felt a sense of foreboding as Fuya began to cut his hair. Having not cut his hair for 2 years, Lu Kai's hair had grown quite long, almost covering his face. With Fuya's vigorous actions, Lu Kai looked at himself in the mirror, feeling quite helpless. His hair was uneven, with some parts long and others short, as if a dog had chewed it. In front of the mirror, Fuya was going at it vigorously, while Lu Kai had completely given up resisting. Forget it, I'm tired. Let her do as she pleases. Wait, this is exactly how Grandpa Kong cuts hair. Fuya looked at Lu Kai's hairstyle in the mirror, clearly dissatisfied, frowning in confusion. Fuya, how about I do it myself? Lu Kai was on the verge of tears when he saw his reflection. What kind of skill could turn someone's hair into this? Little Lu Kai, you actually don't trust me? Fuya's temper flared up instantly, insisting she would try again. As Fuya kept trying, Lu Kai finally ended up with a new hairstyle, a bald head. To be fair, it did look quite spirited. Being bald wasn't so bad. Seeing Fuya's aggrieved expression, Lu Kai ended up comforting her, saying, after all, it's cooler. After getting his new hairstyle, Fuya arranged for Lu Kai to rest. However, he did not do so and instead began to feel a strong sense of discomfort. It had been nearly 10 hours since 6 in the morning, and Lu Kai had not started exercising. Once a habit is formed, it can be quite terrifying. Over the past 2 years, Lu Kai had turned exercise into a part of his life. It had even become more than a habit. It had become an instinct for him. Lu Kai has an extreme desire to become stronger. Over the past 2 years, he has persisted in training himself to the point of complete exhaustion every day. Now that he has escaped from his confinement and entered the vast world outside, his desire to become stronger has not diminished. In fact, it has intensified. Therefore, Lu Kai does not care about others' opinions and directly started his daily workout on the deck. After all, he needs to train every day, and if he cares about what others think, will he still be able to train in the future? In the past, Lu Kai could only train by moving boxes or secretly practicing in his cell. At this moment, he has completely shed such concerns. He can train whatever he wants and however he wants, which almost brings him to tears of joy. It turns out that being free to train is such a wonderful thing. Moreover, due to the ample space, whether it's training shave or moon step, Lu Kai can perform large-scale movement training. As for foundational training, there are many pieces of equipment on the flagship that Lu Kai can use freely with Olin's permission. The system's guidance has also changed completely because of Lu Kai's different training methods and the equipment he uses, resulting in a significant improvement in his training effectiveness. This is real training, Lu Kai thought to himself. The difference between this and merely moving boxes or doing unarmed exercises in his cell is like night and day. Not only that, but with sufficient energy replenishment, Lu Kai feels an endless supply of strength, leaving him unaware of what fatigue feels like. Liu Kai has always been very dissatisfied with the speed of his progress in training over the past 2 years, as many factors have limited his improvement. One important factor is that his energy intake has not kept up. The system's reset function ignores hunger and a lack of energy, causing Liu Kai to easily feel fatigue during workouts. Although he pushes himself to the point of exhaustion each time he trains, a significant amount of time is spent resting due to physical inability. If he could consume the right nutrition normally, Liu Kai's progress speed could at least double, and he would not have been so helpless when facing last night's predicament. After most of the training is over, Liu Kai goes to the stern of the ship to practice Rensoku against the sea. Although he performed Rensoku against the bear-like man for the first time, he cannot use it as freely now. Indeed, a desperate situation is the best way to unleash potential. While he is not as fluid as before, Liu Kai has mastered many techniques, though their effectiveness varies. The speed of his kick is too slow. He tries to generate power like cracking a whip, using the toes as the whip's tip. At the moment the toes strike, he must unleash all his power to achieve instant acceleration. The power output at the toes is incorrect. The angle should be larger. The toes have deviated from the path. As Liu Kai continues to experiment, mechanical sounds resonate in his mind. Having trained for a day and gained experience, his success rate in executing the Rensoku slash is steadily increasing. The next evening, many crew members gather in small groups after dinner, enjoying drinks and boasting. This is the daily life of many crew members. Aline sets up a lounge chair at the bow, lying on it while enjoying the breeze, occasionally staring at the blue sky in a daze. The ship's doctor, Grandpa Kong, grinds medicine powder on the deck, while Fuya diligently studies beside him, her eyes shining with enthusiasm, showing no signs of fatigue. This tranquility gives Liu Kai an immense sense of security, making him feel truly alive. After finishing dinner, Luke continued his seemingly boring training on the deck. He no longer had to face the filthy cage or endure abuse. Without worrying about his safety or confronting endless resentment, Luke felt exceptionally relaxed, and his mood during training became particularly different. Thus, 7 days passed. Brother Olin, can you teach me how to become stronger? Luke suddenly asked Olin during dinner on the evening of the 7th day. Olin was taken aback and replied, "Aren't you going to the Flower Kingdom to apprentice? Can't you wait?" Olin hesitated at that moment, and Fea, who was beside him, couldn't bear it any longer and said discontentedly, "Brother, this is little Luke's first time actively making a request. It's just a small effort for you. What is there to hesitate about?" After 7 days of getting to know each other, Fea had become quite familiar with Luke and was particularly caring towards him, so she couldn't help but speak up for him. Olin did not respond directly, but sighed and said, "Let's talk after dinner." After dinner, Olin took Luke to an empty warehouse on the flagship, and Fea followed him without refusal. After lighting a few candles for illumination, the three of them sat in a triangle in the warehouse. "Little Luke, after spending 7 days together, I know how much you desire power," Olin said first, "and you possess a maturity far beyond your peers, so I'll speak frankly. Your killing intent is too heavy. I don't know if it would be a mistake for me to guide you, although with your talent and effort, even without guidance. Becoming stronger is only a matter of time." Olin did not continue, but the implication was clear. He was worried that Luke would become a brutal and murderous person and did not want to be the one to plant that seed. Fea also fell silent, because even she could clearly feel how heavy Luke's killing intent was. Occasionally locking eyes with Luke would instill fear in her, and the other crew members felt the same way. It was as if Luke was about to charge at them and tear them apart at any moment, making them unconsciously walk around him. Liu Kai was well aware, but he couldn't control it. Even with the hope brought by the system, the self-torturous training suppressing emotions, and the joy of becoming stronger, the inhumane torment physically and mentally over the past 2 years was still enough to drive anyone mad. Liu Kai is not crazy. It's because the system has given him hope. However, for the past 2 years, Liu Kai has been surviving by devouring his hatred. This level of hatred cannot be resolved by just 1 or 2 outbursts. "So, little Liu Kai, may I ask why you want to become stronger?" Aline looked at Liu Kai seriously and inquired. "I want to kill all the evildoers in this world," Liu Kai replied, his killing intent surging forth. Aline and Fuya were speechless. Just when they said he was too bloodthirsty, he ended up saying something even more menacing. Aline sighed and continued to ask Liu Kai, "Little Liu Kai, then what kind of person is a good person, and what kind of person is an evildoer?" Liu Kai was momentarily taken aback. In other words, Orion continued, "If a person has done good deeds all their life but then commits one bad act, are they considered a good person or a bad person? And if someone has done many bad things but ultimately has a profound realization and goes on to help many people, Should you still kill him? Or, what about a person who has a dark heart but has never done anything bad? Are they a good person or a bad person? And if someone has never thought of harming others but is forced by circumstances to do things that are considered bad, are they evil? Liu Kai fell into deep thought upon hearing this. For the past 2 years, he had been consumed by hatred, never taking the time to reflect on this issue. With Ali's question, Liu Kai began to ponder seriously. Little Liu Kai, great good is also great evil. Your desire to eliminate evil is commendable, but your thoughts are too extreme. Ali didn't give Liu Kai much time to think and continued. Those who possess weapons naturally develop a killing intent. Those in power must be cautious. Those who possess weapons naturally develop a killing intent. Liu Kai repeatedly pondered this sentence and suddenly had an epiphany. He was not stupid. He just hadn't thought in this direction for the past 2 years. However, great power is a double-edged sword. If one cannot control their desires, the stronger the power, the greater the disaster. The definition of good and evil is inherently vague. How should one judge? Should it be defined solely by one's own likes and dislikes? That is not goodness. That is great evil, a kind of indifference that places personal will above the lives of others. So, Xiao Liu Kai, I ask you again, why do you want to become stronger? Olin continued to ask. Yes, why do you want to become stronger? To escape that cage? But now that you have escaped the cage, why is the desire for strength not only not diminished, but instead grown stronger? For revenge? Revenge is just a small part of Liu Kai's desire to become stronger. Even if the great revenge is achieved, Liu Kai would still constantly seek ways to become stronger. Why is that? Because I am too weak? It seems that is indeed the case. Because I am too weak, I cannot protect Rubis. I cannot kill the celestial dragon to avenge her. Because I am too weak, I almost died at the hands of the Lu Sade couple. Because I am too weak, I was caught in the flower factory. Because I am too weak, I suffered enslavement and torment. Because I am too weak, I cannot help those enslaved children. Because I am too weak, I cannot kill the Lu Sade couple and almost died at the hands of Lofi. Because I am too weak, I have to endure all of this. Liu Kai has unconsciously attributed all his misfortunes to his weakness. He has formed a belief, as long as I become powerful, I can change everything and escape all pain and torment. But if I am not strong enough, all the suffering he endures will cling to him like a nightmare, as if trying to drag him back into the abyss. Only by constantly becoming stronger, becoming even stronger, can he feel secure. The desire to become stronger has become an instinct for Liu Kai, integrated into his beliefs and life. However, Liu Kai finds it difficult to articulate this. He only knows that he has a strong fear of inadequacy. Organizing his thoughts, Liu Kai suddenly said, word by word, through gritted teeth, I don't want to give anyone the opportunity to imprison me, to torture me, to torment me. Only when I become stronger can I escape the abyss forever and completely free myself from all this pain. As Liu Kai spoke, his gaze was incredibly cold, and he clenched his fists tightly. It was as if he was making a vow to himself, more like an accusation against this world. The intensity of his hatred made both Olin and Fuya feel a chill throughout their bodies, yet it also evoked a strong sense of empathy in them. Imprisonment? Abuse? Torture? Abyss? Olin and Fuya saw a strong shock in each other's eyes, and Fuya's eyes instantly reddened, tears welling up. Fuya's perspective on Liu Kai was different from others. On the contrary, she firmly believed that Liu Kai's extreme propensity for violence must stem from inhumane torment. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be this way. At the same time, Fuya was filled with curiosity about Liu Kai, always wanting to know what he had gone through, but she hesitated to ask, fearing she might touch on painful memories for him. While others felt fear towards Liu Kai, Fuya only felt sympathy, firmly believing that Liu Kai was inherently good and could never hurt her. Thus, apart from the strong and fearless Olin, Fuya was the only one who overcame her fear of Liu Kai to actively approach him and take care of him meticulously. At this moment, having finally received confirmation from Liu Kai, Fuya only felt heartache. At just 8 years old, what kind of torment could lead him to speak such words with gritted teeth? Little Liu Kai, can you tell us about your past? Fuya suddenly asked. This time, Fuya was not being nosy. She simply wanted to understand Liu Kai better and find out how to help him more effectively. I don't dare to say. I'm afraid it will scare you, Liu Kai said hesitantly. Olin, however, scoffed dismissively and said, Little Liu Kai, you think too little of us. What kind of storms haven't we seen? No matter what you say, you can't scare us. Liu Kai remained silent. Fuya, being very considerate, said, Little Liu Kai, if you don't want to talk, it's okay. But if you're worried about us, there's no need to. I'm not afraid of anything. All right. Seeing Olin's confidence and Fuya's concern for him, Liu Kai decided not to hide anything from them anymore. He said, "Actually, it's a complicated story, but it all started 2 years ago when I assassinated a celestial dragon." Cough, cough. Olin, who had been calmly drinking water a moment ago, suddenly choked and uncontrollably sprayed the water out. He looked at Liu Kai as if he were a monster, his eyes filled with fear. 2 years ago, 5 or 6 years old, assassinating a celestial dragon. What is wrong with this world? Is there something wrong with my ears? Am I asleep or awake? This must be a dream, right? Seeing Olin's extreme reaction, Liu Kai was not surprised, as he had intentionally said this. Firstly, Liu Kai believed that Olin and Fuya were trustworthy. Once he said it, he had said it. And generally, even if someone heard about the celestial dragons, they would keep their distance and wouldn't report it. After all, no one wants to draw fire to themselves. The person who reports would likely face retribution from celestial dragons. Want to climb the social ladder? Not possible, because those from the lower realm are not even considered human in the eyes of the celestial dragons. Secondly, after 7 days, the brother and sister had been too good to him. Liu Kai didn't want to deceive them, so he decided to drop a bombshell. If they wanted to continue listening, Liu Kai was naturally willing to keep talking. If they were too scared to listen, he wouldn't bring up his past again. Thirdly, Liu Kai's desire for revenge against Dorjula was still strong. If he got too deeply involved with Olin and Fuya, what would happen to them? The better they treated Liu Kai, the less he wanted to put them in danger, so he decided to scare them off. However, at that moment, Fuya suddenly asked, "What is a celestial dragon?" Celestial dragons are, Liu Kai was about to explain, but Olin interrupted him, gritting his teeth and saying with undisguised hatred, "A bunch of trash. Parasites of the world, doing all kinds of evil, infamous scum." After hearing Olin's words, Liu Kai couldn't help but show an odd expression on his face. "Big brother, I can scold them, but do you really have to join in?" However, he couldn't help but feel a little touched. Could there really be people this evil? Fuya covered her small mouth in surprise. "Yes," a cold voice replied, and it was still Olin. Fuya couldn't help but look at Olin with unprecedented eyes. At that moment, Olin gave her an unfamiliar feeling. She had never seen the usually gentle Olin display such a fierce, predatory gaze. "Little Liu Kai, you're much stronger than I am," Olin said self-deprecatingly as he looked at Liu Kai. "I used to not even have the courage to curse at those bastards who destroyed my home and slaughtered everyone in my country. Yet you were able to assassinate them 2 years ago. You're my role model. Fuya, haven't you always been interested in my past? But no matter how you asked before, I never told you, because this matter made you angry several times, blaming me for hiding it from you. I didn't mean to keep it a secret. It just seemed pointless to say it, and I didn't know how to start. But now I don't want to hide it anymore." Then, Olin disregarded the surprised expressions of the two and began to recount his past, while Fuya and Liu Kai listened intently. Liu Kai then realized that Olin and Fuya were not biological siblings. Olin was not from the West Sea. He came to the West Sea at the age of 10 with his adoptive parents. His hometown was the latter half of the Grand Line, the 8 trigrams island in the New World. There was a country on 8 trigrams island called the Clay Kingdom. The Clay Kingdom was very prosperous because the island was rich in resources. Therefore, the country was extremely wealthy, and the people lived and worked in peace and contentment. When Olin was 6 years old, the Clay Kingdom unexpectedly discovered a type of extremely burn-resistant mineral fuel called furnace rock, which produced very little smoke and was non-toxic when burned. This mineral was an excellent choice for both fuel and heating. As soon as furnace rock came into existence, it was sought after by many, and numerous countries sent people to the Clay Kingdom to purchase it, offering high prices. In just 2 years, the Clay Kingdom made a fortune, transforming from a wealthy country into an extremely rich one. According to surveys, the reserves of furnace rock on 8 trigrams island were abundant enough for large-scale continuous mining for more than 20 years. However, the sudden wealth attracted many envious eyes, and those envious were not ordinary people, but the celestial dragons. The Clay Kingdom was not a member of the world government, so they did not need to pay tribute to the celestial dragons. Every penny earned belonged to the country itself. As a result, the envious celestial dragons casually accused the Clay Kingdom of attempting to overthrow the world government and being enemies of the world. The Clay Kingdom was then brutally destroyed by the navy dispatched by the world government. The war was fierce, and the Clay Kingdom did resist. However, in the face of absolute power, this resistance was futile, and the dissatisfied celestial dragons issued the Demon Slayer Order. After the Demon Slayer Order, 8 trigrams island became ruins, and the Clay Kingdom was erased from the map by the world government. All the resources on 8 trigrams island were naturally plundered by the celestial dragons. Olin was the only survivor who escaped from the Demon Slayer Order of the Clay Kingdom. Liu Kai naturally understood, but Fuya had many things she didn't understand. So whenever Fuya raised a question, Lu Kai would provide additional explanations for Olin one by one. For example, what is the world government? What are the celestial dragons? What is the heavenly gold? What are the member countries of the world government? And what is the demon-slaying order? Olin found this once again unbelievable. Lu Kai looked only about 8 years old, yet he knew so much. Of course, Fuya was also astonishing. Fuya had always been well protected by his family and had never even heard of these matters. It must be said that sometimes, knowing less can indeed be quite blissful. Upon hearing the terrible truth about this world, Fuya felt an unusually heavy mood. And the evil acts of the celestial dragons and the demon-slaying order made Fuya feel even more enraged. How could one person's selfish desires erase the existence of an entire country? While Fuya was fuming with anger, Lu Kai was also very surprised. He knew that the hometown of the archaeological expert Nico Robin on the future ship was erased by the demon-slaying order, and this was shocking enough. He didn't expect that Olin's hometown was also the same. Moreover, Nico Robin was the only survivor of the entire island, and Olin was also. Nico Robin escaped when she was only 8 years old, and Olin escaped at the same age. These coincidences made Lu Kai feel somewhat unreal. Could this be the cycle of history, or a destined coincidence? Lu Kai did not know, nor did he have an answer, just lamenting how fate plays tricks on people. However, Olin was not as clever as Nico Robin, nor had he consumed a devil fruit like her, which granted her formidable investigative and self-protective abilities. So for the next 2 years, Olin was alone and wandered aimlessly, relying on begging to survive due to his young age and lack of any skills. During his 2 years of begging, Olin suffered humiliation and felt all the malice and darkness in the world. Ultimately, during his last begging attempt, Olin was robbed of food by other beggars and nearly beaten to death. It was at that moment that Olin's luck finally turned around. He met his current adoptive parents, Dimo and Xena. Dimo and Xena were once powerful figures in the New World. However, for some unknown reason, they were preparing to return from the New World to the West Sea when they fortuitously rescued Olin and brought him back to Water Spring Town in the Itakizia Kingdom. Since then, Olin has lived with Dimo and Xena, and under their training, he became a strong individual. He even fulfilled his childhood dream of becoming a navigator. Olin never wanted to mention the brutal truth of the destruction of Clay Island. He had only spoken about it once to Dimo and Xena when he was young, crying profusely and never told anyone else. But this time, due to Lu Kai, the memories that had been suppressed for years resurfaced, and Olin mentioned the old matters once again. Unlike the first time he spoke about it, which was filled with pain, this time, after finishing his story, Olin felt an immense sense of relief. He no longer had to hide this from Fuya, the sister he would willingly give his life to protect. And he was happy to have someone listen to and empathize with him. The last bit of distance between Olin and Fuya completely vanished because of the topic Lu Kai had brought up. However, the conversation among the few of them did not end. Instead, they grew more in sync as they continued talking. It turned out that Lu Kai was quite reliable when he wasn't experiencing mental issues. He was a good listener and storyteller and was very considerate of others' feelings, behaving far beyond what an 8-year-old typically would. Afterward, with Fuya's tacit approval, Olin began to speak about her past. Due to the circumstances, Olin actually remembered more clearly than the younger Fuya. Fuya's hometown, Moratown, was located in the Itakizia Kingdom, not far from the Water Spring Town where Dimo and Olin lived. Young Fuya was quite happy. Her biological parents made a living by fishing. With their exceptional fishing skills, they almost always returned from the sea with a full catch and were well known as fishing experts. Additionally, being hardworking and diligent, Fuya's parents had saved up a considerable family fortune over the years, making her childhood quite privileged. However, when Fuya was 5 years old, her parents encountered an accident while fishing at sea. Their boat capsized without any warning, and when they were rescued from the water, they were already on the brink of death. After being brought back to the village, the local doctor could do nothing for Fuya's parents and could only watch helplessly as they passed away. At 5 years old, Fuya became an orphan, but for her, the nightmare was far from over. Fuya's aunt publicly expressed her willingness to adopt Fuya. However, her aunt's family adopted Fuya not out of familial love, but to seize the assets left by her parents. After Fuya moved in with her aunt, they first tricked her into transferring her property to them, and during that time, Fuya's life wasn't too terrible. But once they had acquired the assets, the family immediately revealed their true nature, locking Fuya in a dark woodshed and treating her like an animal. Fuya was fed worse than pigs and lived in conditions worse than dogs. The key issue was that when her aunt's family was in a bad mood, they would come to the woodshed to inflict inhumane abuse on Fuya. And this continued for a full 6 months. A 5-year-old child, under such extreme despair and pain, developed severe mental issues. After hearing about Fuya's situation, Demo and Xena forcibly rescued her from that hellhole and, using some methods, discovered that Fuya's parents had been killed by her aunt's family. They were jealous of how well Fuya's family lived compared to them, harboring deep-seated hatred, even though Fuya's parents had never wronged them. Bad people do bad things sometimes without needing a reason, as they're always good at finding seemingly rational justifications for themselves. After forcing that family to confess, Demo reclaimed the assets that rightfully belonged to Fuya. Miraculously, this family disappeared without facing legal consequences, and no one ever saw them again. However, Olin knew exactly what happened to them. Demo and Xena first broke the limbs of that family, and then drove them out to the deep sea. Finally, they tied stones to them, sank their boat, and let them drown in the sea, becoming food for the fish. Olin knew every detail, because it was he who bound stones to that loathsome family. After learning about Fuya's ordeal, Olin nearly exploded on the spot, immediately grabbing a knife to chop up that family of beasts. However, he was stopped by Demo and Xena, who reasoned that such people should not be allowed to die too easily. So, they later orchestrated a series of actions to first force Fuya's aunt's family to confess and become infamous, restoring justice for Fuya and her parents. Then, they made that greedy family regurgitate everything they had consumed, and finally, they were brutally beaten and left to sink permanently to the bottom of the sea. From then on, Fuya lived with Demo, Xena, and Olin. However, this process was not smooth at all, as Fuya's mental state was very poor at the time, and she was extremely defensive against anyone or anything that approached her, somewhat like Liu Kai now. Eventually, under the infinite tolerance and meticulous care of Demo, Xena, and Olin, Fuya's mental health gradually improved. She slowly began to integrate into this family, becoming one of them, and it wasn't until she was 8 that Fuya finally returned to normal. In Dr. Kang's words, it was fortunate that Fuya was a child with strong psychological recovery abilities. Otherwise, if she were an adult, she might have gone insane for a lifetime. Therefore, whether it was Demo and Xena or Olin, they spoiled Fuya endlessly around them. She could indulge freely without ever receiving a single harsh word. It was from that time on that Fuya resolved to study medicine, vowing to become a renowned doctor capable of saving anyone she cared about. Because Fuya could never forget the scene of her parents passing away in front of her due to the doctor's inadequate skills. After hearing Fuya's experiences, Liu Kai was left speechless for a long time. He never expected that such a kind, cheerful, lively person who cared for others and considered their feelings would have such a painful past. Liu Kai was furious upon hearing about the atrocities committed by Aunt Fuya's family, wishing he could drag them out of the sea and whip their corpses. How could a cute, beautiful, and kind 5-year-old girl suffer such inhumane abuse? It was truly infuriating. Seeing Liu Kai's chest heaving with anger, his hatred surging, looking as if he was ready to devour someone, Fuya felt an immense warmth, and Olin was also comforted. In response to Olin and Fuya's unreserved support, Liu Kai shared everything with them except for the details of his time travel and the system. When Olin and Fuya heard about the Lucide couple's patricide, fratricide, and their killing of relatives and children, as well as witnessing their daughter's death while praising their enemy, they were both stunned. It's often said that even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs, and despite having seen the darkest sides of human nature, they were still shocked into silence by the cruelty of the Lucide couple when they learned that Liu Kai had been captured and enslaved in a factory. Enduring inhumane torture and abuse for 2 whole years, the siblings were furious, almost exploding with rage. It was at that moment that they finally understood all of Liu Kai's actions. How did you survive when you were starving to death? Fuya, with her already swollen eyes from crying too much, asked when she heard Liu Kai say he was in extreme hunger all the time and had almost starved to death multiple times. At that time, I would eat my own flesh. It's very simple, like this. Liu Kai skillfully grabbed his right wrist with his left hand, bringing his forearm to his mouth as if to bite down, but was simultaneously stopped by Olin and Fuya. Don't hurt yourself anymore. Even if you have a special physique that recovers the next day, never harm yourself again, okay? Fuya said earnestly, tears streaming down her face as she looked into Liu Kai's eyes. Seeing Fuya's sincere gaze, Liu Kai abandoned the idea of demonstrating. However, a warm feeling filled Liu Kai's entire being, so warm that it filled his heart to the brim. Because Fuya's concern for him came from the deepest part of her heart. Fuya had already cried herself into a state of distress. Whether it was Olin's experience of losing his country and wandering alone, being bullied by countless people, or her own experiences being brought up again, or everything that Lu Kai had gone through, all of it made her heart ache and feel suppressed. Damn it. After Lu Kai finished recounting his experiences, Olin suddenly stood up with a thud, turning to walk outside. Brother, where are you going? Fuya hurriedly asked. I'm going back. I'm going to cut down those two bastards and then destroy Lafia. Olin growled with a distorted face, filled with rage. Lu Kai quickly stepped forward to hold on to Olin, saying, Brother Olin, I don't want to rely on anyone for revenge. As for this country, it is not without hope. Rafia has its own fate, and at this very moment, there are people actively fighting and gathering strength in the shadows. I am currently too weak, but once I have enough power, I will definitely join the fight. Sooner or later, I will personally bury the evils of Rafia. Although Olin was stopped by Lu Kai, after hearing about Lu Kai's experiences and the various issues in the kingdom of Rafia, a strong, indescribable sense of oppression filled his heart, making him appear very gloomy. Meanwhile, Lu Kai felt a warmth and happiness inside him. From their earlier conversation, he had come to understand Olin's character. Olin was a very laid-back person, seemingly indifferent to everything. Yet, he had a strong sense of justice and valued his family more than his own life. At that moment, Lu Kai felt equally warmed, because he could sense that Olin was incredibly serious. The way Lu Kai called him Brother Olin was also very sincere. Although Lu Kai was actually older than Olin, the feeling of being protected and the strong sense of security felt just like that of a brother toward a younger sibling. As the conversation ended, the three of them fell into silence. However, at that moment, they could all feel an indescribable closeness between them, and Lu Kai was no exception. All three shared painful memories, but were fundamentally kind-hearted, which made them particularly resonate with each other. No one could understand them better than they understood one another. This feeling was strange, and Lu Kai couldn't quite put it into words. But at that moment, he seemed to believe in fate a little. Little Lu Kai, do you really have to go to the Land of Flowers? Faya suddenly thought of something and tentatively asked Lu Kai. I don't know. Lu Kai yes that as he just wanted to find a strong person to guide him, so not knowing was fine. Faya said excitedly, don't go anywhere else. Just follow us from now on. Really? Lu Kai asked, a bit excited yet anxious. Of course. Didn't you say you wanted to find a strong person to learn skills from? No one is more suitable than Dimo and Xena. Faya said proudly. To put it bluntly, they are absolutely unbeatable in the Western Sea. Moreover, Dimo and Xena have always told us to help others as much as we can, so they will only feel gratified by our actions. They will definitely like you and treat you well, just as they did with me back then. Besides, if I can't see you in the future, I will be very sad, but if you come back with us, we can be together every day. Faya listed several benefits in one breath, making it impossible for Lu Kai to refuse, yet he still hesitated. Lu Kai is not someone who doesn't know what's good for him. He genuinely wants to agree. In fact, in his 2 lifetimes, he has never encountered anyone as friendly and understanding as Owlene and Fuya. However, his enemies are not just the small Lysator, but also the celestial dragons. At that time, the consequences are unpredictable. If his own issues end up implicating Owlene or Fuya, how will he face himself? Yet, if he doesn't go with them, he feels he will regret it for the rest of his life. Are you still thinking about the celestial dragons? Owlene, who has seen and experienced a lot, immediately recognized the problem when he saw Lu Kai hesitating. Lu Kai didn't say anything, but nodded. Haha, let me ask you, what would happen if the world government knew about my existence? Olin suddenly asked with a laugh. Lu Kai's eyes suddenly lit up, and his concerns were instantly dispelled by 90%. He had a grudge against the celestial dragons, and so did Olin. Once the world government learned of Olin's existence, they would definitely issue a warrant for his arrest, and once discovered, he would surely be eliminated. So from his perspective, it didn't matter who implicated whom. On the contrary, everyone was even closer because they shared the same stance. Let me secretly tell you a secret that even Fuya didn't know before. Olin suddenly lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously. Upon hearing this, Fuya immediately became unhappy and angrily said, I knew you all had something to hide from me. We didn't mean to hide it from you, Olin explained. It's just that you finally had 2 good years, so why add to your troubles with these old matters? I don't care from now on. You must not hide anything from me. Fuya insisted. All right. Olin immediately softened, quickly saying from now on, as long as you ask and I know, I will definitely tell you without reservation. That's more like it. Hearing this, Fuya immediately showed a sly smile and quietly asked, Brother, continue. You haven't told me what the secret is yet. Olin pondered for a moment, his expression becoming serious, and said, Dimo and Sienna, should also have a blood feud with the celestial dragons. Fuya's mouth dropped open in shock, and Liu Kai also showed an expression of disbelief. Olin continued, "Actually, this is not something Dimo and Sienna told me. It's my own guess. Because I still remember very clearly the scene when I first met them. The Navy, the world government, and CP intelligence agents surrounded Dimo and Sienna on the island where I was begging. At that time, many people were shouting, and since I was close, I heard it very clearly. From the snippets of their conversations, I can conclude that the one who ordered their capture was the celestial dragons." As Olin spoke, his eyes became deep, as if he had returned to the past. He then looked at Fuya and said, "So I suspect that Dimo and Sienna are hiding in Spring Watertown to evade the pursuit of the world government and the Navy. Otherwise, why would they, with their strong abilities, willingly live quietly in a remote and backward little town? When I met them, they were only 30 years old, the best age of their lives. Yet one of them started a farm, and the other opened a small shop in the town. And think about why Sienna, who is so beautiful, always dresses herself up to look ugly. She is so clean, yet she has never complained about Dimo's messy beard. So the truth is that Sienna's disguise and Dimo's beard are both to conceal their true appearances, allowing them to avoid many troubles. There is plenty of evidence for this, which is also why I have trusted Dimo and Sienna from the very beginning. Even they found it strange and said I was too easy to deceive and too trusting of others. But what they didn't know was that it was precisely because I knew their secret that I proposed to follow them after they saved me, willing to trust them without reservation from the start. Liu Kai exhaled heavily, thinking to himself, is this a gathering of rebellious kids? Moreover, the content of their conversation today was too shocking, no longer just a heart-to-heart talk. It involved a wide range of implications, hidden events, and complexities that were astonishing. Liu Kai did not expect that his casual remark about assassinating the celestial dragons would uncover so many secrets. So, Liu Kai, you don't need to have any worries, nor do you need to fear dragging us down, because we're the same kind of people, even our enemies are the same, Olin said with a smile. Beside them, Fea quickly added, and do you know, Dimo is someone who believes very much in fate. He once told me and my brother that meeting us and raising us was fate's guidance. So little Liu Kai, I also believe that our meeting today is definitely not a coincidence, but the guidance of fate. At this point, Liu Kai no longer had any worries in his heart. Instead, he felt an even stronger sense of belonging and security. Originally, Liu Kai had nowhere else to go. But now he had encountered such kind Olin and Fea who were willing to take him in and treat him so well. What more could he ask for? So, don't hesitate, come with us, Fea said with a bit of assertiveness. Liu Kai nodded vigorously. The family members of Olin and Fea had no blood relations. They were entirely formed through mutual kindness and tolerance. Therefore, they felt genuine compassion and acceptance for Liu Kai, who had a tragic background like themselves. The experiences of the past 7 days felt like a dream to Liu Kai, completely unreal. For someone who had long been accustomed to pain, it was challenging to bear the sudden arrival of happiness. Thus, Liu Kai's subconscious was puzzled. Why the world suddenly filled him with kindness? This feeling was an enormous contrast compared to the torment he endured in the past 2 years. Just a few days ago, Liu Kai was still in a filthy cage, alleviating his hunger by eating scraps, suffering through immense resentment, and enduring both mental and physical torment. Yet at this moment, he had suddenly become the happiest person in the world. Suddenly, someone told him he could eat whatever he wanted. Suddenly someone cared for him so much, looked after him so attentively, understood him, and accepted him. The kindness, thoughtfulness, warmth, and care expressed by Olin and Fea gave Liu Kai an incredibly unreal sense of happiness. However, he did not dislike it at all. In fact, he felt a growing sense of anticipation. The next day, Olin put aside everything and wholeheartedly began to guide Liu Kai in his training. The sailing was mundane, but the training made Liu Kai feel ecstatic. In just over 10 days, Liu Kai had already felt tremendous progress. The unprecedented speed of improvement made Liu Kai extremely excited, completely forgetting himself, and immersing his whole being into the training. Olin provided Liu Kai with unconditional guidance, so within just 10 days, Liu Kai had already grasped the basics of paper drawing and pointing gun of the 6 styles, and was close to reaching the threshold of iron block. Coupled with the shave, moonwalk, and raging foot he comprehended on his own, it would be long before Liu Kai could proficiently use all of the 6 styles. Olin knew the 6 styles, which surprised Liu Kai. When he heard that Olin learned the 6 styles from Xin Na, Liu Kai became intensely curious about Xin Na's and Dimo's identities. It is worth noting that the Six Styles is a powerful martial art that can only be mastered by the elite of the Navy, and its training methods have always been kept secret. Yet Olin clearly grasped the essence of the Six Styles. After hearing this, Olin was just as surprised as Lu Kai and couldn't help but silently speculate about Sheena's past identity. However, neither of them had any intention of probing deeper. They kept their curiosity to themselves. After all, what identities Demo and Sheena had before was not important at all. Besides the Six Styles, Lu Kai made the most significant progress in swordsmanship. The first time he held a sword, Lu Kai felt an extremely unusual sensation. It was as if the sword had merged with him, becoming a natural part of his body, an extension of his arm. As he learned swordsmanship, Lu Kai made astonishingly rapid progress. Except for those sword moves that required a strong physique, domineering aura, and high-level swordsmanship as support. Any other sword moves taught by Olin could be comprehended by Lu Kai in a very short time. Moreover, once Lu Kai understood them, he could quickly execute them smoothly. In just over 10 days, he had already begun to show considerable skill, astonishing Olin to the point of questioning his own life. Olin himself was already extraordinarily talented, and with Demo and Sheena as his mentors since childhood, he only achieved his current strength at the age of 18. However, Lu Kai's rate of progress was much faster than he had been back then. This was also largely related to Olin's overly lazy nature. His talent was indeed not low, but he found it difficult to fully invest himself in training and could not enjoy training as Lu Kai did. The reason he reached his current strength, aside from the guidance of his mentors, was mainly due to luck. The only area in which Lu Kai made slow progress was in hockey. Although Olin knew about observation hockey, he was not proficient in it, so he couldn't provide Lu Kai with very good guidance. However, Lu Kai didn't mind, as he had a system to guide him in practicing observation hockey, and he was improving every day. As for armament hockey, it was not easy to get started. Olin explained many things to Lu Kai and demonstrated several times. But in just over 10 days, it was still not enough for Lu Kai to get a grasp on it. Lu Kai was not discouraged. Instead, he was very excited. In the past, he simply didn't understand the principles of hockey, which prevented him from starting his training. Now that he has grasped the principles, mastering the basics of armament hockey is just a matter of time, and that time won't be too long. However, when it comes to Conqueror's hockey, Lu Kai was completely in the dark, with no signs of awakening at all. After all, Alin also had not mastered Conqueror's hockey. Lu Kai has made tremendous progress in one area, which is his basic attributes. During this time, Lu Kai has resumed his foundational training using the facilities on the ship. Although he's been making progress over the past 2 years, the extent of that progress has always been limited. After all, the objective conditions have been too poor, and there have been too many limiting factors. Under conditions where he is well-fed, in a good mood, and without any restrictions, Lu Kai's training efficiency has significantly improved, and his basic attribute values are increasing at a visibly rapid pace every day. The immense pleasure brought by this all-around progress has completely captivated Lu Kai, making it hard for him to extricate himself. Lu Kai is happy, but Olin has a headache. Lu Kai's comprehension is exceptionally high. Anything related to training, as long as Orin teaches it, Lu Kai quickly grasps it. Although there are some moves or techniques that Lu Kai cannot yet perform due to limitations in his current foundation, he has still committed them to memory. However, there aren't many foundational concepts to elaborate on. Orin's experience and theories are nowhere near as rich as those of Demo and Sheena, and he feels that he has exhausted his skills, only able to let Lu Kai gain insight through battles. Lu Kai was clearly no match for Olin, so he could act without any reservations, continuously experimenting with his techniques. Olin had only one requirement for him: not to damage the ship's hull. All right, let's stop here for today. Take a good feel of today's battle, and we'll continue tomorrow. After an hour of fighting, Olin forced Lu Kai back with a sword and then turned away gracefully. However, Olin's heart was anything but calm. In fact, he was filled with fear, because Lu Kai was simply too abnormal. Since the first day Olin started guiding Lu Kai, in less than 20 days, Lu Kai's combat power had skyrocketed. That damn talent! Although Olin had always been called a genius by Demo and Sheena since childhood, at that moment, he felt that anyone who praised him as a genius was essentially insulting him. Was a genius. Little Lu Kai is the real deal, okay? The most frightening thing is that this genius works much harder than anyone else in the world. Lu Kai trained almost to the point of risking his life. At first, Olin and Faya were very worried and wanted to forcibly intervene in Lu Kai's training. However, when Lu Kai told him he had a talent that allowed his body to miraculously recover to a perfect state as long as he made it past 6 o'clock the next day, they became intrigued. It was precisely because of this talent that he was able to endure the desperate 2 years, living longer than other slaves. Faya, of course, didn't believe it, so she spent several days watching Lu Kai from 5:50 in the morning, checking his pulse and testing his body, only to find, after 6 o'clock, that Lu Kai was indeed telling the truth. Not reassured, Faya even called in Grandpa Kong, who was astonished and looked at Lu Kai with shining eyes. He would touch Lu Kai's bones, squeeze his muscles, and even make Lu Kai open his mouth to pull out his tongue for repeated examination, as if he wanted to slice Lu Kai up for study. Lu Kai was covered in goosebumps after being examined by Grandpa Kong, fearing that the old man had some unusual quirks. However, Grandpa Kang's conclusion about Lu Kai was the same as that of Fuya. From that point on, even though Lu Kai's training made them anxious, they did not stop him. Aolin, seeing Lu Kai train so hard and with his instant recovery super talent, combined with Lu Kai's astonishing comprehension and monstrous learning ability, had no doubt that Lu Kai would one day become the world's top powerhouse, surpassing Dimo and Sheena. Moreover, this time would definitely not be too far off. Lysaid, you better pray for yourself. Aolin couldn't help but sigh when he thought of Lysaid, who had deep-seated grudges with Lu Kai. Why did you have to provoke my family? If I really mobilized my whole family, we could easily wipe you out. Even if it were just Lu Kai alone, as long as he was given 2 years, no one could keep Lysaid safe, he thought. With this in mind, Aolin's face was filled with pride. Brother, are you tired? On the deck, Fuya, who was making pills with Grandpa Kong, saw Aolin walking over with a bit of swagger and poured him a glass of water. Aolin took a sip and shook his head, saying, Fuya, what if I told you that Lu Kai would one day become the world's top powerhouse? Where'd you think? Fuya suddenly looked excited and said, does that mean I can bully whoever I want in the future? You don't doubt at all? What's there to doubt? Fuya looked at Aolin with confusion. Is there anyone in the world who works harder or has more talent than him? If such a person can't become the world's top powerhouse, is there any justice left? Upon hearing this, Aolin couldn't help but laugh. By the way, brother, do you think it's too late for me to start training now? Fuya suddenly asked with determination. The shocking statement nearly dropped Aolin's jaw. Previously, Fuya had always scoffed at the idea of getting stronger. Even when Dimo and Sheena suggested she learn some basic self-defense techniques, she had flatly refused. Her reason was that she was a doctor, and a doctor's duty was to save lives, not to fight. Fuya, are you serious? Of course. Fuya said firmly. Is it because of Lu Kai? Yeah, I want to be closer to him. Fuya said this without feeling any discomfort. Because Lu Kai trained so intensely, it took up most of his time. If Fuya didn't train alongside him, they wouldn't have many opportunities to talk. After finally having a brother, she didn't want their relationship to become distant. Moreover, he would never be satisfied staying in Springwater Town. She wanted to be able to help him in every way possible. Indeed, Lu Kai's future life will definitely be very exciting. Aolin also sighed, don't worry. Now is the best time for you to train. You should know that I started training at 10 years old, and Dimo has said that your talent is very strong. So you don't need to worry at all. Upon hearing this, Fuya was immediately filled with confidence. But training is very tough, Aolin added. Don't underestimate me. I'm not afraid of hardship. Fuya rolled up her t-shirt sleeves, revealing arms with no muscles, and made a strong gesture, saying, I am very powerful. Yes, yes, yes. Very powerful. Our Fuya is the most powerful. Aolin hurriedly echoed. However, when he turned to look at Lu Kai, who was doing frog jumps while carrying 2 cannon barrels, a trace of worry appeared on Aolin's face. He noticed that, aside from himself and Fuya, Lu Kai was trying hard to avoid contact with others along the way, seeming to have some tendencies towards being reclusive. For this reason, Aolin and Fuya had even discussed it specifically. Fuya understood it better than Aolin, believing that Lu Kai's behavior was a result of his experiences over the past 2 years. At the same time, Fuya felt that, although Lu Kai was small, he was very strong and mature at heart, and the current situation was definitely just temporary. However, if one were to say who Lu Kai wanted to avoid the most, it had to be Grandpa Kong. He always felt that the old man was a bit strange, with an unsettling gaze, and he always tried to get close to him. So every time Lu Kai encountered Grandpa Kong, he would take a detour, even though the old man exuded an aura full of goodwill. That night, just as Lu Kai finished a day's training and was about to return to his room to rest, over 70 auras suddenly appeared within the range of his observation hockey. 2 miles away, these auras were gathering together, slowly approaching the merchant fleet. Lu Kai hurriedly ran out of the cabin to the bow of the ship, picked up the telescope used for steering, and looked in that direction. It was already midnight, and visibility was low. However, Lu Kai clearly knew the position, and with his excellent eyesight and the help of the telescope, he quickly locked onto the target. In his line of sight, Lu Kai saw a ship with an eye-catching skull flag on its sail. In the world of pirates, maritime trade was the only way for almost all countries, islands, and the outside world to conduct trade and interaction. Due to the huge resource disparities between different countries, trade could greatly promote a country's development and bring significant economic benefits. Therefore, navigation was extremely important. If one wanted to get rich, one had to start with sailing. Some people chose legal trade to make money, while others sought profit through illegal means. This environment gave rise to another prevalent illegal industry, piracy, with fixed groups of pirates forming pirate crews. Pirates were often desperate individuals. Before the Pirate King Roger found One Piece and opened the curtain on the Great Pirate Era, almost no one aspired to become a pirate for their dreams, and such people would be regarded as lunatics. Thus, the purpose of pirates setting sail in this era was often very simple: illegal plunder. The ships that these pirates sailed all had a common feature. They flew a skull flag, which consisted of a skull and 2 crossbones. Based on this, different pirate crews would also add their own characteristics to the skull flag. The skull symbolizes death, and pirates fly their flags to intimidate and deter, thereby increasing the likelihood that victims will comply with their demands or reduce the chances of resistance. The moment Lu Kai saw the skull flag, he immediately rushed to the lookout tower and pulled the warning bell. Before long, everyone in the fleet who heard the sound ran to the deck. But all of them appeared relaxed, without weapons or armor, seemingly not taking the warning bell seriously. Among them, the most leisurely was Owleen, who came out wearing pajamas, holding a knife, stretching and yawning. "What's going on? Who sounded the alarm?" The captain of the flagship came out and, seeing nothing unusual, asked somewhat displeased. "It's pirates, 1 kilometer southwest." Lu Kai suddenly jumped down from the lookout tower and landed among the crowd. "Pirates?" The captain took the telescope from Lu Kai and looked in the direction he pointed for a while. However, the captain showed no signs of fear, even revealing an excited expression. And the others were the same. Their reactions made Lu Kai doubt his own life. "Dude, it's pirates. They're coming to kill us. Why are you all so excited?" However, he also knew the reason. With Olin around, the other fearful pirates were merely small-time thieves. At this moment, the captain asked Olin, "Governor Olin, what do you think?" But Olin did not answer him. Instead, he turned to Luke and asked, "Little Luke, do you want to go, or should I go?" Lu Kai immediately understood Ollie's meaning and laughed. "I'm going. Go for it." As soon as Ollie finished speaking, Lu Kai suddenly pushed off the deck and shot towards the pirate ship. At this moment, the 2 ships were about a mile apart, and even with Lu Kai's leg strength, he still had a tendency to fall after leaping over 100 meters. However, as he began to descend slightly, Lu Kai executed moonwalk and stepped into the air, immediately increasing his speed again. After a few ups and downs, Lu Kai landed precisely on the deck of the pirate ship. The pirates were all gathered on the deck, preparing to launch an attack. When they saw Lu Kai suddenly drop from the sky onto the deck, they were all stunned. "Who are you, kid?" However, after a brief silence, one of the pirates quickly reacted and angrily swung his knife at Lu Kai. They didn't care whether Lu Kai was a child or not. They only knew that he was an intruder, and his sudden appearance on their deck was a provocation. "You brat, die!" the attacking pirate shouted. When the pirates heard the alarm bells from a merchant fleet, they knew they had been exposed, so they no longer needed to hide. Lu Kai stood frozen in place, as if scared silly, allowing the knife to come at him. However, just as the blade was about to strike him, his body suddenly sidestepped to avoid the edge. At the same time, he drew his dagger and slashed a 2-foot-long wound across the pirate's chest, causing blood to gush forth and the latter to die instantly. The surrounding pirates were once again stunned, unable to believe that such a tiny kid had instantly killed their comrade. Seeing the pirates' expressions, Lu Kai shook his head inwardly, lamenting the poor psychological quality of this generation of pirates. After that, Lu Kai remained completely calm, swiftly darting back and forth among the pirates, continuously swinging his knife. With each swing, a pirate would fall, while Lu Kai remained unblemished, like a god of death. Just as he was enjoying the slaughter, a figure quickly blocked his way, and a steel harpoon intercepted Lu Kai's blade, coldly saying, "Kid, how dare you chop my brother like he's nothing? That's not good, is it?" Lu Kai retreated 3 zhang after a few quick steps, coldly staring at the figure, while his aura continuously surged, filled with fighting spirit, and said, "Then I'll treat you like a vegetable to chop. How about that?" As soon as Lu Kai's voice fell, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot and then appeared behind the pirate captain, stabbing through his body with a single strike, instantly killing him. The opponent was too weak. Lu Kai had no desire to fight, only a desire to kill. I surrender. I surrender too. We all surrender. Seeing their captain killed, the pirates watching from the side immediately knelt down in unison and begged for mercy. In their eyes, their once mighty captain was dead. And how could they possibly be a match? They initially thought being pirates was a way to get rich, but now it felt like a matter of life and death, filled only with fear. Liu Kai seemed oblivious and had no intention of letting these people go. He raised his knife to kill again. However, before his knife could fall, his arm was suddenly grabbed by someone. Liu Kai forcefully prepared to pull back his knife and counterattack, only to find that it was Aolin who had caught him. After struggling for a while, Liu Kai's killing intent gradually faded, and his eyes regained clarity. Little Liu Kai, just enjoy it, Aolin said to Liu Kai, looking at the pirates kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, not out of compassion for the pirates, but out of concern that Liu Kai might become bloodthirsty after killing too many. Then, disregarding the pirates' gazes, Aolin beckoned Liu Kai to enter the cabin to start looting, initiating a reverse robbery. While rummaging through the captain's quarters, Liu Kai was attracted by a newspaper and picked it up to read. What major news is it this time? Aolin asked Liu Kai while prying open a safe nearby. Liu Kai replied while reading the newspaper. Admiral Carp of the Navy headquarters and the great pirate Roger had another battle in the New World. The newspaper says Carp expelled Roger once again. So, does that mean neither of them has actually defeated the other? How many times has this happened? Upon hearing the newspaper's description, Olin couldn't help but smile. Moreover, the Navy really knows how to save face. Losing is losing. Yet they say expelled as if there's nothing more to it. Also, Whitebeard has taken another son, named Marco, who is said to be only 10 years old, but shows extraordinary potential. Liu Kai continued reading. I've always wondered what's wrong with Whitebeard. Olin packed the treasures he had gathered into a large bag and joked, at this rate, the whole world will probably be his son. Liu Kai couldn't help but let out a chuckle, continuing, also, Big Mom Charlotte Lingling is gathering her forces, preparing to challenge one of the 4 emperors. However, it's still unclear which emperor she is targeting, no matter what the outside world thinks. Liu Kai believes that this time Charlotte Lingling is highly likely to succeed in her challenge. He just didn't expect to witness this historical moment, even if it's through the newspaper. The frequency of these powerful figures from the New World appearing in the news has been increasing lately. It's really quite unstable. Aolin sighed, saying that the West Sea is better. After all, whether the West Sea is chaotic or not, we have the final say. Liu Kai was amused by what he heard. After spending so many days together, Liu Kai had a relatively clear understanding of Olin's strength. If he were to compare, based on the basic attributes he had displayed, Olin had reached the level of a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters. However, Olin had mastered the Navy's 6 styles and also possessed haki, combined with his superb swordsmanship. He was definitely stronger than an average rear admiral and could rank among the weaker vice admirals. Although he couldn't compare to the frequently reported figures like Carp, Roger, and Charlotte Lingling, it was already enough to shock Liu Kai, considering Olin was only 18 years old. In the Navy headquarters, apart from the 3 admirals known as the highest combat power, vice admirals were the most essential force. Such a level of strength, not to mention in the West Sea, even in the New World, was impressive. How could it not surprise people? Yet Olin always said that Dimo and Xian Na were much stronger than him. So from the perspective of strength, they could indeed influence the situation in the West Sea. After all, even in the Flower Country or the underground emperor of the West Sea, the Mafia, there were no experts of Dimo and Xian Na's caliber. However, Liu Kai thought Olin was joking because he learned from Olin that Dimo and Xian Na were not interested in worldly affairs and had never shown their strength in front of outsiders. To others, they appeared to be ordinary people, and when they taught Olin, it was done secretly. However, Liu Kai believed that as long as he practiced with them, his strength would surely improve rapidly, which made him extremely excited. After flipping through a few more pages of the newspaper and finding only trivial news, Liu Kai lost interest and began to help Olin pack. Once back on the deck of the pirate's ship, Olin weighed the bag in his hand and coldly said to the pirates still kneeling, "Not bad, quite rich. It seems you haven't done little plundering." None of the kneeling pirates dared to speak. They only hoped that Liu Kai and Olin could leave soon. "I'll make one strike. Whether you survive depends on your luck. If any of you are fortunate enough to survive, remember to be a good person in the future," Olin said coldly. Then took Liu Kai and flew away from the pirate ship. When they reached about 20 meters away from the pirate ship, Olin suddenly made a swift slash with his sword. The sword light flickered, and a massive slash instantly split the pirate ship in half. After that, Olin no longer cared about the group of pirates and called Liu Kai to return to the flagship of the merchant ship, tossing the package onto the deck. and said nonchalantly to the flagship captain, "Let the brothers divide it. Long live the governor." "Great. We can make a fortune again. We're making money, brothers. Let us celebrate." The sailors immediately became excited, all rushing forward to wait for their share of the treasure. After receiving the treasure, they didn't take care that it was getting late, and all started to celebrate. From the sailors' reactions, it was clear they were already accustomed to this scene. For other merchant ships, encountering pirates would be a terrifying event. However, because of Olin, this fleet faced no safety concerns in the West Sea. Sailing on the vast ocean, it was difficult to feel the passage of time, making it easy to feel monotonous. However, after a month of sailing, the fleet finally arrived at the Itakizia Kingdom. The island where Itakizia Kingdom was located was vast, spanning an astonishing 1,000 miles from east to west and from south to north. Therefore, Itakizia Kingdom is considered a superpower in the entire pirate world. Not only does Itakizia cover a large area, but it also has a large population, exceeding 5 million. Moreover, the military strength of Itakizia is very strong, and the last two kings have been quite capable. Today, Itakizia Kingdom can be said to be prosperous and flourishing. Due to its strong military power, Itakizia Kingdom can establish trade relations with various countries without much concern, which also strengthens its economic power. The world of the Pirate King is one where cargo transport and communication mainly rely on sailing. After all, aside from the Red Line, there is no particularly large landmass in the world. All countries are built on independent islands. The Lafia Kingdom is particularly far from Itakizia Kingdom, taking more than 2 months for a round trip. However, because the goods for this transaction were very valuable, equivalent to 5 or 6 previous voyages, this trip was very worthwhile despite the hardships. After the ship docked at the port, the sailors began to unload the cargo in an orderly manner, and many people at the port were responsible for receiving the goods. After a long time, when all the goods were finally unloaded, all the crew members began to tidy up their things in preparation for going home. Olin, Fuya, and little Lu Kai, "I need to go to the royal city first, so I won't be going with you," Grandpa Kong said enthusiastically to the three with a loud voice. "I'll find you when I get back to the town." Hearing Grandpa Kang's words, Lu Kai couldn't help but shudder, hoping he would never come back. However, Grandpa Kong did not notice Lu Kai's unusual reaction and went down the ladder to the ship. Below the ship, a carriage team was already waiting for him. Grandpa Kong was the ship's doctor on this flagship, and as long as he was there, the crew felt particularly at ease because everyone trusted Grandpa Kang's medical skills. The old man was quite famous throughout the kingdom. When he was young, he was a royal physician in the palace, but he had always loved freedom and lived an unrestrained life. Therefore, he voluntarily resigned and returned to his hometown, Springwater Town, where he was neighbors with Fuya and the others. However, if someone in the palace fell ill with a condition that other doctors could not resolve, they would still come to invite Grandpa Kong to help, just like this time. Although the old man was now quite old, he still couldn't sit still and enjoyed studying medicine. So, he chose to go to sea to exchange ideas with doctors from various countries. Fuya learned medicine from Grandpa Kong, and with her exceptional talent and intelligence, she had mastered his teachings, reaching a high level in medicine. After the unloading was completed, other crew members also went down the ship, all wearing eager smiles. They had earned quite a bit on this long voyage and could significantly improve their families' lives. Seeing this scene, Lu Kai felt a warm sensation in his heart. This month had been very precious to him, because he truly felt the beauty and brightness of this world. It turned out that this world was not all ugly and dark, not all despair and filth. On the merchant ship, there were no intrigues, no deceit, no hypocrisy or cunning, no injustice or oppression. Everyone was very happy. Although Lu Kai spent most of his time training, his mood during training was different. He felt relaxed and comfortable, very pleasant. Now that they had reached their destination and everyone was going their separate ways, the experiences of this period felt like a dream to Lu Kai. "Fuya, I'm finally done packing. Let's go," he said. Olin saw Fuya's large bags and hurriedly went up with Luke to help carry them. Fuya's belongings mainly consisted of clothes and a large number of medical books. The former was a standard for girls, while the latter was Fuya's top choice for studying and passing time. As for Luke and Olin, they had nothing but a few pieces of clothing. Before they could disembark, two individuals in the crowd below caught Luke's attention, a middle-aged man and woman. The man was tall, with a strong build, a resolute gaze, and muscular physique adorned with some noticeable scars, his face almost completely covered by a thick beard. The woman was about 1.7 meters tall, appearing somewhat petite next to the bearded man, and her face was smeared with something that made her look somewhat unattractive. However, her eyes were gentle, instantly creating a sense of affection. The aura emanating from both individuals was extraordinarily strong, enough to make Luke's heart tremble. At that moment, they stood below the merchant ship, seemingly waiting for someone, occasionally exchanging words with each other. Lukai immediately recognized the identities of the two. They must be Dimo and Shina, mentioned by Aoline and Fuya. Seeing Lukai's gaze, the woman also looked up in their direction. Upon seeing Aoline and Fuya beside Lukai, her eyes instantly brightened, and she became excited. Then her gaze returned to Lukai, and she gave him a radiant smile. That smile could melt an iceberg. Dimo, Shina, I miss you so much. Fuya exclaimed as she rushed over without a second thought and threw herself into Shina's arms, acting cute. It's good that you're back. Shina held Fuya tightly and gently stroked her hair, her face full of affection, while constantly examining Fuya, saying repeatedly, "Thank goodness, you haven't lost weight. Otherwise, I wouldn't spare Aoline." Aoline felt somewhat out of place, but quickly changed his expression and walked in front of the two, asking, "Dimo, Shina, what brings you here?" "Naturally, we came to pick you up," Dimo replied with a smile. "You've been gone for over 2 months," and Shina was really worried. If it weren't for your occasional calls to let her know you're safe, she would have set sail to look for you. "Was the trip smooth?" Yes, very smooth." Fuya quickly took over the conversation. "I just missed you. You have no idea how boring sailing can be. Every day was the same routine. I never want to go to sea again." Aoline, not minding being interrupted by Fuya, smiled instead, having long been used to this scene. "Ha! I wonder who insisted on going in the first place. You were unhappy when we didn't let you go." Dimo laughed heartily, his rough voice very infectious. "Don't laugh at me." Fuya pouted a bit unhappily. All right, who dares to laugh at our little Fuya? I'll deal with them." Shina affectionately stroked Fuya's hair again. Agreeing. By the way, the chattering Fuya suddenly realized something, slapped her forehead, and then pulled Lukai in front of her excitedly, introducing him, "Dimo, Shina. This is Lukai." Hearing Fuya's introduction, Shina squatted down in front of Lukai, gently embracing him and softly saying, "Child, you've suffered." Dimo also squatted beside Lukai, stroked his head without saying a word, but his eyes were filled with concern. The matter concerning Luca had already been mentioned by Dimo and Cinna in the phone bug. Although they didn't bring up the part involving the celestial dragons due to its sensitivity, just hearing about Luca's other experiences was enough to deeply sadden the kind-hearted duo. Cinna and Dimo's actions, as well as their heartfelt concern, made Luca's nose suddenly tingle, and his eyes involuntarily became a bit moist. After a long while, Cinna finally released Luca, took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and gently said to him, "Come on, let's go home." In the carriage, Dimo was in charge of driving, while Cinna, Olin, Faya, and Luca were seated inside. Along the way, Faya chattered away about the interesting things that happened during their sea trip, and everyone patiently listened, occasionally laughing along with her, including Dimo, who was driving. Whenever Faya spoke, everyone would naturally close their mouths and listen attentively. During her storytelling, Faya would occasionally include Luca, and each time this happened, Cinna would look at him with a gentle smile, which quickly eased his nervous feelings. The carriage was headed to a place called Springwater Town, located at the easternmost part of the Itakizia Kingdom. The town was small, with just over 3,000 residents, and the fleet led by Olin was docked at the nearby eastern port, very close to Springwater Town. The carriage did not take long to reach its destination. Within 10 minutes, they arrived. Dimo tied up the carriage, and the group came to a courtyard. The courtyard was an ordinary farmhouse, but the arrangement gave off a warm feeling. As soon as they got home, Cinna immediately ran into the kitchen to get busy, while Faya went to help and also dragged Luca along. Dimo and Olin started chopping hay to prepare for the horses, and this everyday scene looked incredibly warm. To welcome Luca's arrival and celebrate Olin and Faya's return, the dinner that day was especially lavish. Although they already knew that Luca had a big appetite, Dimo and Cinna were still taken aback by how much he could eat. Luckily, they had anticipated this situation and prepared a very generous dinner. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough for Luca. At the dining table, Faya continued to share the amusing stories she hadn't finished telling Dimo and Cinna earlier, and everyone laughed at her while listening attentively, completely treating it as if they were entertaining a child, including Luca. Although Luca appeared to be the youngest among everyone, his mental age was not small at all. However, since Faya wanted to act like an older sister, Luca could only go along with it, knowing that Faya had eagerly awaited this role for a long time. As Olin said, Dimo was not very talkative, mostly just smiling along from the side, while Cinna would occasionally interject, asking questions to make Faya even happier. Olin always looked at Faya with a doting expression, which was truly heartwarming. Lukai is a key person that Fuya takes care of. Whenever they talk about something happy, Fuya always excitedly pats Lukai's shoulder and asks, "Silly brother, don't you think so?" At these moments, Lukai, while eating heartily, nods seriously in agreement, which greatly satisfies Fuya's vanity. When the fleet returned to Itakigia, Lukai was already forced by Fuya to call her sister, although Lukai was unwilling in his heart. Fuya was so eager to be his sister that she didn't give him a chance to refuse. So, this silly brother title has been used all along, and he has already gotten used to it by now. Demo and Cinna also inquired a lot about Lukai. After all, many things couldn't be explained clearly over the phone bug, so Lukai naturally shared everything. After gaining a deeper understanding of Lukai's situation, Demo and Cinna were incredibly surprised, but they didn't say much, only telling Lukai that this would be his home from now on. In fact, they were afraid of saying something wrong that might upset Lukai. After all, Lukai had just arrived and needed time to adjust. However, Demo and Cinna had rich experience in taking care of older children, knowing that children of this age would have a longer adaptation period in a new environment. Therefore, in their view, the best method was to say less and do more, translating all their care into small actions. Over time, even if they weren't family by blood, they would feel like one. Their actions indeed made Lukai feel that this is what a true family should be like. Throughout the process, Demo and Cinna were not overly enthusiastic towards Lukai. However, every detail and every glance they directed at him made Lukai feel very comfortable. This small family was formed out of Demo and Cinna's good intentions, with no blood relations among them. However, Demo and Cinna had always treated Olin and Fuya as their own, and now this lucky one had become Lukai. Not only Demo and Cinna, but Olin and Fuya were also already familiar with Lukai. Everyone's actions gave Lukai a strange feeling. He belonged here, as if he had not just arrived and had never left. At this moment, Lukai truly began to believe in fate. Without the guidance of fate, how could he have such overwhelming luck to meet Olin and Fuya? And how could he become part of this family? Thus, Lukai settled in Springwater Town. After understanding Lukai's situation and knowing that he wanted to become stronger, Demo and Cinna naturally gave him their full support. Demo operated a large farm on the back mountain of the town, which provided for the family's daily needs. Next to the farm, there was a large warehouse for storing grain. However, only half of the warehouse was currently in use. The other half had been transformed into an indoor training ground of about 2,000 square meters. This training ground was originally built by the couple for Olin, but later Olin often had to go out to sea and, being slightly lazy, didn't train much, causing the training ground to fall into disuse. After learning about Lukai's situation, Demo and Cinna tidied up the training ground before his arrival. In the training ground, Lukai was currently fighting Demo, while Cinna, Olin, and Fuya were watching from side. They had just finished dinner and came directly over because Lukai's eyes lit up at the mention of the training ground. So Demo and Cinna naturally wanted to bring him to have a look. To facilitate future guidance, Demo wanted to understand Lukai's situation comprehensively, and fighting was the best way to identify problems. Lukai could naturally not be a match for Demo, yet even so, Demo was surprised by Lukai's strength. At just 8 years old, he already possessed the power of a member of the Itakizia Kingdom's Guard, which was truly astonishing. "I told you my silly little brother is strong," Feya said proudly from the side. Olin also chimed in, moreover. Lukai grew from an ordinary person to this level during the 2 years he was a slave, without any foundational training. Upon hearing Olin's words, Demo, who was fighting Lukai, was shocked beyond measure, while Sheena beside him directly covered her mouth, looking incredulous. "Sheena, what's with that expression?" Feya asked upon noticing. It took Sheena a while to regain her composure. Realizing she had lost her composure, she quickly shook her head and laughed. "It's nothing, just feeling it's unbelievable." Sensing that Sheena seemed to be intentionally hiding something, Feya expressed her dissatisfaction. Even Sheena has learned to lie. However, Feya quickly realized that Sheena was trying to be considerate of Lukai's feelings and continued, "Sheena, you can say whatever you want. Don't worry, my silly brother isn't that fragile. Hiding things will only make him truly sad." Sheena was not surprised that Feya could see through her thoughts so quickly. They were already accustomed to Feya's wisdom displayed since childhood. Trusting Feya, Sheena spoke up, "Feya, you should know that Demo has a special perception ability. He can understand a person's innate talent by sensing their chi and blood circulation, right? That's why he always says you two have excellent talent. There are indeed some people in this world who are born with extraordinary gifts, like the now famous and frequently reported pirates Charlotte, Lingling, and Kaido. For such individuals, becoming powerful is just a matter of time, and others can only envy that talent. Countless people toil hard, yet they can never catch up to their natural growth. There are also some who, while appearing no different from ordinary people, have extraordinary potential and excellent foundations. Such people can become top-tier powerhouses with training. For example, the Navy's hero Carp and the great pirates Roger and Whitebeard, of course, also include you too. But Demo said Liu Kai doesn't seem to fall into that category. Shina stammered a bit, continuing, even if Liu Kai has exceptional insight, in that kind of harsh and monitored environment of hunger and cold, it should be impossible for him to grow to this level. Moreover, he even comprehended the Navy's 6 forms on his own, which is very unreasonable, so I was surprised. Who said Liu Kai has a poor foundation? Feiya immediately retorted, visibly upset. Our Liu Kai is the most gifted one. Those people aren't even worthy of carrying his shoes. Although Shina had no other intentions, Feiya was displeased and immediately jumped out to defend him. It's true, Olin explained from his side. Liu Kai clearly isn't a devil fruit user. Yet he possesses an unparalleled, strong talent, which is that every morning at 6 o'clock, his body instantly returns to perfect condition. Even severe injuries can recover instantly. However, improvements gained from training will be retained. Feiya added again. Is that really the case? Shina was even more surprised this time. However, she knew that Olin and Feiya wouldn't lie to her, but the more she learned, the less she dared to believe it. This cannot be blamed on Shina. At first, Feiya and Olin also didn't believe it. But after witnessing this miracle multiple times, they had no choice but to accept it. And now it had become a norm. Demo, hearing the conversation among the group, naturally understood what such an unheard of talent meant. Moreover, it also explained why Liu Kai had grown to such an extent at this age, despite having an average foundation. However, what Demo and Shina did not know was that Liu Kai's foundation had improved significantly compared to 2 years ago. If she had encountered Liu Kai from 2 years ago, she might have felt as hopeless as he did. Becoming a strong person? With that body, even going home to farm would be looked down upon. But due to the system's reset function, this was an additional super talent for Liu Kai. Because at 6 o'clock the next morning, he would resurrect in full condition. All negative states would disappear, but the improvements from training would be retained. This meant that Liu Kai could break through his limits and unleash his potential without any burden, making it as simple as eating and drinking. Furthermore, Liu Kai's bodily talent was continuously improving with his training, which was the greatest benefit the system provided him. On the other side, Demo had already finished his battle with Liu Kai. However, after hearing the conversation among the group, Demo realized that the training methods he had originally planned did not seem suitable for the exceptionally gifted Liu Kai. Demo, what kind of training method is suitable for Liu Kai? Feiya walked over to Liu Kai and asked. Well, Demo was momentarily speechless at Feiya's question. He turned to Liu Kai and said, Liu Kai, I just measured you based on an ordinary person's situation, but now I realize it doesn't seem to apply to you, so I want to hear your thoughts. Although they had spent little time together, Demo and Shina found Liu Kai to be unusually precocious, so they simply let him decide for himself. Liu Kai said without hesitation, as long as it can make me stronger, I will learn it. Demo fell into deep thought upon hearing this, and after a while, he replied, I understand, but this will take a long time and will be very tiring. I'm not afraid of how long or how tiring it is. Liu Kai said very seriously. In that case, let me first tell you what kind of person can be considered a top-tier powerhouse. Feiya, didn't you say you wanted to practice too? So you should listen as well. Demo said as he gathered everyone around a small round table in the warehouse. A person's strength is actually determined by a combination of factors, mainly reflected in 4 aspects: basic attributes, combat skills, domineering aura, and devil fruit abilities. Each of these 4 aspects is very important, so I'll explain them one by one. First, let's talk about basic attributes. The basic attributes we refer to are a person's strength, explosive power, body strength, endurance, recovery ability, and a series of other attributes which together are a prerequisite for someone to become a top powerhouse. Basic attributes are the most influenced by one's bone structure, which is what we commonly refer to as physical talent. Those with ordinary physical talent can only enhance their basic attributes through long-term, extensive training. However, how much one can enhance depends on 2 factors. The first is whether one can tap into their body's potential strength, and the second is the training method. A scientist once said that everyone's potential strength is actually the same. It's just that the better one's bone structure, the easier it is to stimulate their body's potential, while poorer bone structure makes it more difficult. Cultivation is essentially the process of tapping into a person's physical potential. If someone cannot unlock their body's latent strength, they are destined not to become a powerhouse. There are many ways to stimulate a person's potential. For example, Some people have activated their potential through strong willpower, others in life and death battles, and some due to fortuitous circumstances. However, these are all opportunistic. Both Sheena and I have experienced such moments when we suddenly erupted. But even we don't know how to replicate these miracles. As of now, the most reliable way known to humanity to stimulate potential, which has been verified, is through exercise. Therefore, the correctness and suitability of the training method are particularly important. With the right training method, someone with poor bone structure can also become strong, while someone with good bone structure might remain ordinary with the wrong methods. Olin said that you have an unparalleled talent in training your basic attributes and can always find the most suitable training method for yourself. Coupled with your super talent of being able to instantly recover to a perfect state, it makes your potential limitless. So now you can train your basic attributes at your own pace. If I notice any issues in this area, I will point them out at any time, and you can also ask me whenever you have doubts. Hearing this, Liu Kai nodded obediently, not at all surprised by Olin's high praise. After all, it was the most scientific and accurate training method certified by the system. However, he was still very happy to receive recognition from Demo and Olin. The reason why basic attributes are a prerequisite for someone to become a top strongman is that if the basic attributes are insufficient, the power of the other three aspects will be greatly reduced. Take hockey, for example. You know what hockey is, right? Demo suddenly asked Liu Kai. Before Liu Kai could answer, Fuya excitedly said, "He knows, and I know too." Fuya spoke with pride. Although she hadn't started training yet, the moment she decided to train, she began to learn a lot of knowledge related to training. She listened in while Olin was teaching Liu Kai, and whenever she didn't understand something, she would ask questions, and naturally, she remembered everything. Fuya thought Liu Kai was a genius, but Liu Kai believed Fuya was the real genius. He discovered that Fuya had the ability to read quickly and a photographic memory, and her thinking was exceptionally quick and intelligent. In Liu Kai's previous life, Fuya would be the type of student who felt ashamed if she took too long to learn, then played every day, and finally could get into top schools like Qingbei after reviewing for a month. It's just that Fuya was only 10 years old and had been in the small town of Spring Water, so she was not very familiar with many things. Otherwise, Liu Kai would indeed be a younger brother in front of her. Everyone was amused by Fuya, and Demo patted her head and continued. So let's take the armed hockey as an example. Armed hockey, like observation hockey, is an innate ability that everyone possesses. Once mastered, it can enhance a person's defense and attack. If a person's basic attributes are strong, this enhancement will become terrifying. But if a person's basic attributes are weak, the enhancement won't be much. For instance, if someone's strength can only break a normal wooden board, even if his armed hockey has reached a very high level and can increase his attack by 5 times, he can at most break a normal stone. Moreover, if a person's basic attributes are too weak, they cannot cultivate arm hockey to a high level because their body cannot bear that much hockey. Furthermore, hockey, like physical strength, is consumable, and those with weak basic attributes cannot endure the consumption of hockey in battle. Thus, even among users of arm hockey, the power could vary greatly due to differences in basic attributes. In fact, if someone has very high basic attributes, they can easily crush users of armed hockey whose attributes are far inferior. You know about Rear Admiral Carp from the Navy headquarters, right? The one who often appears in the newspapers, that unserious guy. Suppose you have now mastered armed hockey, and let Carp, without using armed hockey, give you his all in a punch. What do you think the result would be? Hearing Demo say that Carp was unserious, Liu Kai felt that his tone carried a bit of personal grievance. But Demo's explanation was very straightforward and made it clear instantly. How? Of course, Liu Kai would be defeated in an instant, not to mention Carp's bone-crushing fist. This comparison has no suspense at all. Luffy once broke through the hockey defense of the Snake Sisters on Snake Island purely with strength, and Rob Lucci also defeated the Wano country's Warpeach Maru, who was using hockey for defense in an instant. Therefore, even if someone masters armed hockey, it won't be very effective when facing attacks that exceed their hockey defense limit. A similar example is the former strongman in Wano, Leopard Gore. Even though he could still use top-tier hockey after aging, he could only deal with small fry, and he couldn't maintain it for long, having long lost his peak combat power. So, no matter how high a person's hockey level is, if their basic attributes are too poor, their combat power cannot be high. Kaido's claim that hockey is the power that surpasses all is because his basic attributes have reached an incredible limit, thus making the enhancement from hockey terrifying. However, if you gave the same level of hockey to an ordinary person, that person could never be Kuro-sensei's opponent, who fights without hockey. This is true not only for armed hockey, but also for observation hockey. Just like Liu Kai, you can use observation hockey, but without me using it. You still cannot be my opponent. Even if you can predict my attack, you won't be able to dodge it. Because our basic attribute values differ too much. My speed is far superior to yours. Liu Kai couldn't agree more with Demo's words. He was the best example of this after being cut off at the legs by Luffy. Luffy couldn't use observation haki, but Liu Kai could, and even though he had predicted Luffy's killing move and tried to dodge in advance, he still paid the price of losing his legs. Of course, if Liu Kai's observation haki hadn't foreseen Luffy's actions, it wouldn't have been as simple as losing his legs. A single move could have taken his life. Demo was far stronger than Luffy, and if Liu Kai's opponent had been Demo, who couldn't use observation haki, there would have been no chance of escape. It's like knowing the nuclear bomb will explode near your house in a minute. Can you turn the crisis into safety? Obviously not. It's a simple principle. You can predict it, but you also need the ability to dodge it. The impact of basic attributes on combat skills is the same. Demo continued. Your swordsmanship talent is very strong, but you can't use many of the techniques Olin taught you, right? Yes, I can only use some basic techniques now. Liu Kai nodded vigorously. This is the result of insufficient basic attributes. Demo continued, whether it's martial arts or swordsmanship. Many techniques are a way of utilizing basic attributes that are understood after reaching a certain height. Before the basic attributes reach that level, one cannot forcibly use them. Therefore, if one person's combat skills are very strong, but their basic attributes are weak, while another person has no combat skills, but their basic attributes are strong, the latter will crush the former, resulting in a one-sided battle. A person with weak basic attributes is simply not a match. This is what is meant by one force can overcome 10 skills. What I just said also applies to devil fruit users. The abilities of devil fruits are varied and many are powerful. However, even with devil fruits, the effects will differ based on the user. Demo continued, about 50 years ago, there was an extremely strong expert who used a devil fruit ability known as the slow fruit. The ability of this fruit is to emit slow light waves through specific gestures, immobilizing anyone caught in that light for 30 seconds. At that time, this expert used the ability of the slow fruit to become unstoppable, and even the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters could not successfully capture him. He still managed to escape. After that expert passed away, 2 known users of the slow fruit appeared, but both were very weak, barely surviving in the Grand Line, easily defeated by any strong opponent. The reason for this is that the expert from over 50 years ago had extremely strong personal strength, and his basic attributes reached the level of a Navy headquarters grand prize. Even without the slow fruit, such a person would still be a dominant force. So the slow fruit is so powerful in his hands. However, if the slow fruit falls into the hands of an ordinary person with weak basic attributes, it won't exert much power at all. So, Demo concluded, basic attributes are of utmost importance. The saying goes, if you don't practice your skills, you'll end up with nothing in the end. Basic attributes are the foundation of that practice. Of course, basic attributes are the foundation of everything, but they are not everything. It is also very important whether a person can utilize their basic attributes. Demo continued. Some people can only unleash 30 or even less of their physical strength with their punches, while others can exert 300 or even more of their strength, which shows the importance of combat skills and power techniques. This applies to both martial arts and swordsmanship. A skilled swordsman can exceptionally channel their strength through their weapon and sword techniques. If one cannot achieve this, they cannot be called a swordsman. Just like the current Liu Kai, although you have exceptional talent in swordsmanship, you have simply not practiced enough. You're not even at the beginner level yet. This applies to any skill, such as the Navy's 6 styles. If there are now 2 people with identical basic attributes, one who knows the 6 styles and the other who has no combat skills at all, what will be the outcome of their battle? The person who masters the 6 styles would have no significant challenge even against 100 such opponents. So remember, combat skills and power techniques are also extremely important. They determine whether your basic attributes can be effectively utilized. Liu Kai immediately thought of the scene where Luffy was tortured by Rob Lucci from CP9 in Water City. Even Luffy's first battle against the Minotaur Bruno, whose basic attributes were far inferior to his own, couldn't inflict any damage on his opponent. It wasn't until later when Luffy activated Gear Second and learned Soru that he easily overwhelmed Bruno. This highlights the importance of combat skills. At the same time, Liu Kai couldn't help but recall a badminton power evaluation show from his previous life. In the show, the female professional badminton player lost in an instant to a male reporter in an arm wrestling match, yet the power of her shots far exceeded his. To test the force of her hits, some people specially prepared wooden boards and watermelons, and the girl managed to smash through a 1 centimeter thick wooden board with ease. even penetrating the thick skin of a watermelon. However, the burly male reporter couldn't even break through a 3 mm thick board, let alone a watermelon. This was because the female athlete was a professional, mastering the correct technique and power application, while the reporter hardly played badminton and couldn't generate any power. The importance of power application and combat techniques is self-evident. Therefore, martial arts and swordsmanship require mastering powerful moves. Demo continued, if you master superb combat skills, when facing someone with higher basic attributes but far inferior combat skills, as long as their basic attributes do not overwhelmingly surpass yours, you still have a great chance of defeating them. Some skilled swordsmen I've seen, like Sinha, often defeat opponents with significantly higher basic attributes. After all, real combat is not just about strength. Basic attributes are important, but if one cannot exert their true power, it is useless. Sinha nodded seriously, and seeing Lu Kai and Fuya looking at her, she gave an encouraging smile. Demo smiled at this scene and continued. I've already intertwined a lot about hockey in my previous explanations, and since you are somewhat familiar with hockey, I will just add one point. When two people's combat powers are nearly equal, the one who can use hockey can exert overwhelming pressure on the other. Whether it's armament hockey or observation hockey, mastering hockey is essential for you. Moreover, hockey can compensate for certain deficiencies. For example, when one person's basic attributes are lower than their opponent's. As long as the difference is not too great and their hockey level is higher, they still have a high probability of winning. After saying this, Demo suddenly became serious and said, there's one more thing you must remember. Never underestimate anyone when you're out in the world. Because there is a special kind of power in this world, devil fruit abilities. A person, even if they completely lack hockey, have weak basic attributes, and don't understand combat skills at all, can still defeat many strong opponents as long as they eat a powerful devil fruit. Hearing this, Lu Kai strongly agreed. As many bizarre devil fruit abilities exist in this world, such as the poison fruit and the childlike fruit. Even if the person who eats these devil fruits has weak strength, underestimating them will lead to a tragic outcome. However, the abilities of devil fruits are diverse and complex. You can learn about them gradually, so I won't elaborate further. I'll just mention one last point. Besides the 4 factors discussed earlier, a person's strength is also determined by practical combat experience. If two people have exactly the same basic attributes, combat skills, and hockey levels, but one has extensive battle experience while the other has never fought, the result is obvious. The former can almost effortlessly defeat the latter, as training and actual combat are entirely different. To become a true strong person, one must not have obvious weaknesses. All strong individuals in the world are like this. It is possible to become strong without eating a devil fruit, but mastering basic attributes, combat skills, hockey, and combat experience is essential. Any deficiency in these areas will hinder a person's potential to become strong. While excelling in each of the aforementioned aspects can yield impressive strength, if other areas are lacking, there will still be a gap from the top tier. I have never heard of anyone becoming a top-tier strong person solely relying on devil fruit abilities, nor anyone who became a top-tier strong person just through hockey, and certainly not someone who became a top-tier strong person merely due to sheer strength. True strong individuals have no weaknesses and, at the same time, their strengths are prominent. So Lu Kai, if you want to become strong, you need to be at the top in every aspect. Demo's comprehensive and systematic explanation greatly benefited Lu Kai, who felt like a sponge absorbing this knowledge. This conversation also gave Lu Kai direction, allowing him to allocate his training time more rationally and strengthen his weaknesses at any time. Although Lu Kai firmly believed he would become strong, he wanted to progress faster, the quicker the better. Having a direction for his training would naturally yield twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, Lu Kai found it easy to understand the knowledge Demo shared. As with Roger, Garp, Rayleigh, Shanks, Myhawk, and others, these individuals all had extremely high basic attributes, strong combat skills, and were top-tier hockey users, which is why they became the strongest. There are also people like Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. Although they are devil fruit users, they also possess incredible basic attributes, strong combat techniques, and are top-tier hockey users. Therefore, they can maximize the potential of their devil fruit abilities and become top-tier strong individuals. The training system belongs to a self-improvement system. Whether the host can become strong depends entirely on themselves. And Lu Kai happens to be someone who is extremely eager to become strong. After Demo finished speaking, Lu Kai immediately threw himself into training. Meanwhile, Demo and Sinha, after explaining many fundamental training theories to Fuya, began to guide the two of them as well. Time flew by, and soon 2 years had passed since Lu Kai arrived in Spring Watertown. Lukai had already adapted to the environment here and fully integrated into this new home. With Dimo and Sinha's wholehearted guidance, Lukai's progress continued to leap forward over time. After finishing the afternoon training and taking a short break, Lukai focused his thoughts and commanded, "System, check basic attributes. Lukai, human, male, 10 years old, character level, 36 attribute value, 2735 status, tired mastered skills, Navy 6 styles, shave proficiency, advanced, moonwalk proficiency, advanced, gale foot proficiency, intermediate, iron body proficiency, intermediate, paper drawing proficiency, advanced, finger gun proficiency, intermediate, instant fist, a martial art created by the host after integrating various fist techniques. With extremely fast fist speed, strong explosive power, and penetration proficiency. Intermediate, observation hockey, a natural ability to strongly sense the presence of others, allowing the user to read the position, number, and next action of enemies beyond their line of sight. An innate ability, proficiency. Intermediate, armament hockey, an invisible energy that enhances individual defense and attack power, can be applied to the body or wrapped around weapons. An innate power, proficiency. Beginner, blade god swordsmanship, a sword technique created by the host by integrating various swordsmanship styles, featuring 9 major killing moves. Flexible and powerful, proficiency. Beginner, meteor iron staff technique, a staff technique created by Dimo, characterized by its explosive power and 36 variations, suitable for tall, strong, and agile individuals. Proficiency. Beginner, carrying items, none carrying weapons, twin sword system functions. 1. System function, guidance, provides the most scientific and accurate guidance based on the projects mastered and initiated by the host during training. 2. Scan 1. Can scan the basic attributes of characters within 10 meters who are not more than 5 levels higher than the host, up to 3 times a day. Current usage count, 33. 3. Scan 2. Can scan the basic attributes of all objects the host touches, up to 3 times a day. Current usage count, 33. 4. Healing. As long as the host is not dead, can restore the host body to its optimal state. Available uses, 11. Cooldown time, 1 year. 5. Reset, passive. Every day at 6 o'clock a.m., completely clears all negative statuses caused by training, combat, injury, poisoning, etc. from the previous day. Available uses, 01. Cooldown time, 1 day. Dimo and Sinha, as former powerful figures in the New World, each have their own killing moves. Sinha's ultimate move is the self-created twin sword technique, while Dimo's is the meteor iron staff technique. Both twin sword technique and meteor iron staff technique are very powerful. Lukai has witnessed Dimo and Sinha using them, and their power is exponentially greater than what Lukai can produce. However, Lukai finds it difficult to unleash the true power of the techniques. But Dimo and Sinha are not disappointed in him for not achieving the expected power. They tell Lukai that true strength does not come from merely imitating others. Others' techniques are always just a reference. Every strong individual must carve their own path and possess their unique ultimate moves. If others' techniques truly suit oneself, then they can naturally be improved and adapted for personal use. For techniques that do not suit oneself, there is no need to forcefully master them, as that would be losing sight of the essence for the sake of the trivial. Their words have greatly inspired Lukai, and because of this, he has not blindly imitated anyone. For the past 2 years, Lukai has been trying to create his own killing moves. And now, his swordsmanship and fist techniques have taken shape. Now, Lukai's level has reached 36, with an attribute value of 2,735, nearly 10 times what it was 2 years ago. According to Dimo and Sinha, even at just 10 years old, Lukai would not be weak even if he went to the Grand Line. Some Navy headquarters brigadiers have attributes at this level. The difference is that Lukai can also use 2-color hockey and has mastered the 6 styles along with other powerful combat skills. Therefore, his combat power is much stronger than that of an average Navy headquarters brigadier, and a typical Navy headquarters rear admiral would not be his match. However, Lukai does not feel the slightest bit proud because his current strength is still far from his own goals. "Sister, it's time. Let's go home for dinner." After finishing the afternoon training, Lukai said to Fuya, who was furiously hitting an iron sandbag in a corner of the warehouse. Lukai's training over the past 2 years has not been lonely at all. Since Fuya returned, she also started training shortly after and has been by Lukai's side. Initially, it was Dimo and Sinha who guided Fuya's training, but after a few months, it became Lukai, as the most scientific and accurate training methods provided by the system can also be used to guide others. Lu Kai only needs to thoroughly understand a person's physical condition and combine it systematically with various training methods provided for explosive power, strength, endurance, flexibility, balance, reaction speed, relaxation training, and fatigue elimination. The training results are remarkably impressive. In other words, Lu Kai has an astonishing talent for guiding others in their training, and those guided by him effectively have a coaching system, especially when Lu Kai tries to express things in the easiest way for Fuya to understand. Fuya, who is already intelligent, finds it incredibly easy to comprehend. Therefore, in 2 years, Fuya's already extraordinary talent has seen a significant improvement. Now, Fuya has reached level 26. With an astonishing attribute value of 1022, has mastered the 6 styles, and has also entered the basics of observation hockey. Although she hasn't entered the basics of armament hockey, she has touched the threshold, which is much better than Lu Kai's training results from 2 years in the flower factory. However, this is not surprising. Firstly, Fuya's talent is exceptionally strong, far exceeding Lu Kai's at the beginning of his training. Secondly, Fuya started training at the age of 10, whereas Lu Kai was only 6, making a significant difference in their physical levels. Thirdly, Fuya's training conditions are exponentially better than what Lu Kai had when he was a slave, with superior facilities, nutrition, and guidance from renowned masters. If Lu Kai hadn't continuously improved his talent and potential through training, he would likely be surpassed by Fuya soon. Yet Fuya still feels her progress is slow, which makes Lu Kai feel somewhat ashamed. Every time Lu Kai sees Fuya training so hard, he feels an immense sense of heartache because he knows that Fuya's dedication is largely because of him. However, the benefits are also evident. During the 2 years Lu Kai has been in Springwater Town, his mental state has improved significantly over time. Fuya's constant companionship has played an indispensable role in this, and their bond has become incredibly deep. Lu Kai has even developed a special dependency on Fuya. Just seeing her makes him happy and at ease. Seeing Fuya walking towards him, Lu Kai quickly grabbed a towel from the nearby rack and handed it to her. After she took it, she swiftly wiped her sweat and then took Lu Kai's hand, leading him home while humming a little tune. When Fuya first held his hand, Lu Kai was quite unaccustomed to it. However, Fuya didn't give him a chance to refuse, saying, "A brother must listen to his sister." "Sister, are you tired?" Lu Kai asked with great concern, making sure she wouldn't push herself during training. "You little brat, who do you look down on?" Fuya rolled up her sleeves to show off her muscles and said playfully, "I'm very strong." Yes, yes, yes. Lu Kai quickly agreed. "My sister is the best." "Of course." Fuya proudly lifted her chin and said, "If anyone bullies you in the future, tell me, and I'll help you teach them a lesson. Got it?" Got it." Lu Kai nodded vigorously, and his serious expression made Fuya unable to help but laugh. Lu Kai believes that his care for Fuya is entirely that of an older brother towards his younger sister. He indulges her in everything, goes along with her, and feels happy even after being bullied by her countless times. However, Fuya doesn't see it that way. Although Lu Kai's approach is very similar to Olin's, Fuya feels that Olin's way is the true care for a younger sister. In contrast, Lu Kai simply yields to Fuya's powerful presence as an older sister and doesn't dare to act out. Fuya is not unaware. She does it on purpose, just to enjoy the feeling of being an older sister. Over the past 2 years of being together, Fuya's intelligence has repeatedly astonished Lu Kai. Although Fuya usually appears cheerful and carefree, she behaves this way just to enjoy life, and whenever it comes time to think, Lu Kai finds it hard to keep up with her thoughts. In any problem-solving situation, Fuya is always able to quickly sort through her ideas and pinpoint the essence of the issue, making Lu Kai feel like his intelligence is being crushed time and again. Because of this, Fuya often teases Lu Kai for turning himself into a fool, leaving him with nothing but muscles in his head. "By the way, sis, I want to go out for a walk," Lu Kai suddenly said to Fuya, holding her hand. "Recently, I feel that simple training isn't yielding good results anymore. Although my progress is steady, there hasn't been any breakthrough, so I want to change my training methods." "Sure, where are we going?" Fuya immediately expressed her support and asked, "Are you going too?" Upon hearing this, Lu Kai tightened his grip on Fuya's hand. "No, absolutely not. The places I want to go are very dangerous, and I don't agree with you going. You little brat, I can trust you to go, and you dare to stop me?" Fuya immediately put on a serious face, taking on the role of an older sister, which made Lu Kai feel overwhelmed. He wasn't going out to play. He was going to truly dangerous places, and he wasn't afraid himself. But what if Fuya encounters danger? Does he have enough ability to protect her? However, if he doesn't let Fuya go, she will definitely be upset, and Lu Kai is most afraid of seeing Fuya sad. He can't bear to let her suffer even the slightest grievance. So, for a moment, Lu Kai didn't know what to say. Seeing Lu Kai silent, Fuya immediately felt annoyed and angrily shook off his hand, running home first. Lu Kai knows very well that Fuya is worried about him. However, he really doesn't want Fuya to put herself in danger. Although Itakijia's climate is similar to that of the Raphia kingdom, the level of danger is completely different. Over the past 2 years, Lu Kai has heard Dimo and Sina mention many dangerous places, some of which even they dare not go to, which makes Lu Kai feel a wave of fear. Lu Kai, with the support of the system, has a very strong ability to survive, so he is naturally not afraid. Moreover, his strength is already quite formidable. However, Fuya does not have a system, and Lu Kai feels that he is still not capable enough to protect her in those dangerous places, like the core of Dimo. Therefore, at this moment, Lu Kai is very conflicted. Sina, who was cooking in the kitchen, saw Fuya storming home alone in anger and was quite surprised. She rushed over to ask what happened, and after learning the situation, she felt a bit speechless. Sina, do you think Lu Kai is being unreasonable? Fuya said angrily, but the reluctance to part with Lu Kai was something anyone could clearly sense. Fuya, I think Lu Kai is right. With his current strength and special talent, he can go almost anywhere in the Itakijia kingdom except for a few places. However, some places are really dangerous for you, Sina patiently explained. You all just underestimate me, ganging up to bully me, Fuya said, tears welling up in her eyes, and she angrily rushed in her room, locking herself inside. At that moment, Lu Kai had just left the house and felt very sad when he heard the sound of Fuya slamming the door. In Lu Kai's view, the main reasons for Fuya's anger were twofold. One was her concern for him, and the other was her reluctance to part with him. But she was just using anger to cover up those feelings. Lu Kai, are you really planning to go out and explore? Sina asked hurriedly upon seeing Lu Kai, as not only Fuya, but even Sina herself felt very reluctant. Lu Kai's suggestion came too suddenly for her to accept. Why not take Fuya with you? Sina quietly suggested at that moment. I know you were worried about her safety, but I understand the situation in Itakijia better than you do. As long as you avoid the place I mentioned, you can keep her safe. You have seen how hard Fuya has worked these past 2 years. Do you think she's doing this for no reason? Isn't it to get closer to you and be able to help you better in the future? Sina explained it paciently. If you go out and leave her alone at home, how do you think she will feel? Your excessive protection of her would negate all her efforts over the past 2 years. She clearly wants to help you fulfill your wishes more than anyone else. But if your actions make her feel like a burden, making her efforts seem like a joke, how heartbroken do you think she will be? Plus, you brought this up so suddenly, leaving her with no preparation. While she is reluctant, she is also worried about your safety. How do you think she feels? After listening to Shina's words, Lu Kai immediately felt extremely frustrated. How could he, with his pig brain, not think of this? As Fuya said, he was just a guy with a mind full of muscles, practicing himself into stupidity. He truly did not want Fuya to face any danger. But what had Fuya been training so hard for these past 2 years, while also diligently studying medicine? Lu Kai, you need to believe in yourself. You're truly stronger than you think. It's just that you have a fear of inadequacy, which is why you have so many concerns. The fear of inadequacy is a label Fuya has stuck on Lu Kai, so accurate that it cannot be refuted. Now, the whole family says he has this condition and needs treatment, and Lu Kai's way of treating it is to strengthen his training. You need to believe in Fuya even more. She is definitely not as fragile as you think. Seeing that Lu Kai was somewhat swayed, Shina continued, saying that what she needed was his trust, not his protection. Just like she believed that he would definitely become the strongest in the world in the future. It was only after being awakened by Shina that Lu Kai realized his excessive concern could harm Fuya, and he felt a rush of shame. What reason did he have to deny everything Fuya had done under the guise of protection? Thank you, Shina, I understand now. Lu Kai took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Shina quietly pointed to Fuya's room, gave Lu Kai a look, and then smiled as she returned to the kitchen to continue preparing dinner. Lu Kai did not knock on the door, but quietly opened it and peeked inside. Then he heard Fuya murmuring to herself. You little brat. Last year you were too scared to sleep alone at night and needed me to keep you company. And now you're looking down on me? How outrageous. Fuya complained angrily while hugging a pillow. Upon hearing this, Lu Kai instantly felt extremely embarrassed. When Lu Kai first arrived in Springwater Town, he struggled significantly with the loneliness in the dark of night. So Fuya volunteered to add a bed in Lu Kai's room and forcibly stayed with him for nearly half a year. Although Lu Kai initially refused, insisting that he would adjust quickly, he couldn't resist Fuya's strong insistence under the guise of an older sister taking care of her younger brother. It was precisely because of Fuya's companionship that Lu Kai's mental issues were quickly resolved, and he no longer had any worries. Now that Fuya brought up old matters, Lu Kai's face instantly turned red. On this point alone, he was completely at Fuya's mercy. Sis, Lu Kai suddenly spoke, softly, tentatively calling out, "What do you want? You little brat?" Fuya replied, still carrying a hint of anger while trying to suppress her grievances. Seeing Fuya's expression made Lu Kai's heart ache, and he quickly said, "Sis, I'm here to apologize." Lu Kai pushed open the door, carefully sat down on the chair, and said softly, "I just thought about it, and I still feel that it's better to have you by my side. So can you accompany me? It's not just to cheer me up?" Fuya asked, pouting. Lu Kai quickly shook his head, looking decidedly afraid. But ha! Feiya couldn't help but burst into laughter at Lu Kai's cautious demeanor, completely forgetting the anger and grievance from just moments ago. "Since you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly agree." As she spoke, Feiya winked at Lu Kai, a hint of a smug smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. The moment Lu Kai saw Feiya's triumphant smile, he realized he had fallen for a trick again. It was at this moment that Lu Kai finally understood that Feiya's earlier anger was just an act, and her complaint to Xian Na was premeditated. Her earlier rambling about her embarrassing moments was also intentional, naturally aimed at making Lu Kai comply. The key was that this combo attack was virtually impossible to defend against. Similar situations had occurred frequently over the past 2 years, and if it weren't for Feiya always deliberately showing a flaw at the end, Lu Kai would never have noticed. As a result, every seemingly careless action of Feiya or any change in her emotions held deep meaning in Lu Kai's eyes. However, Feiya's tricks were always different, and there was truth within falsehoods and falsehoods within truths, making it useless for Lu Kai to be on guard. Therefore, Lu Kai had been deeply affected over these 2 years, always unknowingly agreeing to all of Feiya's requests. Feiya had always taken pleasure in teasing Lu Kai, leading him around in circles, but she always knew just the right measure, never truly wanting to make Lu Kai upset. She simply enjoyed the process. Before long, Demo had returned as well, and the 4 of them gathered together, happily enjoying dinner. Lu Kai's eating habits are still as terrifying as ever, and his appetite has grown larger due to the increasing training load and growth spurts. Even Fuya, who has been undergoing high-intensity training, can eat more than before. Every time Shina sees Lu Kai and Fuya enjoying their meals, she feels a strong sense of accomplishment. However, Aline is not around. He spends more than half of each year at sea, which is his own choice. Aline particularly enjoys the feeling of sailing on the sea, believing that only the ocean can give him a sense of freedom and boundlessness. Demo and Sheena naturally fully support him. Since that time Fuya went out to sea with Aline and found it boring, she hasn't gone again, choosing to stay in Spring Watertown with Lu Kai, Demo, and Sheena. Every few days, she also visits Grandpa Kang's house to continue her medical studies. As the royal physician of the former Itakizia Kingdom, Grandpa Kang's medical skills are unquestionable. However, Fuya's talent in medicine is so extraordinary that she and Grandpa Kang have become mutual learners, tackling many medical problems together. Occasionally, she goes to treat people in nearby villages. Now, little Fuya has earned the reputation of a little medical saint. When Demo learned that Lu Kai and Fuya planned to venture out together, he was not surprised at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "I knew you had this intention." After that, Demo walked over to a nearby cabinet and took out a hand-drawn map of the island where the Itakizia Kingdom is located. This map is hand-drawn and far more detailed than any map available for purchase. Demo personally created this map over the past month, going through several drafts before finishing it. Sheena laughed and said, "I've marked all the dangerous places in red for you, so go check them out." Every time Luke hears Demo and Sina talk about the dangers in Itakizia, he feels a strange sensation. The climate of the Itakizia Kingdom is very similar to that of the Rafia Kingdom, and it is stable. The wilderness of the Rafia Kingdom is like a backyard to Luke now, with no dangers at all. Logically, such a climate shouldn't have extraordinary beasts. It doesn't make sense. However, there are places in the Itakizia Kingdom that even Demo and Sina dare not go, which is quite extraordinary. These places are the targets for Luke and Faya, because, with their current strength, ordinary places cannot provide the trial effects they seek. After receiving the map, Luke felt deeply moved. This is Demo and Sina. The two never rely on words but constantly express their care and support through actions, and they have done many things for them in advance. This warmth, Luke has felt countless times over the past 2 years. No matter what Luke and his siblings want to do, Demo and Sina will unconditionally support them, giving the three the greatest motivation and energy. "Little brother, you want to go to those dangerous places?" Faya suddenly asked at this moment. "Don't worry. Luke's strength is already quite strong. If he truly exerts himself, even Olin has to be careful to deal with him. If he dares to underestimate Luke, he might even stumble. Dimo comforted Faya. Hearing this, Faya's mouth formed an odd shape, and she looked at Luke in disbelief. 6 months ago, Luke had a spar with Olin. In that time, Luke was easily crushed by Olin, with Luke throwing out killing moves but being no match. In just half a year, Faya knew that Luke had made rapid progress, but she didn't expect his improvement to be so significant. In fact, it wasn't just Luke. Faya's strength had also become very formidable, but she just didn't realize it. After all, they had been training in the warehouse, lacking points of reference for comparison. Comparing themselves to Dimo and Sina was meaningless because the gap seemed never to have narrowed. Instead, as Dimo and Sina showcased even stronger abilities during their sparring, the gap appeared even larger. There's nothing to be surprised about. Our little Luke is a super genius. Of course, little Faya is also a super genius. I dare say, there won't be anyone in the world with higher talent than you two, Sina said proudly, amused by Faya's expression. That's right. Faya unreservedly lifted her little head, looking at Luke with a proud gaze as if to say, see, sister is also amazing. Even Sina says so. Luke was already used to Faya's self-love and laughed along with Dimo and Sina. To the west of the royal city of the Itakizia kingdom, the mountains stretch endlessly, one of which is called Bantu Mountain. On the top of Bantu Mountain, Luke and Faya gazed at the royal city in the distance. Once they crossed 2 more mountains, they would reach a plain, and passing through the plain would lead them to the royal city. As they neared the royal city, both of their spirits lifted significantly. They had already planned their itinerary after entering the royal city. In summary, it was just 6 words. Shop around, buy stuff. At this moment, Luke and Faya had been away from home for 3 months. In these 3 months, Luke and Faya had visited places like the Delhi Primitive Forest, Kays Lake, and Tula Peak, locations that ordinary people wouldn't dare to go or even could not reach. These places were all treacherous lands, filled with ferocious beasts. Under the suggestion of Dimo and Sina, Lukai decided not to use any hockey or combat skills throughout the trial, aiming to hone his control over his body as much as possible. Over the past 2 years, Lukai's basic physical attributes had been rapidly increasing, but correspondingly, his control over his body had worsened. This was inevitable, as the body needs time to adapt to new strength. Once his control over his body is strengthened again, combined with hockey and combat skills, he would achieve unexpected results and improve his strength even faster. However, their requirements for Fuya were completely different. Fuya's understanding of the outside world was entirely derived from others' descriptions, which inevitably made her naive. Therefore, Fuya's task could be summed up in 2 words: adapt. It must be said that the areas marked in red on the map by Dimo were not to be taken lightly. They were indeed fraught with danger. Since Lukai did not use hockey throughout, he had to remain vigilant to protect Fuya, which gradually honed his beast-like sharp instincts. Furthermore, because he did not use any combat skills in battle and relied purely on his body, Lukai's physique became incredibly coordinated, and his control and understanding of his body reached an unprecedented height. Fuya's transformation exceeded Lukai's expectations. Although Fuya had trained hard over the past 2 years, she had never engaged in a real battle and was only 12 years old, still a little girl who had never even killed a chicken. Suddenly thrust into the dangerous jungle and confronted with creatures that were more like monsters than beasts, Fuya was initially panicked and constantly used her brother's summoning technique. As Fuya realized that her strength was quite formidable, and after witnessing blood and personally slaying some beasts that attacked them, the highly adaptive Fuya quickly became calm and composed, unflustered by the situation. Additionally, Fuya was very intelligent and soon discerned many of the monster's weaknesses, using strategies in battle to repeatedly achieve challenges beyond her level. As she gradually adapted to fighting, Fuya learned to rely on her own strength to resolve most dangers and no longer felt unnecessary compassion. In 3 months, Lukai and Fuya had circled halfway around the Itakizia Islands, enduring hardships and relying mainly on beasts and wild vegetables for food. The royal city was their final destination. But their purpose in coming here was no longer for the trial. Lukai wanted to take Fuya to relax and enjoy themselves before heading directly home. Fuya was naturally delighted by Lukai's suggestion, as she had been missing home for quite some time, but had never mentioned it, wanting to avoid worrying him. After all, living outdoors and facing constant danger with meals of roasted meat and vegetables was too harsh for a 12-year-old girl. Just as Lukai and Fuya were preparing to set off for the royal city, a series of shouts and the sounds of clashing weapons caught their attention. along with the screams of women and young girls. Lu Kai and Fuya exchanged a glance and hurried towards the direction of the sound as fast as they could. When they got closer, they saw dozens of fierce-looking bandits surrounding a luxurious carriage. Inside the carriage sat a beautiful woman in her 20s and a little girl about 8 or 9 years old. Beside the carriage stood several injured guards, who were holding weapons and confronting the bandits. Many bodies lay scattered on the ground, most of them wearing guard uniforms. Do you know who is sitting in the carriage? If you know what's good for you, let them go quickly, or you will not have a good ending. One of the least injured guards stepped forward and threatened, seemingly trying to intimidate the bandits. I don't care who you are. You're the first to talk tough after coming to Bantu Mountain. A leading bandit sneered. You should go and listen around. Here in Bantu Mountain, you have to follow our bandits' rules. I said, hand over a ton of gold, and we will immediately release them. Otherwise, this beautiful woman will be ours. The bandit leader said with a lewd expression. Enough. The guard shouted angrily, you have some nerve. Hearing the guard's rebuke, the leading bandit's expression immediately turned cold, and the other bandits radiated a murderous aura. Lu Kai and Fu, you were both speechless at this guard. This kind of guard probably relied on their distinguished status on a daily basis, being used to ordering others around, perhaps because of the noble status of the beautiful woman in the carriage, who was respected wherever she went. This guard had developed the bad habit of looking down on others. Now, being blocked by mountain bandits on the hill, with the enemy strong and them weak, their lives could be in danger at any moment. Yet he still couldn't shake off his usual bad habits. If it were Lu Kai, he would have immediately thought of ways to communicate with the other party, probing their intentions. If it was for money, then everything would be fine. Matters that could be solved with money were not really matters at all. First, he would think of ways to ensure the safety of the mistress and the young master, and then find a way to persuade the bandits that he needed to send someone back to get money. While getting the money, he could also seek help. As long as someone among them could get out, there would at least be a chance for a turnaround. If he found out that these mountain bandits had ulterior motives, he would adapt and think of other ways. In the end, if there really were no options left, he could only kill the mistress and the young master first, and then take his own life. But at this critical moment, this guard thought of nothing and only knew how to scold. If he angered the bandits at this point, the other party would not hold back, and he would regret it too late. Kill all these guards and take the two of them back to the stronghold. The bandit leader commanded coldly. Indeed, when the bandit leader shouted at the guards, the group of mountain bandits, no longer willing to wait, immediately prepared to act. But just then, the situation suddenly changed. A figure appeared beside the bandit leader, and a flash of blade light struck. The bandit leader immediately covered his neck in disbelief, then fell straight down. The sudden scene stunned everyone, but the figure that appeared did not hesitate. Instead, he dashed to the side and swiftly killed 2 more people. It was only at this moment that the bandits finally reacted, shouting and charging toward the suddenly appearing figure. But this group of bandits was completely outmatched. The figure moved like a ghost among the crowd, cutting them down effortlessly. Before long, all the mountain bandits lay dead. The one who had suddenly appeared was Lu Kai, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. The beautiful woman and the little girl in the carriage, along with the guards, watched this scene in utter shock. Lu Kai didn't even glance at them. He flicked his long knife to shake off the blood remaining on the blade, then sheathed it. Just as Lu Kai was about to turn around and join Fuya, who was not far away, a voice called out to him. Excuse me, young man. Please wait a moment. It was the beautiful young woman who had been in the exquisite carriage. She had gotten off the carriage and approached Lu Kai, bowing slightly and sincerely saying, "Thank you for drawing your sword to help." Lu Kai furrowed his brows. There must be a purpose behind such heavy gifts. At this moment, he was still thinking about wiping out the stronghold of the mountain bandits and did not want to waste time here. The young brother's skills were exceptional, so he must not be an ordinary person. The beautiful woman continued, "We have encountered mountain bandits, and our guards have suffered heavy casualties. The road ahead may still be fraught with danger. Therefore, I dare to ask the young brother to help escort us for a while, and we will certainly reward you handsomely afterwards." Lu Kai naturally felt a sense of aversion towards these noble individuals and did not want to get involved in their affairs. However, just as Lu Kai was about to turn and leave, the girl from the carriage approached him, looking at him with hopeful eyes, and said, "Big brother, please help us." It wasn't impossible. At that moment, Fuya also walked over and happened to hear the conversation. Before Lu Kai could refuse, Fuya readily agreed on his behalf. At the same time, Fuya gave Lu Kai a look that clearly said, "Leave it to me." Lu Kai immediately understood and suppressed a smile. Fuya obviously viewed these two seemingly distinguished individuals as easy targets. Although both Lu Kai and Fuya had plans to enjoy themselves in the city, there was one awkward issue. Neither of them had any money. Originally, Lu Kai and Fuya had planned to borrow some money from a local tyrant with a bad reputation once they entered the city. Now that an easy target had suddenly appeared, they could avoid that extra effort just by looking at their status. It wouldn't be unreasonable to ask for several million belly for escorting them. As for Fuya's plan, Lu Kai had no objections whatsoever. In fact, he had never disagreed with any of Fuya's plans. But at that moment, a very discordant voice interrupted. "Madam, you cannot." The guard, who had just been the subject of Lu Kai and Fuya's earlier mockery, spoke up. These two had unknown backgrounds, and their sudden appearance was definitely suspicious. It was possible that they had arranged for the bandits earlier, so escorting them was absolutely out of the question. Upon hearing this, Lu Kai's eyes narrowed, and his figure suddenly disappeared from a spot. When he reappeared, he kicked the guard fiercely in the chest. The guard flew backward and crashed into a large tree before finally stopping, feeling as if his insides had shattered, and he spat out blood. Just as the guard was starting to recover, a knife's tip was already pressed against his throat. "If you dare say another word, I will kill you immediately." Lu Kai's cold voice echoed in front of the guard, filled with murderous intent. Lu Kai had no intention of being lenient with such people. In Lu Kai's eyes, the noble's lackey was just as detestable as the nobles themselves. Yet these despicable individuals still dared to be so disrespectful to him and Fuya in person. Lu Kai himself didn't care, but this person absolutely shouldn't have mentioned Fuya along with him. Don't be fooled by how much better Lu Kai's temper has been over the past 2 years. He's been as gentle as he can be. However, this is only true when he's facing his own family. When it comes to outsiders, Lu Kai has always been very aloof, and he feels that even saying half a sentence to others is a waste of time. Moreover, Lu Kai values his family above all else and will never allow anyone to upset them. If it weren't for the fear of disrupting Fuya's plans, this guard would have already been dead. The guard, however, gulped in immense fear and truly dared not say another word. At this moment, Fuya noticed something unusual. The guard behavior seemed very suspicious to her. If his actions were foolish in the face of the bandits at first, now they appeared to have ulterior motives. If the bandits were indeed related to Lu Kai and Fuya, they only needed to drive them away, not eliminate them entirely. Now that the bandits had been mostly slaughtered by Lu Kai, the situation might not be safe. Who knew if the bandits had accomplices? What if the bandits' accomplices came after them? Besides, he was just a guard. The beautiful lady was his master. If the beautiful lady made a decision, the guard should not oppose it. Moreover, among all the guards, this one had the lightest injuries. Given the current situation, even if Fuya and Lu Kai had ulterior motives. So what? Right now, the situation was stronger than the people. Not to mention Lu Kai, even if Fuya acted, this group of guards could only let themselves be slaughtered. Any smart person would pretend to go along with it and prioritize finding a way to escort the lady and the young master back safely. This group of guards couldn't even handle those bandits, and yet dared to challenge the stronger ones, speaking in an ungrateful manner. It was simply asking for death. The guard jumping out at this moment was clearly anxious, fearing that Lu Kai and Fuya would ruin his plans. Besides, did the beautiful lady not know what the guard said? She probably understood even better than he did, but she was still politely speaking to Lu Kai. What was her intention? It's not important whether they had ulterior motives or not at this moment, because if Fuya and Lu Kai really had other purposes, they could only let it be. What else could they do? Did they have any solutions? But if Fuya and Lu Kai had no ulterior motives and genuinely wanted to protect their safe return to the royal city, that would be a huge gain. From Lu Kai's behavior when he killed the bandits and wanted to leave, it was clear he didn't want to have anything to do with them. Therefore, the beautiful lady was more willing to believe that Lu Kai and the bandits were not in cahoots. "Little brother, little sister," my guard was rude. "I apologize on his behalf." The beautiful lady's gentle voice rang out, expressing her apologies to the two. "Big brother, big sister, please let him go." The little girl also spoke up. However, Lu Kai seemed to have not heard anything, remaining motionless, with his cold, killing intent showing no signs of diminishing. "Silly brother. Forget it." Fuya saw that Lu Kai was genuinely angry and couldn't help but smile as she spoke. Lu Kai then retracted the knife, not even glancing at the guard again, and walked over to Fuya's side, adopting a well-behaved demeanor. "Silly brother, go drive the carriage. We're heading to the royal city." Fuya instructed Lu Kai, while also leaning in to whisper a few words in his ear. Lu Kai's cold gaze flickered and quickly disappeared, but he soon concealed it again. Without saying a word, he jumped directly onto the driver's seat of the carriage. Fuya then signaled the beautiful woman and the little girl to get on the carriage, and she followed suit. The mountain road was difficult to navigate, so the carriage couldn't go fast. As a result, The descent was slow, but Fuya remained unbothered, treating it with indifference. The petty dealings among these nobles had nothing to do with her. For Fuya, it was merely a transaction. They were escorting the beautiful woman and the little girl into the city, and in return, the beautiful woman and the little girl would give them money as thanks. Nothing more. However, the beautiful woman and the remaining guards behind her wore worried expressions. "Don't worry, with my brother and me around, no one can harm you." Fuya immediately noticed what they were concerned about. The mountain bandits that Lu Kai had slain would eventually be discovered. If there were other bandits on a mountain and they saw the corpses, they would certainly come after them. The carriage took half an hour to finally descend a mountain. Once they crossed the mountain ahead, there would be a flat plain. At that point, the carriage could speed up and quickly reach the royal city. Just when everyone let out a slight sigh of relief, they heard a hurried sound of hooves and cries of battle from behind. Lu Kai pulled the reins to stop the carriage, then drew his knife and walked towards the back of the carriage. Everyone knew what Lu Kai was about to do. Having witnessed his combat skills, they were filled with anticipation, hoping that Lu Kai could drive back the pursuing bandits. Soon, the first horse appeared in Lu Kai's line of sight. "Kill them! Avenge our brothers!" shouted the leading man, wielding a saber, as he charged towards Lu Kai and the others. Lu Kai suddenly kicked off the ground and charged towards the cavalry with a speed faster than a horse, striking the first bandit on the horse with a single blow. Then, he lightly tapped his toes in midair, abruptly changing direction to rush towards the remaining bandits. There was no need to ask about their identities. They all had a fierce look on their faces, shouting for revenge for their brothers. This time, there were about 30 bandits in the pursuit. However, the battle scene was not as intense as imagined. In no time, all the bandits were cut down by Lu Kai, with not a single one left gasping for breath. Lu Kai seemed to have done something insignificant as he casually led over 6 horses, walked to the carriage, and then jumped back onto the carriage, driving it slowly forward. "Big brother, you are really amazing," the little girl behind the carriage said excitedly, her eyes shining as she looked at Lu Kai. "Can you tell me your name?" Lu Kai seemed not to have heard and did not respond, continuing to drive the cart forward. The little girl hit a snag and couldn't help but pout, but then she took out a food box from the carriage, opened it, and handed a piece of pastry to Lu Kai. "Big brother, the pastries in here are really delicious. Would you like to have a piece?" Lu Kai still did not speak or reach out to take it. The little girl wanted to talk to Lu Kai again, but was pulled back by the beautiful young woman beside her, who quickly shook her head at the little girl. The little girl then sat down in a huff and stopped talking. "My brother is shy. Please don't mind him," Fuya explained, not surprised by Lu Kai's reaction. "Thank you." However, the beautiful young woman's words were not directed at Lu Kai, but at Fuya. "No need for thanks," Fuya replied with a smile. "But my brother and I have worked hard for this trip. Just looking at your status, a little reward would be appropriate. Of course, once we reach the royal city, we will definitely present it to you with both hands. We will ensure your satisfaction," the beautiful young woman immediately promised. She could tell that although Lu Kai was very strong, it was Fuya who was in charge of the two, so as long as she made arrangements with her, it would be fine. As for Lu Kai, he was simply unwilling to engage with them. "Miss, is this your first time going to the royal city?" the little girl asked curiously inside the carriage. "Yes, it's our first time." "How did you know?" Fuya asked out of curiosity. "Because people who have been to the royal city usually refer to it as Wolf City," the little girl explained. "You're quite clever," Fuya complimented with a smile. "Miss, do you have anything specific to do in the royal city? We are just passing through and want to take a good look around." "Little sister, do you have any recommendations for places to visit?" Along the way, the group did not encounter any troubles, and Fuya chatted quite a bit with the young woman and the girl in the carriage, learning a lot about the royal city. She also found out that the young woman and the girl were sister-in-law and sister. This made Fuya realize that she had been puzzled at first about why the young woman was in her 20s, but had such a big daughter. After crossing the last mountain, Lu Kai immediately accelerated the carriage, and the majestic royal city appeared in everyone's sight and kept getting larger. Then a series of rapid hoofbeats sounded again, but this time it came from the front, where a cavalry of 100 riders was galloping toward them. The cavalry stopped in front of Lu Kai's group. "We greet the princess." The leading man dismounted and saluted the carriage, saying, "His Majesty saw that the princess had not returned for a long time and sent us to escort her. Thank you for your hard work, rise." The voice of the lady in the carriage rang out. At this moment, Fuya and Lu Kai realized that the person they had saved was actually the princess of the Itakizia kingdom, and both were taken aback. This was because the 2 generations of kings from Itakizia had deep ties with their family, and even Olin referred to the current King Russell as a brother. So it turned out they had saved one of their own. Was it still appropriate to ask for money later? Thinking of this, Lu Kai and Fuya exchanged glances. both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. Just like that, a hefty sum of money seemed to be gone. At that moment, someone rode a horse from behind the carriage toward the cavalry. It was the guard who had been taught a lesson by Lu Kai earlier. When the guard reached the cavalry captain, he suddenly pointed at Faya and Lu Kai driving the carriage and shouted, "Lanning, quickly capture those two bandits." They conspired with the mountain bandits, nearly causing the death of the princess and the little princess. They even kidnapped the princess and the little princess to threaten the king. This sudden scene immediately alerted the cavalry, and they all drew their weapons, ready to rush forward to rescue. Faya in the carriage was extremely angry. They hadn't even had a chance to explain their relationship, and now they were being falsely accused of being villains. Lu Kai suddenly revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth and vanished from the carriage. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the guard, who had a face full of cunning satisfaction. Lu Kai swiftly drew his sword and cleanly severed the guard's upper body along with both arms at the waist. Under the influence of the sword energy, the guard's severed upper body began to float upwards. All of this happened so quickly that the guard couldn't react at all, not even feeling any pain yet. Lu Kai then stabbed him in the chest, pinning him to the void, and coldly said, "Who gave you the courage?" At that moment, the guard finally felt the excruciating pain from losing his lower body and hands, instinctively wanting to scream. However, the stab in his chest prevented him from making any sound, only blood continuously pouring from his mouth. The guard could clearly feel his life slipping away rapidly, and his gaze towards Lu Kai was filled with endless fear and regret. He finally understood what kind of existence he had encountered, but it was already too late. In just 3 seconds, the guard completely lost consciousness and said goodbye to this world. On the way back, the guard kept staring at Lu Kai's back with a hostile gaze, filled with cold, killing intent. Although Lu Kai could not see it, he could clearly sense it even without using his observation haki. Lu Kai actually did not care. It was merely impotent rage. However, this guard made a big mistake by glancing at Fuya with the same vicious stare, which made Lu Kai unable to tolerate it for even a moment. If it weren't for Fuya's previous instruction to Lu Kai to get the money first, he would have long wanted to kill that guard. Unexpectedly, this guy ran forward to seek death at this moment, not knowing where he got the courage from. Seeing that the guard who reported him was killed by Lu Kai, the cavalry immediately reacted, brandishing their weapons and rushing towards Lu Kai. "Stop!" A furious shout came from within the carriage, and all the cavalry halted their movements, looking towards the carriage. The princess came down with a strong expression of anger. She never expected her guard to suddenly cause such a scene, and she was instantly filled with rage. "Little sister, little brother, we are truly sorry to you. We owe you a great debt and have caused you such a huge grievance." The princess immediately bowed and apologized to Fuya and Lu Kai, asking them to give her a chance to make amends, saying she wanted to invite them to the palace as guests. At this moment, all the cavalry were confused, not understanding the situation. Weren't these two criminals? Why was the princess apologizing to them, showing such great respect, and inviting Lu Kai to the palace? There's no need. Lu Kai sheathed his knife back into its scabbard, coldly glancing around and directly refusing. Then, disregarding everyone's gazes, he took 2 horses and walked to Fuya's side, saying, "Sister, I want to go take down that group of mountain bandits' lair." Upon hearing this, Fuya immediately mounted one of the horses and smiled at Lu Kai, saying, "Then what are we waiting for?" Lu Kai's plans are naturally fully supported by Fuya. Anyway, it's not easy for them to ask for money now. And after the recent commotion, they have no intention of recognizing their relationship, so they prioritize fulfilling Lu Kai's wishes. Moreover, although they didn't get any money from the princess, as bandits, they should have quite a bit of money. The 2 siblings, having a tacit understanding, know each other's thoughts without needing to say a word. After all, they have been involved in such activities quite a bit lately. Over the past 3 months, they have engaged in many black market dealings. But as the 2 who disperse wealth, they have long since given away the money they earned during this period to those in need. Lu Kai immediately mounted his horse and turned to leave. "Little sister, little brother." The 2 voices sounded almost simultaneously, one from the princess and the other from the little princess. Fuya glanced at them and smiled, saying, "You are safe now, but I suggest you investigate that guy thoroughly." After speaking, the 2 of them spurred their horses and galloped away in the direction they had come from without looking back. "They haven't even repaid our kindness," the princess said with a hint of regret as she watched them leave on horseback. To the south of Bantu Mountain, there is a valley with a flat area inside, where a village capable of accommodating over 300 people has been built. "Can you say that again?" In the hall within the village, a man with a cold gaze stared at the person kneeling before him and angrily asked, The 2 groups we sent out earlier. They've all died, the kneeling person said, trembling. The bandit leader clenched his fists tightly, emanating a strong, killing intent, and roared, "Useless. Find out who did this immediately. No need to investigate." "It was me." A voice suddenly floated in from the air, directly taking over the bandit leader's words, as a figure unexpectedly appeared outside the hall. It was Liu Kai. He was dressed in a white tank top on top, loose black capri pants below, canvas shoes on his feet, carrying a long stick on his back, and with 2 knives tucked into his left waist. He stood with his arms crossed in the center of the village. All the bandits were stunned. "Kill him." The bandit leader was the first to react, shouting loudly. Then, the bandits drew their weapons and charged towards Liu Kai, shouting for blood. Liu Kai smiled slightly and used the shave technique to disappear from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already among the crowd, holding a knife in each hand. As Liu Kai raised his hands and struck down, 2 bandits who were still charging forward suddenly fell forward. Liu Kai charged towards the other bandits without any hesitation. With every swing of his knife, 1 bandit would fall, and the scene could hardly be described as a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Killing these bandits did not weigh on Liu Kai's conscience at all. These bandits burned, killed, and looted, committing every imaginable evil. Killing them was saving others. Fuya did not follow Liu Kai to the bandit stronghold. Instead, she was excitedly watching from a distance on a mountaintop with a telescope. Although Fuya had experienced quite a few battles in the past 3 months, they had all been against ferocious beasts. She still felt some resistance to killing someone with her own hands, even if the opponent was an evil bandit. Not wanting to get her hands dirty, but also unwilling to miss the spectacle, Fuya could only watch from afar. Moments later, over 100 bandits had already died, and the remaining ones were enveloped in intense fear. However, they couldn't see Liu Kai's movements clearly. They could only watch their companions fall one by one, dying. "Stop!" A furious shout echoed through the sky, and the bandit chief could no longer sit still. Suddenly, the fingers of his right hand transformed into curved blades, appearing extremely sharp. The bandit chief then locked onto a certain position and swept his fingers in that direction. Waves of slashes flew out from his fingers, and in front of the slashes, Liu Kai's figure suddenly appeared. Upon seeing the incoming slashes, he immediately brought his twin knives down to deflect them. And then Liu Kai looked at the bandit chief in surprise. Quick Slash Fruit. In the original One Piece series, the Quick Slash Fruit is the Devil Fruit ability of Mr. One, Des Bones, who is under Crocodile. However, clearly, Des had nothing to do with this at the moment. Considering his age, Des might still be running around in split crotch pants. The person who has eaten the Quick Slash Fruit becomes as hard as steel from the inside out, and every part of their body can turn into a blade. These blades can unleash powerful slashes, making it a very strong type of devil fruit. You know, quite a bit. The bandit chief glared at Liu Kai with a dark expression, gritting his teeth. Liu Kai couldn't care less about what kind of fruit the other party had. He suddenly disappeared from his original position and then appeared in front of the mountain bandit leader, slashing down with both knives at the same time. Clang! The sound of huge weapons clashing echoed as the mountain bandit leader raised both hands to block Liu Kai's dual blades. "I thought you were strong, but it's nothing special." The mountain bandit leader sneered. "Long live Big Brother. Avenge us, Big Brother Orgy. Kill him, Big Brother Orgy, kill him." The mountain bandits suddenly became excited, shouting loudly. Just now, they thought they were going to die, but their big brother stood up at this critical moment. "Is that so? Liu Kai suddenly loget. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well, relying on the devil fruit to say such things. Otherwise, a person like you wouldn't last 3 rounds against me." After saying that, Liu Kai swung his left knife towards the mountain bandit leader Orgy. The moment the blade made contact with Orgy, the force from Liu Kai's knife directly pushed Orgy's hands away. Then, with a thrust of his right-hand knife, he stabbed Orgy in the abdomen, sending him flying. However, after hitting the ground, Orgy immediately sprang back up, completely unharmed. Indeed, very tough. Liu Kai couldn't help but frown as he checked the opponent's attributes. Orgy, human, male. 41 years old, character level, 25 attribute value, 958 status, good fruit ability, Quick Slash Fruit mastered skills, Cross Slash, a technique created by Orgy using the Quick Slash Fruit ability. Capable of delivering net-like slashes to cut objects into small cubes, proficiency, intermediate. Waist Slash, a technique created by Orgy using the Quick Slash Fruit ability. Transforming an entire arm or leg into a blade to deliver a more powerful slash using body inertia, capable of cutting objects in half, proficiency, intermediate. 5-Finger Slash, a technique created by Orgy using the quick slash fruit ability, transforming 5 fingers into blades to deliver slashes, proficiency, intermediate. Spiral slash, a technique created by Orgy using the quick slash fruit ability, turning his wrists into high-speed spiral blades to cut through encountered objects, proficiency, intermediate. Whirlwind step, a required step for members of the Itakizia Kingdom's Guard, combining a series of basic steps to significantly increase movement speed, proficiency, advanced. Carried items, none carried weapons. None just looking at the attribute values, Orgy could be considered a master in the West Sea. Moreover, he was a powerful user of the quick slash fruit ability. There were indeed not many people in the West Sea who could match him. Even if he went to the Grand Line, he wouldn't be an ordinary character and could dominate a region without any problem. Even Luffy would definitely not be a match for Orgy. Besides using his fruit ability to fly away, Luffy had no way to deal with Orgy. Liu Kai's 2 strikes just now had used all his strength, yet he hadn't even managed to scratch Orgy's skin. A frog at the bottom of a well? Orgy said with a cruel smile on his face. Today, I'll let you see who the real frog at the bottom of the well is. As soon as he finished speaking, Orgy suddenly pushed off the ground, his body rushing towards Liu Kai like a cannonball. He then lunged with a claw at Liu Kai's face, but Liu Kai raised his knife to block it. However, Orgy's deadly move didn't stop. He suddenly grabbed Liu Kai's dual knives, while his right foot turned into a blade and swept violently towards Liu Kai's waist. Clang. The sound of a massive metal collision rang out once again. Liu Kai did not move, allowing Orgy's leg blade to strike his waist. However, the imagined break did not occur. Instead, it felt more like 2 pieces of steel colliding. Am I also that tough? Liu Kai grinned, exerting force with both hands to pull back his dual blades, then slashed again at Orgy's chest, sending him flying once more. Are you also a devil fruit user? Orgy got up again, eyes widened as he stared at Liu Kai. What do you think? Liu Kai smiled slightly, disappearing from his original spot and reappearing behind Orgy, delivering a heavy slash. This blow still didn't injure Orgy in the slightest, but Liu Kai did not stop his assault, continuously unleashing his self-created god-slaying sword technique, raining down strikes on Orgy like a storm. Orgy, not to be outdone, used his steel body to counterattack during Liu Kai's brief pauses. On the surface, Liu Kai seemed to have the upper hand, but the battle appeared to have fallen into a deadlock. Liu Kai couldn't hurt Orgy, and Orgy couldn't harm Liu Kai at all. The reason both seemed evenly matched was that Liu Kai had not infused his blades with haki. Otherwise, 3 slashes would easily take down Orgy. But Liu Kai didn't do that because he was using Orgy to practice his moves. In the path of swordsmanship, there is a significant threshold. It tests whether a swordsman can sever steel without using haki. The sword itself is made of steel, and using a steel blade to cut through steel is an extremely challenging task. If the weapon is sharp enough, it is not difficult to cut through small pieces of weaker steel. Utilizing the weapon's advantage, an ordinary person can do it. Therefore, many swordsmiths use small steel bars to test the sharpness of their blades. However, if the steel bar is replaced with a solid steel rod the thickness of an arm, it would theoretically be impossible to split it. If too much force is applied, the most likely outcome would be the blade breaking. When the strength of the steel is similar, or even if the blade's strength is inferior to the steel, it is impossible to break large pieces of steel through sheer force. However, once a swordsman reaches a certain level of skill, they can comprehend the essence of the sword. Once this level is achieved, as long as the swordsman possesses enough strength, they can easily sever steel. Although Liu Kai is an absolute genius in swordsmanship, he has only been practicing for 2 years. Therefore, he has not yet realized the sword heart, and without using his domineering spirit, he does not possess the strength to cut through steel. However, a true strong person must not only know how to use their domineering spirit and have strong basic attributes, but also master combat skills that can extraordinarily unleash their basic attributes. All 3 elements are indispensable. With such a great opportunity for training before him, how could Liu Kai let it slip away? What exactly is the sword heart? Liu Kai continuously attacked Orgy, trying to comprehend it, but always felt that something was still missing. After a long time, Liu Kai stopped his attacks, stood still, closed his eyes, and began to think deeply. A sword that can cut through everything, yet cannot cut anything. Similar words were spoken by Geng Shilang and Zhuo Luo, and Shina had also told Liu Kai. However, Zhuo Luo later understood it at a life-and-death moment, while Liu Kai at this moment completely did not understand what it meant. And he could not rely on the system either. The system could only guide Liu Kai to train in a more scientific, accurate, and efficient manner. But for anything that requires comprehension, the system has always been mute. Cutting through everything, yet cutting nothing. Liu Kai kept repeating this phrase while rapidly thinking in his mind. Could it be that by attaching his will to the weapon, he could decide what to cut through his will? For things that his will does not wish to cut. Even if the blade itself is sharp, he could use his will to restrain its sharpness. For things that his will wants to cut through. Even if the blade itself is dull, he could use his will to make it sharp. Is this with the understanding of what to cut with the sword in hand? Liu Kai suddenly grinned and opened his eyes, saying, "I understand," as he saw Orji attacking him while his eyes were closed. Liu Kai suddenly swung his knife and struck Orji's right arm. A wound immediately appeared on Orji's arm, drawing a trickle of bright red blood, causing him to retreat in panic, staring at Liu Kai in shock. Although the injury on his arm was not serious, Orji's mood was extremely heavy. This meant that Liu Kai had the power to injure him, which was absolutely bad news for him. Ever since he consumed the quick/fruit, Orji had not been injured again. No one had been able to break through his defenses, so he had always been very confident. Liu Kai is an opponent that Orji has never encountered before. He completely overwhelms Orji in terms of speed, strength, and swordsmanship, and his body is just as tough as Orji's. The most terrifying thing is that Liu Kai keeps growing stronger during the battle. From being unable to hurt him at all in the beginning to now being able to inflict damage. If this continues, is it possible that he could even defeat Orji? Orji only feels a tingling sensation on his scalp. Liu Kai, however, did not pay attention to the startled Orji, but instead murmured to himself. It turns out that every knife has its own will, and swordsmen also have their own will. This is the essence of everything. As he spoke, Liu Kai charged towards Orji, and the two immediately resumed their battle. But their emotions were completely different. Liu Kai was joyful, while Orji was fearful. At the same time, the fighting scene began to change. Liu Kai became more fluid in his attacks, and the dazzling sword energy he unleashed filled the air, while Orji was cautious, constantly dodging. However, the growing wounds on his body filled him with despair. Liu Kai's understanding had become increasingly clear. He had grasped the essence of his sword heart. The will of different blades was unique, but all blades shared a common trait. The desire to become the strongest blade that cuts through all obstacles. The same was true for swordsmen. No matter what path a swordsman chose, they must cultivate an unwavering will to cut through all obstacles. As this will grew stronger and underwent a transformation, the swordsman would possess the sword heart. Through the sword heart, one could resonate with their blade and gain its recognition. The better the blade, the stronger the will it contained, and the more it tested the swordsman's sword heart. Once the swordsman's sword heart was recognized by the blade, their will could be added to the blade, resonating with its original will, greatly enhancing the power of their techniques, allowing them to easily cut through steel. However, simply comprehending the sword heart was not enough. As the sword heart belonged to mental strength, one also needed sufficient physical strength to cut through steel. But against an Orji, Liu Kai's strength was more than enough. After retreating 5 or 6 zhang from the battlefield, Liu Kai sheathed one of his dual blades. The sword heart was newly comprehended by Liu Kai and not yet fully mastered, so he focused it on one weapon for optimal effect. Then, Liu Kai ran towards the Orji with one hand holding the blade, continuously using the sword heart to resonate with the blade while pointing the blade's tip towards the Orji, bending his elbow back to gather strength. When he was about 10 meters away from the Orji, Liu Kai suddenly pushed off the ground, propelling himself towards the Orji in an instant, and thrusting the blade with a speed that the Orji couldn't possibly react to. The blade struck the Orji's heart without any hindrance, piercing straight through him. New technique of the blade god swordsmanship, thrust will slash, presented. Liu Kai felt elated at that moment. Giving his new move a name, he then withdrew the blade, flicked it back to shake off the blood, and slowly returned it to the sheath. The Orji looked at his heart in disbelief, his eyes wide, before he fell backward in a daze. He had anticipated losing, but never thought he would be killed in an instant. Yet he did not die unjustly. Liu Kai's new move, thrust world slash, appeared simple, but actually incorporated various techniques. The basic form of the sword move came from the thrust in, the twin sword technique taught by Shina. And Liu Kai added the thrusting power method from finger gun to enhance the speed and strength of his strike. In terms of footwork, Liu Kai used the charging technique from the staff methods taught by Demo, along with the explosive moment from Shave, and he infused the sword with the sword heart, making the thrust even more powerful. If combined with the armed color of Haki, the power of this move would be even more terrifying. After slaying the Orji, Liu Kai went to the bandits' warehouse and frantically looted, not lingering in the village and leaving directly. The entire village was devoid of any bandits. While Lu Kai was engaging the orgy, some bandits had already sneaked away. The remaining ones, seeing Lu Kai injure the orgy's arm, realized the situation was dire and also began to flee. At that time, Lu Kai, who was focused on comprehending the sword heart, paid them no mind. By the time he killed the orgy, over 100 people had already fled in all directions, and Lu Kai was too lazy to chase them down one by one. Since the strongest in the village, the orgy, had already been killed by him, the remaining bandits were no longer a threat, and someone else would surely deal with them. After reuniting with Feiya, who had been watching from a distance on the hillside, the two rode towards the royal city. After all, the royal city was the goal of Lu Kai's journey, and now they had money to enjoy themselves properly. When they entered the city, it was already deep into the night, and they had no choice but to find a still operating inn to stay in. After so long of roughing it, Feiya was utterly exhausted, so after taking a hot bath, she fell asleep immediately, while Lu Kai began training. This was something Lu Kai had to do no matter where he was or when. As long as he had free time, he devoted himself to training. Sleep for Lu Kai was merely for restoring his energy. 2 hours of sleep a day was already sufficient. Lu Kai trained until 4 in the morning before finally going to sleep. The next morning at 6, he woke up on time and dove back into training. It wasn't until noon that Feiya, having finally had a good sleep, stretched and woke up leisurely, feeling refreshed and free of the fatigue that had weighed her down for so long. And just thinking about the upcoming shopping spree made her feel even more energized. Soon, the two of them left the inn and first went to a restaurant recommended by the little princess, ordering a large table full of dishes and starting a feast. At that time, it was mealtime and many people were dining. However, all the diners lost their appetite and stared in amazement at Lu Kai and Feiya, especially Lu Kai, who finished an entire table of food in a whirlwind and then ordered another table's worth. Even people outside were drawn in, running in to watch. They swore they'd never seen anyone eat as much as Lu Kai, who consumed enough food for 50 people. After finishing 5 tables of food, Lu Kai finally felt full, while Feiya, who had already eaten her fill, rested her chin on her hand, smiling as she watched Lu Kai the whole time. Every time she saw Lu Kai eating, Feiya felt a sense of satisfaction. As for why, she couldn't quite explain it. She just enjoyed watching. All right, everyone disperse. The sun is about to set, Feiya said somewhat unhappily, seeing the crowd surrounding them. What's so interesting about my brother just eating? If those people knew what Feiya was thinking, they would surely deem her hypocritical. Why could she watch, but they couldn't? However, the onlookers realized their rudeness and gradually dispersed. After paying for the meal, Feiya pulled Lu Kai to start wandering around the royal city, cherishing this opportunity. This was Lu Kai's first time in 2 years putting down his training to wholeheartedly accompany her, and the joy she felt was much stronger than the act of shopping itself. Having learned quite a bit about the royal city from the queen and the little princess, Feiya and Lu Kai were not wandering aimlessly. They knew where the fun spots were, where the best food was, and where the best shopping areas were. They even inquired with some merchants about good places, becoming quite familiar with the royal city. They strolled from the afternoon to dusk and from dusk to evening, until late at night, when Feiya, still not satisfied with the food street, decided to find a new inn to rest. By this time, Lu Kai was loaded with various goods. Indeed, spending ill-gotten gains from robbing bandits was quite exhilarating. Today, Lu Kai's performance made Feiya very satisfied and content. He had devoted his full attention to her, was very patient, spoke sweetly, and went along with whatever she wanted. She wished for more days like this in the future, but was also worried that it might affect Lu Kai's training. Sister, I think occasional relaxation is quite good. In the future, I want to take a break every now and then. When I do, will you accompany me to shop? How could the exceptionally perceptive Feiya not understand Lu Kai's intentions behind these words? Thus, her eyes instantly became a bit red. This is you asking me. Although she felt beautiful inside, Feiya still said as usual, forget it, since you've asked, I'll reluctantly agree. Early the next morning, Feiya and Luke packed their things and prepared to leave. Because they had bought too many items, they planned to hire a carriage. What? 100,000 burly? Why don't you go rob a bank? Feiya's angry voice sounded at the carriage shop. Is your horse made of gold, or is the carriage made of gold? Do you think we are young and can easily be cheated? I say, young lady, you shouldn't speak carelessly. Go ask around and see who dares to do business outside the city nowadays. It's a matter of life and death, the carriage shop owner said, somewhat displeased. On the contrary, I offered you a discount because I saw you were young. And you actually say I'm cheating you? You mean there are mountain bandits outside the city? Feiya replied, but we are not passing through Bandao Mountain. We won to even encounter them. How can you say you're not cheating us? Young lady, I can tell you're not from Wolf City, right? The carriage shop owner asked. Do you think only Bandow Mountain has bandits? Every major road around Wolf City has bandits. Who dares to go outside the city nowadays? Sir, our boss isn't lying to you. A staff member chimed in. You don't know, we Wolf City people have been badly affected by bandits these past few years. How many families have been torn apart? How many lives have been lost? The fact that you two could sneak into the city without being caught by bandits must mean you came at night, right? You were really lucky. Lucky. Fuya touched her nose upon hearing this. Isn't that bad? We even made a fortune. But leaving the city might not be so lucky. I advise you to leave late at night. That way, the risks will be smaller, the carriage shop owner suggested again. But isn't Wolf City the royal city? And I heard the current king is a wise ruler. Doesn't he care? Fuya continued to ask. Don't mention it. I used to think the king was pretty good. But now seeing him helpless against the bandits, I don't know how many people are utterly disappointed in him. The carriage shop owner said, his disappointment evident in his tone. Then, seeing no one around, he suddenly lowered his voice, and let me tell you, there are rumors that this group of bandits was actually supported by the king. Upon hearing this, Fuya and Luke exchanged glances, surprised. The bandits supported by the king had kidnapped his own wife and younger sister. Everything about this matter seemed strange. Boss, don't think we're young and can be fooled. Why would the king do such a thing? Fuya continued to press. I knew you wouldn't believe me. I only told you because you are outsiders and young. I wouldn't say this to others. The carriage shop owner had a knowing expression and continued. You are outsiders. And there are things you don't know. The king has sent troops to encircle the bandits many times. But each time the bandits manage to get wind of it and escape. Once the army withdraws, they come back. How could this be without inside information? Do you know that not long ago, the princess and the young lady encountered bandits? Guess what happened? The carriage shop owner looked around warily again. Shrinking his body before continuing, the bandits not only did not harm them, but sent people to escort them back. In the end, those bandits even committed murder outside the city gate, killing many guards who tried to stop them. And guess what? The princess actually protected those bandits and let them escape. Think about that. Seeing the carriage shop owner's excited and mysterious expression, Fuya and Luke exchanged glances. This script was completely different from what they had received. However, both of them were smart and immediately thought of someone spreading rumors, and that the person had ill intentions. Especially Fuya, who had already thought of a series of follow-ups. Fuya and Luke were the parties involved, and no one knew better than them what had happened at the time. But after this matter spread among the common people, it had been twisted into such a form. The princess and a young lady, who were almost kidnapped and were victims, had turned into villains protecting bandits, while they had become bandits themselves. The princess's act of gratitude had somehow transformed into protection for the bandits. All of this pointed directly at the king, and it was undoubtedly premeditated, targeting the king himself. Thinking deeper, the person targeting the king might be the one supporting the bandits, with an invisible hand controlling everything behind the scenes, aiming to undermine the king's authority. Why undermine the king's authority? This purpose is not hard to guess. After leaving the carriage shop, Fuya shared her suspicions with Luke. Luke was moved, and they exchanged glances, seeing a decision reflected in each other's eyes. This matter must be addressed. From a relationship standpoint, both the previous and current kings had shown kindness to Demo and Xena, and the current king was even the sworn brother of Olin. They could not just stand by and watch them be plotted against without taking action. From a justice perspective, the bandits had committed numerous crimes and could not be allowed to continue harming the innocent. If someone was indeed supporting the bandits, that person would be even more guilty. From a moral standpoint, a person who supports bandits, allows them to commit evil, harms the people, and provides them with inside information cannot become a king. Of course, Fuya and Luke still needed to verify some specific situations. But Luke trusted his instincts, and Fuya believed in her intelligence. After all, they were the parties involved in the princess and young lady kidnapping incident and were fully aware of what had happened at the time. Otherwise, no matter how smart someone was, they couldn't possibly think of so much at once. Afterward, Fuya and Luke visited several more places, using the excuse of leaving the city to gather information, and the results were similar to what the carriage shop owner had said. The people of the royal city were indeed filled with complaints about the king. However, one person's name was frequently mentioned, Tuer. Tuer was the current King Russell's uncle, the brother of the previous King Charleson, widely known for his virtuous reputation and great kindness towards the people. Because King Russell was inactive regarding the bandit issue, Tuer had quarreled with him multiple times and had personally sent people to escort citizens wanting to leave the city, gaining much goodwill from the populace. Some even felt that Tuer was more suitable to be king than Russell, and recently, more and more people supported this view. With the intelligence already made so public, the identity of the mastermind was self-evident. "Foolish brother, I have a plan." After understanding the situation, Fuya said to Luke, "You just need to do this and that." After resting for a night in the royal city, the next morning, Luke set out alone according to Fuya's plan. Through inquiries and asking for directions, Luke found the largest mercenary guild in the city, the Wolfpack Mercenary Guild. Mercenaries appeared rarely in the original work of the Pirate King, mainly because these groups were mostly local forces of a certain country and rarely went to sea. In the age of sailing, forces that did not go to sea were bound to have limited achievements. So it is naturally difficult for a country's mercenary guild to have a significant influence worldwide. However, within a smaller scope, their influence is still considerable. Luca's goal in seeking the Wolfpack Guild is precisely for intelligence on all bandits. After all, as an outsider, he has too little information to carry out effective actions. Once he entered the guild and saw the bounty of 50 million berry on orgy, his eyes widened, and he internally cursed himself for not having thought of it sooner. It should have been obvious. The bounty was not issued by the Navy, but under the name of the Itakizia royal family. For a powerful figure like Orgy, who is also a bandit, how could there not be a high bounty? Even if the Navy was unaware of Orgy and did not issue a bounty, the Itakizia kingdom would not ignore him. 50 million is a substantial fortune. All the treasures Luca plundered in the village combined are worth less than this amount, and he wonders if it is still possible to return to Bandow Mountain in time. Soon, Luca joined the Wolfpack Mercenary Corps. The process had some minor setbacks, but nothing major. It is inevitable for a 10-year-old child wanting to join the mercenaries to face skepticism and ridicule. However, as Luca demonstrated his formidable strength, everything became logical. Mercenaries have a relatively free profession and are generally divided into two types. One type has an affiliate relationship with a mercenary guild. These mercenaries receive a salary, and all tasks are arranged by the mercenary group. The other type is freelance mercenaries, who are often stronger and have a cooperative relationship with a mercenary group. They take tasks from the mercenary group, obtain intelligence, and can receive rewards upon task completion, with the mercenary group taking a cut from the rewards. Lukai applied to be a free mercenary, allowing him to take on tasks freely, and all the tasks he accepted were related to exterminating bandits. As for other tasks, no matter how generous the rewards were, Lukai completely ignored them. Soon, after accepting a task and receiving intelligence, Lukai left the city. The overall strength of the West Sea was still quite formidable, and the Itakizia kingdom was a martial nation with strong military power and a fierce populace. Moreover, the Itakizia kingdom had vast islands, and many powerful individuals lurked within, some of whom were involved in bandit activities. For bandit forces appeared near the royal city. Starting 2 years ago, stationed at key transportation routes leading in 4 directions from the royal city, robbing passing civilians and merchants. The army had been deployed many times, but these bandits seemed to always receive news and retreat in advance. Once the army left, the bandits would return. This cycle left the surrounding populace in despair with no solutions. However, in the following days, the people of the royal city were even happier than during the new year. This was because all 4 major bandit forces had been exterminated by a single mercenary from the Wolfpack Mercenary Guild. Initially, when the Wolfpack Mercenary Guild began to announce this news, no one believed it. It was a joke. The king's army had gone so many times without even touching a hair on the bandits, yet you managed to deal with them effortlessly? It wasn't until some brave townsfolk secretly went to check on these bandit camps after hearing the news and returned excitedly to tell everyone about the dire state of the bandit camps that people realized the Wolfpack Guild was telling the truth. The one responsible for exterminating the 4 major bandit forces was none other than Lukai, who had taken on the task of eradicating bandits in the east on the very first day he joined the guild. Of course, before heading east, Lukai first ran through the West Bandit Head Mountain, but upon arrival, he discovered that the corpse of Olage had already vanished. Lukai did not find it strange. After all, Orgy was a high-value wanted criminal. It was normal for some of his bold subordinates to sneak back and take Orgy's corpse. Afterwards, Lukai went to the eastern Meiji Mountain. The leader of Meiji Mountain was stronger than Orgy in terms of personal strength. However, he was not a devil fruit user, so his combat power was inferior to Orgy's. But in the eyes of ordinary people, he was already a super strong man. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Lukai, and this time not a single one of the hundreds of bandits in the Meiji Mountain stronghold escaped. They were all slaughtered by Lukai. Moreover, Lukai had learned his lesson and brought back 3 corpses of wanted criminals. After that, he moved on to the northern Songshan and the southern Dala Mountain. Over the course of 4 days, the four major bandit forces were completely wiped out, with none surviving. These sudden pieces of good news left the common people dumbfounded, as the Wolfpack Mercenary Guild announced a piece of news every day. The excitement from the first day, when the bandits of Bantu Mountain were eliminated, had not yet passed, and on the second day, the announcement of the complete destruction of the Meiji Mountain bandits followed. Then on the third day, the Tsangshan bandits were entirely wiped out, and on the fourth day, the Dula Mountain bandits met the same fate. Not only the common people, but even the Wolfpack Mercenary Guild was taken aback. If it weren't for the wanted corpses that Lu Kai brought back, and having sent people to verify it, they themselves wouldn't believe these events were real. For Lu Kai, the regret was that the bodies of the big boss Orgy and the second boss were not found, which meant a loss of a considerable amount of money, totaling 65 million. Moreover, Lu Kai did not accept any tasks when he wiped out Bantu Mountain, which was equivalent to working for free. These events caused a stir in the royal city, and the Wolfpack Mercenary Guild became well known, with task orders pouring in like pieces of paper. Even all members of the guild became heroes in the eyes of many. Recently, as long as the members of the Wolfpack Mercenary Guild wore their uniforms out, they could receive cheers from the common people wherever they went. As a result, they all walked with their heads held high. Even the king was stirred, sending people multiple times to invite the hero who eliminated the bandits, preparing to reward him handsomely. However, each time they came up empty-handed, as Lu Kai was not in the royal city. Nonetheless, in light of this immense merit, no one in the Wolfpack Mercenary Guild dared to claim it for themselves, as being exposed would be a death sentence. Furthermore, Lu Kai's prestige in the guild was unparalleled, at the peak of his power. Who would dare to steal his credit? It should be noted that the current treatment of the Wolfpack Mercenary Guild relied entirely on Lu Kai, and his reputation was earned through his strength, which was a testament to his capabilities. If he were to be displeased, one's life could be in jeopardy. Lu Kai, however, did not care about these superficial titles at all and continued his mission to eradicate bandits. Although the four groups of mountain bandits around the royal city were what the common people feared the most, there were many other places where bandits were entrenched, and Lu Kai naturally did not intend to let them go, taking on all the tasks of eliminating bandits one by one. During this period, Lu Kai became a nightmare for all bandits. Some bandits who heard the news in advance had already relocated to avoid disaster, but they still could not escape Lu Kai's clutches. After all, the information Lu Kai received was very accurate, coupled with his observation hockey, which was not for show, and his speed, which ordinary bandits could not match. The outcome was naturally not in doubt. 10 days later, Lu Kai returned to the royal city, and this time he brought back not corpses, but a number of bloody heads. After all, Lu Kai had killed too many people. Even if it was just those with bounties, it was impossible to carry the bodies back. Additionally, with the four major bandit groups nearby, Lu Kai had eliminated 17 bandit strongholds in just over 10 days, except for the first stronghold, Bantu Mountain, which Lu Kai destroyed and left some fish that slipped through the net. No one survived in the other bandit lairs. Fortunately, Lu Kai still paid attention to the impact and brought all the heads back in sacks. Otherwise, parading through the streets with a bunch of heads would surely terrify a lot of people. Inside the Wolf Mercenary Guild, the guild leader, Memphis, was dumbfounded. Over 30 heads of wanted criminals were laid out before him, and anyone who saw them would probably feel a chill. Moreover, because Lu Kai had been away for too long, some of the heads had begun to rot and emitted a strong foul odor. Lu Kai didn't care about that. Instead, he leisurely stood in front of the task wall, continuing to search for missions to eliminate the mountain bandits. After all, only by accepting missions could he obtain relevant information. However, this time Lu Kai was disappointed. There were no tasks related to the mountain bandits left at the Wolfpack Mercenary Guild. President. Just as Lu Kai was seriously filtering through the tasks he could undertake, a guard hurriedly ran in from the guild entrance, shouting, "What are you shouting for? I'm still alive, you know." The guild president, Memphis, was displeased with the guard's loss of composure and said angrily, "No, president. Princess Rachel has arrived and is getting off the carriage at the entrance." The guard quickly replied, "The princess is here? Hurry, go welcome her." Memphis immediately instructed those around him, while also ordering the staff counting heads, "You, stop counting and quickly put the heads away." Before they could all head out, Princess Rachel of the Itakizia Kingdom had already entered. After coming in, Rachel scanned the hall, and her gaze was immediately drawn to Lu Kai, who was standing in front of the task wall. "Little brother," Rachel exclaimed with great excitement upon seeing Lu Kai, and she ran directly towards him. Lu Kai turned around upon hearing a voice and saw not anyone else, but the girl he had saved at Bantu Mountain a few days ago, who was now with the princess. "Big brother, I knew it was you." Rachel said, her face flushed with excitement. What brings you here? Lukai asked, showing little reaction. I heard from the guards at the city gate that you returned, so I came to find you. Rachel explained eagerly. It was ordered by Prince Wang. He told the soldiers on duty to report immediately if they saw you come back. Originally, someone else was supposed to come pick you up, but I thought since we know each other, I would take the initiative to come. Oh, Rachel rambled on, while Lukai's response was somewhat indifferent, as he wasn't very keen on interacting with anyone other than family. Rachel suddenly asked shyly, Big brother, could you come with me to the palace? Prince Wang really wants to see you. Lukai only felt a headache. He came out to train and just wanted to quickly improve his strength. Really not wanting to waste time on worldly matters. But at this moment, he couldn't refuse, as the king had a deep connection with his family. When he didn't know that the beautiful woman was the queen and the little girl Rachel was a princess, Lukai could completely ignore them. After all, he had never had any good feelings towards nobles. But now that he knew their identities, it seemed that he had no choice but to follow Rachel into the palace. Since he owed a favor to Dimo and Shina, it naturally extended to Lukai and his siblings. Moreover, Olin had a very good relationship with the current king, calling each other brothers, which made it impossible to decline these social obligations. Lukai knew that Olin had once served as the captain of the guards in the palace for a period of time, but later Olin resigned from the position because he didn't want to be constrained. However, after multiple requests from the king, Olin agreed to help escort the trading fleets. Seeing Lukai nod in agreement, Rachel was extremely happy. On the way to the palace, they first stopped by the inn to pick up Fuya. Fuya wasn't worried about Lukai going out to eliminate bandits. She was just very bored without Lukai's company during this time, and had lost interest in shopping, so she simply stayed at the inn to exercise. Along the way, Rachel was very excited, chatting continuously with Fuya. The last time they were in the same carriage. They had a good conversation, and now that they met again, they felt incredibly close, as if they had endless things to talk about. At the same time, Rachel tentatively asked Lukai some questions, to which Lukai gave very brief answers. However, this alone was enough to make Rachel feel extremely surprised. After all, during their first meeting, Lukai had been very cold towards her, completely ignoring her and hardly glancing her way. The image of Lukai descending like a divine soldier has long been deeply imprinted in Rachel's mind. Thus, recently, Rachel has been filled with thoughts of Lukai. Even she herself doesn't know why, but this feeling is not at all unpleasant. In fact, it brings her a bit of joy. The carriage soon entered the palace, but stopped not far from the entrance. At this moment, King Darby Russell of the Itakizia Kingdom personally led the queen and guards to welcome them on the main road of the palace. It is a rare honor for a princess to invite them personally, and for the king and queen to come out to greet them. However, the excessive enthusiasm made Lukai feel very uncomfortable, but seeing Faya beside him eased his nerves significantly. As soon as Faya and Lukai stepped down from the carriage, King Russell hurriedly approached them, warmly shaking Lukai's hand with one hand and Faya's with the other, beaming with a smile. Sister Faya, brother Lukai, I finally get to meet you. You have no idea how many times Olin has mentioned you in front of me. If brother Lukai hadn't revealed his true name at the Wolfpack Mercenary Guild, I really wouldn't have known that the ones who saved the queen and my sister back then were actually you two. I must say, we are truly fated. Seeing Russell's exuberance, Faya and Lukai silently withdrew their hands, their expressions somewhat awkward. However, Russell didn't mind at all. Instead, he became even more enthusiastic. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Russell suddenly feigned dissatisfaction and said, Brother, this time I must chide you both. You two came to the royal city. You didn't come to find me? Are you still being polite with me? Russell's outburst left the queen, Rachel, and the palace guards beside them all bewildered. Brother? Find you? Have you known each other before? But it didn't seem that way. Didn't they look like they were unwilling to engage with you? Actually, Olin has long mentioned you to me and praised you to the skies. Half a year ago, Olin came to the palace again and talked about you, praising you even more fiercely, as if I wouldn't know how outstanding you are unless he told me. Russell continued excitedly. Suddenly recalling something, Russell explained, By the way, Olin always calls me Big Brother. Since you are his younger siblings, you are naturally my younger siblings as well. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother too. That way, we won't feel distant as a family. Faya finally understood the pain Lukai felt when she forced him to call her sister back then. But the term Big Brother was hard to utter at that moment because it felt embarrassing. However, thinking about the fact that the other party was Olin's older brother, she managed to say, Big Brother. Big Brother, Lukai also said, each of them forcing the words out. At this moment, they finally understood what it meant to be overwhelmed by hospitality. Russell was too familiar, making them feel utterly flustered. Good, good, good. Russell's smile broadened even more, repeating good 3 times. It's inconvenient to talk here. I've already prepared a banquet inside the palace. Let us eat and chat while we're at it. We 3 will share one carriage. Faya and Lukai had no idea how they ended up on Russell's carriage, while the Queen rode with Rachel in another. Along the way, Russell praised Lukai's recent efforts in eradicating bandits, claiming that Lukai's actions had relieved him of a huge burden. However, Lukai attributed all the credit to Faya, as both the large-scale eradication and the idea of utilizing the mercenary guild's intelligence were her suggestions. This led Russell to shower Faya with more compliments, making her feel a chill run down her spine. After arriving at the banquet hall, the group took their seats in order. As it was a family dinner, only Lukai, Faya, Russell, the Queen, and Rachel were present. Let me formally introduce you. After the banquet began, Russell said to the Queen and his sister Rachel, "These are Faya and Lukai, which you both already know. But what you might not know is that their adoptive parents, Dimo and Xena, are close friends with my father, and at the same time, Dimo and Xena are Olin's adoptive parents. Therefore, Olin, Faya, and Lukai are siblings." The Queen and Rachel had heard Russell mention this earlier on the main road, but now Russell was providing more details. They naturally recognized Olin, who served as the head of palace guards a few years ago, and Rachel finally understood why Lukai's attitude towards her had changed so significantly since their last meeting. It turned out they had such ties, which made Rachel feel genuinely happy from the bottom of her heart. So this is fate. Russell smiled. It just so happens that you saved my queen and sister. What's that saying? When hearts meet, they recognize each other. Those with fate meet even across thousands of miles, while those without fate will not cross paths. As the banquet progressed, Russell inquired about Dimo and Xena's well-being, and when the conversation returned to Lukai's eradication of bandits, Russell could not contain his excitement. "Sister Faya, Brother Lukai, you have really helped me tremendously this time. By the way, Brother Lukai, there is something I'd like to ask for your help with." Russell suddenly put down his utensils and spoke earnestly. "Big brother, just say it. As long as it's something I can do, I will agree," Lukai promised. Upon hearing this, Russell was overjoyed. He waved his hand to dismiss those around, then continued, "I want to publicly declare our relationship, stating that you are my adopted brother. And I also want to announce that your actions against the bandits were at my suggestion. I wonder if you would be willing, Brother Lukai." Upon hearing this, Lukai frowned and asked, "Big brother, may I know the reason?" Of course, I need to tell you," Russell sighed and said. "Actually, this matter shouldn't have involved you, but who else do I have to rely on right now? I have thought more than once. How great it would be if Olin were here. I wouldn't have to be so troubled. Now that you are here, it is no different from having Olin back. And I am genuinely happy." Russell then slowly recounted the whole story. The matter began with the previous king, Charles, who was Russell's father. Before Charles ascended the throne, the kingdom of Itakizia had experienced a century of turmoil. After Charles took the throne, he quickly consolidated military power through various means and stabilized the situation in the royal city and its surroundings. He then fought in the south and north to quell disturbances in various regions. In terms of governance, Charles worked diligently, reforming and eliminating corruption. After more than a decade, the people of Itakizia were able to live peaceful and stable lives. However, there was one misfortune that even the wise and powerful Charles did not foresee. Charles had a younger brother named Tula. Tula had shown great ambition since childhood, and after Charles ascended the throne, he harbored resentment and constantly plotted to usurp the throne. Charles was aware of this, but out of brotherly affection, he did not hold it against him and instead entrusted Tula with important responsibilities, hoping to resolve their animosity in this way. However, Tula, being treacherous, did not appreciate it and secretly gathered supporters. 6 years ago, when Russell was sent by Charles to the north to eradicate pirates, Tula could no longer contain himself. He orchestrated the poisoning of Charles and launched a coup to seize power. However, Charles had won the hearts of the people, and there were many loyalists in the court. Tula's plan to ascend the throne was met with strong opposition from the citizens, forcing him to abandon it. A few weeks later, Russell returned to the royal city and was supported by ministers and citizens to ascend the throne. However, Russell's foundation was unstable, and Tula had already gained significant power. Although Tula could not become king as he wished, he wielded considerable influence, making it difficult for the newly crowned Russell to act against him. In the following 6 years, Russell upheld his father's legacy, diligently managing state affairs and becoming regarded as a wise king. At the same time, he sought ways to deal with Tula, but had little success. 2 years ago, Tula fell seriously ill, yet he managed to support his son, Charlie, to ascend to power while retreating behind the scenes to manipulate events. Russell also made it clear to Liu Kai that the four major bandit forces, including Orji, whom Liu Kai had slain, were Tula's people. The reason Orji and his group could consistently receive advance warnings and evade the Empire's purges was due to Tula's interference. This was something Liu Kai and Fuya had previously suspected but had now been confirmed. The plan to kidnap the princess and Lady Rachel was also Tula's idea. However, Russell only learned about this recently. Even the guard slain by Liu Kai had been bribed by Tula, just as Fuya had guessed. This revelation left Russell filled with dread. If it weren't for Liu Kai, Tula's scheme would have succeeded. Tula's support for the four major bandit forces was meant to create the image that Russell was incapable of protecting the citizens, leading to discontent among the people. After all, Russell's initial prestige was not low. If Tula were to attempt a coup twice, killing two kings beloved by the people, he would surely face severe consequences, which was why he sought alternative methods. Manipulating public opinion was the best approach, and for the past 2 years, Russell had been in a passive position. Although he had sensed the growing dissatisfaction, he lacked evidence. Within the court, Tula's son, Charlie, created troubles for Russell at every turn, leaving him overwhelmed. Over the past few years, Tula and Charlie had gained considerable fame. Russell's prestige could not compare to his father, Charles, and in recent years, the citizens had expressed significant grievances against Russell, putting him in a very unfavorable position. Russell did not care about the position of king. His dream since childhood was to be a traveler, just like Olin. Thus, he had a special rapport with Olin and particularly enjoyed listening to Olin recount stories from his voyages. If there were truly a sage who could govern the country better, Russell would even be willing to abdicate in favor of someone more capable. But that person could never be Tula and his son. To support political opponents by backing a large number of bandit forces to slaughter citizens and then revel in the success of his schemes was utterly unacceptable. If such a person were to become king, it would surely be a disaster for the people. Therefore, Russell sought to turn the tables with Liu Kai, aiming to completely eliminate the duo of Tula and Charlie, thus avenging his father while restoring peace to the citizens. After hearing Russell's account, Fuya and Liu Kai felt that the situation was truly chaotic. Although they were very reluctant to get involved, Liu Kai decided to help. After all, the late King Charles had done favors for Dimo and Cinna. Now that Charles had died at Tula's hands, Liu Kai felt he could not stand by. Moreover, Russell was Olin's elder brother. If Olin were here, he would definitely help. It was known that Russell and Olin had a very good relationship, and with these connections, Liu Kai could not refuse to help. I understand. After a while, Liu Kai spoke up. Big brother, what should I do? You don't need to do anything. Just let me borrow your current influence. Russell smiled and said, I'll handle the rest, but you may have to endure some hardships next. What hardship is there to fear? Liu Kai replied nonchalantly, as long as I can help you, big brother, that's enough. Ha, good. With you and me united as brothers, we will surely achieve victory. Russell laughed heartily, feeling particularly pleased. Meanwhile, Fuya was chatting with the Queen and Princess Rachel, and as their relationships became clearer, their bond noticeably grew closer. Russell was naturally happy to see this. The closer the two families were, the more help it would bring him. Soon, a piece of news spread throughout the palace. In the past few days, Luke, who had emerged out of nowhere and forcefully eradicated 4 bands of mountain bandits near the royal city and several more distant ones, was revealed to be the King Russell's adopted brother. Luke's actions against the bandits were all carried out under Russell's orders. Due to previous failed attempts to eliminate the bandits and to prevent any further leaks of information, Russell and Luke conspired to take private action. After thoroughly investigating the situation of these bandit forces, Russell instructed Luke to strike them down with a thunderous force, and now all the bandits had been eliminated. King Russell was preparing to hold a grand celebration to commemorate this victory. On the same day, the Wolfpack Mercenary Guild publicly acknowledged this achievement, stating that much of the intelligence had come from them to Luke. In an instant, the royal city was abuzz. The common people were astonished. They had never imagined that the great hero who had eradicated the bandits, Luke, was secretly appointed by King Russell, who had been helpless against the bandits for the past 2 years. Russell's reputation underwent a dramatic turnaround in just a few days, with the entire city praising him. The people finally realized that the king had not been idle nor incapable against the bandits. He had simply been working behind the scenes. Those who had previously thought Russell was connected to the bandits fell silent, and many even felt guilty. Although there had been rampant rumors in the royal city, recently claiming that the bandits were supported by Russell, a closer examination would reveal that he had no reason to support the bandits. After all, Russell's prestige had been quite high 2 years ago, and the rampant banditry over the past 2 years had significantly affected his standing. Now that the bandits had been eliminated, although it restored some of Russell's prestige, it still fell short of what it had been 2 years ago. If the bandits had truly been supported by Russell, what would he gain? Would he intentionally lower his own prestige? That would be foolish, wouldn't it? Additionally, some people keenly noticed the mention of intelligence leaks in the news. Russell had sent troops to eliminate the bandits multiple times, but each time, before the royal army arrived, the bandits seemed to have eyes and ears everywhere, escaping in advance, resulting in unsuccessful missions each time. The common people were aware of this, and at first, they understood Russell's situation. However, as time passed, more and more common people suffered at the hands of the bandits, leading to growing resentment towards Russell. Now, many were eager to know who had leaked the intelligence during the previous attempts to eliminate the bandits, especially those whose families had suffered misfortune or who had themselves been persecuted by the bandits. They jointly petitioned Russell, imploring the king to investigate the truth of the matter and provide the people with an explanation. Under Russell's intentional promotion, this matter quickly spread throughout the royal city, and countless people eagerly awaited an answer. In a study within the Tully residence, a middle-aged man with a bald head, a hawk-like nose nearly touching his upper lip, and a 4-inch-long goatee, dressed in a loose robe, had a sinister look in his eyes, glinting coldly. This man was Tully. Father. A young man in fine clothes hurried into the study, anxiously asking the middle-aged man, "All the pirate forces we supported have now been eradicated, and Russell's prestige is soaring. Those commoners are eager to find the mastermind behind the leaked intelligence regarding the bandit eradication. Our years of planning have been ruined in an instant. What should we do next?" The speaker was Charlie, Tully's son and the current left chancellor of the kingdom. "It seems Russell couldn't contain himself after all," Tully said, stroking his goatee, narrowing his eyes coldly. "But the higher one climbs, the harder one falls. This is Russell's moment of glory. Let him enjoy it for a few more days. The more he revels in it now, the more tragic his fall will be later." "Father, what do you mean?" Charlie asked. "The higher he flies, the harder he will fall. Russell's current prestige is due to his eradication of the bandits, and he intends to use this momentum to recruit talent and expand his influence," Tully explained. "But what if the common people suddenly discover that this was all a play orchestrated by Russell?" "Father, will the common people really still believe that?" Charlie questioned. "You must know that they are currently saying that Russell is the victim in the bandit incident. If the bandit forces were truly supported by him, it wouldn't make sense. What if the common people come to believe that Russell's ultimate goal is to bring us down?" Tully asked, could he benefit from this situation? Wouldn't everything make much more sense? "Brilliant." Charlie immediately beamed with delight, saying, "Then Russell would become the schemer, and we would become the victims. At that point, everyone would support us even more, and we can see how he ends up," just as Tully and his son prepared for a counterattack. They were unaware that Russell had already grasped all the evidence of their nurturing of the bandits and their plot to usurp power, and he had set a trap, waiting for them to walk right into it. Meanwhile, Fuya and Luke were invited to the palace for leisure while awaiting the final outcome of this matter. 3 days later, believing he was fully prepared, Charlie suddenly accused King Russell of 3 major crimes in the Grand Hall. 1. Secretly supporting the bandits, fostering them to oppress the common people, disregarding human life, and manipulating public sentiment. 2. Secretly colluding with Orgy, providing him with significant benefits, and cooperating with Orgy to eliminate other bandits to gain prestige for himself. 3. Luke was actually Orgy's subordinate, known for his cruelty and ill intentions. Despite knowing this, Russell allowed him to enter the palace to undermine political opponents and disrupt the state affairs. Charlie's accusations were malicious, even if they could not be substantiated. Once the news spread, Russell's reputation would be completely ruined. By then, Charles and his son would take the opportunity to force him out of power, which was their plan all along. Moreover, Charles was not making baseless accusations. He had produced 3 witnesses. The first witness was the cavalry commander Lanning, the one who went to fetch the princess at that time. Lanning had not been bribed by Charles. He merely described the events at the city gate objectively, including the public execution of Logi by Luke and the princess's intervention. He did not embellish the story, but it still conveyed a sense of something unusual. The second witness was one of the guards protecting the princess at Bantu Mountain, named Arthur. Arthur stood up and falsely claimed that Luke had not killed the bandits, but merely chased them away, and then whispered something to the princess, after which she asked Luke to escort them, which seemed very odd. It was Logi who noticed something was off and alerted the other guards, including himself. However, The other guard had already been silenced by Russell's men. He was lucky to have escaped and was saved by Charles's people, so he had to tell the truth. The third witness was someone who claimed to be a bandit from Bantu Mountain, who was caught while shopping in the city. This witness stated that Orgy was not dead at all, and Luke frequently visited their hideout to have secret conversations with Orgy, as they were old acquaintances. Charles also stated that if Luke had killed Orgy, he should produce the body to prove his innocence. In addition, Charles presented a stack of correspondence between Russell and the bandits, with handwriting identical to that of King Russell. However, just as Charles was feeling triumphant, Olin appeared, bringing with him a total of 9 witnesses. Among them was the second-in-command of the Bantu Mountain Bandits, who knew the location of Orgy's body, the 4 guards who were supposedly silenced, a person who simulated Russell's handwriting, and 3 bandit leaders who were rumored to have been killed by Luke, but were actually brought back alive. The second-in-command of Bantu Mountain was also wanted, and everyone recognized him. He not only exposed the impersonator, but also handed over Orgy's body. The 4 guards who were silenced angrily denounced Arthur's lies. If Russell hadn't intervened, Arthur would have been beaten to death on the spot. The person who simulated Russell's handwriting was an old man who admitted that all the letters were forced out of him by the father and son of Tulu, who also wanted to kill him to silence him, but he was saved by Olin. The 3 bandit leaders directly presented evidence of Tulu's support for them. Faced with such overwhelming evidence, Charles turned pale, knelt down, and begged for mercy, playing the family card. Russell, however, denounced the father and son for their treachery and revealed the truth about their poisoning of the old king. Thus, this palace drama came to an end, leaving Luke and Faya, who were listening in the grand hall, dumbfounded. Faya exclaimed that she had learned a lot, stating that real political struggles were far more exciting than those in novels. The next day, Russell listed Tulu and Charles's 10 major crimes and printed them as posters to be posted in every street and alley of the royal city. Even the poisoning of the former King Charles by Tulu was included, causing a stir in the royal city. At that moment, people realized how much anger and resentment Tulu and Charles had caused, which was utterly outrageous. The old King Charles was a great figure in the hearts of all the people of the Itakizia kingdom, with an unmatched status. When the old king died suddenly in his prime, many mourned deeply and were heartbroken. They never expected that the once mighty and wise old king had died at the hands of that beast, Tulu. Not to mention that the father and son supported bandits in burning, killing, and looting, harming the people, secretly delivering messages to the bandits, helping them evade crackdowns, deceiving the public, mocking the people, and plotting rebellion. They manipulated bandits in an attempt to kidnap the princess and the current king, Russell. Any one of these actions was enough to provoke the people's outrage. As the situation escalated, a few days later, public resentment toward Tulu and Charles had reached a boiling point. Seeing the timing was right, Russell announced that Tulu and his son would be executed publicly in the southern square in 3 days. Everyone eagerly awaited it. However, Olin chose not to stay in the royal city to witness this scene, but left with Luke and Faya. In Luke's opinion, such scoundrels should be dealt with swiftly, without all the twists and turns. But Luke also understood that managing a country sometimes required certain means. At this moment, if Russell did not win the people's hearts and enhance his prestige, when would he? What Luke did not know was that the enhancement of prestige was not solely Russell's responsibility. Russell credited all the achievements to Luke and his siblings and widely publicized it, especially Luke's name, which had already echoed throughout every corner of the Itakizia kingdom, given his remarkable feat of taking down 17 bandit strongholds. The protagonists of this incident, after helping Russell detain Tulu and his son, bid farewell to Russell the next day. After all, the matter was settled, and they felt it was not very meaningful to stay there. Russell, of course, was reluctant to part with them and tried to keep them, believing that if they were willing to wholeheartedly help him, he could do anything. However, everyone has their own aspirations, and he could not force them, so Russell had no choice but to send them off with a heavy heart. After hiring a carriage, the 3 set off towards Springwater Town. Olin kept apologizing to Faya along the way, as he had come to the royal city at the request of Russell for secret assistance, and had not informed Luke and Faya in advance. He had previously promised never to hide anything from Faya. Therefore, Faya seized on this point and did not let it go, ultimately extorting him quite a bit before letting it rest. After a few days of travel, on the evening of the 6th day, they finally arrived. The family, who had not reunited for a long time, was overjoyed. Demo immediately rushed back from the farm, bringing 2 huge wild boars on a cart. Senna also bought a large amount of ingredients, starting to prepare dinner with the 2 pigs as the main dish. The three siblings rolled up their sleeves to help, and the family was busy and lively. Faya chattered excitedly about the gains of the past few months, especially when she mentioned that they had earned a large sum of money for the family. Faya was filled with a sense of accomplishment. This time, Luke had taken down 17 bandit strongholds, and the treasures seized directly from the bandits were worth over 300 million belly. Adding in the cash from all the bounties on the bandits, there was also 250 million belly, including the 50 million bounty on Orgy, who was later confirmed to have been killed by Luke. Faya and Luke had not spent a single cent of this money and brought back over 550 million belly, which made Faya extremely proud. Seeing the huge sum they brought back, even Dimo and Cinna were shocked. When they heard about the bandit eradication in the royal city and the assistance to King Russell, Dimo and Cinna were astonished yet filled with comfort. The family enjoyed a wild boar feast together, finishing every last bit. Reunions are always joyful, but 7 days later, Olin chose to set sail again, while Luke decided to embark on another trial. This time, Luke did not bring Faya along, but chose to travel alone, because the place he intends to go is the most dangerous area in the kingdom of Itakizia, the Carlson Jungle. The Carlson Jungle is located in the southern part of the kingdom of Itakizia, covering a vast area, and it has existed for a very long time, far exceeding the time that the kingdom of Itakizia has been around. However, this place has always been one that no one dares to set foot in. The jungle is teeming with ferocious beasts, wetlands, swamps, and poisons everywhere, and there are even some areas that defy the laws of nature. It is rumored that the Carlson Jungle is a man-eating den. Even those who have managed to escape it have quickly perished afterward. Therefore, the Carlson Jungle has been recognized as a forbidden area since ancient times. Even on the map drawn by Dimo, the Carlson Jungle is prominently marked, with the words "Do not enter" written beside it. According to the descriptions of Dimo and Cinna, the Carlson Jungle is a place they cannot venture into, and only Luca, who can restore his perfect state by 6 o'clock the next morning, is qualified to explore the secrets of the Carlson Jungle, and even he must be extremely cautious. After Dimo and Cinna took turns persuading her and explaining the situation in the Carlson Jungle, Fuya finally gave up on the idea of going with Luca. However, Luca's eyes were filled with resentment and an unshakable worry. But Fuya did not want to hinder Luca's path to becoming stronger. After countless reminders and warnings, she finally watched Luca leave. Lukai chose the Carlson Jungle as his place of trial to become stronger. However, to his surprise, as he approached the jungle, he sensed something calling to him from within. It was a particularly strange feeling. Even 10 kilometers outside the Carlson Jungle, Lukai was already aware of this calling. At first, he thought he was mistaken about the sensation, but as he got closer to the jungle, the feeling grew stronger. Nevertheless, Lukai did not act recklessly. Once he entered the jungle, he remained extremely cautious because the place was incredibly bizarre. The first oddity was that the trees inside were exceptionally tall, and the deeper he ventured, the taller they became. Coupled with the dense foliage that blocked out sunlight, the lighting in the jungle was very poor. The second oddity was the presence of a toxic mist that filled the jungle, which was extremely harmful to the human body and became more intense the deeper he went. The third oddity was that the animals in the jungle were all gigantic. Any type of animal was much larger than its counterparts outside, and they were all exceptionally fierce and powerful. The fourth oddity was that not only were the animals aggressive, but the plants were as well, with many vine-like plants actually preying on animals. Furthermore, most of the flora, fauna, and insects in the jungle were highly toxic. It must be said that it is no surprise that the Carlson Jungle is regarded as the most dangerous place in the entire Itakizia kingdom. At first, Lukai only dared to operate on the outskirts of the jungle because humans need to breathe. The toxic air filled with miasma would enter the body with each breath, accumulating more and more. After a while, a person would become weak and have difficulty breathing. Even Lukai's physical fitness could not resist it. However, Lukai's training system had a reset function, and all negative effect from the previous day would be completely cleared by 6 o'clock the next morning. Therefore, at the beginning, Lukai chose to explore deeper at 5 o'clock in the morning, probing for about 50 minutes before immediately retreating and quietly waiting for recovery. After doing this for 7 or 8 consecutive days, Lukai found that his resistance to the toxins in the miasma was gradually improving. This is not surprising. It's similar to the principle of vaccination. Vaccines work because they contain a small amount of inactivated virus, which activates the immune system to produce antibodies and form specific immunity. Although miasma is not a virus, but a toxin, this method can also continuously enhance Lukai's resistance to the toxin. After improving his resistance, Lukai gradually increased the duration of his explorations, choosing to enter at 4 o'clock in the morning and exit before 6. Then he went in at 3 o'clock, then 2 o'clock, and finally 1 o'clock. Over time, Lu Kai was able to stay longer in the miasma, and finally, after 2 months, he could remain in the miasma for 24 hours. Although his body would still gradually weaken over time, the degree of weakness was much less, allowing Lu Kai to hold on until 6 o'clock the next morning. Moreover, in just 2 months, Lu Kai's beast-like intuition was once again sublimated. After delving into the depths of the Carlson jungle, even during the day, visibility was only about 10 meters, and at night, nothing could be seen. To guard against imminent danger, he needed to have a sense of impending peril. After all, those fierce beasts, venomous creatures, and carnivorous plants could attack at any time. At first, Lu Kai naturally chose to use observation haki to sense danger. However, when he clearly felt that he could activate greater potential in a weakened state amid unknown risks, he decisively chose to stop using observation haki for danger perception and instead regarded himself as a beast. Without the prior perception of observation haki, Lu Kai could only continuously enhance the sensitivity of each of his organs and improve his alertness. Unexpectedly, after 2 months of training, Lu Kai's ability to sense danger significantly improved. Now, he no longer needed to deliberately focus all his attention to perceive it. Whenever there was any danger, Lu Kai could often sense it in advance. This is an instinct that many animals possess, but during human evolution, the comfort and stability of the environment have led to this instinct being continuously weakened. During this time, Lu Kai also experienced many sudden battles, leading to faster reactions and improved speed in drawing his weapon. He gradually came to understand the situation deep within the Carlson jungle. In the depths of the Carlson jungle, there were several powerful races, among which the 3 central races could be considered overlords. One was the White Tiger clan. Adult tigers of the White Tiger clan could reach 7 to 8 meters in height, and the strongest White Tiger king could even reach 10 meters in height, over 20 meters in body length, with a robust tail measuring 10 meters long. The White Tiger clan occupied a relatively open area in the deepest part of the jungle, where there were fewer trees but abundant grass. Another overlord was the Swamp Giant Crocodile. While the height of the Swamp Giant Crocodile was not as exaggerated as that of the White Tiger, the king stood 5 meters tall, 8 meters wide, and over 20 meters long. However, when the Swamp Giant Crocodile opened its massive jaws, it reached over 10 meters high, which was quite terrifying. Moreover, the scales on the crocodile's body were particularly hard, making it impossible for ordinary fierce beasts to break through their defenses, and they resided in the swampy central area. The third overlord was the dragon snake. The ruler of the dragon snake clan had a diameter of 3 meters and a length of nearly 100 meters. Although it was a snake, it had the appearance of a dragon, resembling a Chinese dragon without horns and claws, both imposing and beautiful. These races preferred to inhabit the gigantic trees found only in the very center of the Carlson jungle. In fact, the names of these 3 races were given by Lu Kai himself. After all, there were no records of these 3 races in any materials, and Lu Kai even suspected that no one had ever been to the very center of the jungle. The 3 races were arranged in a triangular formation in the central area, each guarding a territory, and all 3 overlords had a strong sense of territoriality and high intelligence. None of the 3 overlords were easy to provoke. The White Tiger clan and the Swamp Giant Crocodile clan had chased Lu Kai relentlessly simply because he had approached to investigate. If it weren't for Lu Kai's ability to use Moonwalk and activate observation haki, along with the fact that the 3 overlords generally preferred not to stray far from the central area, chasing for a while before returning, Lu Kai would have likely perished at their hands long ago. Just thinking about this made Lu Kai quite angry for since coming here. He could feel the power of that call more clearly, which was located in the central area of the 3 overlords. However, Lu Kai had no way to approach silently. He could only cautiously continue to explore the surroundings. Finally, unable to approach the core area and unwilling to leave, Lu Kai simply settled down right next to the core area. Lu Kai chopped down a tree and used a knife to cut it into planks, building a small house 1 kilometer away from the territory of Longxi, one of the 3 major overlords. The reason for choosing this location is that Longxi is the most docile among the 3 overlords. Moreover, Longxi feeds on a type of oil secreted by the giant trees they inhabit and only occasionally comes down to forage for food. Although Longxi has a huge appetite, as long as it has a hearty meal and then lies down without moving much, it can go for up to a month without needing to eat again. Lu Kai once attempted to pass under the tree where the dragon snake lived, so he was relatively familiar with their situation. Although Lu Kai ultimately failed in his attempt and sensed danger, prompting him to withdraw early. He did get to know a young dragon snake, although it was a juvenile. The little dragon snake had a robust body with a diameter of 1 meter and a length of over 30 meters. The dragon snake clan preferred to stay still and often coiled up in trees without moving. However, the young dragon snake was an exception. It particularly liked to come down from the tree to move around. One time, while Lu Kai was grilling meat, the little dragon snake, attracted by the smell, wandered nearby and refused to leave. Seeing this, Lu Kai tentatively fed the little dragon snake some grilled meat. After finishing, the little dragon snake excitedly wriggled its body in sheer joy. From then on, the little dragon snake would occasionally come to find Lu Kai, asking him to specially grill meat for it. Over time, their relationship became very close. Although the little dragon snake was always happy when eating grilled meat, it would shake its head vigorously whenever Lu Kai asked it to take him into the most core area, which frustrated Lu Kai greatly. It felt like the little dragon snake was treating him as a fool. However, despite this, Lu Kai's relationship with the little dragon snake continued to improve, and he even gave it the name Little Dragon. Little Dragon understood a bit of human language and, after spending time together, could grasp Lu Kai's intentions fairly well. With its spirited appearance, Little Dragon didn't resemble a ferocious beast at all. Instead, it looked more like a human-shaped snake. Perhaps due to being a juvenile, Little Dragon's intelligence was not as high as that of other fierce beasts, roughly equivalent to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Although Lu Kai couldn't enter the most core area, he chose to make the best of the situation and train in this strange place. It must be said that training in the central area of the Carlson jungle had surprisingly good results. One reason was the weakening effect of the smoke and miasma, which allowed Lu Kai to conduct high-intensity training under these conditions, consuming much more energy than in the outside world. Because of this, Lu Kai felt that training in this state made it easier to push his potential and break through limits than usual. This experience allowed him to feel the thrill of breaking through limits repeatedly, resulting in another leap in his physical abilities. Additionally, it seemed that there was a force here that enabled rapid growth and evolution in living beings, accelerating the improvement of Lu Kai's basic attributes, including his height. Lu Kai speculated that this magical power was also the reason why the 3 main dominant types were so massive and why other creatures were unusually large as well. Time flew by, and Lu Kai had been in the Carlson jungle for 2 years. At 12 years old, he had already reached a height of 7 meters. The natural growth of his body alone could bring about a tremendous improvement based on Lu Kai's original attributes. And coupled with the influence of the mysterious powers of the Carlson jungle, Lu Kai's physical qualities progressed at an astonishing rate. System, check basic attributes. Lu Kai commanded with a thought. Lu Kai, human male, 12 years old, character level, 44 attribute value, 6439 status, tired devil fruit, none skills mastered. Navy 6 styles, Suru proficiency, top, Jeppo proficiency, top, Renkyaku proficiency, top, Tekai proficiency, top, Shave proficiency, top, Shurgon proficiency, top, secret technique, 6 King's gun proficiency, intermediate, instant fist, a martial art created by the host by merging various fist techniques with extremely fast fist speed, strong explosive power, and penetration, proficiency, advanced, observation hockey, a natural ability to strongly sense the presence of others, able to read the position, number, and next actions of enemies outside of sight, proficiency, intermediate, armament hockey, an invisible energy that enhances individual defense and attack power, can be applied to the body and wrapped around weapons, proficiency, intermediate, perception, beast-like keen perception of danger, proficiency, intermediate, god-slaying swordsmanship, a swordsmanship created by the host by merging almost all learned sword techniques. With 18 major killing moves, flexible and powerful, proficiency. Intermediate, meteor iron staff technique. A unique staff technique created by Demo, characterized by wide-ranging moves and great power. With 36 variations, suitable for tall and strong individuals, proficiency. Intermediate, carried items. None carried weapons, twin swords. Meteor iron staff system functions. Click to view system functions among all the skills mastered by Lu Kai. Instant fist is purely self-created, derived from the collapsed fist he created before the age of 8. However, over the years, collapsed fist has continuously evolved, becoming vastly different from what it was 4 years ago. Due to the extremely fast punching speed, Lu Kai named it Instant Fist, allowing him to maximize his physical capabilities using just his fists without weapons. Perception was initially learned during Lu Kai's northern trials and has been trained to an intermediate level after arriving in the Carlson jungle. However, Liu Kai finds it strange that, even with system guidance, he has been making slow progress in advancing perception to a higher level, leading him to doubt his potential in this area. God-slaying swordsmanship was created by Liu Kai by integrating nearly all the sword techniques he has learned. Although it is only at an intermediate level, its power has been continuously increasing over the past 2 years, far surpassing his use of the twin swords. This is not to say that the twin swordsmanship is weak. It was created by Xin Na and is more suited for women, with techniques that are too delicate and lacking in raw power. Although Xin Na wields it effectively, Liu Kai finds it difficult to use, unable to unleash his strengths and the full power of the sword techniques. Liu Kai prefers powerful and straightforward moves that maximize his strength advantage. Therefore, he integrated almost all attacking, moving, and dodging techniques into the god-slaying swordsmanship, making it both skillful and overwhelmingly powerful. Today, Liu Kai's strength has undergone a tremendous change compared to 2 years ago, based on Liu Kai's understanding of combat power in this world. When Luffy activated Gear 2nd during the Enies Lobby arc, his attribute value was roughly equivalent to Liu Kai's current value, around 600 to 700. Meanwhile, Rob Lucci's combat power, measured without activating his Devil Fruit ability, was 4,000. The classification of combat power is essentially on par with attribute values. The difference is that combat power is merely a reflection of strength. In the system's classification, a Marine headquarters soldier has an attribute value of 10, and in combat power classification, a Marine headquarters soldier also has 10. The attribute value includes comprehensive attributes such as strength, explosive power, vitality, agility, recovery, and physical strength. Due to different standards, the calculation methods differ, and Liu Kai is unaware of the specific algorithms. However, it can be roughly assumed that a combat power value of 4,000 is comparable to an attribute value of 4,000. However, users of Zoan-type Devil Fruits experience a significant increase in attribute values after transformation. Rob Lucci's attribute value can reach at least 8,000 in his leopard form, but it should not exceed 10,000. From the battle scenes at that time, although Rob Lucci was dominating Luffy, he did not have an overwhelming advantage, indicating that the gap between them was not insurmountable. Thus, Luffy was able to defeat Rob Lucci by leveraging his newly learned Gear 2nd, Gear 3rd, Suro-in Shave, along with his potential burst in a desperate situation. Now, Liu Kai's combat power is already comparable to Rob Lucci during the Enies Lobby arc, and he might even be stronger. Although there is still a notable gap in attribute values between Liu Kai and Rob Lucci in his leopard form. Both are proficient in the 6 styles. Rob Lucci has developed many advanced uses of the 6 styles, and so has Liu Kai. Even the 6 Kings gun, which was Rob Lucci's most powerful secret technique at the time, Liu Kai can also use. Moreover, Liu Kai's swordsmanship is stronger than his martial arts. And with his mastery of both armament and observation haki, he can compensate for the difference in attributes, making it not difficult for him to defeat Rob Lucci with some effort. Thus, even though Rob Lucci was praised to the heavens by a group of Marine admirals, his mastery of the 6 styles only equated to the strength of a top-level rear admiral or a low-ranking vice admiral, because he did not yet know haki at that time. If Liu Kai were to battle Rob Lucci from the Enies Lobby arc now, he would be confident of victory. This level of strength is indeed terrifying, but even so, Liu Kai still has no confidence in challenging the 3 major powers, not daring to even think about it. The presence of these overlords is simply too terrifying. Not to mention the king among the 3 major powers, even the young dragon of the dragon-snake hybrid. Liu Kai cannot scan its base attributes, indicating that even as a juvenile, its attribute value is at least 5 levels higher than Liu Kai, exceeding 10,000. One must admit that the racial talents of the 3 major powers are indeed too monstrous. Liu Kai cannot even imagine how absurd the attribute values of the king among them could be. I have to go back. Unable to reach the center of the jungle for now, Liu Kai plans to head home first. Although this trial has taken an unusually long time, a full 2 years. Liu Kai returns home every 2 months since the distance is not far. After tidying up a bit, Liu Kai exited the wooden cabin and, as soon as he stepped outside, saw the young dragon of the dragon-snake hybrid waiting for him at the door. Upon seeing Liu Kai, the young dragon approached him affectionately, rubbing its head against Liu Kai as if asking for food. Liu Kai is already used to this scene. Liu Kai felt quite helpless. Little Dragon came every day to beg for food, and their relationship was getting better and better. However, it never wanted to take him to the core area, and he had become a free babysitter. Little Dragon, not today. Liu Kai patted Little Dragon's large head, soothing him like a child, and said, I have to go home now. When I come back, I'll roast meat for you. Little Dragon could understand Lu Kai's words and rubbed against him reluctantly, watching Lu Kai walk towards the edge of the jungle with a reluctant gaze. The reason he returned home every 2 months was twofold. First, to reassure his family that he was safe. Second, if he stayed out too long, he would miss home. And third, he had promised Fuya that he would take a day every 2 months to set everything aside and spend time with her. It was about 200 kilometers from the Carlson jungle to Springwater Town. If Lu Kai hurried, he could make it in half a day. 2 hours later, Lu Kai arrived at a small village called Clam Village. Lu Kai still remembers the first time he came here was one evening. An old man at the entrance of Crab Clam Village poured him a bowl of water and warmly invited him to stay at his home for a night before continuing his journey. After Lu Kai declined, the old man specifically reminded him to be careful while traveling at night. Although it was just a brief encounter, Lu Kai was touched by the old man's warmth and kindness, and he would stop here for a while every time he passed by. Over the past 2 years, Lu Kai has traveled back and forth many times, and he has become quite familiar with the villagers of Crab Clam Village. However, this time, as soon as he arrived at the village entrance, Lu Kai sensed that something was wrong. He smelled a strong scent of blood in the air. Lu Kai rushed into the village, only to witness a scene that shattered his heart. In the village, there were hundreds of cold corpses scattered haphazardly, and blood had stained the entire ground red. Luffy quickly activated his observation haki, but within the range of his haki, he surprisingly could not sense any living presence at all. Lu Kai trembled uncontrollably, a strong impulse to kill surging in his heart. Among the corpses scattered on the ground, nearly all were familiar faces to Lu Kai. There was the elderly man who had invited Lu Kai to stay at his home, the curious children who surrounded him, the village chief who warned him not to wander into the Carlson jungle, and the villager who insisted on giving Lu Kai 2 fish after returning from fishing. At this moment, everyone in Gugu village, from the 80-year-old elders to the infants in swaddling clothes, had become cold corpses, and their deaths were incredibly tragic. Many had their heads severed and propped up on sticks at the village entrance, with victims of all ages, both male and female. Witnessing such a brutal scene, Lu Kai felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his mind blank, and he appeared almost dazed. Once he regained his senses, Lu Kai tightly closed his eyes, covered his face, and trembled all over, his chest heaving violently. Lu Kai howled to the sky as if he had gone mad, his clenched fists seeming to want to crush the heavens. Gugu village was a very poor little village, without mountains or rivers, and the nearest sea was 60 miles away. Logically, in such a remote and impoverished place, mountain bandits and pirates should have no interest. So how could it suffer such a massacre? Lu Kai didn't even dare to open his eyes to look. After a long time, he finally suppressed the overwhelming anger in his heart, gritted his steel teeth, and began to investigate the condition of the villagers' bodies. He desperately wanted to find any clues from these corpses. With each body he examined, Lu Kai's hatred grew stronger until it reached an uncontrollable level. After 4 years, his eyes turned red again, and a killing intent filled the air. As he continued his investigation, Lu Kai discovered that those who came to slaughter the village of Hagang seemed to not be after wealth, but rather killed for pleasure. Many villagers' homes showed no signs of being ransacked, and their meager wealth remained hidden in secret places, untouched. Such inhumane actions were even more infuriating than theft. Lu Kai vowed that no matter who they were, he would eliminate this group of inhumane beasts and make them regret being born in this world. Finally, Lu Kai suddenly sensed a faint breath. His eyes immediately regained clarity, and he quickly moved to the front of a middle-aged man. The man's head had been split in half, yet he had not died immediately. He must have fallen into a state of false death, and now was miraculously regaining consciousness. "Uncle, who did this?" Lu Kai asked cautiously as he helped the man sit up. The man struggled to open his mouth, using all his strength to utter a few words in a faint voice. "Vulture pirate crew." After saying this, the man finally slumped in Lu Kai's arms, losing all breath. "Vulture pirate crew?" Lu Kai's eyes, filled with a cannibalistic intensity, gazed toward the sea, as if he could see the pirate ship floating on the ocean through space. In pirate comics, audiences would never witness a scene like this in Hagang Village, as such bloody and cruel imagery would never pass censorship. But this was reality. The cruelty of some pirates was far beyond what people could imagine. Although Lu Kai, like King Cobra of Alabasta, hoped that all pirates were like Roger and Luffy, this was unrealistic. Figures like Roger and Luffy were mere anomalies among pirates. It would take 1,000 pirates to find one like them. Pirates who set sail for treasure and slaughtered indiscriminately for their own desires were normal pirates, and this was why pirates were despised and feared by countless people. This scene left an indelible impression on Liu Kai. Vulture pirate crew, Liu Kai clenched his steel teeth, wishing he could swallow the flesh and blood of these pirates whole. I, Liu Kai, swear I will not rest until I avenge this. The Vulture pirate crew was the most notorious pirate crew in the West Sea. At this time, the great age of pirates had not yet begun, and the number of pirates was far fewer than it would be in a decade or so. Many pirate crews had not yet entered the Grand Line due to the lure of one piece and were still operating in their respective seas. The Vulture pirate crew was the most infamous and feared crew in the entire West Sea. It was rumored that wherever this pirate crew went, not even a chicken or dog would remain. The number of villages and islands they had slaughtered was countless. The Navy had sent many troops to encircle them, but these forces were either defeated and returned in disgrace or watched helplessly as the Vulture pirate crew escaped. This allowed the Vulture pirate crew to rampage in the West Sea for over a decade, not only remaining active but becoming increasingly audacious, growing into a force that the Navy could no longer handle. The captain of the Vulture pirate crew, known as Butcher Rodden, had a bounty of 80 million berries, making him a notorious pirate throughout the West Sea. However, Liu Kai sadly realized that he had no way to retaliate. Although he now knew that the perpetrators were the Vulture pirate crew, these beasts had long since vanished, and he had no idea how to pursue them. However, Liu Kai did not remain idle. He found a transponder snail in the village chief's house and called King Russell of the Itakizia kingdom. On the other end of the line, Russell was furious upon hearing about Hagang village's plight. Itakizia was vast, with a large population, and had not been without pirate attacks. However, such a horrific situation had not occurred for many years. Although pirates were all desperate rogues, they also weighed the pros and cons. Itakizia had a strong military force, and both of its kings cared for their people as their own children. If any pirate dared to attack, Itakizia would never let it go unpunished. There have been instances where some brazen pirates faced relentless pursuit from the Itakizia military, ultimately leading to their complete annihilation, which deterred many pirates from daring to invade. Moreover, most pirates sought wealth. If they had to offend Itakizia, they would rather plunder wealthy towns, where they could at least gain some treasure. No pirate would willingly provoke someone to the point of destruction with nothing to gain. Thus, the situation of the Vulture pirate crew, which was powerful yet not aimed at plundering, but rather slaughtering villages in an extremely cruel manner for amusement, was exceedingly rare, rivaling the depravity and cruelty of the celestial dragons. If the situation in Hagang village was not severely punished, it would inevitably lead to even more rampant behavior from these pirates, which would not be good for stabilizing the hearts of the people. Therefore, Russell immediately resolved that no matter the cost, he had to eliminate these inhumane executioners. However, after his initial rage, Russell quickly calmed down and said to Liu Kai, "Brother Liu Kai, right now we have no idea where the Vulture pirate crew has gone. Searching aimlessly across the sea is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. This is also why it is often difficult for the Navy to organize effective manpower to completely eliminate pirates when they cause chaos." After a pause, Russell continued, "Now, we only have two options. The first option is to wait for the Vulture pirate crew to make some noise again. Once we receive news, we can mobilize immediately, and there may be a chance to encounter them. The second option is to report this matter to the Navy, urging them to pay close attention while also contacting neighboring countries to inquire about the situation. After gathering all the information, we can deduce the approximate location and activity range of the Vulture pirate crew before launching an attack." Luke felt somewhat disappointed, but he also knew that Russell was right. These were currently the only two feasible methods. The ocean was too vast, and if they wanted to track down a nomadic pirate crew, they could only rely on these methods. After all, this was not the Grand Line, where navigation required a log pose. Therefore, the movements of pirates were sometimes even harder to predict. "Brother," Luke said seriously, "if you find any clues, please contact me immediately, no matter when, and make sure to let me participate in this operation." Russell was overjoyed upon hearing this. In his view, with Luke's extraordinary strength, having his help would surely ensure success this time. "Don't worry, as soon as I have news, I will notify you right away," Russell promised. With immense sorrow and anger, Luke buried all the villagers of Clam Village, and with a heavy heart, he set off on his way back. Upon arriving at Springwater Town, Luke realized just how happy the residents were. Probably even they themselves were unaware. Thanks to the presence of Dimo and Sienna, this place could almost be called a pirate's forbidden zone. At least in the West Sea, any pirate daring to cause trouble in Springwater Town would definitely not return. At the same time, Luke finally understood that in this era, turmoil was the norm, and peace and stability were merely accidents. The personal and property safety of many people was simply not guaranteed. For the next month, Luke did not leave Springwater Town, but waited for Russell's investigation results. Since the port was right next to Springwater Town, Luke could set off immediately once there was news. The days of waiting were long. Every day, the horrific scenes of Clam Village would flash through Luke's mind, making it hard for him to control himself. Because of this, Luke trained even harder, as if he wanted to vent all his hatred in his training. After learning about the situation in Clam Village, Demo and Sienna could only sigh silently. They understood Luke's feelings very well, but they could only remind him to be careful if he really found the traces of the vulture pirates when pursuing them. During this month, Fuya stayed by Luke's side all the time. She was also very saddened by this incident. Being as clever as she was, she did not know how to comfort Luke, but she hoped to help him feel a bit better in this way. Fuya had always been like this. She was the one who loved to bully Luke the most, yet she was also the one who treated him the best. After a whole month, Luke finally received a call from Russell. Russell informed Luke that after analyzing various pieces of information, the location of the vulture pirates had been basically confirmed. The kingdom had organized a fleet and was about to set sail east to eliminate the vulture pirates. The fleet would pass by the east port, not far from Springwater Town, with an estimated arrival time of noon 2 days later. Russell urged Luke to arrive at Eastport on time to meet the fleet and also requested Luke to serve as the temporary captain of the fleet. The moment Luke received this information, his entire demeanor changed, like a sword drawn from its sheath, refusing to return until it had tasted blood. This operation was a joint effort between 2 countries and the Navy, determined to wipe out the vulture pirates. The 138th Navy branch was led by a branch major general named Akitis. Akitis had previously pursued the vulture pirates several times, but had always been evaded. Now, Akitis was determined to catch the vulture pirates once and for all. The kingdom cooperating with Itakizia was the Aran Kingdom. Aran Kingdom was also a member of the world government and had previously suffered the loss of several towns to the vulture pirates. Therefore, they dispatched 2 ships, led by the army commander of Aran Kingdom, Shiosai. The leader of the Itakizia fleet was naturally Luke. 2 days later, the fleet arrived, and as soon as Luke saw it from a distance, he couldn't wait to use Moon Step to jump onto the ship, then led the fleet to the rendezvous point indicated by the Navy. Another 2 days passed, and the 3 fleets successfully met, advancing at full speed towards their destination under the guidance of the warships. While the fleet was advancing, Akitis invited the leaders of the 2 kingdom fleets to the warship for a pre-battle deployment meeting. I really wonder if King Russell has lost his mind, allowing a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair to participate in the mission to encircle the vulture pirates. Even if he's trying to claim credit for his own confidant, he shouldn't pick this time, right? From the moment he entered the meeting hall, Shiosai, the commander of Aran Kingdom, had been looking at Luke with great displeasure. Once seated, Shiosai openly expressed his dissatisfaction. Luke merely cast a cold glance at Shiosai, then turned his head away without saying a word. For the past month, Luke had hardly spoken at all. The anger in his heart had filled his nerves. And now that he finally had hope for revenge, he just wanted to find a vulture pirate crew as soon as possible, completely ignoring Shiosai's attitude. Quite temperamental. Shiosai saw the look in Luke eyes as a provocation and continued to taunt. If you're not convinced, you can come over and spar with me. I could teach you a lesson. You should know that someone like you only deserves to mess around with the palace maids. So you'd better back off now to avoid embarrassing yourself on the battlefield. What the hell are you saying? Luke wasn't angry yet, but someone behind him immediately objected, pointing angrily at Shiosai's nose. When our lord Luke single-handedly took down 17 mountain bandits, you were probably still in your diaper, nursing in your mother's arms. You insolent fool. Shiosai slammed the table and stood up, his entire face turning red with rage, glaring furiously. Luke stood up at that moment, coldly staring at Shiosai. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he was never afraid of it either, and he couldn't allow his people to suffer at this time. If Shiosai made any aggressive moves, he would immediately pin him to the ground and rub his face in it, ensuring that he would never hold his head up high again. Moreover, someone like Shiosai could be crushed with just one finger by Luke. The reason he initially didn't care was simply that the opponent was too weak, which didn't pique Luke interest in retaliating. The person who spoke on Luke behalf was named Cody, the deputy guard captain of the Itakizia Palace, and also a loyal fan of Luke, who couldn't stand to see Luke humiliated. We are here to hunt down the vulture pirate crew, not to start an internal conflict, said Rear Admiral Akitis of the Navy branch, somewhat angrily. Shiosai could only suppress his anger and sit down, his icy gaze fixed on Luke without blinking. Lord Akitis, let's get back to the main topic, Liu Kai said calmly, completely ignoring Shiosai's ridiculous demeanor. Shiosai immediately got furious. Liu Kai's expression clearly showed that he didn't take him seriously at all. Even the provocative words he had just spoken were dismissed by the other party as mere barking. At this moment, Akaitis shot a fierce glare at Shiosai. He found it hard to have any good feelings for this fool who couldn't distinguish between priorities. In contrast, Liu Kai, although looking younger, was much more composed and sensible, which made Akaitis appreciate him. 3 days later, a fleet appeared 10 miles east of the uninhabited Nisis Island, consisting of 12 ships. The people on board were either nervous or excited. Just moments ago, those sent to scout ahead returned and informed Akaitis that they had discovered the Vulture pirate cruise ship on the northern coast of an uninhabited island called Nisis. Everyone immediately began to execute the battle plan as previously arranged. 5 miles from Nisis Island, the fleet split up to encircle the island from 3 different directions. "Captain, that bastard Shiosai is targeting you," Cody said angrily beside him. "Let him target me," Liu Kai replied nonchalantly, continuing to command the fleet to head south towards Nisis Island, since the attack from the north had been taken over by Shiosai. "Captain, aren't you the least bit angry?" Cody asked, worried for Liu Kai. "What's there to be angry about with someone rushing to their death?" "Rushing to their death? Are you saying that Shiosai can't beat Loden?" Cody asked. "Cody, how much do you know about the strength of pirates?" Liu Kai countered. "This." Cody was momentarily at a loss for words. Currently, the Great Pirate Era had not yet begun, so there weren't many pirates to speak of. Thus, rumors about pirates were naturally limited. Additionally, the Royal Army mainly focused on guarding the safety of the Royal City and had encountered very few pirates. That's an 80 million bounty pirate, not some small fry. If Loden's 80 million bounty doesn't have any special, unspeakable reasons behind it, then not just Shiosai, even Rear Admiral Akaitis from the Navy branch would definitely not be his opponent. Even Rear Admiral Akaitis can't beat Loden? Cody suddenly began to worry. If Akaitis couldn't defeat Loden, then what would be the outcome of their attempt to encircle Loden this time? Liu Kai is not making random guesses. In terms of position, a Rear Admiral in a naval branch is actually equivalent to a Lieutenant Colonel in the naval headquarters. This is because the rank in a naval branch is 3 levels lower in terms of prestige than that in the naval headquarters. Therefore, under normal circumstances, if a branch's Rear Admiral is promoted and transferred to the naval headquarters, they're mostly appointed as a colonel in the naval headquarters. This distinction is not only a difference in position, but also a gap in strength. Thus, in Liu Kai's eyes, Akaitis has at most the strength of a lieutenant colonel in the naval headquarters. Moreover, those sent to the branches in the 4 major seas are not even the best among the lieutenant colonels in the naval headquarters. Liu Kai has scanned Akaitis' attributes in the past few days. Akaitis is at level 32 with an attribute value of 2085. This strength is considered top tier among lieutenant colonels, even reaching the level of some Navy headquarters colonels. Perhaps in the East Sea, where the average strength is the weakest, Akaitis is quite impressive. However, in the West Sea, he does not have much deterrence. Any slightly stronger country could easily find several individuals with greater strength than him, not to mention real powerhouses like Itakizia or the Flower Country. However, a pirate with an 80 million bounty, unless they're like Nico Robin, who has a bounty for special reasons, would at least require a Navy headquarters Rear Admiral to deal with, and not just any bottom-tier Rear Admiral. Liu Kai did not discuss this topic extensively with Cody, as they soon arrived at the southern side of Nisis Island and began to disembark. According to the original plan, half of the people would stay on the coast to block any pirate remnants that might escape here, while Cody would lead the other half northward. "I would go ahead and deal with this, Rodden." After speaking, Liu Kai ignored everyone's reactions and suddenly kicked off the deck, flying into the air. He then stomped into the void behind him, creating waves of air. The air waves rippled outward in visible circles from the tips of Liu Kai's toes, and then, accompanied by a series of sonic booms, he vanished from everyone's sight. This was a more advanced technique developed by Liu Kai based on the moonwalk, which he named Empty Drum. This technique was like beating a drum in the void with his feet, producing a deep drum sound. It was also more powerful than the usual moonwalk, with much better acceleration in the air. Lord Liu Kai's strength is truly remarkable. Seeing Liu Kai fly away, Cody couldn't help but exclaim. Nisis Island is very small, only 3 miles from south to north, and serves as a temporary base for the Vulture pirate crew. When the naval warships and ships from the Arlong Kingdom appeared, the leader of the Vulture pirate crew, Rodden, was drinking on the beach. Upon seeing the fleets encircling from 2 directions, Rodden merely sneered and ordered, "You guys, prepare for battle." The suddenly appearing fleet did not give the Vulture pirate crew any chance to escape by boat. If they recklessly set sail now, they would be more passive under fire from a dozen ships at sea. Therefore, Rawdon decisively chose the island as the battlefield. Soon, the fleet landed, and the naval soldiers, along with the kingdom's army led by Akkadi's and Shiosai, charged towards the Vulture pirate crew, engaging in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Shiosai and Akkadi's headed straight for Rawdon. Lukai arrived much later than Akkai, Tiz, and Shiosai. After all, he made a big detour from the sea to land on the south shore. When Luka arrived, Zuci was already lying on the ground like a lifeless body, while Akkaitis was fighting with Loden, and the battle seemed evenly matched. Finally found you. Luka clenched his fists, a surge of murderous intent rising within him as he coldly stared at Loden. Loden had a fierce appearance, wearing a captain's hat, with a hooked nose and thin lips, giving him an incredibly sinister look. A long scar ran from the right side of Loden's forehead directly across to his left cheek, making him look extremely menacing. Moreover, Loden was very tall, standing at about 2.5 meters, and his muscles appeared to be filled with explosive power. However, the battle scene was quite discordant, as in Luka's observation, Loden's aura was much stronger than Akkaitis's. Yet the two were strangely evenly matched in the fight. After Luka arrived, Loden suddenly became alert, pushing Akkaitis back with a single move, his eyes fixed intensely on Luka, as if facing a formidable enemy. Observation Haki. Luka's gaze was cold as he stared at Loden, at this moment putting aside any underestimation and adopting a serious expression. This was the West Sea, and those who could use Haki were extremely rare. In fact, most people hadn't even heard of it. The few who could use Haki either awakened it due to special circumstances, or they trained consciously knowing secrets that others did not, or they were former big shots who had ventured into the New World. Regardless of the reason, it was enough to indicate that Loden was not easy to deal with. This standoff did not last long before Luka suddenly disappeared from his original position. He then appeared abruptly in front of Loden, drawing his twin blades from his waist. And with great force, he slashed towards Loden. Loden seemed to have sensed it in advance, swinging his blade to collide with Luka's. An intense gust of wind erupted around the two, sending nearby fighters tumbling in all directions. After their clash, both stepped back, neither immediately engaging again, but instead warily watching each other. Lukai took the opportunity to scan Rawdon, but to his surprise, he couldn't get a reading. This astonished him because, with a single blow, Rawdon's displayed attributes should have been slightly inferior to his own. The inability to scan meant that the opponent's true strength was far beyond what was shown. After all, a person's attribute values reflect their highest achieved level, and the display does not decrease due to a person's condition, injuries, or weakness. However, Lukai didn't care much about this, as levels and attributes are merely references. True combat cannot be decided solely by attributes. Today, even if it meant risking his life, Lukai was determined to defeat Rawdon. He set aside all underestimations and replaced them with a commitment to give his all. Armament Haki? Who do you think you are? Rawdon asked angrily, his eyes flashing, showing no sign of underestimating Lukai because of his age. Just moments ago, Rawdon had used armament Haki during their exchange, thinking to end the battle with an unexpected strike. However, what he didn't expect was that Lukai had also wrapped his twin blades in armament Haki. It was just that others couldn't see it. Perhaps the author of the pirate manga added the black color to give readers a more intuitive sense of Haki. But Haki itself has no color. Lukai, however, was not in the mood to chat with the butcher Rawdon in front of him. He was filled with a strong urge to kill, saying, "The one who will kill you." Rawdon snorted coldly upon hearing this, and then both of them charged at each other simultaneously. What followed were the continuous clashes of weapons and the constant flickering of two figures, with an astonishing battle aura emanating from the two. At that moment, everyone on the island unconsciously paused their battles, standing clearly on either side, watching the fierce fight between the two with immense surprise. Akkadi's looked on in disbelief at the scene before him. Just a moment ago, he and Rawdon seemed to be evenly matched, but in the next second, Rawdon displayed a combat power that could easily kill him with a single blow. What on earth was happening? Beside him, the unconscious Shiosai was slowly waking up from the intense sounds of battle and was dumbfounded at the sight before him. The Lukai he had mocked all the way was now fighting alongside Rawdon, showing no signs of weakness. Moreover, the combat prowess displayed by the two was something he had never seen in his life. Their strength was beyond his comprehension. After a while of exchanging blows, Lukai and Rawdon separated again, their gazes having changed. In fact, the two had merely been testing each other before. Although it looked fierce, they had both held back. But now, their momentum had completely transformed from before. Liu Kai was the first to launch an attack again, suddenly lunging towards Rorden. He had discovered a significant flaw in Rorden. Rorden was very strong, not only in physical power, but also in combat awareness. He was skilled in both armament hockey and observation hockey. However, Rorden's swordsmanship was rather mediocre, and at this moment, he could only barely defend against Liu Kai's killing moves. Completely on the defensive. Although this felt very strange to Liu Kai, he had no time to think too much. As he approached Rorden, Liu Kai seemed to vanish into thin air. When he reappeared, he was behind Rorden, delivering a powerful downward slash. Clang! Rorden quickly turned around to block with his sword, resulting in a loud crash. After the clash of weapons, Liu Kai suddenly disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was above Rorden, forcefully thrusting his steel knife downward towards Rorden's crown. This move was one of Liu Kai's killing techniques. Thrusting will slash. Rorden swung his sword to deflect Liu Kai's blade from its path and used the force to dash to the side. However, the rapid thrust still left a long cut on Rorden's hand, blood flowing profusely. Before Rorden could land, Liu Kai suddenly executed Raging Foot, chainsaw in midair, launching two serrated, circular slashes rapidly towards Rorden. At that moment, Rorden was in a very awkward position. He hurriedly blocked one slash and then rolled on the ground to avoid the second. But before Rorden could catch his breath, Liu Kai pulled out a long stick from his back and hurled it at Rorden like a javelin. Liu Kai's figure vanished once more. When Liu Kai reappeared, it was just as Luo Dan narrowly dodged the long staff he had thrown, but he appeared right behind Luo Dan. Liu Kai executed a reverse slash with both blades from bottom to top towards Luo Dan, who barely managed to turn and raise his sword to block. At the same time, Luo Dan suddenly changed tactics, using a powerful step to charge at Liu Kai, attempting to suppress Liu Kai's close-range sword attack. With the collision, the distance between the two instantly became extremely close, leaving Liu Kai without space to swing his blades. It must be said that Luo Dan's combat experience was extremely rich. However, before he could feel pleased, Liu Kai's right hand suddenly released both swords, as his left hand grabbed Luo Dan's sword-wielding hand. His right index finger shot out like a bullet towards Luo Dan's abdomen. Finger gun, Liu Kai murmured. Luo Dan felt a jolt of fear, although he had his observation hockey activated. He sensed Liu Kai's movement. However, in the current entanglement, his body couldn't react in time. Luo Dan could only hurriedly concentrate all his strength in his abdomen while covering it with armament hockey to withstand Liu Kai's finger attack. Moreover, in this critical moment, Luo Dan recklessly adopted a mutually destructive tactic, suddenly turning around and slashing towards Liu Kai's left arm, preparing to exchange injury for injury. Iron block. Luo Dan's sword struck Liu Kai, but felt as if it had hit a massive iron shield, producing a metallic clanging sound and rebounding Luo Dan's blade. After all, Luo Dan's swordsmanship was poor. Without any techniques, using brute force to chop down could not pose a threat to Liu Kai. However, Liu Kai's finger attack pierced Luo Dan's abdomen, causing significant injury. The hardened finger attack was not something that could be easily withstood. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Then, Liu Kai immediately seized the opportunity to release the iron block, grasping the blades he had just let go of and delivering a swift slash. Two terrifying wounds appeared on Luo Dan's chest, blood gushing out, and Luo Dan, with a face full of unwillingness, slowly fell down. Liu Kai had no intention of letting Luo Dan go. He was there to kill today. Although Luo Dan was severely injured by a previous finger gun attack and two slashes, Liu Kai could still sense that Luo Dan's aura remained strong. Thus, he raised his dual blades once more, ready to finish off Luo Dan. However, Luo Dan, lying on the ground, suddenly rolled away and then, using the momentum, leapt several times backward, dodging to a spot over 10 meters away, his blood-red gaze fixated on Liu Kai like a predator. I've already been injured. You could have just captured me, but you still want to kill me. Why? Why are you forcing me? I want you dead, Luo Dan suddenly shouted in madness, his aura surging violently in that moment. At the same time, his body began to swell like an inflating balloon, claws sprouting from his fingers, and brown fur starting to grow all over him. Before long, Luo Dan's transformation was complete, and he looked like a walking lion, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Animal type, dog fruit lion form? Liu Kai exclaimed upon seeing Luo Dan's appearance. Oh, it seems you know quite a bit. Luo Dan, now in beast form, lost the previous urgency, his eyes turning cruel and mocking. I didn't expect that among this bunch of fools there would be a master like you, forcing me to use my strongest power to deal with you. After calming down a bit, Luodan said viciously to Lu Kai. But it is precisely because you learned what you shouldn't know. Therefore, all of you must die here. The naval rear Admiral Akades, who was watching from the side, trembled in fear, reacting very strongly, struggling to speak. Ha ha ha. Luodan laughed maniacally, mocking Akades. It seems you recognize me. Akades was now drenched in cold sweat, no longer having any thoughts of encircling the vulture pirates, only wanting to escape, because the figure before him was incredibly familiar to him. What is going on? Lu Kai frowned and asked Akades. He is not Luodan. He is the former vice-captain of the Lion King pirates, who slaughtered an entire naval branch in the Grand Line. Known as the Fire Lion, Sheba, Akades replied, his voice trembling. What? The other Navy officers nearby were stunned. This was a piece of internal naval information they had never heard of. But the slaughter of an entire naval branch was horrifying. Weren't you exterminated by the naval headquarters? Why are you here? Akades forced down his fear and still trembled as he asked. Naval headquarters. Sheba's eyes brimmed with killing intent as he gritted his teeth. Back then, my two brothers and I roamed the Grand Line, forming the Lion King pirates. We were so glorious. I never expected your naval headquarters would send 2 vice admirals to hunt us down. We had no chance to resist at all. If it weren't for a sudden storm that allowed me to escape by luck, I would have probably died long ago. How could I possibly be here now? Do you think you're strong? Sheba ignored Akades and looked at Lu Kai, expressing the secret he had suppressed for years. But you have no idea how terrifying this world is. At that time, we were hunted down by 2 vice admirals from the naval headquarters, one of whom has become the Admiral Black Arm Zifa, and the other is the Iron Fist Carp, known as a hero of the Navy. Just mentioning those 2 names sends chills down my spine, having experienced that unparalleled strength up close. I know I can never take revenge in my lifetime. My older brother, such a powerful existence, couldn't even withstand a punch from Carp and was killed on the spot. My second brother was knocked unconscious by Zifa's punch and sank to the bottom of the sea. Sheba continued. You can't even imagine how terrifying that scene was. Like 2 ferocious tigers entering a flock of sheep. Our entire pirate crew of over 200 people was completely exterminated in less than 5 minutes by just 2 people. That scene can't even be called a battle. After that, I lived in hiding, not daring to let anyone know I was still alive for over a decade. I even felt fortunate that every time I fought, I transformed with my devil fruit. So no one had seen my true face before my transformation, and my bounty poster shows my transformed appearance. I returned to the West Sea in disgrace, suppressing my hatred for the Navy, living quietly, just to avoid attracting the attention of the naval headquarters. Suddenly, Sheba's tone shifted as he looked at Lu Kai with a predatory glare, saying fiercely, But you, why are you forcing me? Why are you forcing me? Because you deserve to die. Lu Kai found Sheba's situation laughable, saying harshly, The so-called pain this person experienced was nothing but self-inflicted. Since no one knew you were still alive and had never seen your true appearance, you could have found a place to live in seclusion. But you chose to continue being a pirate, looting and killing. Every time you slaughtered those innocent villagers, you deserve to die 1,000 times over. Back then, Admiral Zifa and Vice Admiral Carp should have smashed you to pieces like they did to your 2 dead brothers, rather than letting you live like a disgusting pest. Die for me. Upon hearing Lu Kai's words, Sheba seemed to be provoked. He suddenly pushed off the ground, shooting toward Lu Kai like a cannonball. Sheba's speed at this moment was far beyond what it had been earlier, even faster than Lu Kai's improved, instantly engaging in combat with Lu Kai. Lu Kai understood that animal-type devil fruit users experience a significant enhancement in their physical abilities after transforming. However, this was the first time he truly felt such a change, and for a moment, he found it hard to adapt. The aura emanating from Sheba at that moment was almost double that of just a moment ago. During their earlier fight, Lu Kai had a clear advantage, but now, after exchanging dozens of blows, he found himself being overpowered and completely at a disadvantage. Moreover, without using weapons, Sheba was much stronger. After wrapping his claws and fists with haki, they became his most formidable weapons. Using a sword was never Sheba's strength. He chose to fight with a sword after arriving in the West Sea merely to throw others off the scent. When 2 individuals have a similar level of strength, if one possesses observation haki and the other does not, the one with observation haki can maximize their effectiveness. Now, while Lu Kai could use observation haki, so could Sheba, which directly caused the gap between them to persist, keeping Lu Kai at a disadvantage. Paper drawing void. Facing Sheba's unavoidable claw strike, Lu Kai immediately used the modified version of one of the 6 styles, paper drawing. Originally, Lu Kai intended to defend with an iron block covered in haki. However, in that fleeting moment, his beast-like instincts sensed a hint of danger, prompting him to change tactics. In an instant, Liu Kai seemed to transform into a thin sheet of paper, his figure constantly dodging, narrowly evading Shiba's storm of claws and fists each time. Logically speaking, paper drawing should not be effective against Shiba, who possessed observation haki. Paper drawing is a clever evasion technique, but observation haki allows one to foresee moves in advance, creating a counter to paper drawing. The technique involves releasing all tension from the body, allowing it to become completely relaxed and light, thus enhancing control over one's movements. It is akin to a painter effortlessly wielding a brush on paper, controlling their body to evade attacks. Once in this state, a person's reactions become sharper and quicker than usual. However, Liu Kai's use of paper drawing was different from others. First, he utilized it while in the state of using observation haki, which allowed him to predict his opponent's moves in advance. Secondly, Liu Kai's instincts were incredibly sharp. His beast-like intuition enabled him to sense danger ahead of time and begin dodging early, with the ability to rely on his body's instincts to avoid many attacks. The combination of these three factors made the technique surprisingly effective. This was a new method Liu Kai devised in an emergency situation in the Carlson jungle, and he was pleasantly surprised by the results. He could indeed evade the attacks of powerful beasts through this combination of observation haki and paper drawing. At this moment, Shiba was similar to the fierce beasts Liu Kai had encountered before. After a round of attacks, he had failed to land a hit on Liu Kai. Shiba was clearly getting anxious, panting as he paused his assault. However, he suddenly changed direction, completely ignoring Liu Kai, and charged straight into a group of ordinary Navy soldiers behind him, beginning a massacre of the regular sailors. Shiba, being an experienced and cunning pirate, quickly devised this method when he could not reach Liu Kai. Stop! Now, it was Liu Kai's turn to be anxious. He could evade Shiba's attacks, but the ordinary Navy soldiers behind him were no different from paper in front of Shiba. Liu Kai, disregarding the gap in strength between the two, immediately stepped in front of Shiba with his blade, taking Shiba's punch head-on. The immense impact forced Liu Kai back several meters. Everyone board the ship and return. After stabilizing himself, Liu Kai shouted, charging recklessly towards Shiba. Board the ship, return. Akitis also quickly shouted orders. He understood Liu Kai's intentions. Everyone present was now a burden to Liu Kai. They had to block them at all costs. Shiba was not an easy opponent either, and immediately took countermeasures, commanding his pirates. With that, the long, quiet, chaotic battle erupted once again. The center of the fight was naturally Liu Kai and Shiba. At this moment, Liu Kai was spitting blood, but Shiba was not in a good condition either. Before transforming, he had taken a thrust from Liu Kai and 2 slashes, bleeding quite a bit. Plus, having not transformed and fought for a long time, he was struggling to adapt and was expending a lot of energy. Liu Kai had little experience fighting real masters, and at this moment, he was learning through battle. Instead of being passive like before, he became more fluid in his movements as the fight progressed. During the battle, Liu Kai no longer simply evaded attacks. Instead of choosing to clash head-on, he opted to counterattack while dodging. The same techniques from Shiba posed different threats due to their angles and force. Sensing the more dangerous threats, Liu Kai would directly use paper drawing void to evade, immediately striking back afterward to prevent Shiba from escaping. For the less powerful techniques, Liu Kai chose to directly counter with iron block covered in armament haki. For a time, the two were locked in a fierce struggle, unable to truly overcome each other. On the other hand, the battle was one-sided. The number of Navy and Kingdom troops was 10 times that of the Vulture Pirates. Moreover, aside from Shiba, the Vulture Pirates had no strong combat power, leading to their complete annihilation within half an hour. Afterwards, Akitis led everyone aboard their ship and left the coast, taking with them the Vulture Pirates' ship. With all the ships departing, only Liu Kai and Shiba remained alive on the island. Seeing everyone retreat, Liu Kai immediately disengaged from the fight, stepping back several dozen meters to catch his breath, while his mind raced to formulate a strategy. At this point, Liu Kai could finally fight without holding back. He had been hesitant before and hadn't fully enjoyed the battle. Deep down, Liu Kai was a combative person, and after enduring monotonous training, he longed for combat to test his training results. This fight with Shiba brought him genuine joy, as it was rare to encounter an opponent he could unleash himself against. However, Shiba did not share this sentiment. At the beginning of their battle, he indeed held a certain advantage, forcing Liu Kai into a defensive position. But this advantage was steadily diminishing, and Liu Kai seemed to possess boundless stamina. They had been fighting for 2 hours now. Liu Kai was visibly sweating, yet there were no signs of his strength waning. In contrast, Shiba's stamina was continuously being depleted. Logically, Zoan types were best at prolonged battles, but Shiba's devil fruit ability had not awakened, and he had not trained for a long time. Coupled with the crushing defeat he experienced during the Grand Line, his will had been completely shattered, and his overall strength had been declining. Shiba was no longer the same as he once was. At this point in the battle, he had lost the will to kill Liu Kai. Instead, he began to feel a desire to retreat, and the urge to escape grew stronger, almost uncontrollable. One was undefeated, yet brimming with momentum, eager to fight for 3 days and nights. The other was undefeated, yet filled with fear, already contemplating retreat. In an instant, the momentum between the two shifted dramatically, with Liu Kai completely overwhelming Shiba. This victory in momentum would have a significant impact on a person's mindset, physical stamina, and the outcome of the battle. If the strength difference between the two was too great, this influence could naturally be ignored. However, with their current small disparity in strength, such an influence was enough to change the outcome of the fight. Liu Kai completely disregarded Shiba's thoughts, suddenly sheathing his twin blades and stepping aside with a shave technique. He appeared next to a large tree. Then, Liu Kai plunged his long staff into the ground, and with both hands on the trunk, he began to spin around the tree. As his speed reached its limit, Liu Kai used the force of the spin to unleash a powerful raging foot kick with his right foot, delivering a massive slashing attack that shot towards Shiba at incredible speed. After that, Liu Kai pulled the long staff from the ground, using the shave technique to swiftly appear in front of Shiba, who was awkwardly balancing on one foot to dodge the previous super raging foot. At the same time, Liu Kai thrust his staff towards Shiba's chest, who quickly raised his hands to block. However, all of this was anticipated by Liu Kai. As the staff made contact with Shiba, he exerted force upwards. At this moment, Liu Kai used the lifting technique from the Meteor Iron Stick method and actually lifted Shiba off the ground, sending him flying upwards for more than 10 meters. Liu Kai's moves in battle are often bold and dynamic. He prefers swordsmanship, so many of his techniques are power-based sword strikes. However, Liu Kai is not limited to just these moves. He is also very skilled in staff techniques, which contain a lot of intricate variations. Previously, to hold off Shiba, Liu Kai could only use wide-ranging and powerful techniques, but now he can unleash his skills freely. After sending Shiba off the ground, Liu Kai immediately followed up, changing his long staff technique to sweep upwards towards the airborne Shiba. Caught off guard, Shiba could only strike back with a punch against the incoming staff. However, this caused him to rise even higher. Normally, Shiba wouldn't easily fall for such tricks, but just moments ago, he had lost his momentum and was solely focused on finding a way to escape, not fully concentrating on the battle. In a duel between experts, victory or defeat often hinges on a split second, and losing focus can be fatal, leading to his downfall. Although Shiba is strong, he does not possess Moon Steps or any aerial mobility skills. Once airborne, he has no points of leverage and is entirely in a passive state. Liu Kai swung the long staff and threw it to the ground, then drew one of the twin swords along with its sheath, standing below Shiba with his eyes closed. Beginning to gather his sword momentum, Shiba above could clearly feel the change in Liu Kai's aura, filled with immense fear. However, as Shiba was falling, he had no way to respond and could only try to cover his entire body with armament haki to brace for impact. Just as Shiba was about a yard away from Liu Kai's head, Liu Kai suddenly opened his eyes and leaped upward by forcefully pushing off the ground. As he approached Shiba, Liu Kai drew his sword at a speed invisible to the naked eye. With a flash of brilliant light, Shiba landed, still in a defensive posture, yet stood motionless on the ground. Meanwhile, Liu Kai in midair looked at the long sword in his hand, which had already returned to its sheath the moment it delivered the slash. I have a sword that can slash the heavens above and calm the underworld below. The sword technique of the god-slaying sword style, heaven-splitting slashes offered, Liu Kai murmured. Shortly after, Liu Kai gently floated down, came before Shiba, and lightly tapped Shiba's head with his hand. Suddenly, from Shiba's left shoulder to his right hip, a massive rupture exploded open, gushing forth a large amount of fresh blood, and his body was split in two. Shiba's body then fell backward, devoid of any breath, with his last thought being how small he was. If Liu Kai were allowed to grow, he would surely become an extraordinary hero, destined to grow into a terrifying powerhouse like Zifa or Karp. And Shiba was merely a stepping stone on Liu Kai's path to becoming a strong warrior. Glancing at Shiba's corpse, Liu Kai suddenly seemed to lose strength and fell to the ground, immediately reflecting on the recent battle. In fact, if it had been a normal, evenly matched fight, there wouldn't have been so much time for Liu Kai to gather momentum for his sword technique. On the ground, Shiba, using observation haki, could have sensed it in advance and dodged, not allowing Liu Kai to be so relaxed. However, a smart warrior must learn to create opportunities in battle and seize that rare chance, then exert all their strength to quickly resolve the fight. A fierce battle lasting 2 hours is certainly exhausting. To say he wasn't tired would be a lie. Fighting and training are fundamentally different. If it had been 2 hours of training, Liu Kai would not have felt this way at all. After all, training is mechanical, requiring no thought, and lacks the tension of life and death. But combat is different. Liu Kai's brain is constantly working, his nerves are always tense, and his adrenaline levels soar higher than usual. A battle truly is more tiring than an entire day's training. Moreover, there's more mental fatigue, which also indirectly indicates that Liu Kai seriously lacks experience in fighting strong opponents. Thinking of this, Liu Kai immediately perked up and, taking advantage of his exhaustion, began today's training session. Half an hour later, the joint fleet returned to the coastline. Seeing Shiba's corpse and Liu Kai training nonchalantly in front of it, everyone was left speechless, wondering what was going on. Liu Kai was able to train here at ease, largely because he knew that the fleet would learn of his victory in return. There were many experienced individuals in the fleet. Shiba was a capable person, and even without a ship, they would not be threatened from 100 meters away. Therefore, Liu Kai speculated that they hadn't gone far, but were secretly observing from a distance. In fact, just as Liu Kai anticipated, Akitis Cody and Shiosai were 2 nautical miles away at sea, witnessing the entire battle between Liu Kai and Shiba through binoculars. Everyone was speechless. It was the most shocking battle they had ever seen since birth. A notorious pirate was overwhelmingly defeated by a 12-year-old boy, Liu Kai, who was previously unknown. Although the battle lasted a long time, Liu Kai appeared to have only sustained minor injuries. As soon as they reached the shore, Cody and Akitis hurried over to ask about Liu Kai's condition. As for Shiosai, who had previously mocked and threatened Liu Kai, he didn't dare to disembark. At this moment, Shiosai was trembling in a corner of the cabin, using his injury as an excuse, afraid that Liu Kai would hold a grudge against him. It was truly unexpected that the leader of the Vulture Pirates, Rodin, was actually the infamous vice-captain of the Lion King Pirates, Shiba, who had come to the West Sea in hiding. Akitis felt a wave of fear at the thought. Liu Kai, this time we really owe it to you. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. I was just doing what I should do, Liu Kai replied. However, he didn't think the consequences would be that severe without him. If Liu Kai hadn't shown up, Shiba wouldn't have revealed his true strength. He would have just accidentally created an opportunity to escape. After all, that's what Shiba had done in the past. Shiba's fear of Zephyr and Carp was deeply ingrained. He would never reveal his true identity unless it was a life-or-death situation. I have reported the situation truthfully. The Navy headquarters will definitely reward you. Akitis continued. Rewards aren't important. What's important is to eliminate scoundrels like Shiba and give solace to the souls of those who died at this bastard hands, Liu Kai said dismissively. It's just. Akitis suddenly seemed troubled and hesitated. We fought together as comrades. What is there that you can't say? Liu Kai said cheerfully, looking at Akitis. At this moment, Akitis felt a sincere respect for Liu Kai as a strong individual, which created an unintentional barrier. Hearing Liu Kai say this, Akitis immediately stopped hesitating and said, We must take Shiba's body back. Of course, Liu Kai replied nonchalantly. But we need to take his body to Clam Village first and hold a memorial for the villagers before we can hand it over to you. All right, it's settled then. With Akitis' report, under the auspices of the world government, Navy Major Akitis, in conjunction with the armies of Itakizia and the Arlong Empire, spread the news that the Vulture Pirates, who had caused havoc in the West Sea for over a decade, had been completely annihilated. The news also emphasized that the captain of the Vulture Pirates, Rodin, was a remnant of the notorious Lion King Pirates from over a decade ago, specifically the vice-captain Shiba, who was the brother of the captain of the Lion King Pirates. This incident was referred to as the Nisses Island Incident. Liu Kai's name also appeared in the newspaper, but it was only mentioned in passing. The focus remained on the Navy led by Akitis. When a newspaper reached the returning warship, Akitis' face turned red with anger. He had merely come along for the ride, and it was already good enough that he hadn't held anyone back, yet the credit ended up being attributed to him. This left him at a loss when facing Liu Kai. It's worth noting that he had reported the situation truthfully, and he didn't understand why such a report had emerged. However, Liu Kai knew this was just a normal operation of the Navy. The Navy, eager to enhance its influence, would naturally not highlight Liu Kai to underscore Akitas' incompetence at this time. Nonetheless, Liu Kai also had unexpected gains, as he surprisingly obtained the dark fruit, which possesses one of the most fearsome abilities in history. This was the devil fruit that Blackbeard had desperately sought, but unexpectedly ended up on Sheba's pirate ship. Sheba had already consumed a devil fruit, so he kept this one as a collection. Now, this devil fruit had fallen into Liu Kai's hands, making him reflect on how unpredictable life can be. Although all the credit belonged to Liu Kai, it ultimately fell on Akitas, leaving him feeling very uneasy. Therefore, after searching Sheba's pirate ship and seeing the dark fruit, Akitas secretly hid it away and later covertly gave it to Liu Kai as compensation. So how did this devil fruit eventually end up with the Whitebeard pirates? There are two possibilities. The first possibility is that 6 years later, the Great Pirate Era began, and an impatient Sheba re-entered the Grand Line. The Grand Line is perilous. Although Sheba is not weak, he could still die. After his pirate crew was destroyed, the dark fruit would circulate in the Grand Line, eventually coincidentally being obtained by the Whitebeard pirates, only to be intercepted by Blackbeard. The second possibility is that after Sheba's death, the devil fruit fell into someone else's hands, creating a new user of the dark fruit, but this user later also died, and a new dark fruit appeared. However, Blackbeard's plans have not yet begun, and his greatest reliance is already gone. It is uncertain what fate awaits him. In fact, the incident on Nissus Island shocked the Navy headquarters even more because they understood the true situation. Many senior officers at Navy headquarters were greatly curious about Liu Kai, the 12-year-old who could defeat Sheba. Although any officer at the rank of Rear Admiral or above could easily defeat the current Sheba, they were all well-known figures, and defeating Sheba was not a big deal. However, for a 12-year-old child, that was simply unbelievable. 2 years ago, he had already wiped out many mountain bandits and had such a strong sense of justice from a young age. What do you think about letting this child join the Navy? On a warship, a strong man with a hoarse voice looked at a report while asking a man beside him who was eating rice crackers. Ha. Whether he joins the Navy depends on his willingness. But if given a chance, I really want to meet this child. The little brat who slipped away from under my fist hasn't weakened to such an extent. I genuinely want to see what kind of person can defeat him at 12. By the way, Sengoku, it's time for King Itakigia to attend the World Conference in 2 years, right? I'll personally escort him then. Kapu, are you serious? Sengoku was very surprised to see Kapu in such a rare, serious demeanor. I don't like to joke around. I don't know if he wants to follow me. Ha! After finishing, Kapu suddenly burst into laughter. Sengoku did not interrupt Kapu's laughter, but muttered to himself, if he's truly a good seedling, it wouldn't hurt for the Navy to cultivate him into a second Navy hero. Itakigia, Liu Kai, and the others had not yet returned. The news of their complete annihilation of the Vulture Pirates was already well known. King Russell of Itakigia had learned more accurate news. From Cody's description, he understood how strong Sheba was and that it was Liu Kai alone who defeated him, knowing the entire battle process clearly from Cody's account. Liu Kai, my brother. Russell increasingly admired Liu Kai. If Liu Kai was willing to assist him wholeheartedly, then with just this one person, Itakigia's strength could rise to a new level. In fact, Russell also harbored his own ambitions. He wanted Itakigia to become the #1 kingdom in the West Sea. Although he never thought of invading anyone, he would still be willing to have even just a nominal title. As long as it could prove he was a better king than his father, he would be satisfied. When Liu Kai and the others arrived at Eastport, a minister under Russell welcomed them on his behalf. Subsequently, Liu Kai brought Sheba's corpse to a burial ground in front of Clam Village to hold a memorial service for the villagers slaughtered by Sheba, while also comforting their spirits in heaven. After that, Liu Kai did not rush to go out for trials, but disappeared from everyone's sight, retreating to the back mountain warehouse of Spring Watertown for intensive training. After the battle with Sheba, Liu Kai gained a lot and wanted to take this opportunity to solidify his realm. However, the truth of the Nissus Island incident was soon spread by the soldiers from the Itakigia Kingdom's army who had accompanied Liu Kai to eliminate the Vulture Pirates. With Russell's intentional promotion, it quickly spread throughout the country. Originally, Liu Kai was already almost a household name in the Itakigia Kingdom. Now, he was even referred to by many as the hero of the Itakigia Kingdom. As Liu Kai's fame spread across the world, in a luxurious manner in the capital of the West Sea's Pearl, the Rafaya Kingdom, a man reading a newspaper had an exceptionally gloomy expression. This man was none other than Liu Kai's nominal stepfather, the sinister and ruthless lizard, who had committed patricide, fratricide, and filicide, and had once placed Liu Kai in a life-threatening situation. It was only at this moment that Lizard recalled that the savage who attacked him 4 years ago was the same Luke he had personally eradicated back then. Lusad did not know how Luke survived, but the more unknowns there were, the more fear it instilled in Lusad. When Luke escaped from the high city, he was struck down by the captain of the city guard, Lofi, who severed his legs, and many believed Luke was dead. However, Lusad had always felt extremely uneasy, restless day and night. He was someone who valued his noble status above all else. To preserve his noble position, he would go to any lengths without regard for anything. In Lusad's view, so-called feelings and morals were merely unnecessary burdens. Therefore, Lusad had once been willing to do anything to kill Luke, simply because Luke had attempted to assassinate the celestial dragons. This was something Lusad absolutely could not allow anyone to know. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that he wouldn't be implicated by Luke and lose everything he had now. As long as Luke was alive, Lusad could never find peace. Now that he had finally seen news of Luke again, Lusad's eyes darkened as he took out his transponder snail. After hesitating for a long time, Lusad dialed a number. On the other side of the ocean, Luke was naturally unaware of Lusad's situation and was continuously reviewing his battle with Sheba. In this fight, Luke grew constantly, forcing out his potential and elevating his god-slaying sword technique to a new level. The battle ended with Luke's complete victory and Sheba's death. Although the people harmed by Sheba could not be revived, Luke thought that merely killing Sheba was too easy for him. However, it could at least provide some solace to the spirits of the victims. To solidify his growth, Luke did not return to the Carlson jungle immediately, but instead practiced in Spring Watertown, constantly discussing his insights and gains with Demo and Cinna, proposing areas for improvement in his sword techniques, and asking for their suggestions and guidance. In just over 10 days, Luke's god-slaying sword technique expanded from its original foundation into 21 major sword moves. These 21 moves were refined by Luke, who continuously polished them, targeting various situations that could arise in battle and combining them with all his current conditions. The 21 moves allowed Luke to respond more calmly to various battles and to perform beyond his current capabilities. Although they were only in their initial form and each move still had significant room for improvement, their power was not to be underestimated. For now, he would call it God-slaying 21 styles, not knowing how many sword moves it would eventually become. The summary, insights, creation, and polishing over the past 10 days made Luke feel very good as he left the back mountain warehouse with a trained Faya. After walking about 500 meters, Luke's instincts suddenly alerted him, causing him to frown. During his time in the Carlson jungle trials, Luke had honed a beast-like intuition, enabling him to perceive the outside world far beyond ordinary people, even without activating his observation hockey, especially when it came to killing intent. Wild animals are very sensitive to danger. For example, when a lion is well fed, an antelope passing nearby will not panic. Even if the lion is staring at the antelope will not flee in a panic because it knows it is not in danger and will leisurely graze. However, if that lion is in a hungry hunting state, even from 100 meters away, it can make the antelope alert and ready to flee at any moment. At this moment, Luke felt as if he was being targeted and sensed the malice being directed at him. However, this malice was still hidden in the shadows, seemingly waiting for Luke to let his guard down. But Luke would not give in to the opponent's wishes. Instead, he immediately released his observation hockey. Within the coverage of his observation hockey, he sensed a presence emanating malice from a tree about 200 meters away. This presence was not strong, but it felt dangerous to Luke, indicating that the opponent's actual strength was not very formidable. However, they had means that could threaten Luke. "Sister, you go back to the warehouse and wait for me," Luke suddenly said to Faya, his expression serious. Upon seeing the look in Luke's eyes, Faya immediately understood. The tacit understanding between the siblings was exceptional, and she quickly realized that danger was present. Faya pretended to drop something and ran back toward the warehouse, while Luke walked slowly toward home, heading directly for that tree 200 meters away. This would not alert the opponent, as it was the usual path Luke took home, and the tree was right by the roadside. Clearly, the opponent knew Luke well enough, having conducted prior investigations, knowing that Luke was not easy to deal with. They might have even tracked Luke in the recent days, but without any killing intent being emitted, they had not drawn Luke's attention. Just as Luke was about 10 meters away from that tree, he suddenly moved, swiftly drawing his sword and unleashing the god-slaying sword technique. A sharp slash flew directly toward the tall, leafy tree. A piercing scream rang out as the slash reached its target. However, at the same time, a dragon made of purple, viscous liquid, over 10 meters long, flew down from the tree, charging straight at Luke. Poison dragon? Magellan? Luke exclaimed in shock upon seeing the purple liquid dragon, then quickly retreated. He was well familiar with this dragon, which was the poison dragon used by the infamous Warden Magellan of Impel Down. However, Luke quickly dismissed the thought that this was Magellan himself, believing instead that it was someone with the same devil fruit ability. From what Luke knew, Magellan was not from the West Blue, and before joining the Navy, he had no notorious deeds. They had no grudges against each other, so Magellan should not have come all this way to deal with him. Luke then thought the opponent must have come to take revenge for Sheba. Otherwise, he could not find a reason to explain this sudden appearance. The poison dragon chased Luke for over 100 meters but ultimately lost its strength, transforming in a toxic liquid that splashed onto the ground, corroding it and releasing purple smoke. At the same time, a somewhat tragic figure fell from the tree. Luke saw that the person had a wound over a foot long on their chest, continuously oozing blood, which they were trying to staunch with their hand, doing their utmost to prevent the blood from flowing out. However, despite looking terrifying, the wound was not deep. Although it was painful, it was not life-threatening, far less severe than it appeared. Luke was very surprised by this because, based on the aura, the opponent's strength did not seem strong, and logically, a full-powered strike from Luke should have resulted in certain death, yet the opponent remained lively. "You bastard! You actually ambushed me!" The poison user glared at Luke with a sinister look, gritting their teeth as they spoke. Luke was directly amused by the words of the poison man, laughing as he said, "You're hiding in the tree and releasing murderous intent. Aren't you just trying to ambush me? It's really laughable to hear such words come from your mouth." After saying this, Luke fell silent and directly used shaving to disappear from his spot. He then appeared strangely behind the poison man and unleashed the god-slaying sword technique, delivering a slash. However, this slash was ineffective as a thick wall of poison suddenly appeared around the poison man, enclosing him from all corners. Luke's slash disappeared without a trace upon encountering the poisonous wall, like a cow sinking into the sea, not causing any harm to the poison user at all. Does the power of the poison fruit have such a move? Seeing his slash so easily neutralized, Luke was somewhat surprised. However, he quickly became at ease. After all, they both wielded devil fruits. Due to the differences in how their abilities were developed, there would be significant variations in their usage. Magellan, possessing immense strength, could deal with most enemies just by having a layer of poison armor, focusing his developed techniques on offense. In contrast, the person before him, being inherently weaker, understandably leaned towards developing defensive techniques. Moreover, the poison user's weakness was only relative to the later Magellan. The characteristics of the poison fruit had already determined that its user could not be too weak. After all, there are almost no people or animals in this world that are immune to poison. Left with no choice, Luke took advantage of his speed, constantly dodging while appearing in various places. He unleashed various ranged attacks from different angles to test the poison user's weaknesses. Against a user of the poison fruit, close combat was simply not an option. Just a slight touch of poison would mean the end of the battle. Without a means of ranged attack, there would be no way to deal with the opponent. Even an emperor would have to kneel. The poison user himself had a level of only 10, with an attribute value of 63 points. This attribute value was indeed much stronger than that of an ordinary person. However, facing Luke, whose attribute value was 100 times greater, the speed difference was on a completely different level. Nevertheless, as long as the poison user desperately covered himself in a thick layer of toxic sludge, he could almost maintain an innate invincibility. And soon the two engaged in a tug-of-war for over 10 minutes. During this time, one side desperately attacked while the other defended like a turtle. However, the battle yielded no results. The poison user could not do anything to Luke, nor could Luke do anything to the poison user. But Luke was not anxious, while the poison user began to feel the pressure. He realized Luke's intentions. Since neither could harm the other, they might as well exhaust each other and see who could last longer. Common sense dictated that Luke, as the attacker, should be the one consuming more energy. However, the reality was the opposite. Luke appeared to be strolling leisurely, showing no signs of fatigue at all. Meanwhile, the poison user was already feeling anxious. He had been slashed by Luke and lost quite a bit of blood. Although it wasn't a fatal wound, excessive blood loss could lead to weakness, and delaying treatment would cause his injuries to worsen. Additionally, constantly maintaining a thick layer of toxic sludge around him for defense was extremely exhausting. The poison user's poison fruit abilities had not awakened, and due to developmental issues and his own lack of strength, he could not engage in a prolonged battle like Magellan could. Therefore, he was beginning to feel overwhelmed. You forced my hand. The poison user, pushed to the brink, roared. Poison gas. He then suddenly disregarded his wounds and took a deep breath, almost coughing violently due to the strain on his injury. But he forced himself to hold it back. Then, he suddenly exhaled violently towards the surroundings. A purple smoke erupted, forming a toxic mist with a diameter of over 30 meters, enveloping the poison user within. Child's play. Liu Kai, having dodged the poison gas immediately, looked disdainfully at the scene. He then extended his hands, clenched into fists, gathering all his strength into them. Once Liu Kai harnessed all his power, a strong shockwave instantly erupted from his fists, coalescing into a powerful shockwave. The moment the shockwave was released, Liu Kai controlled the energy to disperse forward. The dispersed energy created a strong airflow, instantly blowing away the toxic mist that the poison user had painstakingly created. The move used by Liu Kai is a powerful technique called Six King Spear, which was later used by Rob Lucci, known as the strongest of CP9 in 800 years. This move's power is several times greater than that of the impact dials on Sky Island, and is regarded as the most formidable secret of the six styles. With the Six King Spear, Maximum will be even more powerful than the reject dial from Sky Island, making it extremely powerful. However, mastering this move is highly difficult, as it integrates the essence of all the six styles into one. The term Six Kings refers to the king of the six styles, and Six King Spear refers to the ultimate spear of the king of the six styles. Therefore, the prerequisite for training and learning to use the Six King Spear is to first comprehend each of the six styles to the highest level. Nowadays, Liu Kai stands among those who have achieved this. When using the Six King Spear, one must first release all the strength in their body, paper drawing technique, concentrating all their power in both fists, finger gun technique, by rapidly punching in a series of movements at a speed invisible to the naked eye. They strike the air in front of their fists, Suru, moonwalk techniques, to highly compress the air, Furiko, moonwalk techniques. Finally, the highly compressed air is released forward at super high speed, creating a massive shockwave, Furiko, Soru techniques. The shockwave can penetrate the human body, causing tremendous internal damage. However, the recoil force is also very strong. To execute this move without injury, one needs their fist to be incredibly hard to withstand the shockwave's reverse impact, iron block technique, while their body must absorb the remaining shock, paper drawing technique. Because the technique of the Six King Spear is extremely complex and requires very delicate operational skills, it can only be learned by geniuses. Thus, almost no one has mastered it, but once learned, its power is immense. Under normal circumstances, when using the Six King Spear, the energy is highly concentrated, explosively releasing a powerful shockwave in a single direction. However, Liu Kai's control over this technique has reached an extraordinary level, and dispersing the explosion is also easy for him. It is merely a form of energy control over his body. Seeing his killing move easily neutralized by Liu Kai, the poison user felt despair, and then he attempted to attack with the poison dragon. However, the speed of the poison dragon could not keep up with Liu Kai's speed, posing no threat to Liu Kai at all. If this were a confined space, Liu Kai would not dare to underestimate this poison user, as the power of the poison fruit is still quite formidable. However, this is a very open area, and Liu Kai has a good understanding of the poison fruit's abilities. Moreover, the effectiveness of a powerful devil fruit depends on the person using it, and in this case, the poison user's power is far inferior compared to Magellan. After more than 10 minutes of battle, the poison user finally became completely furious upon seeing Liu Kai still full of energy. He realized that no matter what, he couldn't outlast Liu Kai. Yet, Liu Kai could fly, dodge, and move quickly, always keeping a safe distance from him, making his attacks quite threatening. From the current situation, he had not been defeated, but in another hour or two, with excessive blood loss and fatigue, he would undoubtedly lose. As the saying goes, it's not about the buns, but about the spirit. The reason the poison user kept dragging this out with Liu Kai was his unwillingness to accept defeat. Ever since he obtained the abilities of the poison fruit, he had always been invincible, no matter who it was or how powerful they claimed to be. In the face of his fruit's abilities, they were all nothing but insignificant. Whether it was assassination or direct combat, he had never lost since consuming the poison fruit. However, at this moment, he faced such humiliation. A soldier can endure only so much. After failing in assassination and being defeated in direct combat, the poison user was pushed to a breaking point. Thus, he recklessly launched an attack on Liu Kai, trying to wear him down. But when he realized that he couldn't outlast Liu Kai, he felt a sense of panic. Finally, regaining his composure, The poison user decided not to continue dragging this out with Lu Kai, but to charge directly towards the warehouse where Fuya was located, using her as leverage to threaten Lu Kai. Fuya, who was hiding in the warehouse and observing the battle, naturally saw this scene from afar. However, she felt no worry. Instead, she walked to the entrance of the warehouse, waiting for the poison user to approach her. When the distance between them was about 100 meters, Fuya suddenly leaped into the air, using moonwalk to soar several hundred meters high, looking down at the poison user. Before taking off, Fuya shouted loudly, "Do you think you're the fool, or am I the fool? Am I not going to run?" Lu Kai was overjoyed to hear this. He was not worried at all about Fuya, with her intelligence. How could a poisoner possibly gain the upper hand? Moreover, Fuya's strength had already become quite formidable, reaching level 37 with an attribute value of 3,357. Over the past 2 years, as training continued, Fuya had shown unparalleled talent. Lu Kai had thought more than once that without the system, he would have surely been crushed by Fuya. Therefore, he could only be a diligent bird and work hard to make up for his shortcomings. Although Fuya did not have a system, she knew how to best train and protect her body. If Lu Kai's greatest reliance was the system's reset function, Fuya integrated medical skills into her training, maximizing her potential. Fuya's techniques amazed Lu Kai. He realized there were so many ways to approach training, and indeed, a genius scholar had an advantage in everything. Now, Fuya had already mastered the Navy's 6 powers and had also acquired the ability to use 2-color hockey. Even later, in CP9, Khalifa, who had only 630 in combat power and wielded a long whip, could easily toy with a group of strong shipwrights and effortlessly defeat them. Thanks to her mastery of the 6 powers, Fuya had long surpassed that level and could definitely be considered a strong fighter. Moreover, Fuya was only 14 years old and had been training for just 4 years. As time passed, she would only grow stronger. Seeing Fuya charging straight into the sky, the poisoner was furious. The strategy he had just thought of had not even been implemented before it was thwarted, just like how his poison gas had been blown away by Lu Kai. The feeling of being interrupted midway was extremely frustrating, yet he had no way to counter it. "All right, good. You're trying to escape, aren't you?" The poisoner gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe you can protect all the residents of Spring Watertown." With that, he immediately turned and left, completely ignoring Lu Kai and Fuya, and hurriedly headed towards Spring Watertown. "Stop!" Lu Kai shouted fiercely, blocking the poisoner's path and glaring at him. "Ha! Weren't you quite confident just now? Are you in a hurry now? Why don't you try to stop me?" The poisoner laughed heartily, releasing all the pent-up anger in his chest. "Do you really think I can't do anything to you?" Lu Kai's eyes were cold as he spoke in a deep voice. "Then why don't you give it a try?" The poisoner said this while not slowing his pace. Instead, he quickened his steps and ran towards Spring Watertown. Lu Kai's eyes were icy, and he did not intervene to stop the poison user. Instead, he directly took down a backpack from his back. Upon opening it, there was a purple fruit with a spiral pattern resembling a pineapple. This devil fruit was the dark fruit, which Lu Kai had obtained from Rear Admiral Akkadi's after eliminating Shiba. After taking a glance at the dark fruit, Lu Kai bit into it without hesitation. This bite could change the destinies of many people. Sachi, Ace, Luffy, Blackbeard, Whitebeard. Whether there will still be a Marineford War in the future, Lu Kai did not know. But even if there is, the reasons might be very different, and Blackbeard might indeed give up his dream and honestly become a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. However, Lu Kai had no time to ponder. A painful expression had already appeared on his face because it was truly hard to swallow. Having lived 2 lives, Lu Kai swore he had never eaten anything as terrible as this devil fruit. Indeed, gaining power comes at a price. In fact, Lu Kai did not want to eat the dark fruit because he was not particularly fond of its abilities. But at this moment, he could think of no other way to stop the poison user except for consuming the dark fruit. Perhaps Demo and Sienna could have a solution with their strength. But coincidentally, both of them were not in Springwater Town today. They had gone to the neighboring town to sell grain. Just a few seconds after swallowing the devil fruit, Lu Kai felt a change in his body, and as he concentrated, darkness surged from his hands. Lu Kai took a quick step toward the poison man, extending his left hand to unleash his fruit ability at a distance of about 20 meters. He then clearly felt as if his left hand had transformed into a black hole, generating a powerful gravitational pull. The running poison man suddenly felt his body come to a halt, and then he was directly sent flying backward, his face showing a look of terror as he continuously released poison dragons behind him, before the poison dragons could reach him. The gravitational pull from Lu Kai's left hand disappeared, replaced by an overwhelming surge of darkness. The sky was filled with darkness that enveloped the poison dragons, completely devouring them. At the same time, a giant dark sphere, 3 meters in diameter, formed from the darkness that surged from Liu Kai's right hand. As soon as the dark sphere appeared, the surrounding light instantly dimmed, as if it had been absorbed by the black sphere. In the next moment, Liu Kai pushed the dark sphere towards the approaching poison man, swallowing both the poison man and the poison dragons he had just released, along with the poisonous swamp. After that, Liu Kai pulled all the darkness back in his body. When the dark elements were retracted, only Liu Kai remained on the ground, while the poison man had completely vanished from his original spot. Liu Kai looked at his hands and the darkness surging from his palms, feeling an immense joy in his heart, because the dark fruit turned out to be much stronger than Liu Kai had anticipated. In the comic of Liu Kai's previous life, Blackbeard, as the user of the dark fruit, showcased only a small portion of its abilities with just a few moves. Although the dark fruit is highly praised, Blackbeard has invested a lot of effort into acquiring this devil fruit, but the results have been somewhat disappointing. However, at this moment, Liu Kai is only surprised because the dark fruit is much stronger than he had imagined. As a Logia-type devil fruit user, the dark fruit does not have the artificial limitation of being unable to become elemental. In fact, any part of Liu Kai's body can transform into an element. But even in elemental form, he cannot evade attacks. This is because darkness can attract all things, including bullets, blades, attacks, flames, lightning, and any form of physical energy attack. Due to the black hole characteristic of the fruit, an elemental body will draw attacks toward its physical form. Thus, the dark fruit cannot evade attacks like other Logia-type fruits, and its user is far more sensitive to pain. However, this does not mean that the damage is multiplied. The damage is essentially the same, but the sensitivity to pain is heightened, so the pain felt during injury will be several times that of others. Liu Kai does not mind this. A little pain is just a little pain. After all, he won't die from pain, and he has long been accustomed to training through self-harm over the years. He just needs to regard the dark fruit as a paramecia-type devil fruit that increases pain sensitivity, and the inability to evade attacks through elementalization does not mean Liu Kai cannot dodge. For threatening attacks, he can simply avoid them. Compared to the trivial flaws brought by the dark fruit, the power it grants is immensely strong. Otherwise, it would not be called the most fearsome devil fruit in history. First, darkness represents a gravitational force akin to that of a black hole. Since black holes absorb everything, this gravitational force gradually pulls objects into the darkness until they are completely devoured. Second, the dark fruit not only possesses the gravitational force of a black hole, but also has a black hole-like space. Any object swallowed by darkness will be drawn into this black hole space, where it is compressed and crushed by infinite power. Third, the dark fruit has the ability to counter any devil fruit power. Once a devil fruit user is touched by a dark fruit user, their devil fruit power will immediately become ineffective. Fourth, the darkness released by a dark fruit user can lock onto other devil fruit users, rapidly pulling them toward themselves with an irresistible force. From this perspective, the dark fruit is practically invincible. However, every devil fruit power has its weaknesses, and to become stronger, one must undergo development. For example, the power of devouring is not as slow as depicted in the anime. On the contrary, it is quite fast. The bad news is that this devouring is not inescapable. If one possesses the ability to resist being devoured, it is possible to escape. Additionally, while the compressive power within the black hole is strong, excessively hard and powerful objects cannot be crushed. Moreover, items cannot exist in the black hole space for long because this process consumes physical strength. The stronger the object, the greater the consumption of stamina. Therefore, attempting to ambush a strong opponent, devour them, and trap them in the black hole space until they exhaust themselves is unrealistic. Before the opponent is significantly affected, the user may already be drained. The abilities to nullify a user's power and to draw them in are indeed unresistible. But if a user's base attributes are strong enough, even if their powers become ineffective, they can still attack the dark fruit user at close range after being captured. The loss of ability does not leave the user powerless, as if they were in seawater. Moreover, once a captured user breaks free from contact, their devil fruit power can immediately be restored, allowing them to launch a close-range attack against the dark fruit user. Thus, attracting a much stronger opponent to oneself may not be beneficial. However, Liu Kai knows that as he develops, the powers of devouring and compression will improve, and he looks forward to it. Are you okay, silly brother? Fuya approached Lu Kai with concern, asking, "By the way, where's the poison man?" "Oh no." Lu Kai's heart sank, and he quickly used dark liberation to release the poison man, who was now bleeding from all 7 orifices and on the verge of death. However, Lu Kai's apprehension did not dissipate, and he immediately grabbed the poison man's arm. "Don't touch him," Fuya shouted anxiously when she saw Lu Kai grabbing the poison man. "It's fine, sis. This is the ability of the devil fruit I just ate. As long as I touch him, he won't be able to use his powers." Lu Kai explained, "By the way, sis, can this guy be saved? I have questions for him." Fuya glanced at the anxious Lu Kai and then at the nearly lifeless poison man, saying, "Give it a try." After saying this, Fuya turned and went into the warehouse. Taking out a medical kit, she first pulled out a pill from the kit and gave it to the poison man with water. Then took out a pack of silver needles and began to insert them into various acupoints on the poison man's body in sequence. "He has multiple fractures. Unless he undergoes major surgery, he's basically done for," Fuya said. "However, he can be saved, and he should wake up in a little while." A few minutes later, the poison man, stimulated by the silver needles, indeed woke up, and the first thing he saw was Lu Kai's extremely annoying smile. The poison man immediately wanted to use his devil fruit power to release poison to attack Lu Kai, but he sadly discovered that he could not feel the power of his devil fruit. At that moment, the poison man finally felt fear, trembling all over as he looked at Lu Kai's smiling face. "What do you want?" The poison man stammered. "Weren't you just so arrogant, telling me to give it a try? Now you're asking me what I want." Lu Kai was at a loss for words at the poison man's reaction, as if he had suffered some great injustice. Then Lu Kai stopped wasting words and directly asked, "I just want to know one thing. Who sent you?" Faced with Lu Kai's pressing question, the poison man's expression was filled with struggle, and after a long time, he still did not speak. "Not going to say? Then you can die. Since you're so strong-willed, I'll grant you that." Lu Kai's smile disappeared, and he said coldly, "Wait." Suddenly sensing the overwhelming killing intent and the sudden increase in Lu Kai's aura, the poison man felt the real threat of death and lost all courage, hastily shouting, "But if I tell you, will you let me go?" The poison man asked, swallowing hard, terrified. "I'll make a judgment after I hear it." Lu Kai did not make a promise, only staring at the poison man, but his killing intent did not dissipate in the slightest. At this moment, the poison man had no choice but to go all in. Now he was the fish on the chopping board, and any hesitation could lead to immediate death. Finally, he could only grit his teeth and say, "Actually, I'm just a professional killer, doing a business of taking people's money and eliminating their disasters. Someone contacted me, willing to pay a high price for your life, so killing you is just a business transaction for me. Don't worry, I'll leave Itakizia immediately and will never set foot on this island again. I won't take this job." "Someone? Who?" "I don't know." The poison man shook his head. "Are you messing with me?" "And no, it's not that I don't know. It's a man." "A man?" After such a long time, the only answer received was a man. Lu Kai seemed to have completely lost patience, and a torrent of killing intent surged towards the poisoner. "Wait, there's more, let me think." The poisoner felt as if he was constantly teetering on the edge of death, and quickly said, "The man's voice is probably around 40 years old, a bit hoarse, and when he speaks, he has a tone that nobles like to use. That's all I know." "Nobles?" Upon hearing this, Lu Kai's eyes suddenly trembled, and a nauseating figure immediately emerged in his mind. Lusad. At the same time, Luca immediately understood the cause and effect. The trigger for all this should be that newspaper assisting the Navy in encircling Sheba. However, Luca also sensed a problem from the words of the poisoner and asked, "So, you and the other party communicated over the phone?" "Yes, he called me." "You don't even know the identity of the other party, and you rushed over to kill me without fearing he might not pay you afterward?" The poisoner immediately panicked. Just now, in a moment of urgency, he spoke without thinking, leaving a clear loophole that Luca noticed, and he broke out in a cold sweat. At this point, still trying to hide things. "It seems you have no intention of living." No. The poisoner could no longer care about the rules of being an assassin. What mattered now was to survive first. So he quickly explained, "He has already paid, but not directly to me. It was given to a contact point of our assassin organization in the kingdom of Rafia. This is also a personal rule I set. Payment first, then kill. But I really don't know the identity of that person." Lu Kai seemed to have not heard the poisonous person's words at all, and was trying hard to suppress the anger inside him. The kingdom of Rafia, the nobles, who else could it be? Over the past 4 years, Lu Kai had been busy with his cultivation, not wanting to waste a moment. And now, after spending a long time with his family, he felt much more at peace and did not immediately seek trouble with Lucade. However, He didn't expect that just by appearing in the newspaper, Lucade would be so impatient. Well, it was originally a situation where both sides could not coexist to the death. And although Liu Kai had not sought out Lucade for the time being, the things that needed to be done still had to be done. Since Lucade had made the first move, Liu Kai also planned to settle both old and new scores at once. With that thought, the hatred that Liu Kai had suppressed for 4 years suddenly erupted completely, and he could no longer control it. So, can I leave now? The poisonous person asked cautiously. Liu Kai suddenly raised his blood-red eyes to stare at the poisoned man, a strange faint smile appearing on his face as he softly said, "I'm not in a good mood right now, so let us see what fate has in store. 1 minute. If you can last, I will let you go. If not." Seeing Liu Kai's suddenly terrifying appearance and hearing his words, the poisoned man was so scared that his soul nearly left his body. He struggled and twisted his body, but Liu Kai's hand remained unmoving. The poisoned man naturally understood what Liu Kai meant by 1 minute. He had barely lasted 10 seconds in the black hole space before he was close to dying. A minute would definitely take his life. And that black hole space was truly terrifying. However, reality gave him no chance. A large amount of darkness immediately surged from Liu Kai's hand, enveloping the poisoned man completely and swallowing him whole, before the darkness entered Liu Kai's body and disappeared from sight. Even Fuya, who had witnessed this scene before, was still very surprised to see Liu Kai using the power of the dark fruit again. "Silly brother, what kind of fruit ability is this? How is it so terrifying?" Fuya asked. Liu Kai was patiently explaining on the side. A minute later, Fuya suddenly realized, nodding continuously, while also feeling happy for Liu Kai's improvement in strength. At this moment, Liu Kai, estimating that it was about time, reopened the hidden passage and released the poison user along with the toxic liquid he had absorbed earlier. Unlike before, the reappearing poison user had completely twisted his body, his head crushed, and there was no longer any breath left in him. He was dead beyond any doubt. Then, Liu Kai inexplicably conducted an experiment by reaching out to the poison user's chest and activating gravity. Liu Kai truly felt the power of the devil fruit within the poison user's body. As if with a little effort, he could absorb the ability of the poison fruit. Is it really possible? Liu Kai felt an overwhelming shock, but should he do it? At this thought, Liu Kai hesitated. Who would he give the fruit's ability to once it was extracted? Moreover, although the poison fruit's ability was powerful, its side effects were considerable. Anyone who consumed it would find it quite difficult to live a normal life. If not controlled well, it could easily harm the people closest to them. With this in mind, Liu Kai ultimately gave up. The poison fruit was important, but the happiness of his family was even more important. As for giving the ability of the poison fruit to others, Liu Kai was not at ease with that either. After giving up on absorbing the poison user's poison fruit ability, Liu Kai stood up and gazed westward, as if looking at Resolute from afar. When he learned about what Resolute had done to him, Dimo and Sienna had suggested avenging him, and their reactions were as strong as Olin's. However, Liu Kai rejected Dimo and Sienna's proposal because he didn't want them to be burdened by someone like Resolute, nor did he want to disturb their peaceful lives because of his past grievances. Now, Liu Kai already had a warm family and did not want to become someone blinded by hatred. In the midst of great warmth, he temporarily set aside his hatred and focused on improving his strength. However, this did not mean Liu Kai had given up on revenge. On the contrary, his desire for revenge was even stronger, not blinded by hatred, but rather to completely sever this past. Since Resolute already knew that Liu Kai was still alive, he would never rest easy until his attempt to attack the celestial dragons remained secret. This was because Resolute was inherently extremely selfish, willing to do anything to preserve his noble status. Now, Resolute had planned an attack, and once he learned that the pirates had failed to eliminate Liu Kai, there would definitely be another attempt. Although, given Liu Kai and their strength, these so-called assassins could not truly threaten them. The endless harassment from these flies was enough to be disgusting. Since the normal life of his family had already been affected, dealing with Resolute could no longer wait. Shortly after returning home with Fuya, Dimo, and Sienna also came back. Liu Kai and Fuya immediately recounted the events of the day to them. After Liu Kai proposed seeking revenge, Dimo and Shina immediately expressed their support. However, they asked Liu Kai to wait for 2 days because Olin was about to return. At that time, the two brothers would go together, although they were absolutely confident in Liu Kai's strength. Having one more person was safer, and they could look out for each other. "I want to go too," Fuya said unhappily when she heard they had automatically disregarded her. "All right, then let's all go." Liu Kai, for once, did not refuse and directly agreed. Fuya's strength was already very strong, with attributes over 3,000, mastery of the 6 forms. And she had also learned the 2-color hockey. In the West Sea, there were hardly any threats to Fuya left. Even the former orgy was not enough to compare with the current Fuya. Moreover, even if they encountered any unexpected danger, Lu Kai believed that his current strength could protect Fuya well, although she had not yet mastered the use of hockey. Having mastered the 6 forms meant that in most situations in a place like the West Sea, she could protect herself without any problem. 2 days later, before Olin had time to return home after his voyage, the 3 siblings set off again from a deserted coastline. To maintain secrecy, they chose to sail a small sailboat that could be operated by 2 people about the same size as the Going Merry, and they did not bring anyone else. The stability of the small sailboat in the ocean could not compare to that of a large merchant ship. However, in the eyes of sailing expert Olin, these were not issues. On a morning a month later, the 3 arrived at the kingdom of Lafia, anchoring the boat by a deserted cliff. At that moment, all 3 were wearing full-face masks and white hooded cloaks. After anchoring, they directly stepped onto the cliff using moonwalk, landing in Lafia in this manner. The masks and cloaks were specially made by Fuya over the past month, naturally to conceal their identities. To avoid exposure, Fuya specifically instructed Lu Kai and Olin that once they landed on the island, they must never use their real names to address each other, but should instead use their code names. After all, the attack on the high city of Lafia would definitely be reported the next day. Lafia was a member of the world government, known as the Pearl of the West Sea, and even the celestial dragons had praised it. If their identities were exposed, it would undoubtedly bring unnecessary trouble. Fuya's mask was a white fox face, so she chose the code Name White Fox for herself, as the white fox is a symbol of beauty and wisdom in many places, which Fuya naturally embodied. Lu Kai's mask is a grotesque, hence the codename Ghost. When Lu Kai sought revenge on Lu Said, he claimed to be a demon returned from hell. Therefore, Fuya specially made this mask for Lu Kai to scare Lu Said. Aline wears a wolf face mask with the codename Hungry Wolf, and the reason behind this codename is quite peculiar. It's because Aline often hums a song he heard from a bard in his childhood, which has a line that says, "I am a wolf from the Grand Line." As for the identities of the 3, they come from a mysterious organization called Divine Punishment, and the 3 of them are messengers of God, dedicated to punishing evil and promoting good. Over the past month, the 3 have made detailed plans on how to help Lu Kai take revenge and completely liberate the slaves of Rafia Island. Of course, the primary planner is Fuya, and it is at this time that Aline sees a completely different side of his sister. Fuya's strong sense of the big picture, rigorous thinking, meticulous reasoning, and clever arrangements all exceed Aline's imagination. Lu Kai, on the other hand, is not surprised at all. He has spent a long time with Fuya over the past 4 years and has experienced countless instances of her intellectual prowess. In recent years, Fuya has put a lot of effort into being able to assist Lu Kai in every aspect. Not only has she developed a habit of reading the newspaper every day, but she has also continuously gathered various information from Dimo, Shina, and Lu Kai about the world. While studying medicine, Fuya also reads many books on strategy. Being a genius, her progress in this area is naturally remarkably swift. Although Lu Kai had once expressed his desire to bring light to this ugly, dark, and sinful world, so that others wouldn't have to experience the hell he once went through, he actually didn't know how to go about it. Instead, it was Fuya who helped Lu Kai clarify his thoughts and plan many suitable paths for him, analyzing each road clearly so that no matter which one he chose, he would know how to proceed next. Because Lu Kai had an overwhelming obsession with becoming stronger, thoughts related to training and improving his strength occupied most of his time. Therefore, he had no time to think about other issues, and all of it was Fuya providing him with strategies. As Fuya often said, Lu Kai had developed a severe fear of inadequacy in strength, and because of this, his mind was filled with thoughts of muscles, leading him to become somewhat foolish due to his training, a statement that was recognized by his entire family. Well, it's great. Actually, I've been wanting to come here for a while, but never had the chance, ha ha ha. At this moment, on the cliff north of Rafia, Fuya, looking at Lu Kai and Olin's mysterious appearances, said excitedly. What was originally a vengeful atmosphere was somehow turned into a cheerful one by Fuya. From now on, I am the leader of Divine Punishment, and you all must follow my command. Understood? Fuya said seriously. Okay, Sister White Fox. Understood. Haha, let's go. Fuya led the way confidently, while Olin and Lu Kai exchanged helpless glances before quickly following. 2 hours later, the 3 arrived at the forest where Lu Kai had been discarded before. This forest was called Crescent Forest because when viewed from above, the entire forest was crescent-shaped. Seeing Crescent Forest, Liu Kai felt a surge of emotions, not expecting to return here once again. However, time had passed, and now, returning here, Liu Kai's mindset, strength, complexion, and temperament were all completely different from 6 years ago. Back then, Liu Kai had been on high alert in Crescent Forest, struggling to survive in fear. Now, he could leisurely stroll through the jungle, unafraid of any dangers. "Fool, are you okay?" Fuya noticed that Liu Kai seemed a bit off and asked with concern. "I'm fine, don't worry, just feeling a bit nostalgic," Liu Kai replied with a smile, quite naturally. "Don't worry, this time all your wishes will come true." While comforting Liu Kai, Fuya's tone also turned a bit cold. This island bore all of Liu Kai's pain, and today they must uproot all the sources of suffering he had endured. As they continued forward, they came to a large mountain. The mountain looked bare and very ordinary, but Liu Kai knew there was a big secret hidden within. Inside this mountain was a huge space that had been turned into a small town inhabited by many people. Those who lived there were rebels attempting to overthrow the noble rule, and their leader was named Terra. With the help of his observation hockey, Liu Kai and his companions quickly found a very concealed entrance to the underground town. The 4 guards at the entrance were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the 3 masked figures in cloaks, and they immediately drew their weapons. Pointing them at the trio, one of them nervously asked, "Who are you?" "We are from Divine Punishment and wish to see Terra," Fuya said coldly, deliberately trying to act cool. The guard's eyes flickered and cold sweat poured down his face. He was terrified. This was the secret base of the rebels, and ordinary people would never know about it. However, the 3 had come directly to find their leader, which was unsettling. What the guards didn't know was that Liu Kai knew about this place because Terra had brought him here before. "You go tell Terra that the wild man from 4 years ago is here to see him," Liu Kai said to the guards. Throughout the encounter, Liu Kai and his companions were very polite, showing no intention of forcing their way in, as they were, after all, among their allies. One of the guards quickly ran into the underground passage. Just 2 minutes later, a powerful figure rushed out, looking somewhat excited. However, when the figure saw the strangely dressed trio, he was momentarily stunned. Finally, his gaze fixed on Liu Kai, wanting to say something but hesitating due to the confusion of the situation. "Terra, big brother, not welcoming?" Liu Kai asked with a smile. "You're not still mad about me slapping you, are you?" "Ah, it's really you," Terra exclaimed with great excitement. However, he consciously refrained from calling Liu Kai by name, knowing from his outfit that Liu Kai didn't want anyone to know his identity. "Where have you been these past few years?" "I searched for you for a long time," Terra continued, his excitement undiminished. "Big brother Terra, are you sure you want to talk here?" Liu Kai asked somewhat helplessly. "All right, look at my brain." Terra slapped his forehead and hurriedly said, "Let us go. Let's south go to my place. It's been so long since we met. We must have a good drink." With that, Terra led the way, personally guiding Liu Kai and the others inside, all the way to a 2-story building. After dismissing everyone, closing the doors and windows, and warmly inviting them to sit down, Terra began rummaging through a room. Soon, he brought out 2 dried beast legs and several bottles of fine wine he usually wouldn't dare to drink, and sat down in front of Liu Kai and the others. At this moment, Liu Kai also took off his mask. Seeing Terra's enthusiastic demeanor, he couldn't help but smile. Terra was indeed Liu Kai's only friend in all of Rafia, and one who was absolutely trustworthy. Beside them, Faya and Olin also removed their masks, watching the scene with relief. They both knew that the reason Liu Kai was able to escape back then was due to Terra's help, making Terra a great benefactor to their whole family. Furthermore, Terra had formed a rebellion, helping those in need and gathering strength to attempt to overthrow the inhumane rule of the nobles, which was truly admirable. Terra's excitement had not waned since Liu Kai's appearance. Upon seeing Liu Kai's true face, she was taken aback and exclaimed, "So you're this handsome? I remember you back then. Looking all scruffy like a little wild man, it was hard to see your true appearance." "Haha, I had looked in a mirror, so I didn't even know what I looked like back then." Liu Kai also laughed when he recalled his appearance at that time. "Little Liu Kai, I never expected we would meet again. It's not easy at all. When I heard the alarm from the high city, I was really startled." While cutting meat with a small knife to share with everyone, Terra poured drinks for Liu Kai and the others, saying excitedly, "Later when I ran to find you, I heard you had already escaped. But I also heard that beast, Lofi, had cut off your legs. I was really worried, just thinking about you losing your legs at such a young age." Terra seemed to remember something and quickly ducked under the table. When she stood up, she looked at Liu Kai in shock as if she had seen a ghost. "Your legs are fine?" If they hadn't known what Terra intended, several of them might have thought he was being inappropriate. Especially Faya, who shot Tara a fierce glare. Thankfully, she was dressed conservatively today, otherwise, this incident would have been difficult to get past. Well, due to some fortuitous circumstances, they are fine now, Lucas smiled and said, but he didn't elaborate. That is good, that is good. Tara sighed in relief and said apologetically, I was just a bit anxious earlier. Please don't hold it against me, little sister. As the conversation continued, Tara became even more excited upon learning the purpose of Luca and the others' visit. While they ate jerky and drank, Tara recounted the events of the past few years and the situation in the country. The kingdom of Rafia is mainly divided into two large areas, the inner city and the outer city. The inner city is further divided into the high city where the nobles live and the low city where the commoners reside. A high wall over 100 meters tall has been built between the high city and the low city, completely isolating them. The world in the high city is like paradise, surrounded by greenery, immaculately clean, with houses that are all luxurious mansions or villas neatly arranged. The wide stone-paved roads are straight and intersecting, with a streetlight every 10 meters, making it bright even at night. Moreover, the streets are adorned with lavish decorations, exquisite statues, and beautiful parks or squares, showcasing opulence and splendor. The nobles in the high city control everything in this country. They do not need to work at all, and their daily life mainly revolves around enjoyment, indulging in the immense wealth and abundant resources that privileges bring. Everyone walking on the streets of the high city is well-dressed, courteous, smiling, and unhurried. At the very center of the high city stands a massive and luxurious palace, home to the highest ruler of the country, the king, and royal family members. They maintain a firm grip on this country, with the praise of the celestial dragon as their talisman, and most importantly, through two powerful armies in the royal city. One of these is the High City Guard. The guard consists of just over 500 people, all of whom are powerful and only need to obey the nobles, making them the strongest armed force for the nobles. The country has experienced multiple riots in history, but none have been able to stir much trouble, primarily due to the existence of this guard, which extinguished everyone's hopes. In addition to the High City Guard, there's another, even stronger army controlled by the royal family, the Imperial Guard. Although the High City Guard seems powerful, it is no match for the Imperial Guard, whose existence is the most unbreakable factor in maintaining stability in the country. Furthermore, the Imperial Guard consists of those raised within the ranks from a young age, nurtured by the royal family over generations, with many royal family members serving in the Imperial Guard each generation, thus ensuring their loyalty to the fullest extent. The palace is like a high city within the high city. The nobles do not regard commoners as human, and the royal family living in the palace does not regard the nobles much either. To the royal family members, the nobles are merely tools to rule over the commoners, and life and death depend entirely on the king's word, with nobles required to pay a large amount of tax to the king each year. According to Tara, he has thoroughly understood the strength of the High City Guard. With the current strength the rebels have gathered, they are sufficient to contend against the High City Guard, but still insufficient to confront the Imperial Guard commanded by the king. This is the reason the rebels have chosen to remain hidden and bide their time. Luca couldn't help but be surprised. After all, Tara's level is as high as 45, one level above Luca, with an attribute value of 6,915, making his strength quite formidable. If he couldn't contend with the Imperial Guard, how strong could they be? To be honest, even now, we still haven't figured out the specific strength of the Imperial Guard, Tara said helplessly. However, our people had infiltrated before and brought out a little information, which is that the commander of the Imperial Guard is an invincible natural-type devil fruit user. This user can turn their whole body into smoke, and no physical attack can harm them. Regardless of the strength of the other members of the Imperial Guard, just having this one person makes the palace an impregnable fortress. Upon hearing this, Luca, Olin, and Faya exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw a hint of disdain. Natural type? Invincible? However, they could also understand Tara's helplessness. If it were the thunder fruit or the magma fruit, Luca wouldn't dare to fight head-on. If he had to fight, he would resort to underhanded tactics. After all, these two types of natural devil fruits have some of the highest attack power among all devil fruits. The smoke fruit? Luca really didn't take it seriously. However, in front of someone who cannot use hockey, a natural-type devil fruit user is indeed an invincible existence. Now Luca could also scan Olin's basic information. Olin's level is 49, with an attribute value of 9,220. Sienna, who knows the Navy particularly well, once said that Olin's strength has reached the level of a newly promoted rear admiral, allowing him to walk through the West Sea with ease. Moreover, he is especially skilled in using armament hockey, making it no problem for him to deal with a smoke fruit user. However, at this moment, none of them knew how strong this smoke fruit user really was, nor did they know if there were other powerful experts or users of strong devil fruits. Therefore, although they felt disdainful, they did not truly underestimate their opponent. After all, strategically, one can despise the enemy, but tactically, they must take the enemy seriously. "Leave this palace to me," Luca volunteered after hearing Tara's account, although it was highly likely that Olin could also handle this smoke fruit user. However, given the numerous uncertainties, it was still safer for Luca, who possessed the dark fruit ability, to take the lead. Neither Olin nor Faya had any objections to this, as according to the plan devised by Faya, the entire operation was originally meant to be handed over to Luca. After all, Luca was the main character in this revenge, while they were merely there to assist, so they would definitely not overshadow him. Lukai's been holding back for so many years, and he really needs to let it all out. "Lukai's little brother, what do you mean?" Tara said in disbelief, as if she thought she had misheard. "My brother said he can handle it, so what's there to be surprised about?" Fuya shot Tara an irritated glance, seemingly very unhappy with his lack of trust in Lukai. Fuya is a super protective sister. No one is allowed to say anything bad about Lukai. Even questioning him is not allowed, otherwise she would get very angry, and when Fuya gets angry, the consequences are certainly severe. Tara was taken aback by Fuya's rebuke and immediately didn't know what to say, but her worries didn't lessen at all. "Don't worry, my brother is invincible. He is in charge of both the Imperial Guard and the security team," Olin added. At this moment, Tara felt completely confused. What is happening in this world? How can you speak about such difficult matters as if they were child's play? Are you serious? "We are serious," Lukai directly answered as he sensed Tara's waves of doubt with his observation hockey. "You?" Tara was stunned, unable to utter a word. "Yes, I can hear you," Lukai said again. Wait. Tara was now completely unsettled, wiping her face with her hands, her eyes wide open as she stared at Lukai as if he were a monster. Lukai just smiled mysteriously, not saying anything further. This wave of showing off was perfect. His ability to converse with Tara's inner thoughts naturally came from his observation hockey. However, his observation hockey was still far from the level of Queen Oki, who could hear others' thoughts. Nevertheless, when the other party's emotions were particularly intense, Lukai could still sense them clearly. Thus, combined with his feelings and guesses, this strange dialogue occurred. "So, Tara tentatively wanted to say something more. So you can safely leave the high city and the palace to me," Lukai said, noticing Tara's expression as if she had seen a ghost, and spoke again. "All right." Tara slumped in her chair like a deflated balloon, her gaze becoming somewhat dazed from questioning life. "Ha ha ha." Lukai suddenly couldn't help but laugh at Tara's appearance. This wasn't the first time he had seen Tara get the worst end of the stick in front of him, but for some reason, this scene was still so satisfying. "All right, Brother Tara, I won't tease you anymore," Lukai explained after his laughter, "but I do have a specific way to deal with devil fruit abilities, that's for sure." Upon hearing this, Tara's eyes lit up, immediately believing Lukai, because Lukai would never deceive him on such matters. Tara didn't dwell on this issue and continued to describe the situation in the kingdom of Lafia. Although the lower city of Lafia was far less luxurious than the high city, it was well planned, with clean and tidy streets and rows of houses lined up neatly. It had bustling commercial areas, suitable residential areas, beautiful schools, and well-equipped hospitals. However, most of the common people here were not happy, because there were two prerequisites for them to stay in the lower city. First, everyone must absolutely obey the nobles, no matter how unreasonable the nobles' demands were. The common people of the lower city had to comply unconditionally. Second, they must pay high taxes to the nobles every year. Failing to meet either requirement would result in immediate conviction and expulsion from the city. It was said that there was a noble in the high city who particularly enjoyed abusing young girls, and none of these girls lived more than 3 days in his hands. But as long as he took a liking to a family's daughter, that family had to clean her up and cheerfully send her to the noble's residence. There was another noble who liked to eat hearts, especially children's hearts. Thus, a child would mysteriously go missing every day in the lower city, and that child would always appear strangely in the homes of nobles in the high city. And there were countless similar incidents. Moreover, buying a house, going to school, and seeking medical care in the lower city were not free. They were very expensive. So, while the lower city seemed beautiful, it was far from being as good as it appeared. Most of the common people in the lower city were merely struggling to survive. There had been people who resisted, but those who did met terrible fates. However, the nobles didn't care about losing a few people, as the kingdom of Lafia had a great reputation, known as the Pearl of the West Sea. Many people were eager to become residents of the kingdom of Lafia, with countless applications each year. And becoming a commoner in Lafia depended solely on one point: how much money you could pay. As long as the money was in place, arrangements could be made immediately. If someone was willing to pay a huge price, they could even become a high-ranking noble directly. With people coming in, there were also people going out. The lower city was just this big. If the number exceeded the living standard, then to maintain the beauty and order of the lower city, it was destined that some would be expelled. So every year, those deemed to have insufficient contributions would end up on the expulsion list. Of course, being on the expulsion list didn't mean one would definitely be expelled. It depended on whether they could afford the money. There were many families who paid high taxes every year, struggled for years, finally bought a house in the lower city, only to find themselves directly on the expulsion list, kicked out of the city, and left with nothing. So why did almost all the common people in the lower city prefer to endure oppression rather than leave the city? Because the outside was a real hell. To those outside the city, they were seen as garbage that could be cleared at any time in the eyes of the nobles. Of course, even a piece of toilet paper or a pair of underwear had its use. So, the garbage outside the city was still seen as something that could be repurposed by the nobles. First, the nobles would regularly go outside the city to hunt, and the prey was the common people outside the city. This was done for amusement. Secondly, not only were there royal factories outside the city, but there were also numerous noble factories which needed labor. All the garbage outside the city served as the labor reserve for the factories. Once a factory was short on workers, the military would go out to capture people, and those caught would be enslaved in the factory until they died, after which they would become food for the beasts in the forest. This is the truth of the Pearl of the West Sea, the kingdom of Lafia. This is the true face of the most beautiful country in the West Sea. One could say that Lafia is the perfect imitator of the celestial dragons. In fact, Lafia has achieved what the celestial dragons wanted to do, but could not do to the world's resistance. It is almost a perfect microcosm of the ideal world the celestial dragons envision. Therefore, the visiting Dorgula saint felt that the kingdom of Lafia was worth learning from for other countries. After listening to Terra's account, Lukai, Olin, and Fuya all fell into a long silence. They really didn't know what to say, as Terra's description was extremely detailed, more shocking than what Lukai remembered, leaving them breathless and in despair. After a long time, Fuya suddenly slammed the table and stood up, her eyes filled with murderous intent. No more waiting. Tonight is the night, but the plan needs to be adjusted based on the information we just received. Lukai's main task remains unchanged, to deal with the High City's guard and the palace's forbidden army. You will enter the High City in advance, and once the clock strikes 8, immediately sound the alarm, and then begin your actions. Olin will lead 1,000 people, also limited to 8 o'clock. Once the time is up, immediately start rescuing all the civilians in the factories. Anyone who dares to obstruct should not waste any words. Kill. Choose the strongest 100 among the 1,000 you lead to fight alongside you. The others will mainly be responsible for receiving the rescued civilians and encouraging those willing to counterattack the city with them. Terra and I will act together. Your tasks are twofold. First, notify your contacts in the lower city in advance, using the alarm as a signal. Once the alarm sounds, they will immediately start inciting the common people to resist. Second, we will lead all remaining members of the resistance, similarly, using the High City's alarm as a signal. Once it sounds, we will open the city gates and lead the remaining 1,000 people into the lower city. The strongest 100 among these 1,000 will follow us to clear out all soldiers who dare to resist, while the rest continue to incite the other civilians. After Lukai clears the guard and forbidden army, he will immediately open the city gates. Once the gates are open, everyone will follow us to counterattack the High City. Throughout the process, everyone will communicate using the phone bugs. Any unexpected situations should be reported to me immediately so that I can make adjustments as needed. Lukai nodded vigorously after listening. Olin, on the other hand, stared at his sister in disbelief, realizing once again how extraordinary Fuya was. Once he came to his senses, he promised together with Terra. After the discussion, Terra ordered all the rebels to enter the highest state of combat readiness, and then gathered everyone in the underground square. Looking at the over 2,000 rebels, Terra felt a surge of emotions. 7 years ago, after his adventures outside, he resolutely returned to Rafia and began to form a resistance army outside the city. However, at that time, not many were willing to believe in him. Through his relentless efforts, The number of rebels began to increase, first to 3, then 10, then over 30, over 100, until now more than 2,000. All these people shared the same belief, the same goal, the same hatred and anger, and devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the cause of the resistance. They looked forward to the day they could bring down the nobles and restore Rafia to a brighter future. And today, the opportunity had finally arrived. Looking at the crowd, Terra raised his voice as loud as he could. Comrades of the resistance, the reason I ordered everyone to enter the highest state of combat readiness is that there is an important announcement. Today will be the day we counterattack the city. The members of the resistance seemed to have anticipated this, showing no significant emotional fluctuations and quietly listening. 17 years ago, my family of 4 lived in the lower city, and life was very difficult, but we were a happy and harmonious family. Later, my mother fell ill, and the high medical costs drained our family savings, leading to our inability to pay taxes that year, resulting in our expulsion by the nobles and forcing us outside the city. Lacking experience in surviving outside the city, my already gravely ill mother soon passed away, and my father was slaughtered in a hunting contest organized by the nobles just a month after her death. After that, I struggled to survive in the wilderness with my young sister until we reached a small village. The villagers warmly welcomed us, providing us with shelter and food, allowing us to stay. However, the good times didn't last long. A month after we arrived, a group of armed soldiers came to the village and arrested us all without explanation. I was then taken to the nobles' factory, becoming their slave, ruthlessly oppressed by those beasts. This enslavement lasted 3 years, during which my sister died. Many fellow inmates died, and several friends I made in prison also died. Those memories were a nightmare for me, so much so that I still wake up in terror from them. Later, with the help of a few fellow inmates, I became the first person to successfully escape from the steel factory. The moment I escaped, I swore to the heavens that I would not let down the path to life that my fellow inmates had opened for me with their lives. One day, I would rescue all the innocent people enslaved, persecuted, and exploited by the nobles. I would make those high and mighty, evil nobles pay a bloody price. But they listed me, who escaped for freedom, as the most wanted criminal. So I fled, escaped overseas, sought out great teachers, endured countless hardships, and learned many skills. However, these hardships are nothing compared to the heart-wrenching pain in my heart. 7 years ago, I returned to the kingdom of Rafia, not knowing what the future would hold. At that time, my thoughts were very simple. I just wanted to do my bit to help more people. But later I realized that my efforts were of no use, because no matter how many people I helped, more would suffer. No matter how hard I tried, more people still lived in pain. It was then that I realized the rot lay in this country, in the king, in those nobles. They continually inflicted pain on this nation, constantly increasing the disasters. So I decided to tackle it from the root. It was from that moment that I began to meet you all. Everyone present has almost the same experiences, almost the same pain, almost the same hatred and anger. All these emotions are our strength, and this strength will fully bloom tonight. Soldiers of the resistance, are you willing to fight to the death with me to overthrow this rotten kingdom? All the soldiers of the resistance raised their arms and shouted together, their voices rising in waves. For years, they had forged weapons, secretly honed their troops, and accumulated strength, waiting for this day. Good, Terra exclaimed excitedly. As long as we unite as one, what is there to fear in achieving great things? Moreover, we're not fighting alone. Today is not only the most important day for our resistance, but also the day our strong allies arrive. Let us welcome the powerful members from the Divine Punishment Organization. As Terra's voice fell, the rebels cheered enthusiastically, and Liu Kai and his companions descended gracefully from above, landing beside Terra. The 3 wore masks and white hooded cloaks, exuding a powerful aura as they scanned the surroundings. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Hungry Wolf from the Divine Punishment Organization, and also the most loyal ally of the Resistance. Olin stepped forward and addressed everyone. Our mission at Divine Punishment is to fight against all evil in the world in the name of the Divine. To celebrate our cooperation, I have decided to give you all a gift. After saying this, Olin suddenly vanished from everyone's sight. When he reappeared, he was already 20 meters away, in front of a massive stone that Terra had ordered to be moved beforehand. With a show of strength, Olin effortlessly lifted the giant stone and then casually tossed it with one hand. The stone soared through the air for over 20 meters before crashing heavily in front of everyone, producing a dull sound. This scene left countless people stunned. It should be noted that it took 20 strong warriors to move this stone, and even then, they exerted tremendous effort to bring it to the square. Yet, Such a heavy stone was lifted effortlessly by Olin and thrown from over 20 meters away. Before anyone could recover, Olin had drawn his sword and began to slash at the giant stone. As the blade flashed, the words victory glowed with a strong sword intent, deeply engraved into the stone. Witnessing this, all the soldiers of the resistance felt a surge of fighting spirit within them. When Terra had just announced the counterattack on the city tonight, many of the resistance soldiers felt uncertain, and some even harbored fears. This was because many had resisted in Rafia before, but none had succeeded. Although all members of the resistance held a belief that they would die fighting. No matter what, we won't back down, but if we really have a choice. No one wants to die. At this moment, everyone became excited, their eyes shining as they looked at the three from Olympus. No wonder the leader decided to launch the campaign tonight without informing anyone in advance. With such strong reinforcements, their previously slim chances of victory had greatly increased. Seeing the change in everyone's expressions, Fuya nodded in satisfaction. This was her idea, and the goal was simple, to boost morale by showcasing strength. After the mobilization, everyone began preparing for tonight's battle, and everyone was filled with fighting spirit. Terra was leading Luca and the others around, and everyone who saw them was filled with awe. Just the thought of having such powerful people supporting them made everyone feel particularly at ease. Sister, do you think we can win? At that moment, a small voice caught Luca's attention. Lukai turned his head and saw a boy around his age sharpening a knife while asking the girl beside him. It will definitely happen, the girl replied firmly while threading the armor. Lord Terra would never joke with our lives, and you've seen the power of Lord Divine Punishment, the Hungry Wolf. It's said to be a strength only possessed by super talents. With the help of a few adults, we will definitely win. Sister, I will protect you, the boy said earnestly. While they were talking, Lukai had already approached them. The moment both the boy and the girl saw the terrifying mask on Lukai's face, they suddenly stopped all their movements. Both of them nervously swallowed and looked down, not daring to meet Lukai's eyes. What is your name? Lukai suddenly asked the boy. Lord Wee. My name is Kale, the boy stammered in response. Kale, let me see the knife in your hand. Upon hearing this, Kale immediately handed the not yet fully sharpened knife to Lukai. Lukai took the knife and slashed it backhandedly. A sword aura flew out from blade, directly breaking through the void and striking a huge stone millstone 5 meters away. The millstone showed no signs of change after being struck. However, a few seconds later, it suddenly split neatly in the middle and fell apart, leaving an incredibly smooth cut surface where it had separated. This is a good knife. Lukai returned the knife to Carrie and said, Carrie, don't be afraid, don't fear. You must believe that as long as you have enough strength, any evil is but an illusion. Work hard to become stronger, and then you will be able to protect your sister at any time in the future. At this moment, Carrie's face turned red with excitement, and he unconsciously gripped the knife handle tightly, looking at Lukai with immense admiration, his eyes sparkling. Sir, I will definitely work hard to become stronger. I will always protect my sister, Carrie promised loudly. Lukai nodded, turned around, and left to continue his patrol in other areas. Beside him, Fuya couldn't help but chuckle, looking at Lukai's back and teasing, silly boy. What are you pretending to be deep for? Although she was joking, Fuya felt incredibly happy inside. Lukai's words, although directed at Carrie, were also a reflection of his own feelings. In the square, some young children were spontaneously carrying weapons and armor. Some kids were so burdened by the heavy weapons that their faces turned red, yet they insisted on carrying them themselves. Meanwhile, some elderly people were either sharpening weapons, counting the armor, or reassembling damaged armor pieces. Some grandmothers were carefully cooking food in large pots, occasionally tasting it themselves, fearful that the flavor might be off and the warriors wouldn't eat well. The elderly and children wouldn't be going to the battlefield, which inevitably made them feel a bit down. So they could only do what they could to help the warriors who were about to head to the front lines. After eating a little, Lukai set off first. He didn't eat much because the rebel supplies were scarce, and it wouldn't be appropriate to indulge. He was the most critical part of the entire plan, and to ensure everything went smoothly, Lukai intended to scout outside the palace first. Now, Lukai's observation hockey could extend up to 5 miles, and at this distance, he could cover a large area, making it perfect for reconnaissance. Before long, Lukai arrived at the high city along the northern cliff and then headed straight for the palace. Looking at the familiar streets, Lukai felt as if he were in a dream. Returning to this place after 4 years, he could only feel that everything was surreal. He recalled how 4 years ago he had to avoid the guards and escape in a sorry state. But now, he was here to wipe out the entire guard team. Soon, Lukai reached the outer wall of the palace. As he scouted, he discovered that there were 4 presences within the palace that were stronger than Eagle Lofi. 3 of these presences were about 50% stronger than Eagle Lofi, similar to Fuya, while one presence was significantly stronger, reaching the level of Terra. However, Liu Kai wasn't worried at all. He felt he could handle this level, and it wasn't enough to pose a threat to him. After completing all this, the sky began to darken gradually, and it was now 7 o'clock in the evening. At this moment, Liu Kai arrived at the place that would be forever etched in his memory. In a luxurious mansion where Lucid resides. In a dimly lit basement cell under the flickering oil lamp, a 4-year-old child and a middle-aged woman are staring intently at Lucid, who is whipping a boy bound to a wooden cross. The boy appears to be around 14 or 15 years old, and at this moment, he has been beaten beyond recognition, completely devoid of life. Blood drips from the boy's body, pooling on the ground and spreading everywhere, emitting a strong smell of blood. "Darling, are you all right?" The middle-aged woman asks tremulously upon seeing Lucid's fierce and angered expression. The woman is Olive, Lucid's wife. "That beast should have been torn to shreds." A man in the middle shouts furiously. "That beast, that bastard, how could he not die after being whipped so many times? How could he survive being left in the wilderness for wild dogs to gnaw on? How could he not die while being hunted by the guard? How could he not die after having his legs chopped off and falling into the sea? How could he survive an assassination attempt? Why is this worthless life so resilient? Don't worry, darling. The assassin organization has sent killers again. This time, that bastard is sure to die." Olive reassures from the side. "Isn't it all your fault? Look at you. What kind of thing have you given birth to?" Lucid suddenly turns his head and glares at Olive, saying angrily, "Daddy, who is the bastard you're talking about?" The curious child beside them asks, unfazed by Lucid's anger. Lucid suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny upon hearing this, looking at the child with a face full of relief, and said gently, "It's nothing, just a lowly commoner. Rutherford, listen carefully, you must never have any dealings with commoners. Their existence is to be our slaves, and each of them carries filthy blood. Staying with them for too long will taint you, understand?" "Understood. So can I also whip commoners like Dad does in the future?" The child asked innocently. "Of course. Our Rutherford is a naturally noble aristocrat. You can whip whichever commoner you like. It's your privilege from birth," Lucid said with a beaming smile. The child's innocent face broke into an excited smile, his eyes sparkling. Outside the manor, Luca, who was using his observation hockey to listen to this conversation, suddenly felt nauseous, almost throwing up. He truly doubted whether Lucid was still of the same species as humans. Any insult aimed at Lucid would be a compliment. After taking a few deep breaths, Luca suddenly vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the door leading to the basement, pushing it open and immediately shutting it behind him. At this point, Luca was no longer in a hurry, walking step by step toward the prison cells in the basement. Tap, tap, tap. Every step Liu Kai took echoed, gradually growing louder. In the cell, Lucid, Olive, and a young boy named Lucas all heard it. At first, they thought they were mistaken, but as the footsteps grew louder, they all turned to look towards the door. "Who is it?" Lucid shouted angrily at the steady and powerful footsteps. "Didn't I say no one is allowed in the basement?" "Oh, is that so?" A light laughter came in response, filled with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Lucid became furious and rushed out of the cell with the oil lamp in hand. However, the moment he saw the newcomer, Lucid let out a chilling scream. And then he suddenly fell to the ground, trembling and pointing at the corridor ahead, muttering "Ghost." At that moment, Luke finally stopped and walked to the oil lamp that Lucid had thrown away in fear, picking it up with one hand and saying softly, "Lucid, I'll come back from hell to collect your life." In the pitch-black corridor, the oil lamp Luke held illuminated half of his grotesque ghost mask, its features swaying with the flickering flame. Behind Luke was a sea of darkness, making it seem as if he had truly just emerged from hell, radiating terror. Lucid let out another heart-wrenching scream. But halfway through his scream, his voice suddenly stopped, and his body began to twitch uncontrollably. After a while, Lucid's entire body went limp, collapsing to the ground, completely unconscious. "Is that it? Is that all?" Luke felt an overwhelming disdain. Lucid usually acted bold and courageous, but it turned out he was so timid. He fainted just from a single sentence. He wouldn't actually die from fright, would he? Liu Kai habitually stroked his chin in contemplation, but suddenly felt a rough texture and immediately realized he had almost forgotten he was still wearing the mask. Indeed, Sister Fuya is an eternal goddess. Liu Kai felt elated at this moment. If Lucid really died of fright like this, it would be quite the spectacle. Although he didn't personally slay him, Lu Said's demise in this manner seemed even more satisfying than a clean kill. However, after sensing Lu Said was still alive, Lu Kai felt a slight disappointment. On second thought, it was probably for the best that Lu Said wasn't dead. Dying like this seemed too easy for him. Footsteps echoed again, and Lu Kai ignored the unconscious Lu Said lying on the ground like a dead dog, instead walking towards the cell. Inside the cell, Olive was trembling in the corner, holding Rutherford tightly and daring not to make sound. Upon hearing the footsteps and seeing the flickering firelight slowly approaching, both of them felt their breaths become labored, and a chill ran through their bodies, making them tremble even more. Before long, a hideous ghostly face appeared in their line of sight. A ghost! Olive immediately lost control and clutched the 4-year-old Rutherford even tighter. Not realizing that Rutherford's face had turned red from lack of air, his eyes wide with fright. Olive, I crawled out of hell to take your life. Lu Kai's eerie voice echoed. Don't come over, don't come over. At that moment, Olive unleashed a strength that didn't belong to her, gripping Rutherford even harder. After a while, the frantically screaming Olive suddenly realized something was wrong. She noticed that Rutherford, who had been shouting alongside her, had fallen silent. Rutherford, Rutherford! Olive abruptly released her hold on him, calling out repeatedly, but she discovered that Rutherford had completely lost his breath. Rutherford! No, no! Olive helplessly cradled Rutherford's lifeless body, descending into a state of madness. When Olive gave birth to Rutherford, she suffered from complications, which left her body weakened and ultimately unable to bear more children. Thus, Rutherford was her only hope. Yet, Rutherford's health was poor, suffering from various ailments since childhood. If Rutherford were to die, it might truly lead to Olive's demise, and Lu Said could remarry and have another son, ensuring the continuation of his title. Given Lu Said's ruthless nature and his concern for noble status, combined with his deteriorating mental state in recent years, it was entirely possible he would do such a thing. For these reasons, Olive had been living in constant fear before Lu Said, treading carefully as if walking on thin ice, always appearing submissive, her mental state nearly breaking. At the same time, she had been cautiously nurturing Rutherford, terrified of any mishaps, and he had become her only source of solace. However, now that Rutherford was dead, the tension Olive had maintained for years suddenly shattered at that moment. What a pity! I originally wanted to spare him, although he was inherently bad. At least he held no grudge against me, and he was just a child. Don't you agree? The murderer of his own son, Olive? Lu Kai's words completely shattered the last line of defense in Olive's heart. Her breath became chaotic, and she covered her face with both hands, murmuring repeatedly, let me die, let me die. It was evident that Olive was mentally disturbed. She no longer felt fear, replaced instead by a strong desire for death. If I had known it would come to this, why did I bother in the first place? Lu Kai snorted coldly, with not a trace of sympathy in his voice, then drew his knife and plunged it into Olive's heart. In the moment of death, Olive's eyes revealed a strong sense of relief. To free her from further mental torment was Lu Kai's final act of mercy towards her. Without even glancing at the bodies of Olive and Rutherford, Lu Kai approached the corpse of the boy bound to a wooden stake, cut the ropes, and laid the boy flat on the ground. After all, you were implicated because of me. It's a pity I arrived too late to save you. However, the one who killed you will soon join you in the grave. Having completed all this, Lu Kai exited the cell and went to Lu Sad's side, then suddenly slapped Lu Sad hard across the face. Lu Sad, who had been unconscious, jolted awake, only to be met by Lu Kai's ghostly face once again. He screamed before fainting again. Are you not done yet? Lu Kai was furious. Removed the mask, stuffed it into his pocket, and slapped Lu Sad's face again, but this time Lu Sad did not wake up. Lu Kai frowned and suddenly pressed a pressure point on Lu Said's body. Only then did Lu Said wake up again. This time he saw a face. However, this face, which looked very handsome, was even more terrifying to him than a ghost face, because this was a true evil spirit that had crawled out of hell to claim a life. Lu Said's cries this time were even more heart-wrenching and lasted a long time. However, his body seemed paralyzed, unable to move at all. This feeling of being unable to move in front of the hellish demons amplified the fear in Lu Said's heart infinitely. Eventually, Lu Said fell into intense convulsions again. This episode lasted particularly long and did not stop abruptly, but instead intensified. After a while, Lu Said's convulsions gradually slowed, and his life force seemed to weaken along with the convulsions, until it finally disappeared completely. The notorious scoundrel Lu Said was actually scared to death by Lu Kai. Looking at the gradually cold corpse on the ground, Liu Kai's eyes showed only indifference, but he was not surprised that Lu Zai died from fear. There's a saying, if you do not do bad deeds, you are not afraid of ghosts knocking on your door at midnight. Yet, Lu Zai was someone who had done countless wrongs, so his heart was always filled with fear. Despite Lu Zai's fierce demeanor, he was actually a coward at heart. From Liu Kai's understanding of Lu Zai, ever since he escaped 4 years ago, Lu Zai probably had not spent a single day without living in fear. Especially when he returned home and saw the state of the butler's body, the chef's descriptions, and a lingering foul smell in Olive's room. If Liu Kai had died, it would have been one thing, but Liu Kai escaped from the siege of the guards. Although his legs were severed, his body was never found, and the fear in Lu Zai's heart could not dissipate. Not long ago, after seeing news about Liu Kai in the newspaper, Lu Zai fell into extreme fear. It was then that he realized the little wild man from 4 years ago was actually the Liu Kai who had not died. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not understand how Liu Kai had survived. Was Liu Kai really a ghost returned from hell? Otherwise, how could all of this be explained? At that moment, Lu Zai's fear could no longer be contained. Lu Zai values his noble status more than life itself. He is afraid that Luke is still alive. Afraid that Luke will expose his assassination of the celestial dragons and frame him, claiming it was done with his consent. If that were to happen, Lu Zai would inevitably lose everything he has already gained. Lu Zai is afraid that Luke is still alive, but even more afraid that he has already died. Because if Luke is really dead, it means he is truly a ghost returning from hell, and sooner or later he will come to claim his life. So for more than a month, Lu Zai has been in a state of constant anxiety, becoming increasingly neurotic. Later, Lu Zai spent a large sum of money to invite the #1 assassin of the West Sea, Poison Man, hoping to completely eliminate the threat that Luke poses. Whether he is human or ghost, he must be eradicated to prevent future troubles. However, what Lu Zai received was the news of the failed assassination by the #1 assassin of the West Sea. The prolonged fear has caused Lu Zai's mental state to become abnormal, and the news of Luke keeps him in a state of constant terror. After learning that the #1 assassin of the West Sea had failed the assassination and died, Lu Zai almost went insane, feeling as if countless vengeful spirits were haunting him. For more than a month, even his dreams were nightmares, filled with familiar yet hideously distorted faces like Lucas, Luz, Rubus, and Luke, all coming to him with endless resentment to claim his life. This is why he needs to torture lowly people of similar age to Luke in this prison to vent his frustrations. When Luke truly appears before Lu Zai, instead of relief at the sight of the dead, the fear in Lu Zai's heart reaches its peak. There is fear of lost life, and even greater fear of having everything he currently possesses taken away. His obsession with noble status has become everything to Lu Zai. Finally, in this excessive fear, after being startled 3 times in a row, Lu Zai's heart and liver are shattered, dead beyond recovery. At the moment of Ruziad's death, Luca felt completely refreshed, as if the surrounding world had become clearer. This feeling was something Luca had never experienced since arriving in this world. At that moment, he felt as if he had been reborn. Now, Olive had personally strangled her own son to death, and in her mental breakdown, she was pierced through the heart by Luca's blade. Lu Zai is dead, and the manner of his death is 100 times more satisfying than a simple beheading. He was scared to death. The obsessions, grievances, and hatred of little Liu Kai, which had long been pressing on Liu Kai's mental world, finally dissipated. After putting the mask back on, Liu Kai walked out of the underground passage, feeling refreshed. Upon entering the hall, he saw the busy servants and warmly greeted them. 3 minutes later, on the sofa in the hall, Liu Kai was half reclining in an extremely lazy posture, staring intently at the clock as time ticked away. In a more concealed corner of the hall, there was a red button. Pressing it would activate a special signal for the alarm phone, sending out a distress signal. Immediately, an alarm would sound, and the guard team would rush to the source of the signal. This is something every noble household has, to maximize the protection of the noble's safety. But no one in the Lu Zai manor pressed the alarm, even though there were already a dozen corpses lying in the hall. These corpses belonged to Lu Zai's guards. Although these guards were of average strength and far inferior to the members of the guard team, they were sufficient for everyday guarding duties. The moment these guards saw Liu Kai, they launched an attack. However, in the blink of an eye, they all turned into corpses, lying in pools of blood. None of the servants in the manor moved. Those who became servants were mostly unfortunate people. At this moment, these servants were all huddled in a corner of the hall, trembling and not daring to move. Soon, it was 8 o'clock in the evening, and Liu Kai walked to the corner and unhesitatingly pressed the alarm button. 10 seconds later, the alarm pierced the night sky. echoing throughout the high city. After 4 years, the alarm in the high city sounded again, surprising many who heard it. Lu Kai leisurely made his way to the kitchen. After finding some food, he turned his back to the surviving servants and removed his mask to enjoy a hearty meal. He hadn't eaten enough at the rebel headquarters earlier, so now that he had the time, he naturally wanted to satisfy his hunger first. After finishing the food on the table, Lu Kai felt it wasn't enough and opened the refrigerator to rummage through it. The first full meal Lu Kai had after coming to this world was eaten in this kitchen, and returning here to eat again gave him a peculiar feeling. The chef, who was hiding among the crowd, also felt something strange. Everything before him reminded him of the scene from 4 years ago, almost identical, if not exactly the same. The only difference was that 4 years ago, he was the one who triggered the alarm. This time, it was a man wearing a ghost mask who was committing the crime. Before Lu Kai could fully enjoy his meal, many presences appeared near the manor. What a buzzkill. Lu Kai swallowed the food in his mouth, wiped his lips, cleaned his hands, and after putting his mask back on, he walked out of the kitchen into the yard. At this moment, the alarm had already stopped. To facilitate tracking, the guard team would turn off the alarm once they received the alert. Otherwise, the loud alarm would make it impossible to hear each other speak, which would hinder command. Anyway, the guards already knew the location of the incident, so continuing the alarm was pointless and would only frighten the noble lords. As soon as Lu Kai appeared, several figures jumped directly into the yard from outside and began to surround him. Who are you? How did you end up here? What happened to Mr. Lu Sade? One of the guards asked coldly. Lu Sade is not your father. Why are you so anxious? Are you used to being a dog for the nobles? Would you be this nervous if your father was in danger? Lu Kai retorted directly without answering the guard questions. You're looking for death. The guard's face flushed with anger, and he swung his knife at Lu Kai. However, in the guard's line of sight, Lu Kai suddenly vanished. By the time the guard reacted, he realized he could no longer feel his right hand. Turning his head, he let out a terrifying scream because his right hand had been forcefully ripped off by Lu Kai, along with the knife he was holding. Although you're not much, your knife is surprisingly good. Using my knife to cut you is a great insult to it. It's most fitting to kill you with your own knife. As the voice fell, the guard who attacked Lu Kai felt his body lighten, then noticed the world around him spinning. In the process, he saw another headless corpse in guard uniform falling down. However, the guard's consciousness only lingered for a brief moment before it completely dissipated. Lu Kai charged into the guards like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, his knife dancing nimbly in his hand, accompanied by sprays of fresh blood. Those enemies who once posed a challenge to Lu Kai were now utterly defenseless before him, and the scene turned into a one-sided massacre. In just 2 breaths, there were no living souls left in the courtyard. You're really slow. Lu Kai complained somewhat discontentedly after finishing off everyone, then directly jumped out of the courtyard and onto the street. At this moment, many nobles were still leisurely strolling along the street, seemingly unaffected by the alarm. Familiar nobles greeted each other with polite smiles and courteous exchanges. These nobles, adorned in splendid attire, held themselves with elegance, spoke calmly, and maintained polite smiles on their faces at all times. Lu Kai let out a cold laugh, and a large amount of darkness surged from beneath his feet, as if it were about to swallow the night. The darkness spread across the ground to all surrounding objects, and soon these objects began to sink rapidly, disappearing from sight. Then Lu Kai gathered the darkness above him, and countless objects fell from the air, crashing to the ground with loud impacts. At that moment, everyone reacted and began to flee in panic. Look at you all scrambling. Didn't see you so noble. Lu Kai sneered at the elegant nobles who were now in such a sorry state. The huge commotion immediately caught the attention of the guards. All the guards who had already been deployed quickly moved towards Lu Kai. However, Lu Kai had already transformed into a god of death, no longer waiting for them to surround him, but instead took the initiative to attack, starting to hunt around him. Regardless of whether they were members of the guard or team leaders, there was no exception. They were all killed with a single strike. Stop! Suddenly, a cold and angry shout rang out, and Lu Kai finally felt pleased. Lofi, long time no see, I've missed you. Lu Kai looked at Lofi, who had suddenly descended from the sky and transformed into a red-haired woman, a faint smile appearing beneath her mask. Who are you? Why are you attacking the nobles? Lofi stared at Lu Kai in fear. She had just witnessed him killing people as easily as chopping vegetables, and his speed was incredibly fast. Lofi doubted she could reach such a level, and now thought of stalling for time, waiting for more people to arrive, and then using a wheeled battle tactic against Lu Kai. You can call me a ghost, but where are the nobles you speak of? Lu Kai asked curiously. Oh, you mean those hypocritical, well-dressed beasts? Nonsense. Lofi immediately became angry. Insulting the nobles was a death sentence. Do you know what you're saying? Insulting the nobles is a death sentence? Liu Kai suddenly found it amusing, laughing and saying, "Now you've put me in a difficult position. I'm committing murder in broad daylight. Although I haven't killed any nobles on the street, it should still be a death sentence, right? Also, I accidentally killed a few nobles just now. That should count as a death sentence too, right? And now you won't even let me insult them, calling it a death sentence." Liu Kai suddenly seemed to understand something, slapping his forehead and saying, "Oh, I get it. If I don't curse, are you planning to let me go?" Luffy was stunned at this moment, momentarily unsure how to respond. What kind of logical genius is this? Moreover, killing a noble? This hasn't happened in Gao City for many years. Even that little thief who caused chaos in Gao City 4 years ago didn't succeed. Luffy felt a bit flustered because she could clearly sense that the man in front of her, who called himself Ghost, was someone who would be easily intimidated by her words and had no intention of fleeing. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to admit to killing a noble right in front of her. So there was only one possibility. He was here to cause trouble. And the bigger, the better. However, the ghost in front of her was too strong, and she had no chance of winning, leaving her unsure of what to do. System. Check the opponent's attributes. Liu Kai commanded the system. Luffy, human, female, 34 years old, character level, 37 attribute value, 3342 status, good devil fruit ability, animal type, bird fruit. Falcon form skills, Falcon Fist, a unique fist technique created by Luffy, which can unleash tremendous power when combined with her agile movements. Proficiency, top level, Shadow Step, a unique movement technique created by Luffy, derived from the stealth steps of the guard team. Through a series of basic steps combined with Luffy's agile movements, it greatly enhances her speed. Proficiency, top level, Cherry Blossom Swordsmanship, a powerful sword technique created by Luffy by blending various sword styles, which manifests a swift and ethereal blade. Proficiency, top level, carried items, telephone bug carried weapon, one of the 12 supreme great swords, Tombo Kiri Onku, Tombo Kiri Onku. Upon seeing the weapon information displayed on the system panel, Liu Kai was astonished and blurted it out. He didn't expect that Tombo Kiri Onku, one of the 12 supreme great swords, would appear here in Luffy's hands. Liu Kai, who had initially shown little interest, suddenly became intrigued and looked at the sword at Luffy's waist with admiration. Luffy had once been a famous bounty hunter in the West Sea, doing anything for a bounty, and Tombo Kiri Onku was an unexpected gain after she killed a pirate. Luffy always felt that this sword was particularly easy to handle. It was not only exceptionally sharp, greatly enhancing her swordsmanship, but ever since she acquired it, her speed and improving her sword skills had also increased. However, Luffy was unaware of the true name of this sword. It was only at this moment that she realized it was the legendary Divine Sword, one of the 12 supreme great swords, Tombo Kiri Onku. Luffy felt uneasy under Liu Kai's intense gaze, and at that moment, she even had the thought of fleeing. Because the moment this man, Ghost, looked at the sword at her waist, the aura he emitted was much stronger than when he was killing earlier. From the intensity of the aura that Ghost had just unleashed, it was clear that he hadn't used his full strength during the slaughter of the guards. The reason he hadn't was simply that it wasn't necessary. Yet even so, the combat power he displayed was above Luffy's. If Ghost's true strength was even greater than what he had shown, it meant that his power far exceeded hers. Luffy and the nobles in Gao City had merely an employer-employee relationship, taking money to resolve issues for them. This life was more comfortable than being a bounty hunter, and she earned more money. At this moment, however, Luffy felt that moving to another place to live wouldn't be a bad thing. She had no need to die alongside this group of nobles. Thinking of this, Luffy turned around and fled at high speed, transforming into an eagle during her escape, flapping her wings and soaring into the sky. "You think you can escape?" Liu Kai snorted coldly, extending his left hand towards Luffy. Darkness swirled and extended from Liu Kai's hand towards Luffy, and a tremendous gravitational force acted upon her, making her unable to move forward even an inch. As the darkness surged from Liu Kai's hand, Luffy was horrified to find herself being pulled backward. No matter how hard she flapped her wings, she couldn't resist the overwhelming force. In the next moment, Liu Kai suddenly appeared in front of Luffy, grabbing her by the neck. She immediately transformed back from her giant eagle form to her human form, unable to maintain her transformed state any longer. And no matter how Luffy struggled, she couldn't break free from Liu Kai's iron grip. Liu Kai didn't care about Luffy's reaction at all. With one hand, he directly took the Tongzi Qianin from Luffy's waist and began to examine it himself. By the way, Lu Kai suddenly turned to Luffy and said, "For years ago, when you cut off my legs, I could have overlooked it just because you contributed by offering your knife." Upon hearing this, Luffy trembled uncontrollably. She never dreamed that this strange man who suddenly appeared before her was the little thief who had escaped from her hands 4 years ago. But how could he be so strong? How did his legs recover? Luffy was filled with dread, and the thought that he could have overlooked it? No, he wants to kill me. At this moment, Luffy wanted to beg for mercy, but she couldn't say a word because Lu Kai was gripping her throat. Lu Kai completely ignored her reaction and continued, "But you absolutely should not take pleasure in slaughtering the civilians outside the city. Therefore, I, representing divine punishment, sentence you to death." After finishing his words, Lu Kai lightly tossed the sword, Tongzi Qiaonong, and then with one hand, pulled the sword out of its sheath with a clang and fiercely stabbed it into Luffy's chest, piercing through his heart and killing him instantly. After doing all this, Lu Kai casually tossed Luffy's corpse aside as if discarding garbage with his left hand, and with a flick of his right hand, he sheathed the already bloodless Tongzi Qiaonong back into its scabbard. Glancing at Luffy's body, Lu Kai felt a surge of emotions. 4 years ago, he was no match for Luffy. But now, killing him was as easy as killing a chicken, effortless. However, Lu Kai did not dwell on his emotions for long, and instead continued to wield the newly acquired Tongzi Qiaonong, entering kill mode. With Lu Kai's current mastery of observation haki, he could easily cover half of the high city, and the members of the guard team could not escape his probing. Furthermore, these people were all concentrated to capture Lu Kai. Within 10 minutes, there were no survivors left among the 500 members of the guard team. It must be said that Tongzi Qiaonong truly deserved its reputation as one of the great blades of the 12 crafts. Its sharpness and sword intent genuinely amazed Lu Kai. "This knife is really great. Brother Olin will definitely like it," Lu Kai thought, admiring the elegantly shaped Tongzi Qiaonong that emitted a cold light. After finishing all this, Lu Kai did not continue the slaughter, but hurried towards the palace. Meanwhile, Olin led the army to attack various factories. With Olin's strength, the guards of those factories were hardly even worth mentioning. As one guard after another was slain, more and more people were rescued. Olin's group immediately comforted these enslaved citizens and told them that the rebels were attacking the high city and needed their strength. Originally, Olin thought these despondent people would not react to their proposal. However, to his surprise, these people suddenly came to life, all of them beating their chests and shouting, tears streaming down their faces. Many picked up the weapons of the fallen guards, howling as they rushed towards the high city, seemingly wanting to vent all the grievances, hatred, and anger they had suffered. The low city was in complete chaos. Countless citizens rushed out of their homes with kitchen knives, iron rods, and even wooden sticks, following the armored rebels in search of the soldiers of the low city. Whenever a soldier attempted to fight back, countless people charged at them, beating those soldiers to death. In that moment, there was vengeance for grievances and a release of long-held resentment. Some nobles and lackeys who usually oppressed the common people found no peace even in death. Dragged through the streets by the citizens, with countless people cursing at their corpses, venting years of pent-up anger. Meanwhile, Lu Kai had arrived at the entrance of the palace. Even though the high city was in complete turmoil, the palace remained eerily quiet. However, through his observation haki, Lu Kai sensed that troops were being mobilized within the palace. Yet these people showed no intention of leaving the palace to quell the unrest. Instead, they gathered outside a palace, surrounding it in formation for defense. It was clear that the king had no intention of saving those nobles. As long as their own safety was ensured, they disregarded the chaos outside. As two massive slashes crossed through the entrance, the shattered palace door fell heavily to the ground. Lu Kai entered the palace and strode confidently towards the palace, surrounded by the Imperial Guards. The moment the Imperial Guards saw Lu Kai, they brandished their weapons and charged at him, shouting. Lu Kai wielded the Tongzi Chia and Gang with his right hand and one of the twin swords with his left, charging into the Imperial Guards without any hesitation, swinging both blades. At that moment, Lu Kai was a soulless killing machine, swiftly moving through the battlefield, and with every strike, an Imperial Guard soldier fell. 3 minutes later, there was not a single person left standing around Lu Kai, while the surroundings were piled high with corpses. Out of 500 Imperial Guards, more than half had rushed in, but in just a moment, they were all gone. The remaining soldiers were filled with fear and no longer dared to advance. They were indeed brave, but this was not a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. The man with the ghostly face before them was a devil, and rushing forward would only lead to their deaths. A bunch of useless fools. A cold voice rang out at that moment. A man dressed in the attire of the head of the palace guards cast a cold glance over the remaining imperial guards and reprimanded them. You are supposed to protect the king and royal family. Retreating now is unworthy of your status. The soldiers exchanged glances, then lowered their heads. Some of them thought, if you're so brave, why don't you go? Then, to their surprise, the head guard indeed stepped forward, confronting Lukai from about 10 meters away. Since the founding of the kingdom of Lafia, you are the first to dare to storm the palace so audaciously, the head guard said coldly. Speak. How do you want to die? If you want to fight, then fight. What are you wasting words for? Or are you intentionally saying this for the rabble inside the palace to hear? Then, if you defeat me, you can rise in rank and wealth, marry a beautiful rich woman, and reach the peak of life? Lukai still has to go open the door later. So he doesn't have time to play tricks with this guy here. Besides, everyone here has to die. Who is this guy trying to impress at this moment? Good courage. The captain of the guard shouted, drawing his long sword from his waist, then suddenly pushing off the ground and swinging his sword at Lukai. Remember in your next life, show off only after you have the strength. Lukai dodged the man's strike, while simultaneously sheathing his twin swords back at his waist. Then, Lukai used his left hand to draw the scabbard of the Tongzi Qiangang, returning the sword to its sheath, and began to gather his sword intent with his eyes closed. The captain of the guards in front of him was one of the 4 auras he had sensed earlier that were stronger than Bailofi. But he was not the strongest among them. The strongest one was inside the palace, standing among the royal family members, while the other 3 were all standing outside. Lukai was even too lazy to waste a scanning opportunity on him. As the head guard launched another attack, Lukai suddenly opened his eyes and charged towards him at high speed. When he was 2 body lengths away from the right front of the head guard, Lukai used the power of drawing his sword to swiftly unleash a strike. The blade sliced horizontally upward with lightning speed, effortlessly gliding through the head guard's waist without any obstruction. After the blade passed through the opponent's body, Lukai forcefully twisted the blade as it was being pulled back by inertia, using the momentum to change the angle and slashed downward sharply across the opponent's chest. At this moment, Lukai's body surged forward again at high speed, and, as the long knife brushed past the opponent, he instinctively flicked it back, cutting through the opponent's head. Finally, Lukai and the head guard crossed paths, appearing one zhang, approximately 3 meters behind the head guard. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. No one present saw how Lukai drew his sword. In their line of sight, they only saw a flash of blue blade light shaped like lightning, disappearing in an instant. This blade was indeed extraordinarily sharp. After the strike, Lukai thought to himself, taking a few steps forward before slowly coming to stop. He then gradually sheathed his sword and said, God-slaying sword technique, lightning quick draw, presented. As the sword was fully sheathed, the rigid body of the head guard suddenly leaned back violently, blood gushing out, splitting his body into 4 segments in midair, scattering to the ground, dead beyond recognition. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. Their head guard, one of the 4 great masters of the court, was actually cut into pieces in just one exchange. How strong was the ghost-faced man before them? Lukai, however, seemed to treat this as a trivial matter. From the perception comparison of observation hockey, the attributes of this captain of the guards were roughly around 4,500, which was actually not low. However, the combat level of this captain was not on the same level as Lukai's. Moreover, Lukai was not there to find someone to fight. He was there to kill. Therefore, he kept his observation hockey activated at all times and used armament hockey during his attacks. Before everyone could react, Lukai charged towards another one of the 4 masters, while a large amount of darkness surged from his feet, wildly spreading outwards and engulfing the remaining imperial soldiers. By the time Lukai reached one of the 4 masters, all the soldiers had been consumed by the darkness and mysteriously disappeared. Upon seeing Lukai suddenly appear beside him and witnessing all the soldiers being swallowed by darkness, one of the 4 masters was so frightened that his soul felt like it was fleeing, and he had no spirit to resist at all, turning to escape. However, the moment he moved, his body completely transformed, and by the time Lukai's blade struck, he had no time to draw his weapon to resist, and was instantly decapitated by Lukai's strike. Yet, Lukai's movements did not stop. He charged towards the last of the 4 masters standing outside the hall. That person, however, showed no signs of panic, a disdainful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he formed a strange orchid finger gesture with his thumb, middle finger, and ring finger pointed at Lukai. Lukai's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he immediately performed a shave to dodge to the side. A wave of light shot past the line he had just crossed, racing off into the distance. Slow fruit? Liu Kai frowned, feeling somewhat surprised. You actually recognize it. The user of the slow fruit was about to reply, but found that Liu Kai had suddenly disappeared from his view. The slow fruit user quickly turned his head and looked around, raising his hand to make the same strange gesture aimed at the surroundings. But he couldn't see Liu Kai anywhere in any direction. By the time the slow fruit user reacted and was about to raise his hand towards the sky, Liu Kai's thrust had already descended, and the tonkatsu knife pierced through the slow fruit user's body from the top of his head downwards. The slow fruit is very powerful, but it's truly a waste for someone like you. Liu Kai pulled out the tonkatsu knife, casually glanced at the corpse on the ground, and said coldly, "The slow fruit. By making a specific gesture, it can emit a wave of light, causing anything hit by the light to have all actions significantly slowed down for 30 seconds. This is a very strong devil fruit, but also depends on who uses it. If the opponent possesses observation haki and is also a user of the slow fruit, Liu Kai would definitely avoid a direct confrontation. In a life-and-death battle, being hit by the slow light would be too dangerous for Liu Kai. Unfortunately, the opponent does not possess observation haki. Not only does he lack it, but he also fights against a powerhouse like Liu Kai with a dismissive attitude. Didn't he see how his two companions died? Because he's a user of the slow fruit, he usually bullies those two guys. So he doesn't think Liu Kai killing them is anything impressive? Or perhaps he has become complacent, thinking himself invincible? This guy's attribute value seems to be just over 4,000, about half of Liu Kai's, and his combat skills are even more lacking. He certainly doesn't have haki, and his devil fruit ability is secretly countered by Liu Kai's own ability. Yet he still looks down on Liu Kai. With this mindset, it's no wonder he died. After killing the slow fruit user, Liu Kai released the soldiers who had been devoured and crushed into deformity, then walked towards the main hall holding the tonkatsu knife. Only the powerful aura inside remained. If nothing unexpected happened, the opponent should be the smoke fruit user. As long as he is killed, everything will be over. Upon pushing open the door, Liu Kai saw around 50 to 60 people inside, more than 30 of whom were dressed luxuriously, consisting of men, women, and children, likely all members of the royal family. Surrounding these royal members were over 20 bodyguards. The moment the door was pushed open, everyone pointed their spears at the entrance. And in front of all the bodyguards stood a man in his 30s. The man was similarly dressed in finery, his cold eyes fixed on Liu Kai, as if he wanted to devour him with his gaze. However, Liu Kai detected a hint of disdain in his expression. "System, scan the opponent's attributes," Liu Kai commanded. Gerard, human male, 31 years old, character level, 45 attribute value, 69-28 status, good fruit ability, natural type, smoke fruit mastery skills. Gerard was indeed the master of that powerful aura and also the user of the smoke fruit. His strength combined with his fruit ability makes him one of the top existences in the West Sea. Apart from a few top experts from countries like the Flower Kingdom, there are really not many who can match him. "My son, quickly kill him," a middle-aged man wearing a crown shouted in terror, pointing at Liu Kai. Liu Kai didn't expect that Gerald was actually a prince, but that didn't matter. When Gerald saw Liu Kai, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, and just as he was about to speak, Liu Kai had already reached out his left hand towards the prince. At the same time, darkness surged from Liu Kai's palm, swirling around his palm, and a tremendous gravitational force was generated in his hand, extending towards Gerald. "You." Gerald managed to utter a single word before he found himself involuntarily lifting off the ground towards Liu Kai, his words abruptly cut off. Gerald was startled by this sudden turn of events and struggled desperately, but seeing no way to escape, he immediately transformed into smoke. However, in just an instant, Gerald reverted back to human form because Liu Kai's palm had already grasped his arm. Before Gerald could break free, Liu Kai's right fist was pressed against his chest, and then a powerful impact erupted from Liu Kai's fist, directly penetrating Gerald's chest. The force continued unabated, flying backward and directly piercing through several guards, instantly killing them. Gerald's eyes widened in shock, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Liu Kai with disbelief. What Liu Kai used was one of his current trump cards, the single-handed Six Kings Spear Maximum Wheel. Liu Kai had already mastered the Six Kings Spear Maximum Wheel, but after acquiring the ability of the Dark Fruit, he had been trying to release it with one hand. During the month he spent rushing to Rafia, Liu Kai actually created this move, aiming to better combine the Dark Fruit to deal with ability users. Although the power of Liu Kai's single-handed Six Kings Spear Maximum Wheel is somewhat weaker than when performed with both hands, it is still stronger than a regular Six Kings Spear. Moreover, Gerald took this move head-on. Unlike Luffy, who has a natural resistance to impact due to his fruit ability. Gerald's physical attributes, even if high, still left him severely injured from this attack. Everything that happened before him was far beyond Gerald's expectations, leaving him in a state of shock. However, in his severely injured state, he could not break free from Liu Kai's left hand, which was grasping him with the dark fruit's power. Liu Kai also did not give him time to escape and launched another single-handed Six Kings spear maximum wheel, hitting the same injured spot on Gerald. Feeling the fear of death, Gerald inexplicably burst out with power, suddenly breaking free from Liu Kai's left hand. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he transformed into smoke and rapidly retreated. However, Liu Kai's left hand once again manifested darkness, and dark water activated again, attracting Gerald's body to fly back towards Liu Kai. Gerald was nearly going mad. They had just exchanged a glance, and he hadn't even launched an attack. Yet he had been unexpectedly struck hard by Liu Kai's continuous moves, leaving him severely injured. This was indeed Liu Kai's strategy. Gerald's strength was not weak. And on top of that, he was a natural-type smoke fruit user. If he were to unleash his full combat capabilities, it would likely take a long time to end the fight. In fact, even if Liu Kai were to face Gerald head-on, he could still win. But even though Liu Kai could use haki, fighting against a natural-type devil fruit user would still be more difficult than fighting an ordinary person. Even if haki can grab the flowing entity of a natural type, attacks still incur some loss when hitting a natural-type user. If Gerald managed to escape, the outcome would be dire. Therefore, from the moment Liu Kai learned about Gerald, he planned to exploit the common mindset of invincibility that nearly every natural-type user has, aiming to unexpectedly resolve the battle. As Gerald flew towards Liu Kai, he immediately threw a punch, wanting to attack Liu Kai, but in his severely injured state. The power of Gerald's punch was less than half of what it would have been at full strength. Liu Kai directly withstood the blow with an iron block, then grabbed Gerard again. However, this time Liu Kai did not use the Six Kings spear maximum wheel. Instead, he had already drawn the child's cutting gang while Gerard was flying. The moment Gerard was touched by Liu Kai's left hand and exited his elemental form, Liu Kai's child's cutting gang had already pierced through Gerard's abdomen. After being hit twice and then stabbed, Gerard suddenly weakened and completely fainted. Liu Kai was very satisfied, secretly thinking that the dark fruit ability was indeed incredibly useful against other ability users. Then, Liu Kai released Gerald's arm and rushed towards the group of guards. In just a few movements, the guards were all struck in the left chest by his pointed gun, their index fingers piercing their hearts, dying instantly. "You have such boldness," the king said tremulously. "Do you know where this is? Do you know who I am? How dare you be so outrageous?" Liu Kai's eyes were cold as he stared directly at the king of the Raphia kingdom. After a disdainful glance, he picked up the prince, who was a Logia-type smoke fruit user, and turned to leave. After all, he was a natural type. It couldn't be wasted. The nobles high above would be executed by public opinion, which was part of Fuya's plan, and Liu Kai was too lazy to dirty his own hands. After doing all this, Liu Kai felt a bit tired, not from the fighting, but from the emotional exhaustion of killing too many people. He then hurried to the gates of the high city, clearing out a few ordinary guards at the gate's control room before pulling the lever to open the gates. At that moment, the gates of the high city slowly opened. This opening was not just a simple act of opening a door, but the beginning of a new era. Outside the high city, a crowd had already gathered, many people anxiously waiting, both excited and nervous. The excitement stemmed from the plan that, once the gates opened at the agreed time, it meant that the military power of the high city had been completely eliminated. The nervousness arose from the fear that if the gates did not open on time, it would mean the plan had failed and they would face a counterattack from the powerful forces within the high city. As the sound of the gates opening echoed, and the gap widened, a figure stepped out. The figure wore a grotesque mask and a white hooded cloak, with 3 knives tucked into his left waist and carrying a body over his shoulder. Upon seeing this attire, everyone erupted in cheers, and they all shouted in frenzy, "Brothers, sisters, suffering compatriots, everyone, charge with me." Terra, too, flushed with excitement, waved his hand and rushed into the high city first. The others quickly followed suit, shouting battle cries. Fuya and Olin came to Liu Kai's side, and after inspecting him and confirming he was fine, their worried hearts finally relaxed. "I knew my brother is the strongest," Olin said, his smile incredibly bright, his mouth almost reaching his ears. "Haha, a successful battle. The plan is perfectly completed," Fuya said, equally excited. "Silly brother, who are you carrying?" "A Logia-type smoke fruit user," Liu Kai replied with a smile. "Why are you carrying him?" Fuya asked curiously. I have a way to extract his fruit ability and then give it to someone else, Liu Kai explained. So what do you think, Brother Olin, Sister Fuya? Would you like to become smoke fruit users? Upon hearing this, Olin and Fuya exchanged glances and then shook their heads like rattles. Liu Kai was speechless at their reaction. Is the natural type so worthless? Why do you all seem so disdainful? Olin explained, I like to go to sea. I don't want to turn into a landlubber. It's not convenient at all. Besides, according to your previous description, the smoke fruit's enhancement to strength is quite limited. Fuya added, I don't care about turning into a landlubber. But if there's a devil fruit that can enhance my medical skills, I would consider it. Liu Kai was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a while, he asked, what about giving it to Terra? Both Olin and Fuya nodded in agreement, showing no objections, even seeming to welcome it. Meanwhile, Terra was leading the rebellion, along with the rescued citizens from the factory and those from the lower city rising up against the high city, causing chaos that lasted until dawn. All the nobles and royal family members were arrested, with the vast majority imprisoned. Some notorious figures, like the king and Duke Karsa, were directly taken to the execution platform for public execution. Throughout this, Liu Kai and the others did not participate, as they could not help with what would happen next in the country. Whether it was restoring order, distributing food, recuperating, or reforming and managing, all required a lot of time and many people to operate. These troublesome matters were best left to Terra. It was time for them to leave. Around 7 in the morning, an excited Terra arrived at the gates of the high city. Upon seeing Liu Kai and the others, he immediately approached them enthusiastically. Ha ha, Ghost! White Fox, Hungry Wolf, this time we really owe it to you three. A great victory, a great victory. Terra couldn't hide his excitement as he laughed. We're holding a grand feast in the high city to celebrate freedom later. You three must attend. Hearing about the feast, Liu Kai's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. Fuya and Olin also smiled and agreed. In a room of the palace, Liu Kai and the others took off their masks and feasted on the spread of food. After eating their fill, Liu Kai contentedly burped, having consumed most of the food without wasting a single bite. Meanwhile, Terra, who was accompanying the three, was still in shock. He had become a Logia-type smoke fruit user, and everything felt like a dream, leaving him looking dazed. By the way, Brother Terra, you need to prepare for 2 scenarios next, Fuya said, sounding somewhat worried as everyone settled down. 2 scenarios? What do you mean? Terra asked, puzzled. Rafaya is a member country of the world government, and that alone isn't a big deal, Fuya explained. But this is the Pearl of the West Sea, the most beautiful country in the West Sea, which has even been praised and inspected by the celestial dragons. Do you know what that means? Dada, who was not dull, suddenly realized something, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. We have achieved a great victory, and the people have obtained their freedom. But what do you think will happen if the celestial dragons get angry? Fuya reminded him. What should we do? Terra asked anxiously. I don't care about those citizens. At this point, there's only one way. Publicly disclose the truth about Rafaya Island to the world, and emphasize one point, that the royal family and nobles of the Rafaya kingdom deliberately created a false impression to deceive the celestial dragons. We must place this blame on them, which will help separate the celestial dragons from Rafaya in public opinion. The celestial dragons' true thoughts on this matter are not important. What matters is that even the celestial dragons will try to erase the truth if they have done something shameful. So, they are unlikely to publicly oppose world opinion on this matter, which is irrelevant to them. Then, if the world government takes no action, you can follow public opinion and become the king. I become king? Terra said, looking confused. No way. Absolutely not. My personality is not suitable for being king at all. You're silly. It's not like we're asking you to rule forever. Once the country stabilizes, you can find someone you think is suitable to pass the kingship to, Fuya said, giving Terra an exasperated look. Of course, this is the ideal scenario, Fuya continued. If the world government takes action and sends people to this island, you should first see if they have any plans for retribution. If they do, you should quickly slip away, moving from the front stage to the back, secretly putting this country on the right track. Of course, if there are no plans for retribution, then everything is perfect and everything can be discussed. Fuya continued, also, if the government really has plans for retribution, you and the 3 of us must take all the responsibility ourselves and not let others get implicated. No way. Terra resolutely denied it, saying that if the situation really developed to this point, I would have to take on everything myself. After all, there is no fear of being bitten when there are many lice. I'm the leader of the resistance, the root cause of everything. Even if someone wants to hold someone accountable, let it be on me. What does it have to do with you? Brother Terra, we are not really who we are. Liu Kai wanted to say something else. All right, Taro waved his hand and said in an authoritative tone, "This matter is settled." Another day passed, and some finishing touches in the city of the Rafia Kingdom were nearing completion, with many places starting to hold various street celebration performances. The citizens wore smiles, and the whole country began to exude incredible vitality. On the same day, the front-page headline of the newspaper reported on the rebellion launched by the rebel army of the Rafia Kingdom and the news of the Rafia Kingdom changing its course. The article revealed the cruel truth about the Rafia Kingdom and described how the former nobles of Rafia concealed the truth from the world and even from the celestial dragons. At the same time, the article also disclosed that the new king of Rafia intended to be friendly with the world government, willing to continue being a member state and fulfill the responsibilities and obligations that come with it. The three instigators of all this, Liu Kai and his companions, quietly left. I never expected things to end so quickly. I wasn't even done enjoying it yet. At the bow of the merchant ship, Fuya gazed at the Rafia Kingdom and sighed, wondering how this country would fare in the future. Rebuilding after destruction is painful for any place, Olin said, but I believe this country will definitely usher in new vitality. Healing any wound takes time. However, people yearning for light will cherish the hard-won new life. Let us come back and take a look in a year or two, Liu Kai suggested. Although the rulers of the Rafia Kingdom had been overthrown, how things would develop afterward was actually hard to predict. All Liu Kai and the others could do was to occasionally come and check in, helping out as much as they could. Later, Liu Kai gifted the sword T and Z, Kiri, and Ji to Olin. When Olin heard that the sword he had acquired was T and Z, Kiri, and Ji, he was almost stunned and refused to accept it no matter what. Since Liu Kai was also a swordsman, he needed a good sword as well. However, in the end, Olin accepted it after Liu Kai's insistence and was in high spirits. So on the way back, even Olin, who usually was reluctant to spend too much time training, couldn't help but take a lot of time to try the sword. The more he tried, the more he liked T and Z, Kiri, and Ji, to the point where he became very fond of it. And Liu Kai was also very happy to see this. Not only Olin, but Fuya also received a very valuable gift, a necklace that even the royal family of the Rafia Kingdom regarded as a treasure. The necklace's exquisite luxury was truly beyond description. This gift was far more precious to Fuya than the sword, and she couldn't stop smiling for several days. However, she was reluctant to wear it and instead kept it in a beautiful box, occasionally opening it to take a look. During the month of the return journey, Liu Kai and Olin battled multiple times. Although Liu Kai still couldn't defeat Olin, the gap in their strengths had become very small. Over the 2 months of back and forth, everyone made progress, and when they disembarked, Olin's level was 50 with an attribute value of 9,514. Liu Kai's current level was 45 with an attribute value of 6,941. Based on the naval strength classification that Xena and the others mentioned, both Olin and Liu Kai were at the top level of Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters just from their attribute values. However, Olin possessed both armament hockey and observation hockey, and had also mastered some powerful killing moves. Therefore, Olin actually had the strength of a newly promoted Vice Admiral in the Navy. This was already very terrifying, as a Vice Admiral in the Navy headquarters was among the top powerful figures, and such strength could even make a name in the New World. Of course, naval ranks are not solely determined by strength. Military achievements and reputation are also very important. Some people, although very strong, are only Rear Admirals due to insufficient military achievements and reputation. There are also others whose strength is significantly weaker compared to other Vice Admirals. But because of their great contributions, they're promoted to Vice Admiral. Liu Kai has gained a rough understanding of the world's ranking system. According to the system, the attribute value of an ordinary Navy member at the Navy headquarters is 10, while a Rear Admiral's average attribute value is around 7,000, mostly between 500 and 10,000, with a few below 5,000 and a few above 10,000. A Vice Admiral's average attribute value is around 16,000, significantly higher than that of a Rear Admiral, ranging from 10,000 to 30,000. The highly praised Rob Lucci from CP9, at his time on Eni's lobby, had an enhanced attribute value that was actually at the level of a top-tier Rear Admiral. Of course, this is only in terms of attribute value. A person's true combat power is just one aspect of their attributes. In addition to attribute values, combat skills, hockey, and devil fruit abilities are all important considerations. This was something that Olin, Demo, and others had discussed with Liu Kai early on. As the strongest user of the 6 powers, Rob Lucci's combat skills are top-notch. So his true combat power is higher than that of a typical Rear Admiral, even surpassing some newly promoted Vice Admirals who only have basic hockey proficiency. However, He cannot be compared to the seasoned vice admirals of the Navy headquarters because he lacks hockey. Although Rob Lucci only had a combat power of 4,000 when he was tested, he is a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user. Zoan-type Devil Fruits significantly enhance the user's physical attributes. Particularly, Rob Lucci's Devil Fruit ability is considered strong among Zoan types. Therefore, it is not surprising that after transforming using his Devil Fruit ability, his attribute value doubled to 8,000. However, when Rob Lucci reappears 2 years later, his attribute value should have surpassed 30,000. After 2 years of hard training, Rob Lucci's base attribute value has significantly improved, and after awakening his Zoan-type Devil Fruit ability, his attribute value will increase dramatically again. At the same time, as the top user of the 6 powers who has mastered hockey, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is close to the level of an admiral. However, the strength gap among vice admirals is the largest among military ranks. No matter how long someone has been a vice admiral, as long as they have not been promoted to admiral, they remain a vice admiral. In a world of pirates, a person's strength generally peaks around the age of 30 to 40, and theoretically, there is still potential to be tapped before the age of 40, with strength having room for improvement. After the age of 60, strength gradually declines with age. This is why admirals in the Navy headquarters are typically chosen from the age range of 40 to 60, as this age group not only reaches peak strength, but usually also has enough military achievements. In the classification of strength, there's a distinction between newly promoted and seasoned vice admirals. Those who have been vice admirals for a long time generally have longer training times, richer combat experience, and greater potential development, with strengths approaching that of an admiral. These individuals can have attribute values around 30,000, which may not be inferior to those of an admiral when considering attribute values alone. Beyond that, there are peak individuals like Garp, whose strength is at an admiral level. It is hard to specify their exact attribute values, but Lucci believes they are certainly above 40,000. In the New World, those who are far from reaching the level of the 4 emperors, but are still renowned, powerful figures, are generally at the vice admiral level, with specific levels depending on the individual. As the highest combat strength in the Navy, admirals have attribute values of at least 30,000, which is truly terrifying. This is just the basic attribute value of an admiral. Many Devil Fruit abilities that do not affect physical attributes or hockey usage are not included in the attribute values. The attribute values of admirals in the Navy headquarters are already exaggerated, combined with their Devil Fruit abilities and hockey usage. Claiming they're the strongest combat power in the Navy is not an exaggeration at all. As for Kaido, or Charlotte Linlin, Lucci speculates that their attribute values should be over 60,000. As exemplars of becoming the world's peak power solely through their physical abilities, their physical qualities are extraordinarily monstrous. However, attribute values are not simply equated with attack power. They encompass a wide range. For example, Roger's basic attributes, while also monstrous, had most of his additional attribute points invested in attack-related attributes. Thus, his strength and explosive power surpass that of Kaido and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. And his speed and agility are also superior, with hockey usage not being inferior to theirs. However, if only physical strength and defensive capabilities are considered, there is a significant gap between Roger and Kaido or Charlotte Linlin. Therefore, if Roger were to battle Kaido or Charlotte Linlin to win, he could only rely on direct offensive tactics, using his offensive techniques to counter their attacks, ensuring that they cannot harm him while he can still inflict damage on them. Therefore, in a real fight, even the defensively monstrous Kaido or Charlotte Linlin would not be a match for peak Roger. This is why Roger could brazenly seize the historical text from Charlotte Linlin. Although she was furious, she had no way to stop him. Later, Kazuki Oden was also able to injure Kaido for similar reasons. After all, combat is not about standing there stupidly, taking turns hitting each other, nor is it simply a comparison of physical attribute values. However, Lucci still wants to maximize his attribute values. While attribute values are not everything, they are indeed essential. Lucci's current attribute value is still below 7,000, at most at the level of a rear admiral, and among them, he is one of the weaker ones. Therefore, Lucci still has a huge gap to bridge to reach the world's top powers. His only advantage over a typical rear admiral is his hockey and combat skills. But Lucci is not discouraged at all because he is only 12 years old, with continuous improvement of his potential and breaking of limits. Lucci's rate of progress is not only not slowing down, but is actually accelerating. As long as he keeps training like this, he believes that one day he will reach the peak and even become the world's strongest. Now that his great revenge has been avenged, the weight that has been pressing on Lucci's heart has finally been lifted, and he is also contemplating his future and next steps. After Liu Kai came into this world, what he saw and heard, along with the pain he personally experienced, prompted him to strongly desire to do something for the ordinary people who suffer and endure hardships in this world. Liu Kai never considered himself a person who takes the world as his responsibility. Most of the time, he is just a fighter who does not bow to fate. However, the experiences of these years have brought about a complete change in Liu Kai's thoughts. If Olin were to ask Liu Kai again, what is the reason you want to become stronger? Liu Kai's likely response is, first, I feel uncomfortable if I don't become stronger. Second, I want to help those in need and eradicate all evil in the world. Well, it seems the same as before. And this is indeed Liu Kai's thought, but his concept of evil has completely changed from 4 years ago. He can distinguish right from wrong. Since accepting little Liu Kai's memories, he has gone through several life and death situations and has endured inhumane slavery for 2 years. After witnessing the tragic plight of the people of the Raphia Kingdom and hearing Dimo, Shina, and Olin recount many dark aspects of the world, coupled with Liu Kai's first-hand experiences of bandits and pirates committing heinous acts, leaving countless innocent people homeless and bodies strewn across the ground, Liu Kai finally realized that those cold, lifeless written records could hardly reflect even 1/10,000th of the brutal truth. Nothing is more shocking and relatable than witnessing and personally experiencing those tragic realities. Furthermore, having encountered kind-hearted family members in this life, Liu Kai has become even more unable to tolerate the suffering of others, influenced by their nurturing day and night. Coupled with what he has seen, heard, and experienced, Liu Kai's thoughts have long since changed, and his desire to change the world has become increasingly resolute. However, he has always been hesitant about how to proceed. Instead, it was Fuya who helped Liu Kai analyze the situation, allowing him to solidify his thoughts. In Fuya's analysis, the choices before Liu Kai were actually not many. Just 3 options. The first was to become a pirate, to establish a power that surpasses the Rock's pirates and violently overthrow this world. However, Liu Kai immediately dismissed this option, as he despises power-hungry and selfish rulers, as well as the wickedness of pirates, so he would never become a pirate. The second option was to build his own force, continuously accumulate strength, and then gradually erode the existing order, ultimately overthrowing this world. Although Liu Kai was tempted, he believed that the Revolutionary Army would take this path in the future. If they were not allowed to proceed, he would take another route and then establish a cooperative relationship with the Revolutionary Army, which might yield even better results. Moreover, this path was too difficult to walk. Although Liu Kai did not completely dismiss it, he still needed to plan carefully for the long term. Thirdly, he considered joining the Navy, then publicly repairing the road while secretly taking a different path. After much contemplation, Liu Kai ultimately decided that he wanted to join the Navy. Moreover, he did not want to be an ordinary sailor. He aimed to become a senior naval officer, at least a general, or even a marshal. However, to pursue this path, the immediate priority for Liu Kai was to enhance his own strength, as he did not want to climb slowly from the bottom of the Navy. To achieve his goals faster and reach the upper echelons of the Navy headquarters in the shortest time possible, overwhelming strength became crucial. After returning to Springwater Town, Liu Kai only rested for 3 days before bidding farewell to his family and returning to the Carlson Jungle. Liu Kai is so persistent in coming to the Carlson Jungle trials for 2 reasons. First, training in the smoky atmosphere is much more effective than in the outside world. Second, Liu Kai is particularly drawn to the central summon of the 3 major overlords guarding the Carlson Jungle. It is a call from the system, which means there is something related to the system here, and that is no small matter. It might allow Liu Kai to understand the secrets of the system. However, as Liu Kai moves towards the core area of the Carlson Jungle, he gradually feels that something is off, and then he immediately activates his observation hockey. It's no big deal not to investigate, but once he does, Liu Kai is stunned. He discovers that the number of the 3 major overlords in the core area of the jungle has significantly decreased. The White Tiger Clan and the Swamp Crocodile Clan have lost at least half of their members. The remaining members are mostly injured, with half even bearing disabilities. As for the Dragon Snake Clan, they have mysteriously disappeared without a trace. What on earth happened? Liu Kai is speechless in shock. Could it be? After a long pause, Liu Kai murmurs, could it be that the 3 major overlords fought, and in the end, the White Tiger Clan and the Swamp Crocodile Clan teamed up to wipe out the Dragon Snake Clan? Based on the situation he has investigated, Liu Kai believes this is the most reasonable explanation he can come up with at the moment. Little Dragon? Liu Kai remembered the little dragon snake that had a good relationship with him and liked to cling to him, and his heart tightened. However, In the central area of the jungle, Liu Kai did not sense the presence of the dragon snake cub. Liu Kai quickly expanded the range of his observation haki, still harboring a glimmer of hope. After all, the dragon and serpent clan was very strong. If they wanted to escape, some of them should still be able to survive. When the range of his observation haki reached 5 miles, Liu Kai actually sensed the presence of the little dragon. However, at the same time, Liu Kai also felt many other presences. Liu Kai immediately sensed that something was wrong and hurried towards the direction where Xiaolong was. Upon arrival, the first thing that caught Liu Kai's eye was a massive dragon snake, which was the Dragon Snake King he had seen from afar before. However, the aura of the Dragon Snake King had become very weak, and its condition was quite poor. Inside the coils of the Dragon Snake King was a much smaller dragon snake, which was Xiaolong, currently being protected in the center by the Dragon Snake King. Xiaolong, Liu Kai called out as he got closer, immediately attracting the attention of both dragon snakes. Xiaolong excitedly poked its head out, wanting to crawl towards Liu Kai, but was forcibly stopped by the Dragon Snake King. The Dragon Snake King seemed to sense a dangerous aura from Liu Kai and immediately opened its massive jaws, capable of swallowing him whole. However, it did not attack, seemingly wanting to scare Liu Kai away. Xiaolong rubbed against the Dragon Snake King and continuously flicked its tongue, as if trying to convey some information to the Dragon Snake King. Subsequently, the Dragon Snake King's demeanor softened slightly, but it remained extremely vigilant. Of course, it was not only wary of Liu Kai, but also of the fierce beasts lurking nearby. Although the white tiger, the marsh crocodile, and the dragon snake were the most formidable rulers, there were still many other beasts in the Carlson jungle that were not as powerful, but still exceptionally strong. Moreover, the beasts were quite perceptive. At this moment, with the Dragon Snake King severely injured and Xiaolong still just a cub, many beasts would naturally not miss the opportunity to seize power. Currently, the Dragon Snake King still had a bit of deterrent power, but if its aura weakened further, the surrounding beasts would definitely pounce. The situation was extremely critical. Just then, a giant wolf, standing 8 meters tall, couldn't hold back any longer. The giant wolf suddenly leaped out from the jungle and then accelerated sharply towards the Dragon Snake King, intending to launch a surprise attack while the Dragon Snake King was distracted by Liu Kai. Anticipating the giant wolf's movement, Liu Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from his spot, reappearing at the side of the giant wolf. However, the giant wolf clearly did not regard Liu Kai as a threat. To it, this little figure was simply not worth worrying about. At the moment of the attack, Liu Kai unleashed an astonishing momentum. By the time the giant wolf reacted, it was already too late to dodge. In the blink of an eye, Liu Kai executed the thrust while slash infused with his domineering aura, piercing it into the giant wolf, the entire blade completely entering its body. However, the giant wolf's body was simply too enormous, and Liu Kai's knife felt rather insignificant against it. Although the blade had fully penetrated and the sword energy had pierced through some of the wolf's internal organs, it didn't inflict significant damage. Instead, it enraged the giant wolf. At this moment, the giant wolf disregarded the Dragon Snake King and lunged at Liu Kai with its massive, gaping maw. Liu Kai immediately drew another knife, and with a fierce motion, he executed 2 powerful slashes. The giant wolf quickly dodged one of them, but the other struck its back. However, Liu Kai's full-force strike only left a small, 1-foot-long wound on the giant wolf's back. Although blood was seeping from the wound, the amount was negligible for the giant wolf. Clearly, this was still not a fatal blow, as most of the strike's power was absorbed by the wolf's thick fur. The new wound was insufficient to weaken the giant wolf, so its charge towards Liu Kai did not diminish at all, and it lunged to bite him again, forcing Liu Kai to dodge quickly. Just as he moved to the side, the giant wolf's claws swiped at him. Although he had anticipated the wolf's movement, Liu Kai had no time to dodge again and could only raise his knife to parry. The giant wolf's powerful claws struck him, sending Liu Kai flying several meters away, and he felt as if his entire body had fallen apart. Facing such a massive, gifted beast, Liu Kai's current strength was indeed at a disadvantage. Previously, when dealing with such a beast, Liu Kai would dodge whenever possible. But now, his fighting spirit surged, and he showed no intention of retreating. With the little dragon behind him, he could not back down. Then, while dodging, Liu Kai sheathed his left-hand knife and simultaneously drew the sheath of the knife in his right hand. After sheathing it, he held it with his left hand while preparing to draw the knife with his right hand. Liu Kai then suddenly stomped the ground and leaped high into the air. As he descended towards the giant wolf, he unleashed his ultimate move, 9 Nether Slash. A flurry of knife shadows flashed by, and immediately, Dozens of horrifying wounds appeared on the giant wolf's back. Upon returning to the ground, Lu Kai did not stop, as the giant wolf recoiled in pain. He suddenly dashed below it and executed another heaven-cleaving slash from below, slicing directly into the wolf's abdomen. A large amount of blood gushed out from the wolf's belly. This strike not only cut through its skin, but also severely injured most of its internal organs. The giant wolf quickly retreated, trying to escape. However, it had barely taken a few steps before it began to wobble, and with a reluctant roar, it collapsed into a pool of blood. The reason giant wolves are difficult to handle is that they possess tough, iron-like bodies, with fur that can absorb a large amount of attacks and bones as hard as iron. However, the giant wolf still has a weakness: its abdomen. The abdomen is the area with the least fur, the softest part, and the closest to its internal organs. Under normal circumstances, the giant wolf would never allow other beasts to attack its abdomen. However, after Lu Kai had wounded the giant wolf a few times, its reaction slowed down considerably, giving Lu Kai an opportunity. He was not surprised by this outcome. In this core area of the jungle, the giant wolf was merely among the weakest of beasts. Lu Kai usually avoided provoking giant wolves because they are pack animals, but today, this one was alone and was naturally no match for Lu Kai's full strength. Lu Kai's action stunned many wild beasts. However, the king of dragons and snakes seemed to relax, as if Lu Kai's presence provided protection, and its breath rapidly weakened. Immediately, the surroundings were filled with rising and falling roars, as countless ferocious beasts hid in the surrounding jungle, seemingly ready to charge out at any moment. Ow! At that moment, a tiger's roar that shook the mountains sounded, and the wild beasts immediately fell silent. In the jungle, a white tiger, standing 10 meters tall and over 20 meters long, slowly walked out, followed by 5 other white tigers. Roar! Another roar echoed as a massive crocodile crawled out from the other side. It was the king among the swamp giants, followed by 7 other giant crocodiles. Lu Kai's expression had become very grim. He didn't know if the 2 great overlords had come because they sensed the aura of battle, or if they were aware that there were still 2 dragon snakes alive and wanted to eliminate them completely. However, in either case, it seemed that this was not something he could handle. The aura emanating from the king of the white tigers and the king of the swamp crocodiles was extremely powerful. Even the other white tigers and crocodiles they brought with them exuded an aura that was significantly stronger than that of the giant wolves. The situation was exceptionally critical, with many wild beasts lurking around, and right in front of him were the 2 great kings accompanied by powerful members of their clans, ready to launch an attack at any moment. In this situation, Lu Kai found himself in a dilemma. He couldn't let the dragon snakes leave, nor could he keep them here. The dragon snake king was already too weak to escape, but leaving the 2 dragon snakes here was even less appropriate. Lu Kai did not believe for a moment that he could protect them in this situation. Even dealing with a giant wolf was somewhat challenging for him. The battle with the giant wolf seemed to be over quickly, taking only 3 moves from the start of the fight to the kill. However, each move Lu Kai used was the strongest killing move he had, and he was able to easily slay the giant wolf only by exploiting its weaknesses. Now, facing the much stronger and more numerous white tigers and swamp giant crocodiles, Lu Kai had no chance of winning. Yet, he still stood before the 2 dragon snakes, unyielding. The standoff did not last long before the white tiger king suddenly moved. It stomped the ground fiercely, causing the ground to tremble, and then lunged at Lu Kai. Once in close range, the white tiger king unleashed a claw strike directly at Lu Kai. Lu Kai wielded dual blades and fiercely struck at the giant claw that was taller than himself, simultaneously unleashing his powerful killing move, Double Dragon Slash. Lu Kai's Double Dragon Slash is incredibly powerful and has a knockback effect. However, the enormous tiger claw paused only slightly before launching another attack at Lu Kai. To protect the dragon and snake, Lu Kai, who couldn't dodge in time, could only use Iron Block Divine Body, while covering his entire body with armed color hockey for hard resistance. Iron Block Divine Body. It compresses and condenses the originally steel-like hardness and dispersed strength throughout the body at the point of impact, then covers it with armed color hockey, greatly enhancing the local defense of the body. When this move is executed, the body can move freely. However, even with the strongest defensive technique available today, Lu Kai was still sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into dozens of trees before finally coming to a stop. Bastard! After a while, Lu Kai stood up, his body trembling, with blood constantly spilling from the corner of his mouth as he cursed under his breath. The previous strike from the White Tiger King nearly knocked Lu Kai unconscious, but fortunately, after a moment of distraction, he recovered. The trees provided some cushioning when he was sent flying, so his injuries weren't too severe. Liu Kai paused briefly before rushing back, reappearing between the two dragon serpents and the other two groups of fierce beasts. At the same time, he swung his right foot violently, unleashing a massive slash towards the group of beasts. However, the moment this slash made contact with the skin of the White Tiger King and the Crocodile King at the front, it shattered directly, causing no harm to either of the two kings. Seeing this, Liu Kai immediately abandoned this ineffective move and, with a few leaps, appeared in front of the White Tiger King, delivering a heavenly slash aimed at the giant head of the White Tiger King. The White Tiger looked at Liu Kai as if he were an insect, showing no intention of dodging his killing blow. Yet, when Liu Kai's blade struck the head of the White Tiger King, it didn't even pierce its skin, merely cutting through some fur. How could this be? It should be noted that Liu Kai used his sword heart for this strike, and the blade itself was very sharp. The heavenly slash was also Liu Kai's signature move, capable of unleashing his power in an extraordinary manner. Additionally, Liu Kai had wrapped the blade with armament hockey, making it his strongest move at that moment. However, his strongest attack was met with indifference from the opponent, and upon impact, it couldn't even break the surface of the opponent's skin. This was beyond exaggeration. This was the West Sea. How could there be beasts strong enough to reach such a level? Beasts of the three great overlords shouldn't even exist. At that moment, Liu Kai felt that this world was too insane. Such powerful beasts had never been heard of, even in the Grand Line or the New World. The beasts on Ruskai Island, where Luffy trained for 2 years, were nowhere near this level of strength. But reality did not allow Liu Kai to contemplate. The white tigers and swamp crocodiles had already charged towards the last two dragon serpents. Just as Liu Kai was about to use the dark fruit to make a desperate move, he suddenly felt a darkness in front of him, and then he was heavily slammed by something, sending him flying 100 meters away. The force of the impact was immense. Yet Liu Kai was surprised to find that he wasn't injured at all. Before he could react, another figure charged towards him, and that figure was Little Dragon. It was the Dragon Serpent King who used its tail to sweep Liu Kai and Little Dragon to the back, clearly indicating that they should escape quickly. However, this momentary opening allowed the claws of the White Tiger King and the massive jaws of the Crocodile King to strike it, leaving horrific wounds on its body. The Dragon Serpent King, however, seemed oblivious. Instead, it turned its head and opened its massive mouth towards the White Tiger King and the Crocodile King, spraying a large amount of venom from its sharp teeth. The two kings immediately became alert and quickly dodged to the sides. Some of the venom that sprayed from the Dragon Serpent King's teeth fell to the ground, while some landed on its massive body, seeping into it through the wounds inflicted by the crocodile and White Tiger. After doing all of this, the Dragon Serpent King finally let out a sigh of relief, looking towards Liu Kai and Little Dragon with a loving gaze. The eye contact lasted only a moment, and then the Dragon Serpent King slowly lost all its strength, closed its eyes, and its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, gradually losing its breath. Meanwhile, the venom that had fallen to the ground quickly corroded the surface, releasing waves of purple toxic smoke. The purple smoke mixed with the miasma, turning into a large amount of concentrated poison gas that rapidly spread outwards. Some of the fierce beasts that hadn't reacted in time or couldn't dodge immediately let out horrifying screams upon contact with the toxic smoke. They soon succumbed to the poison, foaming at the mouth and convulsing before collapsing dead on the ground. The White Tiger King and the Crocodile King seemed to have anticipated this scene, leading their respective fierce beasts to swiftly flee far away. After all, both sides had previously engaged in brutal combat and understood that the Dragon Serpent King's dying strike was no joke. Little Dragon, seeing the Dragon Serpent King fall, desperately tried to rush towards it, but Liu Kai held on tightly. Little Dragon, don't be impulsive. Don't let the Dragon Serpent King's sacrifice be in vain. As Little Dragon struggled more intensely, almost breaking free from Liu Kai's grip, Liu Kai shouted urgently. Little Dragon finally calmed down, but Liu Kai could clearly feel the deep sadness radiating from it. We need to go. Faced with the opportunity that the Dragon Serpent King had fought so hard to create, Liu Kai shouted again at Little Dragon. Little Dragon stared at the corpse of the Dragon Serpent King for a long time, and its sorrowful eyes finally turned resolute. It suddenly turned its body and slithered desperately in the direction away from there. Liu Kai quickly followed suit, simultaneously expanding the range of his observation haki to the maximum, constantly guiding the Little Dragon in the right direction. The duo, one person and one snake, managed to escape to a location 20 kilometers away from the central area before finally stopping. Only upon reaching this point did they feel completely safe. According to the habits of the two dominant beasts, they would not leave their territory beyond 5 kilometers. The reason Lu Kai brought the little dragon here was twofold. First, there were virtually no fierce beasts that could threaten the young dragon in this area, and even if there were, they were no match for Lu Kai. Second, the number of fierce beasts here was abundant, and they were of considerable size, capable of meeting the little dragon's dietary needs. Beyond this area, the beasts tended to be smaller. When Lu Kai was escaping, he also thought about taking the little dragon to Springwater Town. However, even though the little dragon was a cub among the dragon and snake tribe, it was already seen as a giant snake in the eyes of humans. Bringing it back would likely scare a lot of people. The main reason, though, was that the little dragon was unwilling to leave anymore. Once it reached this place, it seemed to have taken root, collapsing to the side and not moving at all. Lu Kai felt the sadness of the little dragon surge again. However, he didn't know how to comfort it, so he could only keep stroking the little dragon's head and silently accompany it. "I'm sorry, I'm late," Lu Kai said after a long time, feeling very guilty. In fact, even if he had been present during the fight between the 3 great overlords, there was probably not much he could have done. Among the 3 overlords, any single one of them, aside from a younger cub that was smaller than the little dragon, would not be something Lu Kai could handle. But Lu Kai felt very regretful because he wasn't by the little dragon's side when it needed him the most. Fortunately, the little dragon didn't actually suffer any serious harm. Otherwise, Lu Kai wouldn't know how to face it. For 3 whole days, the little dragon lay there, motionless, indifferent to the roasted meat that Lu Kai had prepared, not even glancing at it. Lu Kai could only train on the side while constantly paying attention to Xiaolong's condition. 2 days later, Lu Kai finally couldn't hold back any longer. Although he knew that the Dragon Snake clan could go a long time without eating after each meal, Xiaolong was now radiating a will to die. "Xiaolong, I know you're very sad," Lu Kai said, "but you must live well. This is also the last wish of the Dragon Snake King, isn't it? We can only survive and become strong to have the chance for revenge." At that moment, Xiaolong suddenly moved, but instead of responding to Lu Kai's words, she opened her massive jaws and bit down on Lu Kai's arm. It seemed that mentioning her clan had stimulated her, as Xiaolong's sharp teeth pierced through Lu Kai's arm. However, Lu Kai stood still, neither blocking nor dodging, allowing Xiaolong to bite him. Fortunately, Xiaolong did not release venom after biting Lu Kai. Otherwise, that would have cost him his life, as Xiaolong did not intend to kill him. Seeing Lu Kai allow her to bite him, Xiaolong was momentarily stunned, but then, as if enraged, she violently shook her head and sent Lu Kai flying. After Lu Kai was thrown high into the air and landed heavily on the ground without getting up, the little dragon rushed over again, opening its massive mouth and roaring at Lu Kai. Although the sound the little dragon made was just a hissing noise, Lu Kai, having spent a long time with the little dragon and knowing the habits of the Dragon Snake clan, understood that the little dragon was blaming him for not coming to help them, and also telling Lu Kai to get as far away as possible. However, Lu Kai had no intention of leaving. Instead, he looked at the little dragon with pain in his heart. The little dragon became even angrier, its tail whipping down like a whip and striking heavily on Lu Kai. The force was so great that Lu Kai felt as if his internal organs were being crushed, but the little dragon showed no signs of stopping, repeatedly striking Lu Kai with its tail. It wasn't until blood continuously poured from Lu Kai's mouth that the little dragon's tail finally halted in midair, no longer coming down. Upon seeing Lu Kai's tragic state, the little dragon seemed to suddenly awaken, and then, realizing it had done something unforgivable, it quickly shrank back, trembling all over. After retreating a considerable distance, the little dragon buried its head deep into its curled-up body, unable to face the situation, while tears of regret, despair, and sorrow flowed uncontrollably from the corners of its eyes. Lu Kai tried to get up from the pit created by the dragon strike. However, due to multiple fractures in his body, he fell several times and couldn't stand up. It wasn't until he pulled out a knife to use as a cane that he finally managed to struggle to his feet, limping awkwardly towards the dragon. When he reached the dragon's side, Lu Kai stretched out his hand to gently stroke the dragon's head. The dragon's massive body suddenly trembled, then relaxed, tears streaming down as it allowed Lu Kai to pet it. Lu Kai did not dodge or evade, as he wanted to give Xiaolong a chance to vent his feelings. If this could make Xiaolong feel a little better, he felt it was his responsibility. However, before long, Lu Kai seemed to have all his strength drained away. He suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. When Lu Kai woke up, it was already 6 o'clock the next morning. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Long's huge head looking at him with tears. Heartbroken and filled with endless regret, Lu Kai smiled faintly and reached out to touch Xiao Long's lips. Xiao Long suddenly shivered all over, but quickly steadied itself, cautiously moving because Lu Kai was lying on top of it at that moment. I'm fine now. Then, under Xiao Long's astonished gaze, Lu Kai suddenly flipped over, stretched its neck, and then yawned broadly, saying, "That was a good sleep." Xiao Long immediately excitedly and affectionately nuzzled against Lu Kai, expressing its joy while also seeming to apologize to Lu Kai. All right. Lu Kai laughed while comforting Xiao Long, saying it was okay, that everything was fine now, and nothing would happen again. After a while, Xiao Long finally stopped, and, after Lu Kai patted its head and comforted it for a bit longer, it began to think about a plan to help Xiao Long take revenge. In the following days, Xiao Long seemed to return to its lively and silly self, eating, drinking, and sleeping as usual. Xiao Long's personality was already somewhat carefree, and being a young dragon snake hybrid, its mind was still not fully developed. So its sorrow came and went quickly. However, in certain moments, Xiao Long would still nuzzle against Lu Kai to apologize, and a sudden sadness would flash in its eyes. Perhaps for Xiao Long, it did not understand what its experiences meant, but the pain and sorrow of watching its entire clan perish before it were very real. The only thing Lu Kai can do is stay by Xiao Long's side, taking care of and accompanying it as much as possible. Over the past few days, Lu Kai has thought of several ways to deal with the two great overlords. However, he has sadly discovered that none of them seem to be very useful. Although Lu Kai is quite strong, and he's also a user of the dark fruit, the strength of the two overlords is just too overwhelming, and his dark fruit abilities might not have much effect at this time. Using darkness to devour? Given the physical strength of the two overlords, even if Lu Kai were to sneak attack and devour them into the black hole space, they probably wouldn't suffer any significant damage. Moreover, the larger the object, the greater the burden on Lu Kai when using his dark fruit abilities to devour it, resulting in even more stamina consumption. Perhaps after devouring the two overlords, he could trap them in the black hole space for 10 minutes. But after 10 minutes, he would have to release them. If he took any longer, his stamina would be exhausted, and the two overlords would likely remain unharmed. Therefore, trying to deal with the two overlords in this way, or even naively thinking of starving them, is completely unrealistic. Doing so would only serve to anger the two overlords, which doesn't seem to have much significance. At that point, the entire clan of the two overlords would rise up against Lu Kai, leaving him with no choice but to flee. After all, the dark fruit does not enhance attack power like some other fruits, such as the magma fruit, ice fruit, light fruit, or thunder fruit. If Lu Kai were a user of any of those devil fruits, he wouldn't have any worries. Although the two overlords are very powerful, they do not use haki and cannot harm a natural-type devil fruit user. However, facing these two overlords, the dark fruit only leads to Lu Kai taking hits, and a single misstep could be fatal. Moreover, the only way Lu Kai seems to be able to escape is from the air. After all, the two overlords are invincible on the ground, but cannot fly. Wait, flying? A sudden flash of inspiration struck Lu Kai's mind. It seems that I have entered a misunderstanding. I don't necessarily have to defeat or even kill them, right? Having spent so much time with Sister Fuya, I haven't learned any of her essence at all. I can't beat them, but I can play dirty. There are plenty of ways to take revenge. Why must I defeat them head-on? Capture the leader first. I only need to deal with the two overlords, and dealing with the others will be much easier, right? I indeed can't handle them on the ground. But what about in the air? Lu Kai thought more and more that it made sense, and it seemed to be his only chance, as well as his greatest advantage. Although the two overlords were physically terrifying and far beyond what Lu Kai could handle, they couldn't fly and lacked any attack methods other than physical attacks. So they were not without flaws. While the physical qualities of these two overlords were extremely strong, they couldn't compare to Kaido, right? Lu Kai continued to ponder. Although the skins of the two beasts were indestructible, what about their internal organs? Just because Kaido jumped from a height of 10,000 meters without any issues didn't mean they would be fine too. Moreover, I can continuously accelerate them in the air, making their speed much faster than normal falling. In that case, even the two overlords would get hurt, right? The landing spot is also very important. An ordinary place won't do. It has to be somewhere far below. So the plan is actually quite simple. First, use the dark fruit to launch a sneak attack, swallow them, and then release them at a high altitude. During the process, I will keep accelerating them, ensuring they land accurately in a place that can harm them. If one fall isn't enough, then 2. If 2 isn't enough, then 3. At worst, I can keep playing with them for a few days and nights. I don't believe that after being tossed around like this, the 2 overlords can still be fine. Thinking of this, Liu Kai couldn't help but feel excited. With a plan in mind, he decided to act. Soon, Liu Kai shared his plan with Little Dragon. When Little Dragon heard Liu Kai describe his plan, her sparkling, wise eyes clearly showed she didn't understand. However, when she heard about letting the 2 overlords experience high-altitude falls, she suddenly became excited. Liu Kai didn't know if Xiao Long felt that he could take revenge or simply thought it was fun. In the following days, Liu Kai and Xiao Long explored the Carlson jungle and finally found a stone forest in the west. The rocks here were extremely hard, with many naturally formed spikes. Although the gaps between the spikes were large enough for humans, they were just right for the 2 mighty beings, ensuring a thrilling experience. As dawn broke, Liu Kai prepared to venture alone into the deepest part of the Carlson jungle. Xiao Long, wait for me at the designated spot, and don't run around, okay? Liu Kai repeatedly advised Xiao Long, don't worry, I'll definitely be fine. Xiao Long's eyes immediately became moist, and he kept rubbing his big head against Liu Kai, clearly not wanting to be separated from him for even a moment. Liu Kai had no choice but to comfort Xiao Long for a long time, and he promised that he would return soon. Only then did Xiao Long reluctantly bid farewell to Liu Kai. In the past few days, Liu Kai noticed that Xiao Long's dependence on him had exceeded previous levels. He wanted to stick to Liu Kai at all times. Liu Kai could only indulge Xiao Long, as he understood his feelings. Having witnessed the destruction of his group and being frightened, along with the fact that dragons and snakes are inherently social animals, Xiao Long had nothing left except for Liu Kai. After saying goodbye to Xiao Long, Liu Kai rode a fully tamed Black Panther, which he and Xiao Long had trained together, and rushed toward the most central area of the Carlson jungle. This Black Panther stood 3 meters tall, measured nearly 7 meters in length, and its tail was 4 meters long, running at an incredible speed. Unlike ordinary leopards, the Black Panthers in the Carlson jungle also had strong endurance, capable of running at high speeds for over 10 miles without issue. After all, any creature with significant disadvantages would struggle to survive in the Carlson jungle. The 15-kilometer distance was covered in an instant. When Liu Kai was 300 meters away from the core area, he dismounted and instructed the Black Panther to retreat a kilometer and wait for him, reminding it that it could leave early if it encountered danger. After that, Liu Kai headed toward the core area and made his way to a relatively open space in the area where the dragon and snake had originally been. Liu Kai only felt that fate was playing tricks on him. It was his first time in the core area, and he had arrived in such a manner. However, it was only after arriving here that Liu Kai discovered that the power summoning him actually came from beneath his feet. But at that moment, he had no time for further exploration, as he had already successfully attracted the attention of the 2 major overlords. The 2 overlords of the core area immediately reacted to Liu Kai, the sudden intruder. Several white tigers and a few giant crocodiles swiftly rushed towards Liu Kai, encircling him as they approached. Once they were close, one of the white tigers lunged at Liu Kai. Regardless of whether that white tiger recognized Liu Kai as the person who rescued the little dragon snake a few days ago, any creature daring to come here would be swiftly eliminated by the 2 overlords to protect their territory and maintain their absolute authority. However, Liu Kai did not engage with the white tiger. Instead, he suddenly leaped into the air about 50 meters above the ground. Each time he was about to fall, he would step on the air, maintaining his position in the sky. Liu Kai was certainly not idle. He was waiting for the White Tiger King and the Swamp Crocodile King to appear, as his target today was solely the 2 of them. However, the intelligence of the 2 beasts was quite high. If he revealed his cards too early and caused them to flee, especially if they escaped beyond the Carlson jungle, Liu Kai would be in serious trouble. The jumping ability of the white tigers was strong, but at the moment, their limit was only about 50 meters. They almost reached Liu Kai each time, but always fell just short. This frustrated the white tigers, which continued to roar angrily, while the crocodiles nearby joined in the commotion. After a while, the White Tiger King and the Swamp Crocodile King finally approached slowly. With both kings gathered together, Liu Kai had already achieved his initial goal. After all, attacking them separately would pose a greater risk for Liu Kai. A surprise attack was a one-time opportunity. When the White Tiger King was still about 100 meters away from Liu Kai, it suddenly leaped with tremendous force, quickly ascending into the sky and closing in on Liu Kai while preparing to strike. Meanwhile, the Swamp Crocodile King stealthily crept into the nearby bushes not far from Liu Kai, and at the moment the White Tiger launched its attack, it also sprang into action. Leaping into the air with its massive jaws wide open, aiming to bite Liu Kai. Seeing that both kings had fallen for his trap, so easily left Liu Kai somewhat astonished. He had made ample preparations, and he had not expected his plan to be so close to success after just one encounter. Liu Kai couldn't help but grin, raising one hand to the sky as a large amount of darkness crazily gathered in his palm, quickly forming a dark giant sphere with a diameter of about 100 meters. As the dark giant sphere grew larger, Liu Kai adjusted his position relative to the sphere according to the trajectory of the two kings. The second king, sprinting through the sky at an incredible speed, seemed unable to wait any longer and charged into the darkness in front of everyone. Before entering, the second king desperately tried to break free in the air, but it looked more like dancing in the sky with no effect at all. If this were on the ground, with their strength, they could have escaped. However, the speed at which the second king rushed over was too fast, and there was nowhere to gain leverage in the air to break free. So from the scene, it appeared that the second king had actively charged in and was devoured, as Liu Kai retracted all the darkness back into his body. The White Tiger King and the Giant Crocodile King disappeared without a trace. The other white tigers and giant crocodiles were left dumbfounded. Their two invincible kings had simultaneously vanished. How could this be possible? Where had their kings gone? Had they just been transferred? Or were they already dead? The sudden appearance of darkness was truly terrifying for the beasts. However, Liu Kai paid them no mind. After pulling all the darkness back into his body, he leaped upward toward the sky. When his ascent slowed, Liu Kai suddenly stepped into the void again, using Moonstep Air Drum to shoot upward. At the same time, he continuously adjusted his position laterally, bringing himself above the only stone forest in the Carlson jungle. Upon reaching an altitude of 5,000 meters above the stone forest, Liu Kai opened the dark cavity. The reason he didn't go up to 10,000 meters was simply that it was unnecessary due to air resistance. The falling speed from 10,000 meters and 5,000 meters would be the same when reaching the ground. In fact, even if he went a little lower, the landing speed would still be the same. However, Liu Kai needed more time for aerial maneuvers, and 5,000 meters was just right. The White Tiger King and the Giant Crocodile King were released from the dark cavity in a state of immense panic. As soon as they emerged, the two beasts struggled frantically in the air before plummeting down toward the stone forest under the influence of gravity. At this moment, both the White Tiger King and the Giant Crocodile King appeared unharmed, seemingly having suffered no damage in the black hole space. Theoretically, the ability of the dark fruit could absorb anything that came into contact with darkness and compress and crush it with infinite power. However, Liu Kai didn't know if it was because he hadn't fully developed the fruit's ability or for other reasons. The black hole space still hadn't reached the effect of crushing everything with infinite power. There was still a long way to go. Not to mention the physically strong beasts like the White Tiger and the Giant Crocodile. During experiments, Liu Kai found that even the giant wolf, after being swallowed by his darkness, wasn't too heavily injured. This was already quite impressive when Liu Kai fought the giant wolf before. He had to unleash many killing moves to defeat it, but now the fruit's ability could easily injure the giant wolf. However, Liu Kai was not satisfied. He also knew that the power of the devil fruit was not infinite. Moreover, the ability of the devil fruit was a part of the user's power, and using it required relying heavily on the user themselves. The stronger the individual, the stronger the fruit's potential capabilities. If someone is weak, no matter how powerful the fruit is, it becomes useless. For example, the dull fruit user from the Lafia kingdom that Liu Kai killed. The dull fruit could emit dull light waves with specific gestures, causing anything hit by the light to have its movements significantly slowed for 30 seconds. In Liu Kai's view, this fruit's ability was truly extraordinary. In the hands of a strong person, it would be utterly unbeatable. Imagine if the Navy hero carp were a dull fruit user. Who in the world could withstand Carp's 30-second bone punch barrage while standing still? Just the most basic usage could sweep the entire world. Furthermore, any fruit can be strengthened through development and even awakened, yet its user utilized it so poorly. This includes the user of the dull fruit, Silver Fox, who used it even more ineffectively. Of course, there are strong and weak devil fruits, and comparing strong fruits to weak ones is not particularly meaningful. Because some powerful devil fruits, in their most basic usage, have greater lethality than the super moves developed from weak devil fruits, while consuming only a negligible amount of physical energy in the process. In such cases, it's hard to argue. Some devil fruits really are a bit unreasonable. For instance, the Thunder fruit. A regular move of the Thunder fruit surpasses many powerful moves painstakingly developed from other devil fruits. Thus, What Doflamingo said about there being no strong or weak devil fruits is somewhat unreliable. This statement is more applicable when comparing the ultimate development of paramecia fruits, but does not apply to other categories of devil fruits. For example, the smoke fruit cannot compete with the thunder fruit. And ordinary zoan-type devil fruits are clearly inferior to Kaido's fish fruit, mythical zoan azure dragon form. However, when it comes to the same devil fruit, the more powerful the techniques developed, the greater the limitations in usage and the higher the demands on the user themselves. For instance, during the Marineford War, when Whitebeard was about to kill Blackbeard, he could barely use the power of the Tremor fruit because he was already exhausted. Therefore, even if Whitebeard managed to use the Tremor fruit later, its power was significantly weaker than usual, and it didn't even manage to injure Blackbeard. Similarly, a very weak person, even if they ate the Tremor fruit, could never reach Whitebeard's level, which has always been the case. However, only Whitebeard is called the strongest man in the world. Nevertheless, Liu Kai was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time to develop the powers of the dark fruit. While the two beasts were panicking from their high-altitude descent, Liu Kai followed his original plan, darting back and forth above the two beasts and kicking them down with as much force as possible, continually increasing their falling speed. The two beasts attempted to counterattack in the air, but with no leverage and no air combat experience, they were entirely at Liu Kai's mercy. Soon, Liu Kai and the two beasts reached a height of 200 meters above the stone forest, and after accelerating downwards for a while, he began to decelerate, arriving at the ground simultaneously with the two beasts. At an altitude of 5,000 meters, Liu Kai did not dare to play high-altitude bungee jumping like Kaido. When Liu Kai landed, it was very graceful, but the situation of the two beasts was not optimistic. They crashed heavily onto the ground, nearly having their internal organs burst out, and their heads were extremely dizzy. However, Liu Kai did not give the two beasts a moment to regain their senses. Taking advantage of the fact that they were stuck in the gaps of the stone forest and unable to move, he unleashed darkness once again. The darkness swept towards the two beasts, and before they could react, they were once again engulfed by the darkness. They were indeed incredibly tough. As Liu Kai flew back into the sky and sensed the presence of the two beasts, he was immensely shocked. The two beasts had not even scraped their skin. They were only injured internally from the impact, and it was just a minor injury. It should be noted that the two beasts were not simply in free fall. Under Liu Kai's continuous acceleration, their landing speed was 10 times that of free fall. At such a high speed, even a steel ball would be flattened upon impact. Yet the two beasts remained lively and vigorous. This level of physical strength was truly terrifying. In Liu Kai's view, Kaido's physique probably wasn't much stronger than that of the two beasts. If the two beasts could use haki and fly, even the four emperors might not be able to deal with them. After reaching an altitude of about 5,000 meters, Liu Kai employed the same trick and released the two beasts again. Upon seeing themselves back in the high sky, the two beasts felt like crying without tears. Although their fear of heights had decreased compared to the first time, their fear of Liu Kai skyrocketed. This person was a devil. Using the same formula, Liu Kai continued to accelerate the two beasts. He knew how terrifying they were. If given the chance to break free, he would have no way to deal with them, so he did not give them a moment to breathe. However, this time Liu Kai chose to land on the ground before the two beasts did. As soon as he hit the ground, endless darkness surged wildly from beneath his feet, except for the landing point beneath the two beasts. Everywhere else was shrouded in thick darkness, just waiting for the two beasts to arrive. Falling heavily from the high sky for the second time, the injuries of the two beasts worsened. However, this time, they had gained experience and were cautious before the fall. Therefore, the dizziness upon hitting the ground was not as severe as the first time. They just wanted to break free from the darkness's grasp as quickly as possible. But Liu Kai was even more cunning than they imagined. This time, he deliberately chose to land early and release the darkness to wait for them. He also intentionally made them land in a place where their bodies could get stuck, rendering them unable to move for a short time. Before they could break free, the darkness that Liu Kai had prepared began to engulf them again. The two beasts twisted desperately in the darkness, but they could not escape the fate of being swallowed once more. Then, Liu Kai ascended to the high sky again and released the two beasts once more. Then came the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth times. The two beasts' hearts completely collapsed. They had never felt such intense despair. As the kings of two of the three dominant races in the Carlson jungle, they felt so wrong that they wanted to cry out loud. At the same time, the two beasts had completely given up resisting, hoping that Liu Kai would stop treating them this way. As long as Lu Kai was willing to stop, they would be willing to do anything he asked. After all, Lu Kai's actions were truly bullying. Who plays like this? The physical torment was becoming heavier, but more importantly, the mental devastation was immense. After looping through 10 times, when the two beasts crashed heavily to the ground again, darkness surged towards them once more. Seeing this situation, the two beasts realized that Lu Kai had no intention of stopping. He was going to play them to death. In a moment of desperation, the two beasts disregarded everything and knelt down together, repeatedly banging their heads against the ground, very humanely bowing to Lu Kai. Seeing the scene, Lu Kai approached the two beasts. However, he did not retract the darkness. He only left a space beneath the two beasts' feet. "Are you done playing?" Lu Kai asked. The two beasts quickly nodded. At this moment, they truly surrendered, with not a single thought of resistance remaining in their minds. Not to mention that Lu Kai's dark power that devoured them made them feel hopeless. The constant falling from the sky also filled them with immense fear. Moreover, they were now severely injured, with each fall worsening their wounds. After looping through 10 times, even with their physical condition, they were already struggling to stand. If they went through a few more times, they might really lose their lives. Even if they healed their injuries and regained all their strength, the two beasts would absolutely not dare to entertain any other thoughts, because the psychological shadow brought by today's experience was far too great. It should be noted that today, they were played to the brink of death by Lu Kai while in peak condition, and Lu Kai remained unscathed. What they didn't know was that if they had been in a non-injured state, or even just half of their state, they could easily have escaped the darkness's grasp. But Lu Kai never gave them the chance to try. So, although it seemed easy for Lu Kai to conquer the two beasts, he knew that if any part of the process went wrong, he would be the one in trouble today. Lu Kai even thought that if the two beasts mastered the ability to walk in the air, he would not dare to provoke them at all. Lu Kai could not hurt the two beasts in direct combat, but as soon as he was hit by either of them, he would be severely injured. "So, do you understand what I'm saying?" Lu Kai asked tentatively. The two beasts nodded eagerly. "Very good," Lu Kai said. "Since you are pleading for mercy, I will spare you for now. But how to deal with you in the end will be decided by Xiaolong. Do you understand?" The two beasts nodded again. At this moment, they had no other choice but to pray for Xiaolong's mercy. "Xiaolong, come out!" Lu Kai shouted loudly toward the forest beside the stone forest. As Lu Kai parted the darkness, Xiaolong slithered forward and came before the king of the white tiger and the king of the giant crocodile. It had just witnessed how Lu Kai tormented the two beasts, and at first, Xiaolong found it amusing. However, as it saw the two beasts being tortured again and again, just watching made Xiaolong feel scared. So Xiaolong just nestled against Lu Kai, rubbing against him, its eyes filled with a plea for comfort. It's okay, it's okay." Lu Kai could only keep patting Xiaolong's head to comfort it. After a long time, Xiaolong calmed down a bit and turned to look at the two beasts. But its expression was very complicated. Although it knew that its clan was wiped out by the two beasts leading their own clan, and each member's death saddened it greatly. Seeing the miserable two beasts kneeling before it left Xiaolong unsure of what to do. The Dragon Snake clan was inherently gentle and never actively invaded other clans. Moreover, this clan possessed extraordinary humanity, far from the brutality of other wild beasts. Furthermore, Xiaolong was just a young dragon snake, with a psychological age equivalent to that of a 5 or 6-year-old human child. A 5 or 6-year-old child cannot understand many things. Even the concept of revenge that Lu Kai mentioned was completely foreign to Xiaolong. The pain and fear in Xiaolong's heart far outweighed its anger at the destruction of its clan. Seeing the two beasts being tortured by Lu Kai and now kneeling pitifully before it made Xiaolong shrink back. Suddenly, Xiaolong turned its head in grievance, pressed against Lu Kai chest, and started to cry. Seeing this, Lu Kai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, all he could do now was to offer Xiaolong endless tolerance. No matter what choice Xiaolong made, he would definitely support it to the end. After a while, Xiaolong lifted its head to look at Lu Kai, its eyes filled with compassion and a plea. "Are you really going to let them go?" Lu Kai asked while stroking Xiaolong's head. Xiaolong hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Seeing this, Lu Kai could only sigh inwardly, while the two beasts beside him let out a sigh of relief at the same time. They had finally passed this trial. After staying in the stone forest for 3 days, Lu Kai and his group set off from there, heading towards the core area where the 3 major overlords resided. The reason for the 3-day stay was at the request of the two beasts. In fact, it wouldn't have been impossible for them to return immediately, as they still had basic mobility. The reason the two beasts made such a request was that their two clans operated on a might is right principle, and they were worried that returning with serious injuries would lead to challenges. As kings, they absolutely could not refuse a challenge. Otherwise, it would be seen as conceding defeat. And the consequence of defeat was death. Since Liu Kai promised Little Dragon to let them go, he naturally would not go back on his word. However, he was immensely amazed by the recovery abilities of the two beasts. In just 3 days, they had returned to perfect condition, showcasing their incredible racial talents. As they set off again, Liu Kai was no longer riding the leopard, but the White Tiger King, with Little Dragon beside him and the Crocodile King following behind. With 3 powerful companions, Liu Kai felt a sense of power by association. No wild beast dared to approach or provoke them along the way. Instead, they turned and fled at the sight of them. When they reached the core area, the two clans of the White Tiger and the Crocodile immediately stirred, wanting to attack Liu Kai and Little Dragon. However, they were silenced by the roars of the White Tiger King and the Crocodile King. The two kings directly informed all clans that they had submitted to Liu Kai. If any clan member felt dissatisfied, they could challenge them or challenge Liu Kai. But if they died, it would be their own misfortune. The White Tiger King and the Crocodile King were the absolute strongest in their clans, and currently, no other members had the strength to challenge them. As for challenging Liu Kai, they had all witnessed the black energy erupting from him, which had swallowed their two kings. And upon their return, the two kings had submitted. Thus, it can be said that when animals gain wisdom, it also has its benefits. They learn to weigh pros and cons instead of merely succumbing to instinct. In this way, Liu Kai and Little Dragon settled in a chosen spot in the center, and Liu Kai was able to take time to study the power that summoned him. Liu Kai could clearly feel the power calling to him right beneath his feet. However, the ground beneath him was incredibly hard, with a hardness that rivaled steel. Therefore, Liu Kai did not immediately start digging, as he couldn't even move it. He was unaware of how deep the power calling him was and needed to think carefully. After some consideration, Liu Kai and the Little Dragon first went to the burial site of the Dragon Snake King. The Dragon Snake King had spewed venom at the brink of death, and the venom not only claimed the lives of many ferocious beasts but also corroded its own body. This was a deliberate act by the Dragon Snake King, aimed at ensuring that its corpse would not be violated after death. As a king, it had the dignity of a ruler, and even in death, it absolutely could not allow itself to be humiliated. Moreover, due to the severe poisoning and the rapid decomposition of bodies in the Carlson jungle, which exceeded that of the outside world, in less than 10 days, the Dragon Snake King was now reduced to a pile of white bones. Liu Kai sighed, chose a spot to dig a large pit, and buried the remains of the Dragon Snake King in it. He then erected a tombstone and performed a memorial with the Little Dragon. After doing all this, the Little Dragon remained silent for a long time, and then suddenly exhibited some strange behavior, as if it had made a certain resolution. The Little Dragon, with its enormous body, circled around Liu Kai a few times, then pointed its tail in a certain direction and took the lead in heading that way. Seeing that Liu Kai did not move, it turned its head to look at him, flicked its tail, and pointed to its back, seemingly inviting Liu Kai to climb onto it. Liu Kai hesitated for a moment, then directly pointed his toes to the ground and gently sat on the back of the Little Dragon, allowing it to lead him forward. The Little Dragon slithered swiftly through the jungle, and 5 minutes later, the man and the serpent arrived at a verdant pond. The Little Dragon then turned its large head to look at Liu Kai, signaling for him to hold on tightly. "Are you going to take me in?" Liu Kai asked. The Little Dragon quickly nodded. Luke quickly shook his head at this moment. He had already eaten the devil fruit and was a drowned rat. When he got in the water, he would have no strength at all, so how could he possibly catch the slippery back of the Little Dragon? Liu Kai told Xiao Long about the situation, and after a moment of thought, Xiao Long suddenly opened his mouth wide. Seeing this, Liu Kai put his weapons aside, took a deep breath, and jumped into Xiao Long's mouth. After doing all this, Xiao Long moved again, diving into the pool with Liu Kai, swiftly descending by swinging his body. The Dragon and Snake Clan moved quickly through the lake water. However, even so, Xiao Long still descended for 7 or 8 minutes. Just as Liu Kai felt the oxygen in his chest was about to run out, and he was close to suffocating, a rush of air suddenly came in, as Xiao Long had opened his mouth. Feeling his whole body relax, Liu Kai jumped out of Xiao Long's mouth. He then realized that they were in an underground cave at that moment. Liu Kai felt an overwhelming excitement, as he could sense the calling power more clearly than ever before, quickly moving forward. Xiao Long followed closely behind Liu Kai, as if Liu Kai were the master of this place. The cave was vast, standing 7 or 8 zhang high, with a diameter of 100 meters. Upon reaching the end of the cave, Lu Kai saw a giant round stone with a diameter of 5 zhong. Xiao Long immediately approached one side of the stone, straining to support it, while the stone slowly began to move aside. Seeing this, Lu Kai quickly stepped forward to help. Soon, with their combined effort, the massive stone was pushed aside, revealing a passage that was 5 meters wide and over 20 meters long. After passing through the passage into the inner cave, Lu Kai looked around and witnessed a scene he would never forget. The passage connected to another cave that was 10 times larger than the outer cave, towering 200 meters high and over 1,000 meters in diameter. Inside this enormous cave lay treasures piled high like mountains, countless and endless, with no end in sight, in all varieties imaginable. Even Lu Kai, who was completely indifferent to money, felt his blood surge with excitement, his mind racing, nearly losing his balance. Because it was simply too much. There were no words left to describe Lu Kai's shock. He finally understood how ignorant he had been in the past. Lu Kai remembered being shocked in his previous life when he saw the mountain of endless treasures in the movie The Hobbit. The treasures here were at least 100 times more than those in the Dwarven Kingdom. The treasures hidden by the leader, Qing Jiao, in the ice mountain of the frozen continent paled in comparison to these treasures in the cave. Overwhelmed by this endless treasure, Lu Kai stood there like a fool, unable to move for a long time. Could this be One Piece? Lu Kai felt his mind becoming a bit unclear, murmuring, "This must be One Piece." After a while, Lu Kai finally came to his senses and let out a heavy breath. Meanwhile, the little dragon immediately twisted its body and acted cute, rubbing against Lu Kai's face, as if to tell him that this treasure was meant for him. "You want to give me all this?" Lu Kai asked incredulously. The little dragon immediately nodded excitedly in response. Lu Kai was shocked beyond words. This enormous treasure, as abundant as the continuous mountains, was something countless people could only dream of. Yet, at the age of 12, it was directly given to him. Lu Kai even felt that with so much money, he could truly buy the whole world, but he was not blinded by treasure. Lu Kai let out a deep breath and said to Little Dragon, "Thank you. Little Dragon, I appreciate your intention, but I don't need it." Seeing Lu Kai's reaction, Little Dragon thought that Lu Kai was dissatisfied with the gift he had given, and immediately became very downcast. In his low spirits, there was a strong sense of loss from something he cared about not being taken seriously by others. "Little Dragon, don't be sad." Lu Kai sighed and said, "I'm really happy that you gave me the treasures here. But I'm not accepting them not because I don't like them, but because the gift is too precious. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Lu Kai's words, Little Dragon perked up a little. However, when he looked around, it seemed to evoke some painful memories, and a strong sadness filled his eyes. "Little Dragon, is this your Dragon Snake Clan's cave?" Lu Kai suddenly asked Little Dragon. Just now, Lu Kai was too shocked to think, but after regaining his composure, he finally pondered how Little Dragon discovered this place. The possibility of it finding this place on its own was very low, but if this was the cave of the Dragon Snake Clan, it made sense. As a member of the Dragon Snake Clan, Little Dragon had been brought here by its elders. Therefore, as soon as it arrived here, it couldn't help but think of its clan, stirring up sadness in its heart. However, there were many questions. Were the treasures here collected by the Dragon Snake Clan? But that didn't make sense. What use do beasts have for treasures? Moreover, where did they collect so many treasures from? Even if the Dragon Snake Clan was clever, they probably didn't even have the most basic concept of gold and silver. To them, gold and silver were just prettier stones. What value did they hold beyond that? Or was it the case that the Dragon Snake Clan discovered this place and then guarded these treasures? That also didn't make sense. After all, why guard something that had no value to them? Did the Dragon Snake Clan like these shiny things? That didn't seem right either, as the dragon snakes usually stayed above ground and rarely left their clan. If they truly liked such shiny things, why didn't they move underground? Or why not bring these shiny treasures above ground to decorate their nests? Given the size of this place, it would be more than enough to accommodate the Dragon Snake Clan. With the amount of treasure here, it would also be sufficient to decorate their nests above ground. However, the Dragon Snake Clan clearly hadn't done so that reasoning seemed invalid as well. But from Little Dragon's expression, it was evident that this place was very important to him. Or, from another perspective, it was very important to the Dragon Snake Clan. Where exactly did this importance manifest? Was it something that called to them? Feeling an increasingly strong call, Lu Kai decided to explore further. Stepping onto the mountain of gold, Lu Kai walked towards the center of the cave. Soon, he saw a sphere emitting a faint blue glow not far away, illuminating the entire cave and catching his eye. That sphere was the source of the power that had been calling to him all along. Liu Kai excitedly walked towards the blue sphere. As he got closer, he instinctively reached out his hand towards the blue sphere. At the moment of contact, a mechanical voice echoed in Liu Kai's mind. Ding! Fragment of a shattered world consciousness detected. After collecting and merging all fragments of the shattered world consciousness, you can freely open or close the world gate and gain the qualification to explore the true secrets of the world. Will the host merge the fragments of the shattered world consciousness into the system? Fragments of the shattered world consciousness? World gate. The true secrets of the world? What the hell? Hearing the voice of the system, Liu Kai's initially excited heart suddenly calmed down. He did not immediately respond, but fell into deep thought. The sudden influx of information was simply too shocking. It likely involved the secret of Liu Kai's crossing and the secret of the system. In Liu Kai's view, the so-called system was merely a program set up by a higher dimensional existence. He felt grateful for this suddenly appearing system, as it was because of the system that he managed to survive, and it continuously helped him preserve his life and gain greater strength. However, Liu Kai remained wary of the system's existence. The existence of a system implied a higher dimensional being. Were those bound to the system merely helping, or unwittingly assisting the existence that set up the system to complete a certain task or work? Liu Kai does not believe that pie will fall from the sky. As the saying goes, to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. You cannot expect to reap all the benefits without any contribution at all. Liu Kai does not have much resistance to his system because it is a self-improvement system that requires him to train hard to gain stronger power, which makes him feel more secure. But what exactly is the system? What kind of existence is behind the system? Liu Kai had always wanted to know. Otherwise, he would always feel uneasy. But after a while, he stopped thinking about it. There was no use in thinking, because he currently had no access to this higher dimensional existence. Moreover, even if the system suddenly issued a task, and he had no choice but to obey it, Liu Kai still wanted to gain the maximum freedom based on that. What kind of person can have greater freedom? The answer is naturally more powerful people. The stronger one is the more one can control their own fate. As a severe case of fear of inadequacy, as Fuya described, if Liu Kai wanted to become strong, he really had to rely on the system. Even if he wanted to be independent, he couldn't, after all. He had no way to get rid of this inexplicably appearing system. Forget it. Why think so much? Just take it one step at a time. Liu Kai chuckled self-deprecatingly, thinking what good would it do to ponder so much. Then he instructed the system. System, merge the fragments. Ding! The host has merged 110 fragments of the corrupted world will. Please find other corrupted world will fragments as soon as possible. Is that it? Liu Kai was a bit confused. Is that really all? Although he thought that it didn't matter if there were no rewards. He didn't expect there would be none at all. All he got was a reminder to find the other fragments as soon as possible. However, the more it was like this, the more Liu Kai wanted to see what would happen after gathering all the fragments. After all, he was very interested in the world gate mentioned by the system, as well as the true secrets of the world. Now all the answers seemed to be just within reach. As long as he gathered all the corrupted world will fragments, he could explore all these secrets. At that moment, Xiaolong suddenly approached Liu Kai, licking his face and interrupting Liu Kai's thoughts. Xiaolong, have you seen that blue orb before? Liu Kai asked Xiaolong, who looked completely bewildered, not understanding what Liu Kai was talking about. Did you not see it just now? Liu Kai couldn't help but ask. Xiaoxi suddenly appeared a bit nervous, looking left and right as if trying to find the blue orb Liu Kai mentioned, then shook his head vigorously. Then how am I supposed to find it in the future? Liu Kai was also confused. If the fragments of the corrupted world were only visible to him, how could he find them in such a vast world? System. Do the animals in the outside world instinctively gather towards the core area and undergo excessive evolution because they're influenced by the fragments of the corrupted world will? Liu Kai suddenly thought of something and asked. Yes. What will happen now that I have absorbed the fragments? Liu Kai continued to ask. No longer affected. Does that mean that from now on, without the attraction, those beasts might run out of the jungle? Liu Kai immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The beasts in the Carlson jungle were too terrifying. If they got out, they would surely be invincible, and the entire Itakizia kingdom would become their hunting ground. System, do you have any way to prevent those beasts from going out? Liu Kai asked. The host can leave a trace of the breath of the corrupted world will hear. This breath will not affect life, but can continue to attract them misleadingly. Liu Kai was overjoyed to hear this. It was undoubtedly the best outcome for him. What should I do? Liu Kai hurriedly asked. Find something to serve as a substitute for the fragment, and then the host can attach the fragment's aura to it through their own will, the system replied. After hearing this, Lukai immediately bent down and picked up a fist-sized sapphire from the treasure mountain, while also trying to sense the fragment's aura within him. Finally, with Lukai's efforts, he extracted a trace of the fragment's aura and attached it to the sapphire. The sapphire immediately burst in a brilliant light, illuminating the entire cave even more brightly. At the same time, the sapphire naturally floated in the air, looking very much like the sphere from before. However, Lukai could no longer feel the power that was calling to him. It seems that the three great overlords will no longer appear in the Carlson jungle. Lukai murmured softly. After completing all this, Lukai finally felt relieved, but he then saw the little dragon beckoning him, and the little dragon first crawled toward the other side of the cave, seemingly searching for something. Following the little dragon to the end of the cave and descending from the treasure mountain, Lukai saw a place that looked like a warehouse. The warehouse was 100 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 10 meters high, but it had been hidden from view by the treasure mountain before. After entering the warehouse with the little dragon, Lukai thought that he had already experienced enough excitement for the day and that there was nothing else that could surprise him. But he was still thoroughly shocked, because as soon as he entered the warehouse, there were rows of shelves on both sides, each densely packed with small boxes. When he opened one of the boxes, he found that it contained a devil fruit. With his breath quickening, Lukai hurriedly opened all the boxes. Then he saw that each box contained a devil fruit, and there were nearly 100 of them. These were devil fruits. It was extremely difficult for others to obtain even one, but now there was a whole pile in front of Lukai. After counting, he found there were exactly 93. After a long time, Lukai finally came back to his senses after exhaling heavily. He scanned his surroundings and saw the little dragon again, confirming that he was not dreaming. Then, Lukai eagerly used the system scan function to check the abilities of 3 of the devil fruits. The first one, a paramecia-type running fruit, could greatly enhance running speed and significantly improve reaction speed, endurance, and metabolism while running. The second one, a paramecia-type rope fruit, would turn any object touched by the hand into a rope, and he could freely control the rope he created. The third one, a paramecia-type softening fruit, would soften any object he touched, and after leaving contact, the object would return to its original hardness. At this moment, Lukai wished he could understand all the abilities of the devil fruits, but the system scan function could only scan 3 items a day. He planned to clarify and label all the fruit abilities, knowing their powers would allow him to give them to those in need. After all, the right devil fruit could greatly enhance a person's strength. However, Lukai wasn't in a hurry. As long as he persisted in his daily scans, he would know all the properties of the devil fruits in no time. After labeling the 3 devil fruits he had already scanned and writing down their names, Lukai set them aside for the moment and continued deeper into the warehouse. The second area was the weapons zone, where countless weapons were neatly displayed on racks on both sides. Is it a sea prism stone staff? Lukai's eyes lit up when he saw a long staff, and he took it from the rack. The staff was made of a special metal in the middle, with a foot of sea prism stone at each end. However, Lukai did not intend to take the sea prism stone staff away. He put it back. Afterwards, he also saw fingerless gloves embedded with sea prism stone. The gloves appeared to be made of some kind of animal scale, with a row of sea prism stone spikes on the back. Not only that, but there were also weapons that were rarely seen in the pirate world. It could be said that everything one could imagine was available, and more than half of the weapons were actually embedded with sea prism stone. Lukai also did not know who the owner of these weapons was targeting. However, he could only say that if the opponent was an ability user, it would be quite unfortunate for them to encounter the owner here. After walking for a while, Lukai saw 7 neatly arranged swords. Unlike the previous devil fruits or other weapons, each of these 7 swords had a name written underneath, and just looking at the names gave off an astonishing aura of menace. Slaughter? Lukai furrowed his brow as he saw the name written on the first sword, seemingly recalling something. Then, Lukai suddenly realized and murmured, could this be the legendary sword that can slay thousands? They say this sword has long been lost, but I never expected to find it here. Lukai took down the Slaughter and pulled out the blade. The moment the Slaughter's blade was unsheathed, Lukai immediately felt an overwhelming murderous aura rising to the heavens, while the blade of the Slaughter shimmered with a blood-red cold light, as if it wanted to slaughter the world. The killing intent of this knife was extraordinarily strong. Just holding it made one feel the boiling bloodlust. What a demon knife! Lukai sheathed the long knife back and placed the Slaughter back on the rack. Every knife has its own will, and the stronger the knife, the stronger the will it contains, and the killing intent released by the Slaughter was just that intense. However, this does not mean that a powerful weapon is suitable for oneself. For example, The slaughter is not suitable for the path Liu Kai is on. He has killed many people, but that does not mean he is a murderous maniac. The killing aura of the slaughter is just too heavy. As he continued forward, Liu Kai arrived at the third area. The third area was surprisingly spacious, with only a high platform in the middle, on which was a sword rack holding a two-handed greatsword. Curved as a knife, straight as a sword. In the world of pirates, whether one uses a knife or a sword as the main weapon, they are collectively referred to as swordsmen, and the techniques used by a swordsman are called swordsmanship. In fact, there is no distinction between using a knife or a sword. Relatively speaking, there are more people using knives in the world of pirates. However, there are also many masters who use swords, among whom are representatives like Dark King Rayleigh and Cyrus. Even the Yellow Monkey uses the main sword made from the light fruit, which is a straight sword. There are others, such as Cavendish and Brooke. The most important thing is not whether it is a knife or a sword, but to find a weapon that suits oneself in order to unleash one's greater power. After awakening his sword heart, Liu Kai has been searching for the weapon that suits him best. However, he has not found it. Even a child's cut anko is not to his liking, until Liu Kai saw the two-handed greatsword before him. He immediately understood that this was the weapon most suitable for him. In just an instant, Liu Kai was completely captivated by this long sword, the Soul Sword, offered by the Soul Reaper. Liu Kai looked at the dragon and phoenix carvings on the rack and softly murmured, "What a good name." Just the name alone made Liu Kai feel very fond of it. Then, he couldn't wait to take the long sword off the rack and carefully examined every part. The sheath of the Soul Sword is a back-carry type, with one side fully sheathed and the other half sheathed. The fully sheathed side has two leather straps attached at both ends, making it convenient for the holder to carry the sheath on their back. The fully sheathed part is against the back, both to protect the back and to facilitate the sword blade being sheathed, while the half-sheathed part is for easy extraction of the greatsword. The internal material of the sheath is a nameless metal, covered on the outside by some kind of beast hide, entirely black and shiny, long and narrow. The bottom is oval-shaped, with the sheath tail and sheath beam each having a color like gold, but made of a metal much harder than gold, carved with two vividly lifelike Eastern dragons. The handle of the Soul Sword is over a foot long, with a smooth metallic carved structure, feeling very cool to the touch. However, it has an excellent grip, suitable for one-handed or two-handed use. As Liu Kai unsheathed the blade with a clang, a wave of sword energy burst forth in all directions, leaving terrifying sword marks on the ground and walls, while the blade of the Soul Sword constantly flickered with cold light, appearing extremely sharp. The blade of the Soul Sword is 3.5 feet long, slightly narrower in the middle at about 9 centimeters, and slightly wider at both ends at about 10 centimeters, with no grooves along the body and a perfectly streamlined tip. The handguard is 1 foot wide, intricately carved with a fierce ghost face, looking very terrifying. The entire sword has an extremely beautiful design, and from any angle, is a perfect piece of art. However, the invincible sword intent indicates that this is a terrifying killing weapon. The overall length of the Soul Sword is 1.5 meters, weighing an astonishing 300+ pounds. This length is slightly long for Liu Kai at the moment, but he is very fond of the weight. After observing, Liu Kai strapped the sheath to his back and began to perform sword techniques with the greatsword, executing slashes, thrusts, and various moves. Liu Kai sometimes wielded the sword with both hands, and sometimes with one, executing the simplest sword techniques. However, the Soul Sword in his hand was wielded with a fierce momentum, growing faster and faster as he danced with it. Finally, Liu Kai performed the god-slaying sword technique, adapting to the great sword while continually increasing its power. After a long while, Liu Kai finally stopped, looking at the long sword, the Soul Sword, with delight. It felt as if this Soul Sword was tailor-made for him. There are many types of swords: swords for slaughter, swords for protection, swords for redemption. But the sword intent emanating from the Soul Sword could be summed up in 2 words: invincible. This invincibility was what Liu Kai had always pursued. So his sword heart perfectly resonated with the sword intent of the Soul Sword. Just by using the Soul Sword, the power of all his sword techniques had increased by more than 50%. And this was still when Liu Kai had not fully mastered and become proficient with the Soul Sword. As Liu Kai and the Soul Sword became more in sync, the degree of enhancement would continue to rise. The Soul Sword seemed to sense Liu Kai's inner joy, continuously transmitting feelings of happiness to him, almost like a child cheering with glee. Could this also be influenced by the fragments of the broken world will? Has it come to life? Liu Kai chuckled bitterly. He had seen many famous swords, including one of the 12 great blades, the Tonkatsu Kiri Onkan. However, He had never seen a weapon that could directly convey emotions, and those emotions were so clear. Nevertheless, Liu Kai didn't mind. As long as it suited him, it was the best. He was truly enamored with the soul sword, and, after practicing for a while, he finally stopped, continuously caressing the soul sword, excitement beyond words. Liu Kai's self-created, god-slaying sword technique primarily pursues the goal of maximizing the power of a single sword strike, resolving any situation with one blow rather than two. However, this does not mean that Liu Kai neglects technique. On the contrary, from the very beginning of his sword training, Liu Kai has been continuously comprehending and honing his sword skills. Today, his swordsmanship has reached a very high level. Therefore, rather than saying that Liu Kai prioritizes power, it is more accurate to say he returns to the essence of swordsmanship, because whether prioritizing power or technique, the ultimate goal of practicing swordsmanship is to cut through all obstacles in his path. The difference between force and technique is merely a matter of approach. The final objective remains the same. In fact, when Liu Kai first encountered Blade, he felt excitement, but also realized that an ordinary sword could not harmonize well with him. This lack of harmony was not only due to will, but also determined by Liu Kai's desired way of fighting. He aims to follow a pure power route, making every strike a super lethal move, invincible and capable of annihilating everything. In Liu Kai's view, the later choice of the Black Blade Yoru by the Seven Warlords Mihawk has its reasons, as an ordinary sword cannot unleash Mihawk's full strength. Although Mihawk has stated that any sword can transform into a black blade, it is undoubtedly true that the sword that best matches one's fighting style is the best. Liu Kai even once considered whether to find a black blade for himself before Mihawk started using one. However, after acquiring the Soul Sword, Liu Kai decisively abandoned this idea, as the Soul Sword met all his weapon needs. The Soul Sword perfectly aligns with Liu Kai's thoughts in terms of sword intent, weight, destructive power, sharpness, and attack range, significantly enhancing the power of his sword strikes. For the next month, Liu Kai remained in the melting cave, continuously experimenting with sword techniques, sharpening his sword heart, and allowing his sword heart to resonate with the will of the Soul Sword, thus increasing his compatibility with it. As the resonance between him and the sword intent grew stronger, their compatibility improved, and the power of Liu Kai's sword strikes continuously increased. In fact, during this month, Liu Kai's speed of enlightenment in swordsmanship was much faster than before, leading him to forget to eat and sleep. During this time, Little Dragon went out 3 times, all for hunting. Little Dragon was fine. Although it ate a lot, it could go a long time without food as long as it remained still and reduced consumption. However, Liu Kai couldn't be hungry all the time, so Little Dragon went out twice to find food for him. During this month, Liu Kai had scanned all the abilities of the devil fruits and labeled them clearly, noting the name of each fruit and its abilities. Among them, 2 fruits were set aside by Liu Kai. The first devil fruit is a Zoan-type, human fruit, mythical beast form, celestial maiden. The other is a Paramecia-type devil fruit, space fruit. Regarding the space fruit, the system's introduction states that it is the highest-ranking fruit of the space-type devil fruits, capable of manipulating space within a certain range. Just this introduction made Liu Kai realize that this devil fruit is far more complex than it appears. Space-type devil fruits are extremely rare. The known ones include the Dor fruit, Shave fruit, and Quake fruit, each with powerful abilities. There are even more non-space-type devil fruits that possess certain spatial abilities, such as the Surgery fruit, Bouncy fruit, and Mirror fruit. Any devil fruit related to space is certainly not weak. Although later, CP9 member Bruno's Dor fruit seemed incredibly weak. It was not due to the fruit itself, but rather Bruno's failure to develop its potential. If the Dor fruit could be fully developed, it would be extraordinary. The Quake fruit is even more remarkable, hailed as the strongest Paramecia-type devil fruit. Whitebeard could directly cause vibrations in the sky, earth, atmosphere, and ocean through this fruit, possessing immense physical destructive power. However, many people do not know that this devil fruit is actually space-type. The Quake fruit induces vibrations across the entire space and all things within it, and has the ability to tear and disrupt space. As for the Shave fruit, it is a super teleportation artifact. If the user of the Shave fruit is powerful, they become a nightmare for their enemies. Moreover, this fruit is also an escape artifact, allowing one to remain undefeated against even the strongest opponents. If I can't defeat you, can I not escape from you? And as the highest-ranking fruit among all space-type devil fruits, how could a space fruit be ordinary? Liu Kai plans to keep this space fruit for himself. Although he has consumed the dark fruit, Liu Kai has always wanted to try what would happen if he ate two devil fruits. Is it really because Blackbeard has a unique physique that he can consume two fruits? Could there be some assistance from the dark fruit's abilities? Liu Kai has his reasons for this analysis. If Blackbeard's body can accommodate multiple devil fruits, then why didn't he first consume other powerful devil fruits before seeking out and eating the Yami Yami no Mi? Moreover, even if Blackbeard knows his body is special, does being special necessarily mean he can eat multiple devil fruits? Is there no precedent for this? Is he that confident about his body's condition? After all, Blackbeard initially did not plan to orchestrate the Marineford War to seize Whitebeard's Gura no Mi. He originally intended to hunt down Luffy, become a warlord, and aim for Impel Down, but by chance, he encountered Ace earlier, which led to a change in plans. By capturing Ace, he became a warlord and simultaneously plotted the Marineford War, which resulted in the attempt to seize Whitebeard's devil fruit ability. Of course, Liu Kai is just speculating. It doesn't matter if he is wrong, because he has his own trump card, which is the system's reset function and healing function. Liu Kai had already decided to eat the space fruit at 5:59 and 30 seconds in the morning. If his body really encounters problems, the system's reset function would restore him to his best state just before dying. If it still doesn't work, he could use the healing function again. The most important thing is that when Liu Kai just ate the dark fruit, he asked the system whether he could eat another devil fruit. The system's exact words were, "There is a risk." This is quite intriguing. If the system had said it was certain death, Liu Kai would not have attempted it again, no matter what. The fact that there's a risk means there is still a chance. With the two life-saving skills from the system, if there's only a risk, it is highly likely that he won't die. The main reason, however, is that the space fruit makes Liu Kai too eager. It is the fruit ability he has always longed for. Many people have dreamed of possessing certain fruit abilities since childhood. For example, Sanji dreams of the invisible fruit, and Blackbeard dreams of the dark fruit. Since he was very young, Liu Kai has yearned to have the ability to manipulate space. He has also fantasized about countless ways to manipulate space and use the ability. Just like how Sanji understands the invisible fruit ability so well, Blackbeard can skillfully use the dark fruit as soon as he gets it. When a person knows the potential power of a devil fruit ability, developing it becomes incredibly smooth. The other devil fruit, human fruit, mythical Zoan, celestial maiden form, is prepared for Little Dragon. There are many precedents of animals transforming into human forms after consuming the human fruit. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be a special case like Chopper's. Therefore, it is highly likely that Little Dragon will be able to transform into human form after eating this devil fruit. Liu Kai had two reasons for doing this. First, he wanted to take the Little Dragon away from the Carlson jungle. The Little Dragon was very clear about this. Wherever Liu Kai was, it would be there too. After all, the Little Dragon's entire clan was gone, and now Liu Kai was the closest to it. Therefore, it was unwilling to leave Liu Kai no matter what. Second, the power of the human fruit, mythical beast type, celestial maiden form was extremely strong. The system's basic introduction to this devil fruit stated, eating this fruit would greatly enhance one's physical abilities and allow for climate manipulation. With such a powerful introduction, this fruit was among the best of all the fruits Liu Kai possessed, which was enough to demonstrate the immense power of this devil fruit. The warehouse contained several Zoan-type devil fruits, and the system described most of them as being able to significantly enhance the user's physical abilities. Only 3 fruits were described as being able to greatly enhance abilities, and all 3 were mythical beast-type Zoan fruits. Different Zoan-type devil fruits had varying effects on physical enhancement, with mythical beast being the top tier, followed by ancient and carnivorous types, and finally herbivorous types. Although the Little Dragon was still a young dragon snake. The Dragon Snake clan had exceptional talents, and the Dragon Snake King was the strongest among the 3 overlords. Once the Little Dragon reached adulthood, if it trained like Liu Kai, learned human combat techniques, and master Haki, how powerful would it become if the Devil Fruit's ability awakened? Just thinking about it made Liu Kai's scalp tingle. Moreover, the Celestial Maiden form had another ability, weather manipulation. According to Liu Kai's understanding, this meant a combination of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, being able to summon wind and rain at will. If developed well, it could reach a level of natural disaster. If someone said the Little Dragon could defeat a Marine Admiral in the future, Liu Kai would believe it. One must admit that the shattered fragments of the worlds will had indeed cultivated something remarkable. However, Liu Kai did not plan to let the Little Dragon eat it first. If the Little Dragon consumed the Devil Fruit and Liu Kai himself ate the Space Fruit, and then encountered the worst-case scenario, the Little Dragon might not even be able to escape the cave. Outside the cave was water, and, at that point, the swimming champion little dragon would be reduced to a helpless state at the bottom of the lake. Thinking too much was not as good as taking action. So Liu Kai finally decided to obtain the ability of the space fruit. After exiting the treasure-filled cave with the little dragon and sealing it with a giant rock, Liu Kai and the little dragon returned to the surface. After explaining a few things to the little dragon, Liu Kai left the jungle alone. He wanted to try eating another devil fruit by himself. Although Liu Kai was quite confident, he was unsure what would happen, and he feared it might frighten the little dragon. Moreover, before consuming the space fruit, Liu Kai wanted to conduct an experiment. Soon, Liu Kai inquired about the mountain bandits in a village located 40 miles west of the Carlson jungle. Not far from the village, a group of mountain bandits was entrenched, frequently robbing passing villagers and even raiding nearby villages, committing all sorts of atrocities and forcing many villages to relocate. Liu Kai had always adhered to the principle of eradicating evil. Killing evil people was saving others. Although the forms were different, the outcomes were the same. Therefore, Liu Kai immediately rushed to the bandit stronghold and swiftly eliminated that small bandit force, leaving only the big boss alive. In the bandit stronghold littered with corpses, the bandit leader's face was filled with intense fear as he continually begged for mercy from Liu Kai. However, hearing the pleas for mercy, Liu Kai remained unmoved, his eyes cold and devoid of sympathy. When those innocent people they had harmed begged for mercy, did they ever show any softness? What right do you have to beg for mercy? Liu Kai only hoped to save those who had experienced the same despair and pain as he did because he had once been a slave. However, he's by no means a saint. In fact, Liu Kai has a strong inclination towards killing. When he first escaped from the Rafia kingdom, he even considered killing all the evildoers in the world without hesitation. If he hadn't met Fuya, Olin, and Dimo, Senna, and felt the utmost warmth of humanity, he might have become a heartless murderer by now. So when he saw the begging bandit leader, Liu Kai only felt disdain. A killer will always kill. Now it's his turn, and he has the face to beg for mercy. As the time finally reached 5:50 a.m., Liu Kai took off his backpack, opened it, and took out 3 devil fruits. Then he picked up one of the devil fruits, walked in front of the bandit leader, and roughly lifted him up, forcefully stuffing the devil fruit into the latter's mouth, forcing him to swallow it. The bandit leader choked on the devil fruit that Liu Kai stuffed into him. But soon, this bandit underwent a transformation, turning into a mouse. Animal type, mouse fruit, branch mouse form. This devil fruit is among the weakest of all animal types, and Liu Kai completely looks down on it. So he has no qualms about using it for experiments. Before the bandit leader could react, Liu Kai took out another very weak devil fruit and continued to stuff it into his mouth. Liu Kai did this to personally experiment on what would happen if one were to consume 2 devil fruits simultaneously. After swallowing the second devil fruit, only 2 breaths later, the bandit leader's body began to swell rapidly, expanding in all directions. This process lasted for several seconds before the bandit leader's body started to crack inch by inch. Then, with a loud bang, the bandit leader exploded on the spot, turning into a pile of flesh, dead beyond any doubt. The rumors turned out to be true. Although Liu Kai had heard the rumors long ago, he was still very surprised to witness such a horrific scene. According to the rumors, no one could consume more than 1 devil fruit. If someone greedily consumed 2, the 2 devils within them would fight, leading to a violent death. At this moment, Liu Kai was in a dilemma. His goal was to obtain the ability of 2 fruits, but seeing the gruesome scene before him, he was genuinely worried that even with his trump card, he might not survive. He had already consumed the dark fruit, but what Liu Kai truly wanted was the space fruit. Should he really give it a try? Liu Kai hesitated in his heart. However, with 6 o'clock approaching, he felt reluctant to wait another day. His trump cards were the system's reset function and healing function. No matter how severe the injuries, as long as Liu Kai remained conscious, he could instantly return to perfect condition. So even if he were to explode upon gaining the powers of 2 fruits, he could use his healing ability to withstand 2 fatal explosions within his body. He just didn't know if this explosion would be permanent or if he only needed to endure that initial impact. If Blackbeard could do it, there was no reason I couldn't. After all, I'm the chosen one. Gritting his teeth, Liu Kai made up his mind and picked up his most treasured space fruit. System, what will happen if I eat the second devil fruit? At that moment, Liu Kai was extremely nervous and once again asked the system the same question. You will gain the ability of the second devil fruit. The system's mechanical voice responded. What? Liu Kai thought he had heard wrong. Not long ago, he had asked the system this question, and at that time, the system's answer was clearly that there was a risk. Why would the same question now yield a completely different answer? In an instant, Liu Kai thought of a possibility. This change was brought about by fragments of a shattered world will. After Liu Kai absorbed the fragments of the will of the collapsed world, although the system did not provide any additional explanations, Liu Kai indeed felt that his body seemed to undergo some marvelous changes. It is known that even the influence of the fragments of the will of the collapsed world from 5 kilometers away can cause life to continuously evolve. Although this evolution is slow and requires a species to reproduce and mutate over hundreds of years to gradually achieve it, it is enough to demonstrate the extraordinary nature of the fragments. Liu Kai even suspected that if it weren't for the dragon and snake clan regularly clearing various creatures near the underground caves, even more terrifying monsters might have already emerged in the vicinity of the caves. Other life forms are merely influenced by the fragments. But Liu Kai has directly absorbed the fragments, so the impact on him is naturally much greater. Therefore, it is only reasonable that he experiences some changes. He could even clearly feel that this influence would gradually improve his physique, making him become more extraordinary. With the system in place, and having understood the reason, Liu Kai finally let out a sigh of relief. This meant that consuming the space fruit posed no risk at all. Then Liu Kai took the space fruit and took a bite. In just a moment, Liu Kai discovered that he could clearly perceive the surrounding space, becoming different from any previous time. Wow, it really worked. Does that mean I can gain the abilities of other fruits as well? Although he knew that being greedy could lead to problems, Liu Kai still unconsciously entertained such thoughts. However, a cold voice from the system shattered Liu Kai's fantasies. The host has already obtained the power of 2 devil fruits, reaching the limit that the system can accommodate. The host is advised to be cautious and not consume any other devil fruits. Liu Kai was slightly taken aback. Well, he had just had that thought, only to be ruthlessly discouraged by the system. In the end, he still hadn't uncovered the secrets of Blackbeard, but it didn't matter. Liu Kai felt great, being able to simultaneously gain the powers of the dark fruit and the space fruit. He was already immensely satisfied. As for Blackbeard's matters, Liu Kai couldn't care less. What did it have to do with him? Having acquired the ability of the space fruit and without any worries, the top priority was to familiarize himself with the power of the space fruit. At this moment, an uncontrollable surge of intense excitement welled up within Liu Kai. The moment the power of the space fruit surged forth, he clearly sensed an incredibly close connection between himself and the surrounding space. It felt as if the surrounding space could be manipulated by him at any moment, and this sensation brought Liu Kai immense comfort and wonder. At this moment, Liu Kai feels as if he is a king, and the surrounding space is filled with his absolutely loyal soldiers, who will unconditionally obey all his commands. Liu Kai casually extended his right hand and reached out, surprisingly grasping the void directly. Then, with just a tug, the surrounding space immediately twisted, creating spatial fluctuations that radiated outward. It was like a stone creating ripples on the surface of water. The difference was that the power of the spatial ripples far exceeded that of water waves. In the places where the ripples passed, aside from hard objects like stones and weapons, softer items, such as soil and the corpses on the ground, immediately swayed and twisted back and forth, constantly deforming. As Liu Kai released his grip, the rippling waves suddenly disappeared. However, centered around the spatial ripples, a strong whirlwind immediately stirred up, causing the surrounding flowers and grass to lean and sway wildly. Liu Kai was filled with surprise. Although the destructive power of the spatial ripple was not particularly strong, it was merely the result of Liu Kai's casual action, just an incidental effect of the most basic function of the spatial fruit. Then Liu Kai suddenly had a thought, and the space within a 3-meter radius around him began to distort. As Liu Kai adjusted it, the space continuously rearranged itself and then returned to calm, making it seem as if nothing had happened. However, if someone were to look from beyond 3 meters away, they would find that Liu Kai had seemingly vanished into thin air. This scene was not particularly difficult or strange for a user of the spatial fruit. Liu Kai simply manipulated the space around him, distorting it to change the trajectory of light, causing his body to disappear optically. However, Liu Kai remained standing still in place. This is equivalent to Liu Kai using a simple little trick to gain the ability of a transparent fruit out of thin air. Moreover, Liu Kai discovered that when he moved through space, he could do so without causing any spatial fluctuations or airflow, as long as he wished. This meant that if a person did not possess the observation haki, they would not be able to perceive his existence at all, as long as Liu Kai wanted. What astonished Liu Kai even more was that he could even weaken the aura he released by manipulating space. Even if others used observation haki to sense it, they would not detect any abnormalities. Does this mean I can conceal my strength to confuse the enemy's perception of observation hockey? Liu Kai thought to himself, filled with joy. The surprises brought by the space fruit were simply too many, and this was just after he had consumed the space fruit. The devil fruit's abilities had not yet been fully developed. As the abilities of the space fruit continued to develop, Liu Kai would only become more powerful. First, he needed to determine the range of space he could manipulate. With a thought, Liu Kai began to sense the range of space he could control. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. Through testing, Liu Kai found that he could currently manipulate a space with a diameter of about 1 kilometer with the space fruit. In other words, he could only manipulate space up to 500 meters away from himself. Moreover, the closer the space was to Liu Kai, the stronger his control over it. The farther away, the weaker his control became. With the ability to manipulate space, Liu Kai found that his perception of everything within a 1 kilometer radius was significantly enhanced. Space is space, and objects are objects, but objects must exist within space and leave their spatial contours imprinted in it. As long as Liu Kai focused, these contours would appear incredibly clear before him. This perception is different from sensing aura with observation hockey. It is a comprehensive representation. However, similar to manipulation, the closer the object is to Liu Kai, the clearer his perception. The farther away, the more blurred it becomes. Yet within 100 meters of Liu Kai, every little detail was presented in his mind without reservation, incredibly clear and distinct. Liu Kai believes that as time progresses, this range will continue to expand. By then, if this ability is used in conjunction with his observation hockey, nothing will be able to hide from Liu Kai. However, even so, the true power of the space fruit goes far beyond this. Because Liu Kai suddenly extended his right hand, palm facing upwards, and then the power of the space fruit continuously surged from within him, gathering towards his palm. The power of space. This is the true core power of the space fruit ability. Since Liu Kai consumed the space fruit, the power of space has seemed to exist naturally within him, generating endlessly. If he manipulates the surrounding space through the power of space, the effect will be greatly enhanced. The system's basic introduction to the space fruit is the highest-ranking fruit of the space-type devil fruit, capable of manipulating space within a certain range. This description is quite vague. However, in actual use, depending on the user, the same devil fruit can produce entirely different applications. Therefore, how to use it specifically still requires the ability user to develop it themselves. What would happen if he directly used the power of space to attack? With this thought, Liu Kai clenched his fist and unleashed a powerful punch directly into the void ahead. The space immediately stirred violently, and then, starting from Liu Kai's fist, intense shockwaves of space surged forward. In an instant, within a 50-meter radius in front of Liu Kai, all the flowers, grass, and trees that stood in the way of the shockwaves were shattered, and the fierce winds generated by the shockwaves blew them away, even tearing off a layer of the ground under such strong impact. Looking ahead again, Liu Kai discovered that the 50-meter fan-shaped area was now completely empty. Luke looked at his fist in disbelief, his heart trembling a bit. This is just too strong. This is still in a situation where spatial power hasn't been used. It's just the simplest application after eating the devil fruit. What would happen once spatial power is used? Liu Kai took a deep breath and began to concentrate the power of space in his fist. When the power of space covering his fist reached the limit he could currently gather, Liu Kai unleashed a powerful punch forward. At the moment of impact with the space, Liu Kai saw the space ahead shatter like glass. Centered around Liu Kai's fist, cracks spread out like a spider web, extending several meters into the surroundings. At the same time, a strong spatial shockwave erupted in front of Liu Kai, sweeping forward with intense force, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was cracking, creating a terrifying scene that seemed ready to tear apart the void. When the dust was completely blown away by the strong wind, Liu Kai focused his gaze. Even he, the person involved, felt a sense of fear in his heart, because within a 50-meter radius in front of Liu Kai, there appeared a fan-shaped pit about 5 to 6 meters deep in the center and shallow on the sides, resembling the result of a meteorite falling if one ignored the shape. After Liu Kai reacted from his shock, the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears, and his whole body trembled with excitement. He then repeatedly examined his hands, overwhelmed with joy. So powerful! Liu Kai's breathing became rapid. If this punch had landed on someone, they might die. However, Liu Kai quickly regained his composure. I did not feel proud. This was already his strongest punch, yet the destruction it caused was still far from that of many true, strong fighters. Many strong fighters, who could be said to possess world-destroying power, could unleash a far greater force than Liu Kai's full-strength strike. There were quite a few of these strong fighters that Liu Kai was aware of. Therefore, in Liu Kai's view, he still seemed inadequate in front of those top-tier fighters. If others knew that Liu Kai held this thought, they might feel like strangling him. Could it be that your eyes only see that top tier of the world? To be honest, it really is like that. Liu Kai's goal has always been to be the strongest in the world. Until he reaches that point, he will always consider himself a weakling, a very, very weak one. As Fuya said, as a severe patient of inferiority complex, Liu Kai's mind is not normal. Liu Kai didn't think about anything else but how to improve his technique. He had just realized that his seemingly catastrophic move actually dissipated a lot of power. It was merely large in range. But the power per unit area was far less terrifying than it appeared. If the power couldn't be concentrated, it would inevitably fail to pose an effective threat to a true strong opponent. After calming down, Liu Kai once again immersed himself in the development of his killing move. And then he followed the example of Whitebeard. He centered his fist and condensed a translucent white sphere of light with a diameter of over 1 foot. The reason Liu Kai chose to make his move spherical was that he could clearly feel that a sphere had the best stability. It was possible to create other shapes, but to achieve stability would require reducing power, which was unnecessary. Once the white sphere of light was fully condensed, Liu Kai focused his mind and began compressing the air that came into contact with the sphere. As the air continuously entered, a vacuum formed around Liu Kai's fist. The pressure difference created by the vacuum then caused the surrounding air to rush towards Liu Kai's fist even more frantically. While continuously compressing the air, Liu Kai also controlled the sphere to prevent the already entered air from dissipating. After consuming the space fruit, Liu Kai had a strong control over space, which made this possible. As more air entered, Liu Kai felt that the compression became increasingly difficult, and the light circle in his hand became harder to control due to its instability. When he reached his limit, Liu Kai stopped the compression and suddenly focused his mind, disappearing from his original spot. When he reappeared, Liu Kai was in midair, and he punched towards a space above his head. The sphere of light immediately detached from his fist and shot upwards for several dozen meters. Subsequently, the highly compressed air burst forth like a bomb, radiating in all directions with a strong shockwave, while countless blades of wind also flew out. The space around Liu Kai was unaffected because he was in control of it. The ground below, far from Liu Kai, was only slightly affected by the strong winds. However, Liu Kai could clearly feel the power of this move. It looked very similar to Whitebeard's techniques, but in reality, it was vastly different from the vibrations produced by Whitebeard's tremor fruit with a significantly lower power level. If one had to compare, this move resembled the techniques used by Bartholomew Kuma with his pawpaw fruit. The later warlord of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma, had a technique where he continuously compressed air using the abilities of the pawpaw fruit, and then released a high concentration of compressed air to create a powerful shockwave. However, at this moment, the amount of air Liu Kai compressed into the orb was still far less than what Kuma could achieve, so the power was definitely not comparable. Even if he could compress the same amount of air as Kuma, the power of this move could not match Kuma's impact. This was because the energy from the high concentration of compressed air dissipated too severely when released, failing to concentrate at a single point for a sudden explosion. Yet, Liu Kai was not discouraged at all. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. This indicated that his idea was feasible, and with gradual training, it would only be a matter of time before he could enhance the power of his technique. Therefore, Liu Kai couldn't contain his joy, mainly because he hadn't expected that the methods of space manipulation he had previously imagined could actually be realized. Given time, as Liu Kai continued to develop, how terrifying would the power of the space fruit become? And then there was teleportation. No, wait, not teleportation. Liu Kai suddenly furrowed his brow, pondering that it was spatial exchange. Just now, I locked onto a certain space above, and with a thought, the space I occupied exchanged places with that area above, achieving a teleportation-like effect. After realizing this, Liu Kai was still filled with excitement and joy. Although it wasn't true teleportation in the literal sense, it could achieve a teleportation effect, essentially giving Liu Kai another ability akin to a teleportation fruit. Thinking of this, Liu Kai considered another possibility and then snapped his fingers. The two spaces around Liu Kai immediately underwent a swap. Although it was invisible to the naked eye, Liu Kai felt it clearly. Excited, Liu Kai landed on the ground, snapped his fingers at a stone ahead, and suddenly the stone disappeared from its original spot and reappeared 10 meters behind Liu Kai. As long as he swapped the space of an object with another space, Liu Kai could directly transfer the object to another location. The space fruit truly deserved to be the top-tier fruit among all space-type fruits, bringing surprises at every turn. If he listed out what Liu Kai was capable of doing, he now not only possessed the abilities of the dark fruit and the space fruit, but he also had abilities equivalent to the transparent fruit. Partial abilities of the tremor fruit, partial abilities of the bounce fruit, partial abilities of the surgery fruit, and the ability to teleport. The enhancement brought by a single space fruit was unimaginable. Just based on this devil fruit alone, Liu Kai's strength was already enough to rank among the world's strongest. With Liu Kai's continuous increase in strength and the addition of 2 devil fruits, becoming the strongest in the world seemed not so difficult after all. But why had he never heard of the space fruit? Liu Kai wondered, how long had the underground cave existed? Wouldn't devil fruits expire? Could this also be a result of the fragments of the broken world's will? Preservation? However, Liu Kai soon set this thought aside. There was no point in thinking too much about it, so he continued to experiment with the abilities of the space fruit. This time, Liu Kai drew the soul sword from his back. If the power of space could greatly enhance his fist, what would happen if it covered the soul sword? Without hesitation, as Liu Kai focused his mind, the power of space continuously surged from within him and completely covered the soul sword. Once the power of space on the soul sword reached the limit Liu Kai could currently control, he unleashed the ultimate move of the god-slaying sword technique, the World Slash. Swinging the sword with all his might towards a small hill about 70 to 80 meters high. A sword chi, far exceeding the speed at which he had previously executed this move, seemed to tear through space, effortlessly slicing across the hillside before continuing to fly far away before slowly dissipating. However, the small hill showed no signs of change, which puzzled Liu Kai. Just as he was about to approach for a closer look, the upper part of the small hill suddenly moved. The mountain above began to slide down along the path where the sword chi had just passed, then toppled over and fell to the ground, startling a flock of birds. The area sliced by the sword chi revealed a mirror-like cut right before Liu Kai's eyes. For a moment, Liu Kai was completely speechless, deeply shocked. Although this sword strike was still quite a distance from the world's #1 slash, it was 5 times stronger than the slashes he had previously unleashed, an extraordinary enhancement. After a long while, Liu Kai slowly spoke. This move will be called God-slaying sword technique, space ripping, and since it can be used for this sword technique, it can naturally be applied to other sword techniques as well. I will experiment with them gradually in the future. The extraordinary perception of space would be called spatial perception. In an incredibly pleasant mood, Liu Kai kept naming his new moves. Techniques that manipulate the surrounding space would be called spatial manipulation. The move similar to Great Bear's Bear Impact would be called spatial impact. As for the technique that teleports objects, it would be named spatial swap. Though my own move of swapping is also a form of spatial swap, it still sounds better as teleportation. And the punch directly infused with the power of space would be called spatial tier. System, check basic attributes. After mastering some applications of the space fruit, Liu Kai instructed the system. Liu Kai, human, male, 12 years old, character level, 45 attribute value, 7093 status, best fruit ability, dark fruit. Space fruit skills mastered. Click to view mastered skills, carried items, none carried weapons, ghost sword system functions. Click to view system functions, view detailed information about space fruit and the skills of space fruit. Liu Kai continued to command. Space fruit, the highest tier of space-type devil fruit, capable of manipulating space within a certain range. Skills, space perception, can clearly perceive the space within a certain range. Space manipulation, can manipulate space within a certain range, changing the shape of space. Space invisibility, can change the trajectory of light by manipulating the surrounding space, making oneself invisible to others. Space substitution, can lock onto 2 locations in space and exchange them. Teleportation, can lock onto the space where he is in another space, exchanging the 2 spaces to instantly move his body to another location. Space impact, can compress air using the power of space to create a high-pressure space, which releases to produce spatial shock waves, impact waves, and wind blades. The power depends on the amount of compressed air and spatial power. Space tier, can cover his fist with spatial power to deliver a strike that tears space, causing spatial tearing, shock, and impact. The power depends on the strength of the fist and the amount of spatial power. Space cut, can condense spatial energy on the sword blade to deliver a slash that cuts through space. The power depends on the strength of the sword technique and the amount of spatial power. Space shield, can manipulate space to form a shield in front of himself, blocking energy or attacks. The defense strength depends on the solidity of the space and the amount of spatial power. Seeing the series of skills described for the space fruit, Liu Kai was extremely pleased. This fruit ability was truly extraordinary. The space fruit does not affect the body's inherent attributes, so Liu Kai's attribute value did not change. However, Liu Kai felt that his overall strength had increased nearly tenfold from its original basis. Although the power of Liu Kai's strongest move only increased fivefold, he could make himself transparent in combat, teleport, and with many other useful abilities of the space fruit. A tenfold increase was a conservative estimate. This was just the result of Liu Kai having just consumed the space fruit. After all, the skills he had developed were still few, and as he continued to develop, the power of the space fruit would only grow stronger. The only thing Liu Kai was dissatisfied with was the range. Liu Kai can only manipulate and perceive a range with a diameter of 1,000 meters, a radius of only 500 meters. Moreover, the further away he is, the weaker his manipulation and perception of space become. Therefore, the effective range has a diameter of 200 meters and a radius of 100 meters. This means Liu Kai can only exert the power of the space fruit within 100 meters of himself. Beyond this range, the power diminishes. At the same time, this distance is also the range within which Liu Kai can teleport. After several attempts, he found that his optimal teleportation distance is also within 100 meters. Once he exceeds this distance, the energy consumption for teleporting increases exponentially. Teleporting over 200 meters can deplete his seemingly endless stamina after just 10 attempts. Therefore, using teleportation in combat is acceptable, but for traveling, it's not as effective as the upgraded moon step. Additionally, there's a brief time interval between two teleportations, approximately 0.5 seconds, as Liu Kai needs time to perform the spatial swap. However, this time interval should shorten as Liu Kai becomes more adept at it. What frustrates Liu Kai even more is that when he uses spatial swap to teleport, he cannot change his physical state or direction of motion. For example, if Liu Kai starts facing east, he will still face east after teleporting. If he was running south, he will continue running south after teleporting. Only his position changes, nothing else. Despite this limitation, it doesn't mean it's not useful. On the contrary, if used well, it can still be incredibly powerful, although the changes are relatively simple. If an opponent notices this, it becomes easier to predict his attack patterns. However, being dissatisfied doesn't help. Time is on his side to compensate for these limitations. After the experiments, Liu Kai returned to the Carlson jungle. This time, he didn't use the moon step to travel as before, but continuously teleported forward. Liu Kai's teleportation, though limited in distance, is undeniably effective. As long as the teleportation distance is less than 100 meters, he can use it almost indefinitely with his stamina. After just 10 minutes of continuous teleportation, Liu Kai reached the core area of the Carlson jungle from the bandit stronghold. The distance between the two places is 200 miles. So Liu Kai's travel speed reached an astonishing 600 kilometers per hour, nearly that of a passenger plane. This means that even if he crossed Itakizia, it would take less than an hour. His traveling speed has indeed improved significantly. The little dragon, resting on the ground, blinked in surprise upon seeing Liu Kai suddenly appear. It had been following Liu Kai closely and knew all his skills and abilities. However, it had never seen him teleport beside others like this. Once it realized what had happened, the little dragon immediately rubbed its big head against Liu Kai. Although they had only been apart for a short time, the little dragon missed him dearly. Apart from not being in human form, the little dragon is almost indistinguishable from a human child. At its age of 5 or 6, it is in a phase where companionship is crucial, and Liu Kai's absence makes it very uneasy. The little dragon's dependence on Liu Kai has reached an exaggerated level. For the little dragon, the three most important things in a day are eating, sleeping, and cuddling with Liu Kai. Do you remember what I told you yesterday? Liu Kai asked directly. The little dragon suddenly became excited and nodded vigorously. It didn't want to go anywhere else. It just wanted to stay by Liu Kai's side. When it learned that it could potentially become human and accompany Liu Kai without worries, the little dragon was instantly thrilled. Then let's go. Liu Kai smiled slightly, touched the little dragon's body, and suddenly both of them vanished from their spot. When they reappeared, they were already in a tree hole 10 meters below. The human fruit had long been with Liu Kai, stored in his backpack. The reason they didn't go to the underground cave was that they would both become users of abilities, and then they wouldn't be able to leave the cave, which would be a tragedy. I can't believe it. Upon arriving at the tree hole, Liu Kai almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. If it weren't for the little dragon supporting him, he would have tumbled over. This was clearly a sign of excessive stamina consumption. Was bringing the little dragon along during teleportation so exhausting? Liu Kai was surprised. After all, they had only teleported 10 meters. And based on his accumulated experience, teleporting such a short distance should not have consumed much stamina. Liu Kai thought that even if he teleported 10,000 times, it shouldn't have left him in this state. The closer he is to himself in space, the stronger his control over it, making the swap easier. So, he never expected that just teleporting 10 meters with the little dragon would completely drain his stamina. Could it be that the stronger the energy contained in the object or life being swapped, the greater the energy consumption? This thought made sense to Liu Kai. Seeing the little dragon supporting him with a worried expression, Liu Kai affectionately patted its head and reassured it that he was fine. 5 minutes later, after recovering some stamina, Liu Kai took off his backpack and pulled out the prepared devil fruit. Animal type, devil fruit. Human fruit. Mythical beast form, celestial maiden. Little dragon. Eating this devil fruit will definitely not be bad for you. In fact, it will make you stronger. But there are a few points you need to pay attention to. First, you won't be able to swim anymore. The little dragon didn't mind this at all. It never liked the water. Although swimming is instinctual for dragons and snakes. As amphibians, they mostly stay on land. So, being naturally able to enter water doesn't mean the little dragon enjoys it. Also, I don't know if you can completely transform into a human form, or what will happen if you do. There have always been records of animals eating the human fruit and transforming into human forms. But there are also some unsuccessful cases. I know of at least one. Liu Kai explained patiently. So, I want to ask you one last time. Are you really willing to eat this devil fruit and stay by my side from now on? Upon hearing this, the little dragon showed no hesitation. Instead, it became incredibly happy, nodded vigorously, and then nuzzled against Liu Kai's face affectionately. What a little fool. Seeing the little dragon being so affectionate, Liu Kai handed the devil fruit to it. Previously, the little dragon had shown a strong dislike for the taste of devil fruits. But at this moment, it actually swallowed it without any hesitation. When it first went down, the little dragon didn't have any special reaction, and Liu Kai speculated that it might be related to the deep digestive tract of dragons and snakes. However, just a minute later, the little dragon's body began to undergo strange changes. It curled up in pain, and its body actually started to shrink slowly. Then, the little dragon's original snake skin continued to contract, and as the contraction progressed, it surprisingly turned into a snake egg about 10 feet high. The entire process lasted a full 5 minutes. This was not a typical reaction one would expect after consuming a devil fruit, which made Liu Kai very worried. However, Liu Kai did not interrupt the little dragon's transformation because he didn't feel that the little dragon was in danger at the moment. And he had no ability to interrupt this process anyway, so he could only stand by and wait. Another 5 minutes later, a fierce aura suddenly emanated from the snake egg, as if a king had descended. Liu Kai felt a surge of emotions in his heart. Even the once mighty dragon and serpent king seemed less powerful than the little dragon now. However, soon there were intense crashing sounds coming from inside the serpent egg, as if the little dragon was trying to break free. But after many attempts, it still hadn't succeeded. Little dragon, crouch down for a moment, and I'll use my sword to split open the serpent egg. Liu Kai shouted from the outside. As soon as Liu Kai's voice fell, all the movements inside the snake egg immediately ceased, replaced by a sense of calm, and the little dragon inside obediently crouched down. Drawing the soul sword, Liu Kai wrapped it in armed color hockey and suddenly struck the surface of the snake egg with a powerful slash. However, to his embarrassment, the snake egg only dented about a centimeter at the point of impact, and instantly returned to its original shape once the soul sword was lifted. This level of toughness is just too extreme. Liu Kai was filled with immense surprise. Just now, he had not held back, yet the result was like this. Moreover, the snake egg clearly was not just hard. It also possessed strong toughness. Xiaolong, you stay crouched. I'll try again. After taking a deep breath, Liu Kai wrapped the armed color hockey around his soul sword while also covering it with spatial power, unleashing a new move called spatial rending. After channeling all his strength, he struck the snake egg with his sword. Unlike the first strike, this time the snake egg dented even deeper by about 3 inches. However, as Liu Kai lifted his sword, the surface of the snake egg immediately returned to its original state. What the hell? Seeing the snake egg, which had withstood his strongest blow unscathed, Liu Kai began to doubt his own progress. Have I really gotten stronger? Fortunately, Xiaolong would never mock Liu Kai. Otherwise, he would be digging a cave with his toes out of frustration. Reluctantly, Liu Kai finally said, Xiaolong, I'm going in to bring you out. He then sheathed the soul sword and teleported inside the snake egg. What appeared before Lu Kai and the snake egg was a small girl sitting with her legs hugged, looking incredibly cute. She was clearly the successfully transformed Xiaolong. At this moment, Xiaolong had undergone a significant change. She looked around 6 or 7 years old. Her delicate and beautiful little face framed by sky-blue hair that reached her waist, giving her a unique aura. Anyone who saw Xiaolong would undoubtedly be charmed. The transformed Xiaolong was simply too beautiful and too adorable. Coupled with her clear, watery, innocent eyes, she could easily melt anyone's heart. Just as Lu Kai was still marveling, Xiaolong excitedly rushed to hug the suddenly appearing Lu Kai tightly, then began to nuzzle her head against his chest. Lu Kai-un was speechless. Although the little girl had transformed into a human form, her habits hadn't changed at all. In fact, because of her size, it was even easier for her to cling on now. Lu Kai took out the clothes he had prepared earlier from his bag and helped Xiaolong put them on. Then he grabbed Xiaolong's hand and activated the teleportation to bring her out of the snake egg. Since the distance was very short, only 2 meters, and possibly because Xiaolong's size had shrunk significantly, Lu Kai's physical exertion this time was minimal, and he did not experience fatigue. After coming out, Xiaolong continued to cling tightly to Lu Kai, rubbing her head against his chest, seemingly finding it even more comfortable to do so now that she had transformed into human form. Lu Kai couldn't help but smile bitterly, but he could only let Xiaolong continue to rub against him. Xiaolong's habit of rubbing against Lu Kai had been going on for a long time, and it seemed impossible to change her all at once, so Lu Kai decided to let it be for now. After a while, Lu Kai gently pulled Xiaolong away and softly said, "All right, Xiaolong, you can rub later. I have some questions to ask you." The girl like Xiaolong suddenly spoke human words, filled with joy, calling out Lu Kai's name repeatedly. However, it was unclear whether it was because she just transformed into human form and couldn't articulate well, or if her mind was still underdeveloped, as she could only utter the first syllable of Lu Kai's name. "Xiaolong, can you turn back into your original form?" Lu Kai curiously asked. Xiaolong nodded vigorously and then twisted her body, immediately starting to expand. In no time, she transformed into a giant snake, 1 meter in diameter and nearly 30 meters long. After wriggling her body for a while, Xiaolong quickly turned back into a little girl, but the clothes she had just donned were already nowhere to be seen. Helpless, Lu Kai could only retrieve another piece of clothing to dress Xiaolong again, while also asking with concern, "Do you feel tired after turning into a person? Does it consume your stamina?" No, Xiaolong answered in a crisp, stuttering voice. This response surprised Lu Kai. It's known that any devil fruit user would consume stamina when using their abilities, and Zoan-type devil fruit users would start consuming stamina as soon as they transformed. Of course, the consumption of stamina brings increases in strength, speed, explosiveness, defense, and other attributes. However, Zoan-type devil fruit users have a strong recovery ability, and this recovery also includes stamina recovery. Therefore, Zoan-type devil fruit users are very good at prolonged battles. However, as long as they are using their devil fruit abilities, it is impossible not to consume stamina. Even the best at prolonged battles are still limited in this regard. Thus, the vast majority of Zoan-type devil fruit users cannot, and do not need to, maintain their animal transformation indefinitely. Lu Kai also knew that a very few Zoan-type devil fruit users could maintain their transformed state without consuming any stamina. For example, the later famous Marine rear Admiral Dalmesia. Dalmesia consumed a devil fruit at a young age and could maintain his hybrid form without any negative effects, although Lu Kai did not know the reason. It seemed that Xiaolong was one of those rare cases, as she could maintain her transformed state without consuming stamina. Did this not mean that Xiaolong could use her strongest combat power indefinitely and live in human form for a long time? Thinking of this, Lu Kai felt that his gamble had paid off, and he let out a big sigh of relief. Now that Xiaolong had transformed into a human, Lu Kai felt it was time to take her home. Just thinking about how Xiaolong would happily interact with her family made Lu Kai genuinely happy. Lu Kai is not worried that they won't accept Xiaolong. He just doesn't know how surprised Fuya and the others will be when they find out Xiaolong's true identity. As for the underground cave, Lu Kai doesn't plan to go there for now, nor can he, so everything will just be left there for the time being. After all, ordinary creatures can't find that place at all, so safety is not a concern. At a depth of 5,000 meters, it is connected only by an underground river and a lake, making it virtually impossible for anyone or any creature to discover and enter. Moreover, to be on the safe side, Lu Kai has already blocked the passage connecting the two caves and has disguised the entrance of the outer cave. Even if a small animal accidentally wanders in, it won't be able to find the inner cave. The cave will become Lu Kai and Xiaolong's secret base in the future. If they ever need money or a devil fruit, Lu Kai can just come here to retrieve it. He can't do that yet, but Lu Kai is not worried. Once he develops his space fruit better, the 5,000 meters will be just a matter of teleportation, and that day is not too far off. Lu Kai and Little Dragon first arrived at the territory of the two great overlords. Upon seeing Lu Kai, all the fierce beasts from the White Tiger and Swamp Crocodile clans were unfazed. However, when they saw the humanoid Little Dragon, many of the White Tigers and crocodiles suddenly became extremely vigilant, a natural instinct of animals towards fierce beasts. Little Dragon's aura felt somewhat familiar to them, but they couldn't quite place it. "Call your king to come meet me," Lu Kai shouted to the surrounding beasts, disregarding who would go to summon him, and directly began to study the incredibly tough snake eggs with Little Dragon. Lu Kai originally planned to use this snake egg to make a set of scales for Fuya. After all, such incredible defense would be a shame not to turn into armor. However, no matter what methods Lu Kai and the Little Dragon used, they couldn't leave a single mark on the snake egg, let alone sew it into armor. Subsequently, Lu Kai directly activated the scanning function to read the properties of the snake egg. Dragon snake egg, an egg produced by the mutation during the evolution of the dragon snake, a highly concentrated product of dragon snake skin, extremely tough. Lu Kai was speechless, not expecting such a change to occur. The skins of the three major overlords were already unbreakable, and now they were highly concentrated. No wonder the defense of the snake egg was so terrifying. What if he hadn't eaten the teleportation fruit and couldn't bring the little dragon out? Would he be trapped inside? What a pitfall, truly a pitfall. However, if it was too tough, it couldn't be made into clothing. Should he ask Timo or Sona for ideas? Or let some tailor eat the softening fruit before proceeding? Lu Kaizhong was pondering when the king of white tigers and the king of giant crocodiles arrived. Upon seeing the little dragon, their pupils suddenly constricted, revealing expressions of disbelief and a hint of fear. The two beasts were more familiar with the little dragon's aura than any other fierce beasts, so they immediately sensed that the girl before them was the little dragon. However, the aura emanating from the little dragon at that moment was astonishing and completely different from that of a cub. It was comparable to that of the Dragon Snake King from back in the day. "I called you over because I have something to ask you." Lu Kai addressed the two beasts. "There are too many secrets in this jungle, and since the little dragon is still a cub, her expression is not very clear and her knowledge is limited. Please tell me what you know." The two beasts exchanged hesitant glances, but eventually nodded. Though the two beasts could not speak, and Lu Kai did not understand beast language, they had always understood Lu Kai's words, which was quite miraculous. Moreover, their expressions were as precise as those of humans. Through guessing and questioning, Lu Kai communicated with them for a long time, and he slowly began to understand the situation. The Carlson jungle was a primeval forest whose existence was so ancient that it was impossible to verify. The Itakizia documents began recording events 1,000 years ago. However, the Carlson jungle had certainly existed long before that. Over 800 years ago, a person suddenly arrived in the Carlson jungle. This individual was extraordinarily powerful and could even resist the miasma of the jungle. At that time, the core of the jungle had only one overlord, which was the dragon snake. After the strong individual arrived, he did not engage in combat with the dragon snake, but instead became good friends with the dragon snakes of that generation. The strong individual then explained his intentions. He felt that this place was special and wanted to hide some things here. With the help of the dragon snakes, the strong individual excavated a huge cavern underground. Subsequently, he used special abilities to transport large quantities of items and hid them in the cavern. The strong individual informed the dragon snakes that he was currently beset by powerful enemies and could not take the items away for the time being. He could only leave them here. If he survived the crisis, he would return to retrieve them. However, if he did not return within a year, then all the items would be given to the Dragon Snake clan as a gift. After that, the strong individual left, leaving behind his pets, several white tigers and crocodiles. Unexpectedly, the strong individual never returned. However, the Dragon Snake clan chose not to claim the strong individual's hidden treasure for themselves, but instead continued to protect them for their friend. Moreover, the Dragon Snake clan also protected the strong individual's pets, the white tigers and crocodiles. Under the protection of the dragon snakes and influenced by the fragments of the broken world will, the white tiger clan and the crocodile clan grew stronger through generations of reproduction and evolution, eventually becoming the two new overlords of the Carlson jungle. Up to this point, things seemed fine. However, before leaving, the ancestors of the white tiger and crocodile were very reluctant and wanted to follow the strong individual. The strong individual told them that this place held the secret to their ultimate evolution, and staying here would bring great opportunities, so they should cherish it. Naturally, the ancestors of the two beasts obeyed their ancestors' words, stayed behind, and gave rise to the White Tiger clan and the Giant Crocodile clan. However, as time passed, with the strengthening of their powers and continuous evolution, some descendants of the two overlords developed very high intelligence and different thoughts. About 200 years ago, the rulers of the two beasts, unwilling to be trapped in the Carlson jungle, negotiated with the Dragon Snake clan, hoping they would reveal the secret of ultimate evolution mentioned by their ancestors. This was actually due to a misunderstanding in the lineage of the two beasts. The strong individual's words had been misinterpreted, leading them to believe that the so-called secret of ultimate evolution had been entrusted to the dragon snakes and was being guarded by them. As expected, the dragon snakes directly refused, not to mention that they did not know anything about the secret of ultimate evolution. Even if they did, the dragon snakes, who valued their promises, would never hand it over. The rulers of the two beasts harbored resentment over this. At that time, neither the White Tiger clan nor the Giant Crocodile clan could match the Dragon Snake clan together, but the seeds of discord had already been sown. About 100 years ago, the current king of White Tigers and the king of Giant Crocodiles were born one after the other. As soon as they were born, the two beasts displayed extraordinary talents that surpassed all their ancestors. After several generations of rapid evolution, the genes of the two clans underwent constant mutations, and the strength of the White Tiger clan and the Giant Crocodile clan reached its peak in this generation. After 100 years of accumulating strength, the White Tiger clan and the Giant Crocodile clan finally banded together to force the Dragon Snake clan to hand over the treasures mentioned by their ancestors. Initially, the two beasts did not intend to annihilate the Dragon Snake clan. After all, the relationship between the three clans was established, and for 800 years, the Dragon Snake clan had genuinely cared for their two clans. The two clans merely hoped to obtain the secret of ultimate evolution or the treasures hidden by their ancestors' master through coercion. Unlike the usually peaceful and gentle Dragon Snake clan, the two beasts had much greater ambitions and were unwilling to remain trapped in this place. If it were not for the allure of the secret of evolution and the fragments that had been drawing them in, they might have long since left the jungle. However, the usually gentle Dragon Snake clan, under the pressure from the two beasts, not only did not yield, but also launched fierce resistance, escalating the conflict among the three clans. As the fighting intensified, some things were no longer within the control of the two beasts. Furthermore, the enraged Dragon Snake clan was formidable. If the two clans did not exert their full strength, it was not impossible for the Dragon Snake clan to annihilate them. The two beasts could only rely on their geographical advantage, their overall threefold numerical advantage, and the advantages gained from years of studying the weaknesses of the Dragon Snake clan, battling fiercely until the end. The final result was that the numbers of the White Tiger clan and the Giant Crocodile clan were halved, and among the remaining half were left with lifelong disabilities, while the Dragon Snake clan, except for the little dragon, was completely wiped out. After learning the truth, Liu Kai was silent for a long time, filled with emotions. He never expected the events to unfold this way. The events among the three clans were no less significant than the struggles between humans. This made Liu Kai realize that sometimes having high intelligence among beasts was not necessarily a good thing, as they engaged in scheming as well. What concerned Liu Kai even more was the powerful individual from over 800 years ago, because that figure was particularly sensitive. The world government had directly sealed all records from 900 to 800 years ago. During that century, what happened was not allowed to be recorded or investigated, leading to a direct fracture in history. The current White Tiger clan and Giant Crocodile clan had no idea about their ancestors' master's identity, which made it impossible to verify who the powerful individual that came to the Carlson jungle was. However, to possess such wealth, one could not be an inconspicuous person. They must have been a significant figure in that era. If Liu Kai did not know that One Piece was in the new world of Raftel, he might have thought that the underground cavern was the One Piece itself, because the amount of wealth inside is truly astonishing. The little dragon beside him had moist eyes, tightly holding on to Liu Kai, who kept petting its little head. After a long while, seeing that the little dragon had calmed down, Liu Kai suddenly said to the two beasts, "There is indeed an opportunity for you to undergo ultimate evolution." Upon hearing this, the two beasts immediately widened their eyes, and their breathing became rapid as they eagerly looked at Liu Kai. "For now, you don't need to think about it. The opportunity has already been taken by the little dragon. You can see that without me saying it, Liu Kai said bluntly, and the gaze of the two beasts suddenly became somewhat despondent. After so many years of pursuit, with countless schemes and the loss of many in their clan, they ended up with such a result. However, Liu Kai suddenly changed his tone. It's not only the Carlson jungle that has opportunities. As far as I know, there are some opportunities far overseas. After all, good things should not flow to outsiders. Although you once made me very angry, to the point that I wanted to kill you, the little dragon forgave you generously, and I won't pursue it any further. Liu Kai continued. Seeing the sad little dragon made Liu Kai feel really uncomfortable, but seeing the little dragon able to let go of hatred, he felt both heartache and relief. The little dragon is magnanimous, so I will not disappoint her kindness. I can clearly tell you that as long as you genuinely obey me, I will go to sea to seek opportunities for you. Liu Kai began to persuade them. Within 5 years, I will definitely allow you to transform in a human form, significantly enhance your strength again, and I will take you to see a broader world, allowing you to live freely with your own will. Liu Kai's words made the eyes of the two beasts shine brightly, their whole bodies trembling with excitement. Ever since they gained higher intelligence, they were indeed no longer satisfied with staying in such a jungle. In fact, both of them had long wanted to go out. But why they remained here all this time? As the most powerful and intelligent white tiger king and crocodile king of their race, the fragments no longer held much allure for them. The main reason was that the outside world was that of humans. No matter how intelligent they were inside, they would always be seen as beasts in the eyes of humans. For 800 years, each of them had an ancestor who had ventured out. However, even though they possessed high intelligence and did not wish to harm humans, wanting instead to coexist harmoniously, humans were not so easily accepting. Instead, they were feared and hunted. In the end, their ancestors were severely injured by a powerful human and barely managed to escape back. Thus, they focused their attention on ultimate evolution, hoping that this evolution could bring them freedom. Even if there was only a slight possibility, they did not want to miss it. It had become the obsession of their entire race. Especially now that they saw the little dragon had truly completed its evolution. How could they not be excited? This was a dream coming true. So, many times troubles stem from knowing too much. Unlike those beasts on the periphery, driven only by instinct. How could they have so many thoughts? They ate and slept every day. Where would there be any happiness or unhappiness? However, I must say a few harsh words first. Liu Kai looked at the two beasts, who were unable to contain their excitement, and said seriously, once you go out, you must abide by the most basic rules of the human world. I will gradually explain this to you in the future. The two beasts nodded frantically, being highly intelligent. They naturally understood that rules existed everywhere, including in this jungle. Moreover, Liu Kai was only talking about the most basic rules, which was no big deal. Also, if I take you out, you must unconditionally serve me for 30 years. Liu Kai continued. Upon hearing this, the two beasts hesitated. It meant that even if they left the jungle, they would lose their freedom. However, after 800 years of evolution, the three dominant rulers of the jungle had long lifespans, living up to 300 or 400 years. Therefore, 30 years was not unacceptable for them, since they were reluctant. Then forget it. I never liked to force others. Seeing the two beasts hesitating, Liu Kai sneered in his heart, pulling the little dragon to leave, wanting to gain benefits without giving anything in return. How could there be such good things in this world? The two beasts quickly blocked Liu Kai's path, nodding continuously. Their meaning clear, they agreed. What I want is a sincere exchange of sincerity. If you're not genuine, I will find it hard to trust you. So you have time to consider. Liu Kai continued. However, the two beasts became anxious, wishing they could speak, and immediately made various strange gestures to express their commitment. Since you have agreed, there is no rush on this matter. I reiterate, within 5 years, I will fulfill my promise. After saying this and explaining some things to the two beasts, Liu Kai left the Carlson jungle with the little dragon and headed east towards Springwater Town. Having never left the Carlson jungle, the little dragon was incredibly curious about everything and couldn't help but stop and study anything that caught her interest. Thus, their pace was very slow. For a distance of 200 kilometers, it took them a full 7 days, even with their powerful physiques. During these 7 days, Liu Kai also took the time to tell the little dragon about Dimo, Shina, Faya, and Olin, constantly emphasizing how good they were and how well they would treat her once she arrived, which piqued her immense curiosity. At the same time, he had also instructed the little dragon not to harm anyone. The little dragon's nature was such that she would never harm others proactively. However, with her extraordinary power and strength, Even a casual bump could potentially cost someone their life, so Liu Kai had to remind her in advance. Fortunately, the little dragon was obedient to Liu Kai's words and readily agreed, though Liu Kai was unsure if she fully understood. Upon returning to Springwater Town, Liu Kai discovered that Olin was also there, but then he remembered that the new year of the Itakizia Kingdom was approaching, and that realization dawned on him. Liu Kai brought back a little girl, leaving Demo, Cinna, Faya, and Olin speechless in surprise. However, when they saw the little dragon's clear eyes, filled with curiosity and innocence, their hearts melted. Coupled with the little dragon's ethereal charm, beautiful face, and elegant sky-blue hair, she instantly captured everyone's hearts. They knew there had to be a reason for Liu Kai bringing the little dragon home, and their minds quickly filled with various speculations about her tragic past, leading to a sense of compassion. Yet, when they sensed the little dragon's fierce aura, they were filled with confusion, unable to gauge her true situation. However, this did not hinder their concern for her. Her innocent demeanor made them all adore her. Everyone rushed to talk to the little dragon, rummaging through their collection of treasures as gifts for her. Soon, the little dragon became familiar with everyone, and her outfit transformed into Faya's favorite dress, making her look exceptionally cute. Cinna remarked that the little dragon had quite the appetite, and when Liu Kai saw Cinna, who was smiling broadly, he hesitated before saying, "She can eat more than you, right?" Cinna confidently replied, "I can handle your portions, let alone the little dragon. Her appetite is about 10 times mine." Liu Kai said, feeling extremely awkward, knowing that the little dragon's eating habits would affect the family's daily life. What? The living room suddenly fell silent as everyone thought they misheard, even Cinna, who was about to cook, froze in place. After a while, Demo said, "I'll go out for a bit," and then grabbed a long stick and walked out. Olin followed suit, saying, "I'll go out too," while grabbing his weapon. "Then I'll go too." Cinna quickly returned to her room to grab her twin swords before hastily leaving. Only Liu Kai, the little dragon, and Faya remained in the room, exchanging glances, but they all knew why the others had left. Half an hour later, Demo, Cinna, and Olin returned together, pushing a huge firebull on a cart. The firebull is a unique species of wild bull from the kingdom of Itakizia. Although herbivorous, they are fierce and typically live in large groups that even wild beasts avoid. An adult firebull weighs over 3 tons, and even with Liu Kai's appetite, one would be enough for 10 meals. Yet they had brought back 3 at once. After bringing the firebull back, Demo immediately started a fire to roast the whole bull, while Cinna took some parts from the firebull to prepare other dishes. When dinner began, the atmosphere turned somewhat somber, except for the little dragon, who was eating heartily without a care. Demo and Cinna were worried, not about the little dragon eating too much, but about their ability to provide for her. "You don't need to worry," Liu Kai said with a smile, although the little dragon eats a lot in one sitting. Even with a large amount of exercise, 1 meal every 3 days is enough, and in a dormant state, 1 meal a month will suffice. Hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it's not a big problem. Liu Kai then recounted the little dragon's background. When they learned that the little dragon was actually a dragon snake, one of the 3 overlords of the Carlson jungle, and that she transformed into human form after eating a fruit, everyone was shocked. Upon hearing about the extermination of her clan by the other 2 overlords and the tragic death of the Dragon Snake King while protecting her, everyone felt a deep sense of pity for her. After eating for about half an hour, the little dragon finally stopped, not because she was full, but because she wanted more. Suddenly, the little dragon transformed into a dragon snake with a diameter of 1 meter and a length of over 30 meters, swallowing the whole roasted bull that was still on the grill in one gulp. After completely swallowing the firebull, the little dragon transformed back into human form, sat in a chair, and let out a satisfied burp, rubbing her head against Liu Kai's chest. Seeing the house nearly destroyed by the little dragon and the mess everywhere, Demo swallowed hard. After a moment, he said, "Let's move tomorrow. We can stay in the warehouse on the back mountain. It's spacious and comfortable." In the large warehouse on the back mountain, the family was busy tidying up, preparing to settle down there from now on. Only the little dragon curiously inspected Liu Kai's training grounds, spotting the 2-meter diameter iron ball that Liu Kai used for strength training. The little dragon picked it up and found it amusing, grabbing the rope tied to it and swinging it around quickly. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, half of the warehouse instantly turned into ruins. "This warehouse is too poorly built," Cinna said, swallowing hard. "Let's see if we can build one out of steel." At that moment, everyone felt like crying, but seeing the little dragon beside them looking guilty and on the verge of tears made them hastily shift the blame to the warehouse. Lu Kai quickly patted the little dragon's head, continuously comforting him. The arrival of the little dragon brought a different kind of joy to everyone and added liveliness to their peaceful lives, even though there were some bumps along the way. However, it was precisely through everyone's endless tolerance, care, and patient guidance that the little dragon gradually adapted to and came to like human life. And everything was moving in a positive direction. The only thing that put everyone in a bad mood was when they learned that Lu Kai had eaten the spatial fruit. They were unprecedentedly furious and scolded him harshly. Even though Lu Kai explained that his constitution was special and that he had done it with assurance, they still did not forgive him. Lu Kai felt nothing but guilt about this, and he carefully appeased everyone for a long time, constantly apologizing and making solemn vows. It took him a month to finally calm everyone's anger. Lu Kai naturally knew the reason why they were angry. Although he was scolded harshly for the first time and blamed for a long time, he felt warm inside. However, Lu Kai secretly vowed to work even harder to improve his strength and to avoid dangerous situations as much as possible to prevent worrying his family. More than a year passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Kai was already 14 years old, 8 years since he first arrived in this world. Over the past year, Lu Kai continuously developed the abilities of the two devil fruits, making significant progress in his use of their powers and greatly enhancing his combat strength. With the Go Sword, Lu Kai's swordsmanship level has also been constantly improving, and his god-slaying sword technique has become increasingly powerful, making it easier for him to wield. After practicing swordsmanship for 6 years, Lu Kai's efforts were not in vain. In this past year, having obtained the ghost sword that perfectly suited him, he elevated his swordsmanship to a whole new level. Lu Kai has almost integrated all his previous understanding of swordsmanship and martial arts into the god-slaying sword technique. Not only can he exert extraordinary power beyond normal limits, but he has also incorporated the abilities of the devil fruit into it, resulting in a tremendous transformation in his strength. However, the most challenging aspect of Lu Kai's training over the past 2 years has been the basics and haki. Before consuming the space fruit, Lu Kai was always anxious to improve his combat power and developed various fighting techniques. Now, due to the two devil fruits, his strength has already become quite formidable, which has made Lu Kai feel the need to enhance his fundamentals more quickly. Currently, Lu Kai's level is 50, with an attribute value of 10,086, which is a significant improvement compared to 2 years ago. However, in terms of fundamentals and haki, he is still far from his ultimate goal. Only when his basic attributes and haki reach the world's top level does Lu Kai believe he can barely be considered a master. However, he is still quite far from the 40,000 basic attribute value he aims for. Nevertheless, Lu Kai's strength, combined with the power of the devil fruits, has already placed him among the world's elite. According to Demo and Sienna, Lu Kai's overall strength is comparable to that of top Navy vice admirals, and he could venture into the new world without any issues. With the convenience provided by the devil fruits, there are very few people worldwide who can threaten Lu Kai. Because of his current strength, Lu Kai has decided not to stay in Itakizia any longer. Previously, he was too weak, which is why he had been lurking and trying to improve his strength. Now that he has formidable power, it's time to start his plan. And the first step of that plan is to become a Navy member. Besides Lu Kai, Fuya has also greatly improved her strength, reaching level 44 with an attribute value of 6,203, and she has mastered the two-color haki. Fuya's strength might not be particularly eye-catching in the new world, but she is already considered a supermaster in the Grand Line. Luffy's attribute value was about this level when he was at Eni's lobby, and he was able to navigate the Grand Line without knowing haki, defeating numerous powerful opponents. Additionally, Fuya is particularly adept at the Navy's 6 styles and has mastered the 6 King's gun. It's not an exaggeration to say that with her current strength, Fuya could defeat all of CP9 from the future by herself. Fuya's talent is already extraordinary, and she has been a top student since childhood, constantly thinking of ways to improve her training efficiency, coupled with her relentless training. After 6 years, and with such favorable training conditions, reaching this level is not surprising. Perhaps stimulated by Lu Kai and Fuya, or perhaps due to the excessively monstrous power displayed by Xiaolong. Even the older brother Aline has felt a bit embarrassed, and has surprisingly started training intermittently over the past 2 years to improve his strength. Aline, who is already strong, has made good progress after nearly 2 years of less intense training. His level is now 54, with an attribute value of 12,838. As for Xiaolong, Lu Kai still cannot scan her attributes, but due to natural growth, her aura has become even stronger over the past year. to help her expend some energy and prevent her from causing destruction, as well as to help her adapt more to a human body. Demo, Sienna, and Liu Kai have taken turns teaching her many human combat techniques. Although Xiaolong is mentally immature, as a member of the Dragon Snake clan with innate combat talent, her speed of learning combat is astonishing. In just 1 year, she has thoroughly mastered the basic combat skills held by several of them. And now Xiaolong could be considered a humanoid weapon. However, due to her dragon snake nature, she is not fond of human weapons. So her learning speed in that area is much slower, and she still relies primarily on her fists and legs, without using haki or the abilities of the devil fruit. None of her family members can match her. Xiaolong's terrifying talent and the all-around enhancement of physical qualities brought by the devil fruit are simply too overwhelming. Even when using haki and the devil fruit, only Demo, Sienna, and Liu Kai could defeat Xiaolong, but they cannot injure her. The main reason is that Xiaolong's defense is incredibly formidable. Neither Demo, Sienna, nor Liu Kai can break through her defenses even when they go all out. Liu Kai even felt that Xiaolong's physical strength was approaching Kaido's level. And perhaps only when Liu Kai reached the level of the 4 emperors could he injure Xiaolong. However, by then, Xiaolong's strength would surely be even greater. This is because Xiaolong is still just a cub, and every year his physical attributes will improve significantly with natural growth. As a member of the Dragon and Serpent clan with a lifespan of over 300 years, one must reach around 40 years of age to fully enter adulthood, which means Xiaolong still has nearly 30 years to reach his peak. Moreover, Xiaolong has not yet mastered the use of any haki. Once he masters observation haki and armament haki, reaches physical peak attributes, and refines his combat skills, by that time, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, they can just go to sleep. Over the past year, Liu Kai brought Xiaolong back to the Carlson jungle every month, both to allow Xiaolong to relax and hunt freely, and for Liu Kai to practice his moves against the White Tiger King and the Giant Crocodile King. As Liu Kai continuously developed his devil fruit abilities, his techniques became increasingly numerous, with some moves possessing immense power and astonishing destructive capabilities, besides being affected by fragments, making the space more stable than the outside world. With rocks harder and vegetation tougher, Liu Kai really couldn't fully unleash his power elsewhere. Furthermore, there were 2 extraordinary beasts there for Liu Kai to test his techniques against. Of course, aside from practicing his moves, Liu Kai also had the intention of training the 2 beasts. Ever since he consumed the space fruit, Liu Kai's strength had seen a tremendous increase, even without playing dirty, while simultaneously using haki, the dark fruit, and space fruit abilities. He could face off against the 2 beasts alone. That was just the beginning. Now Liu Kai could comprehensively suppress the 2 beasts and completely subdue them. After all, although the 2 beasts had tough hides and immense strength, their fighting methods were indeed too simplistic. During this process, Xiaolong would also continuously spar with the 2 beasts, giving them a hard time. Of course, Liu Kai claimed it was to help the 2 beasts better understand humans and human combat methods, assisting them in adapting in advance. Seeing Xiaolong evolve and become so formidable, the 2 beasts grew increasingly eager for evolution. However, aside from the times when Liu Kai and Xiaolong practiced their moves, making them suffer greatly, Liu Kai was still very good to them at other times, sharing many stories about the outside world. This included the rules outside, situations from around the world, various interesting anecdotes, and even enthusiastically planning their lives. Although the 2 beasts were very intelligent for beasts, they were still completely unaware of society and inevitably somewhat innocent. Under Liu Kai's conscious guidance, it must be said that their relationship was getting better and better. The 2 beasts went from having to submit to genuinely respecting Liu Kai and being willing to abide by their agreement with him. In the evening, a formidable figure was walking down the street of Spring Water Town, and the townsfolk were stunned upon seeing him. Once they recognized who it was, they were all shocked. There was probably no one in the world who didn't know this person who suddenly visited Spring Water Town. However, no one knew why he was here, nor did anyone dare to approach and ask. It was already evening, and the western sky was ablaze with sunset, giving Spring Water Town a golden cloak. Many people had already stopped their daily busyness and started preparing dinner. Because Aoline was back, the Liu Kai family was gathered together, joyfully having their meal. Xi and Na had prepared a large table of delicious dishes and several roasted fire bowls, and Demo brought out some long-preserved fine wine, pouring a glass for Aoline and for Liu Kai, who never drank. Everyone was laughing, listening to Fuya recounting Xiaolong's recent embarrassing incidents, and then listening to Aoline share interesting stories from his recent sea adventures. with laughter and chatter filling the air. Just at this joyous moment, Lu Kai's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Not just him, everyone except Xiao Long had a momentarily solemn face. Xiao Long was initially stunned by the change in everyone, but when he saw the others rushing outside, he immediately followed. 6 figures quickly dashed out of the living room into the yard, all adopting a fighting stance. When they saw the person standing in the yard, everyone was shocked. At that moment, in their yard stood a man wearing a white shirt with a red tie. Over the shirt, he wore a black suit, and over the suit, he had a navy cloak with the word justice written on the back, fluttering in the wind. The man stood with his arms crossed, looking at the 6 people who suddenly appeared before him without the slightest tension. Instead, he turned to Xian Na, smiled broadly, and said, "Vice Admiral Lushanara, long time no see." Upon hearing this, Xian Na's pupils constricted sharply, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "Kapu, why are you here?" The visitor was none other than Vice Admiral Kapu, known as the hero of the Navy and one of the top few powerhouses in the world. At this time, Kapu was at the peak of his powers, incomparable to the diminished version of himself that would come with age. Just standing there exuded a strong sense of intimidation. "Did not expect you to be here." Kapu did not answer Xian Na's question, but turned to Dimo, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 1.03 billion berries. Divalamo D. Ko. But what else with that full beard? Is it to hide your true appearance? It looks quite unusual. Who would have thought that 2 once-renowned figures would be hiding in this small town in the West Sea? However, it seems you're living quite well. Kapu, are you here to arrest me? Dimo clenched his fists, his gaze intense, and asked. "Haha, I had no idea you were here." Kapu suddenly laughed. "It's all just a coincidence." "Then what brings you here, Vice Admiral Kapu?" Lu Kai spoke up, asking cautiously. Dimo and Xian Na were his adoptive parents. And no matter how much Lu Kai admired Kapu, he would never just watch as Kapu harmed Dimo and Xian Na. "I came here specifically for you." Kapu looked at Lu Kai and said. This time, it was Lu Kai's turn to be stunned. "For me?" Having been in the world of One Piece for so long, Lu Kai had never had any dealings with Kapu. He had even had only a few brief encounters with the Navy. He truly could not understand what reason could prompt the renowned Vice Admiral Kapu to come to the West Sea to find him. "That's right, it's for you." Kapu assessed Lu Kai, nodding in satisfaction. "Indeed, a good seedling. At just 14 years old, your aura is already so strong. It seems that defeating Shiba 2 years ago was not just luck." Then Kapu's tone turned serious. "I ask you, do you wish to join the Navy?" Lu Kai was confused. What was going on? He had been considering finding an opportunity to join the Navy recently, and just at that moment, Carp appeared and personally invited him. It couldn't be explained as a coincidence. It was simply like running into a ghost. Lu Kai couldn't help but look at Fuya, and Fuya also looked at Lu Kai with some surprise. The idea for Lu Kai to join the Navy was proposed by Fuya, who is also the only person in the family currently aware of Lu Kai's intentions. When an opportunity arises, Lu Kai naturally won't let it slip by. Moreover, with Carp personally inviting him, Lu Kai's plan has taken a significant step forward, so why not take advantage of it? "As long as I join the Navy, you won't make things difficult for Dimo and Xena, right?" Lu Kai asked Carp tentatively. "What do you take me for?" Carp replied, somewhat displeased. "Even if you don't join the Navy, I wouldn't make things difficult for them. I've already said that I have no idea they're here." Luo Kai breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and then asked again, "If I join the Navy, will I be under your command?" "Of course," Carp replied proudly. "The people I choose will naturally be under my command." "Admiral Carp, one last question." Luo Kai continued. "Once I agree, will I have to leave with you immediately?" "Not exactly." Carp thought for a moment and said, "But I can only give you a maximum of 3 days." Lu Kai took a deep breath and said seriously to Carp, "I am willing to join the Navy and serve under you, Vice Admiral Carp. The opportunity is right in front of us, so what are we waiting for?" "Haha, good. A satisfied smile immediately appeared on Carp's face as he repeatedly praised Lu Kai. "Since you are willing to join me, I will assign you your first task." "Lu Kai, listen up." "Yes, sir." Lu Kai saluted Carp and responded. "I am assigning you the task of escorting King Itakizia and his entourage to Mariehua for the World Conference." Lu Kai was almost thrown off by Carp's sudden decision. Carp's personality was too unpredictable. Wasn't Carp here to carry out the escort mission? Why was he suddenly handing it over to himself? "What? Do you want to disobey orders?" Carp asked unhappily. "Understood," Lu Kai replied, but after hesitating for a moment, he still asked, "Vice Admiral Carp, may I know why?" "Because I just received intel that a bastard has run from the New World to the Grand Line and is heading straight for Reverse Mountain. I'm going to catch him." "Plain and simple," Carp said casually. It was indeed Carp's style. He always acted on a whim. Of course, there's another reason. Carp added, because I think you can handle it. You're the first person I am willing to travel a long distance to personally recruit. If you can't even complete an escort mission, I will immediately kick you out of the Navy. Do you understand? At this moment, Liu Kai was secretly cursing in his heart. They hadn't officially joined yet, and they were already being threatened with expulsion from the Navy. It seemed only Garp would do something so ridiculous. After casually giving some instructions, Garp really just left, showing no difficulty for Demo and Sienna. Back at the dinner table, everyone's mood changed. They all fell silent. Don't you have anything to ask? After a while, Demo spoke up. Ask what? Faya asked from the side. For example, am I really a pirate, and why am I here? Demo said, you are our father, and we are a family. Olin said nonchalantly. That's enough. What else matters? Exactly. What else matters? Faya also said without concern. Exactly. Liu Kai quickly echoed. Little Long said at that moment, I'm still not full. Huh. Little Long's words made the whole family laugh, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Demo also laughed heartily, feeling pleased. Yes, we're a family, and that is enough. The atmosphere returned to its initial warm and cheerful state. As for why Liu Kai agreed to Garp's offer to become a Navy, no one asked. They knew Liu Kai always had his own ideas, and there must be his own reasons for choosing this path. Demo and Sienna reiterated that no matter what Liu Kai wanted to do in the future, they would absolutely support him unconditionally. So they only conveyed one message: let Liu Kai do whatever he wanted. 3 days passed quickly. Liu Kai arrived at the eastern port of the Itakizia Kingdom, while Demo, Sienna, and the others came to see him off. King Russell and Princess Rachel's ship had already arrived and docked at the port, waiting for Liu Kai to board. Demo, Sienna, you must take good care of yourselves. I'll come back to see you as soon as I have the chance, Liu Kai said to Demo and Sienna. And Brother Olin, be sure to pay attention to safety when you go out to sea often. After all, there are too many unpredictable dangers on the ocean. Liu Kai reminded Olin. You little brat, just because you're a bit stronger than me now, you're starting to show off, Olin teased with a laugh. Don't worry. Over the past few years, I've been training much harder thanks to your encouragement, and besides, this is the West Sea. There won't be any dangers. Sister, I will definitely fulfill our promise, Liu Kai said to Faya with a smile, but his expression was full of determination. Silly little brother, just do your best, and you mustn't get into any trouble, understand? Faya said with a face full of reluctance and worry. Don't worry, sister. I'm very strong, Liu Kai replied, mimicking Faya by rolling up his sleeves and flexing his muscles. Show off. Faya shot him a glare and scolded, then continued. And we'll take good care of Little Dragon, so you can go with peace of mind. Mentioning Little Dragon made Liu Kai's heart ache. Ever since he announced his departure, Little Dragon had been sticking to him everywhere and had been gloomy for the past few days, making Liu Kai feel very uncomfortable. However, Little Dragon did not come to see him off today. As a young dragon snake, Little Dragon was very sleepy, usually sleeping about 18 hours a day. When they were about to depart today, Little Dragon was still asleep, and Liu Kai did not wake her up. Although they had been preparing Little Dragon for the past 3 days, Little Dragon would still inevitably cry very sadly if she came to see him off. Just thinking about that scene made Liu Kai's heart ache, so he could only leave without saying goodbye. After saying farewell, Liu Kai forced a smile for his family, trying to comfort them in this way, but his eyes unconsciously became moist. Although Liu Kai had often been away from home over the years, this departure felt particularly difficult. With the vast ocean ahead, not wanting his family to see his watery eyes, Liu Kai quickly turned around. Under the watchful eyes of his family, Liu Kai boarded the ship heading to Mariehua. The ship slowly departed from a port. Liu Kai's gaze never left his family for a moment. Dimer and the others also watched Liu Kai as he gradually walked away, not blinking. Liu Kai had always felt guilty toward his family, although he cherished this bond. He had spent the past years like a training machine, and the time he truly spent with his family was actually quite limited. At this moment, Liu Kai felt regret for not spending more time with Dimer and Xinna, and for not being with Olin more. In this regard, Xiaolong and Fuya were better off. Aside from the time in the Carlson jungle, Liu Kai and Fuya had always been together, and the time they spent with each other was unmatched by anyone else. During Liu Kai's time in the Carlson jungle, he also spent a lot of time with Xiaolong. Over the past 2 years, Xiaolong had been by Fuya and Liu Kai's side in Spring Watertown, often falling asleep directly at the training ground while Liu Kai and Fuya trained together. However, because of this, Liu Kai felt the most reluctant to part with Fuya and Xiaolong. Without the two of them around, Liu Kai always felt an emptiness in his heart, making him uneasy. It wasn't until he could no longer see the port that Liu Kai slowly reined in his feelings of reluctance. Currently, the Navy had not developed a method to install sea prism stone on the bottom of ships to pass through the calm belt directly. to reach Mary Geos. The only way was to go through Reverse Mountain, enter Twin Cape, and then traverse the entire Grand Line. This process was lengthy, but with the permanent log pose G1 that Carp had given Lukai, this time would be significantly shortened. Because the supplies on the ship were very ample, they could travel without stopping, avoiding detours, and without needing to anchor. If there were no accidents, the time would be a third of normal sailing. In just a month, Lukai and his group could reach Mary Geos. Lukai, are you adapting? Seeing Lukai's mood slightly ease, King Russell of the Itakizia Kingdom walked over to Lukai and asked. He had politely refrained from interrupting when Lukai was watching his family leave. The Itakizia Kingdom was one of the member countries of the world government and one of the most powerful nations in the West Sea. King Darby Russell was a capable monarch, especially after Lukai and his siblings helped him quell the internal strife for years ago. Under his management, Itakizia had become increasingly peaceful, prosperous, and stable. Brother, I'm doing well. After all, I have previous experience at sea, Lukai replied with a smile, indicating a good personal relationship with Russell. I was just thinking about what the Grand Line is really like. I've only heard about it before, and now I'm finally going myself, which is quite exciting. Lukai continued. Haha, I went with my father once. The Grand Line is indeed very different from the West Sea. Climate, currents, customs, all have significant differences, Russell said cheerfully. Moreover, the Grand Line is indeed dangerous, with many more pirates. However, with you escorting us this time, I don't think there will be any problems. The two talked for a while longer. Russell's fondness for Lukai was clear to Lukai. The former had always been eager to win him over. After all, in a country, the pinnacle of power is often not guns and cannons, but people. Strong warriors are the backbone of a nation's strength. In Russell's eyes, Lukai was the strongest in Itakizia and had a good personal relationship with him. Although Russell had heard of Daimer's legend, it was ultimately just a legend. Moreover, Russell believed that Daimer had not fought or trained for many years, making it hard to say whether his strength was still what it once was. Additionally, since Daimer did not wish to get involved in any troublesome matters and only wanted to enjoy his later years, Russell respected him but had never considered him for his own use. However, Lukai was different. In Russell's view, Lukai had received all of Daimer's true teachings, possessing immense strength and a good temperament. If he were willing to serve the kingdom, it would be a dream come true for Russell. While the two were chatting, a beautiful and cute figure slowly approached Lukai and shyly greeted him. Lukai, brother. Princess Rachel, Lukai replied, returning the greeting. The newcomer was none other than Russell's sister, Princess Rachel of the Itakizia Kingdom. Luke had long noticed Rachel not far away, knowing that she had been hiding behind the mast observing him, and, at this moment, she finally mustered the courage to come over. In fact, Luke and Rachel were not very familiar with each other. Although Luke had saved Rachel before and later helped Russell eliminate his political enemies, the interactions between him and Rachel had been minimal. Moreover, Luke could clearly sense that Rachel had different feelings for him, but she had been pretending to be oblivious. After all, even though Luke was only 14, he had lived 2 lives, and his psychological age had long surpassed that number. Despite Rachel being very beautiful, it was difficult for Luke, who had been influenced by socialist moral teachings, to accept the affection of a 12-year-old girl who liked him from any angle. Brother Luke, did you know? Many people are saying you are the hero of Itakizia, Rachel said, forcing herself to speak first. What hero? I'm just doing what I should do, Luke replied with a dismissive smile. This was Luke's sincere thought. Compared to those empty titles, he preferred to do something meaningful. Brother Luke, I heard from Brother Olin that you ate a devil fruit. Is that true? Rachel continued to find topics to discuss. Seeing Luke nod, Rachel quickly asked, Can I see it? Lukai felt a bit helpless. Since the other party was so enthusiastic, how could he continue to ignore her? After all, the relationship between their families was right there. Both emotionally and logically, Lukai couldn't be too harsh on Rachel. After sighing inwardly, Lukai said to Rachel, Grab my arm. The moment Rachel grasped Lukai's arm, the two of them suddenly disappeared from their original spot. In the next instant, they both appeared 200 meters in the air. Seeing herself at such a height, Rachel immediately froze in fear, switching from holding on with one hand to both hands, tightly clinging to Lukai's arm. Luke didn't care about these things, and then sometimes he walked on the moon, sometimes he teleported, taking Rachel soaring through the sky. Rachel went from being scared at first to being excited, shouting nonstop in the air. After a while, Luke and Rachel landed steadily back on the deck, with Rachel's cheeks still flushed and full of excitement. With the power of the devil fruit, your strength has become even greater, Russell exclaimed nearby. Lukai smiled and said, This time, accompanying you to the World Conference, I will naturally ensure your absolute safety. With the power of the space fruit, I can better protect you. This made Russell feel good, but immediately he became frustrated. Why did Liu Kai agree to join the Navy? After waiting so many years with great effort, the outcome turned out to be like this. It was too heartbreaking. In the following days, Rachel had already become attached to Liu Kai. Wherever he was, she was there too. Even if it was just watching Liu Kai exercise. Rachel was very happy. The Itakizia Kingdom was not far from the upside-down mountain, and the journey was smooth sailing, plus the navigator from Itakizia was quite skilled. In just 7 days, the ship carrying everyone arrived at the entrance of the upside-down mountain. Every crossing of the upside-down mountain carried certain risks. However, under the precise control of the navigator, everyone successfully entered the Gemini Cape without any danger. As the ship entered the Gemini Cape, what appeared before them was not the endless ocean, but a strange scene. At that moment, not far away on the sea, 2 ships were confronting each other side by side. One was a warship, while the other was flying the pirate skull flag. Liu Kai was no stranger to these 2 ships, as the bow of the warship had a large dog head biting a bone, owned by the Navy hero known as Iron Fist Carp. The other ship was even more famous. It was the ship of Pirate King Roger, the Oro Jackson, which had roamed the New World and reached the final destination. The people on both ships were exuding an astonishing aura. Some people on the Itakizia ship were even directly stunned by the 2 overwhelming pressures, while others were so frightened that they fell to the ground. Even the few who were still standing dared not move, let alone speak. Everyone's breathing was much quieter than usual due to the intense pressure of the scene before them. However, due to the current of the sea, the Itakizia ship was slowly drifting toward the 2 confronting ships, and everyone on board wished the ship could stop. But they did not dare to move. Only one person was an exception, and that was Liu Kai. Liu Kai felt an overwhelming excitement at this moment. Was he about to see the Pirate King Roger with his own eyes? As an old man in the Navy, how could he just watch you leave? At that moment, everyone heard a roar suddenly erupt from the Navy warship. It was Carp shouting at the Oro Jackson with his loud voice. Carp, I have something very important to do, and I don't want to fight you here, so let us leave immediately. Another voice chimed in. Liu Kaiqiang suppressed his excitement and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a bold man standing on a ship's railing with 1 foot, arms crossed over his chest in response. It seemed like he was making a request, but his tone was anything but polite. Liu Kaiqiang instantly understood why Roger had appeared at Twin Cape. At this time, there were only 3 years left before Roger reached Raftel to find One Piece, and he was suffering greatly from a terminal illness. Therefore, he came to Twin Cape to find the ship Dr. Kuroka's, hoping to ease his pain and request him to accompany him on the final leg of his journey. Kuroka's agreed because he was also setting out to find Brook and the others. However, he didn't expect this scene to unfold today. Meanwhile, Carp had come to the West Sea to recruit Liu Kaiqiang and, upon hearing news of Roger, hurriedly arrived to intercept him, but due to the timeliness of the information, he took a detour. Thus, 2 people who were not supposed to meet at this time and place unexpectedly collided. What a joke. Capturing you is my greatest wish, and letting you leave like this, where'd I put my old face? Carp shouted, clenching his fists. However, just as Carp finished speaking, an extremely untimely scene unfolded. The ship that Liu Kai and the others were on came to a slow stop, perfectly wedged between Carp's warship and the Oro Jackson. Ha ha ha. Roger couldn't contain himself upon seeing the scene before him and burst into laughter. Having been a pirate for so long and fought so many battles, Roger had never encountered such a ridiculous sight. The members of the Roger Pirates also couldn't hold back and began to laugh out loud. Some, like Roger, eventually laughed so hard they fell to their knees on the deck, slapping the deck with their hands and laughing to the point of tears. On the other side, Carp was also dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Isn't that a ship from the Itakizia Kingdom? How did it happen to appear right at this moment? Wedged perfectly between his warship and Roger's ship? What do these people want? Are they trying to intervene in the battle between Roger and himself? Or are they trying to say, please give me some face? The user of the face fruit is right across from them, so that shouldn't be the case. Cough. Cough. Liu Kai didn't care about that. Instead, he was sizing up the members of the Roger Pirates. Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, Shanks, Barrett, Buggy, and Kuroka's. After laughing for a while, Roger finally took a breath and stood up, but suddenly turned to look at Liu Kai, his expression changing drastically. Everyone from the Itakizia Kingdom was extremely tense under the immense pressure of the Roger Pirates, remaining completely still and not daring to make a sound. However, Liu Kai showed no such demeanor. Instead, he was incredibly excited as he surveyed their pirate crew his gaze sweeping over each of them, and finally locking eyes directly with Roger. Although Liu Kai looks very young, his courage is far beyond that of ordinary people. Moreover, Liu Kai's aura is also impressive. To have such a presence at this age is nothing short of monstrous. Interesting. Roger glanced at Liu Kai again before turning to head towards the ship's cabin, simultaneously ordering, "You guys, let's go, haha." Having been old rivals for many years, Roger knew Karp very well. He understood that Karp was worried that their battle would involve Itakishia and his crew. Therefore, it was clear that neither side was going to fight at this moment, and he directly issued commands. The air was filled with Roger's hearty laughter. "Roger, don't run," Karp angrily shouted from behind, but he was held back by two officers beside him. The two of them held Karp back while also comforting him, saying, "Vice Admiral Karp, let's let it go this time. We will definitely catch him next time." Clearly, the two who were holding Karp were already accustomed to this scene. Seeing Roger's pirate ship sail away, Karp was still in a bad mood. He glanced dissatisfiedly at Itakishia's ship from the massive warship and angrily said, "Tell them to follow." After that, Karp turned and walked away without looking back. After a while of sailing, Liu Kai saw a huge whale poke its head out of the water, then breach the surface. It was Laboon from the West Sea. Liu Kai had felt something was off when they entered the Twin Gorges. He realized he hadn't seen Laboon's massive figure. He wondered if Kuroka's had made it hide temporarily, or if the intense atmosphere from both sides had scared Laboon into not showing itself. Shortly after, a naval colonel came from the warship to the ship of the Itakishia Kingdom and walked straight up to Liu Kai, saying, "Vice Admiral Karp wants to see you." Liu Kai, who was training, immediately stood up straight, wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel, and then leaped onto the deck of the parallel warship. Karp's aide, Bogart, was waiting for Liu Kai on the deck and was a bit surprised to see him come up so quickly. However, the aide said nothing and directly led the way, bringing Liu Kai to Karp's room. When Karp saw Liu Kai enter the room, his expression was not good. He shouted at Liu Kai in a loud voice, "You little brat, why were you so excited to see Roger's pirate crew just now? Do you want to become a pirate?" Saying this, Karp looked like he wanted to punch Liu Kai. This startled Liu Kai greatly, so he quickly explained, "Vice Admiral Karp, how could I possibly become pirate? I hate those wicked villains the most. I just couldn't help but think if I could capture them all in the future, how happy that would be. So I got a bit excited without realizing it." Full of survival instinct, Liu Kai has always considered himself a relatively honest person. However, at that moment, under the immense pressure from Karp, the lie came out effortlessly. It was impossible not to be anxious. With Karp's unpredictable style, answering incorrectly could very well lead to a beating. And Karp's fists are famously hard. There aren't many who have taken a hit from him and come out unscathed. Just look at the fate of Chief Green Pepper. You've caught them all? Karp laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke, clutching his stomach and laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. The adjutant beside him breathed a sigh of relief and turned to close the door as he left. After a long while, Karp finally stopped and said to Liu Kai, "Because your foundation is very good, I will personally train you for a while." Hearing this, Liu Kai not only did not feel scared, but instead was filled with strong excitement. Who was in front of him? It was Iron Fist Karp, who was currently at the peak of his power and undoubtedly the ceiling of combat strength in the pirate world. Now Garp actually said he would personally train him. This was no longer treating him as an ordinary subordinate, but as a disciple, which made Liu Kai feel a sense of unreality. However, let me say this up front. Being personally trained by me is very tough, so you need to be fully mentally prepared. If you can't keep up, watch out for me beating you up. Garp suddenly said seriously. Rest assured, I will definitely keep up, and no matter what training tasks you assign me, I will complete them 3 times over, Liu Kai answered without hesitation. Good, very good. Garp looked at Liu Kai, appreciating him more the more he looked, and asked, "Hey, kid, can you tell me what your purpose in joining the Navy is?" "To bring light to this ugly, dark, and crime-filled world," Liu Kai said without thinking. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed again upon hearing this. "Good kid, you have my style. Come on, let's go to the deck and let me see your strength." The result of the battle was really nothing to talk about. Liu Kai, in order to test the true gap between himself and the world, did not use his devil fruit abilities or the soul sword, so the scene was simply one-sided crushing. A brief recap. Rear Admiral attribute value, 5,000 to 10,000. Vice Admiral attribute value, 10,000 to 30,000. Liu Kai estimates Karp's attribute value, over 40,000, and Liu Kai's current attribute value, 10125. Although Liu Kai is already very powerful, his physical attributes barely reach the bottom level of a Vice Admiral, and his mastery of Haki is only at an intermediate level, so he is still far from Karp. Therefore, Every time Liu Kai's fist struck Carp, it felt as if Carp had no reaction at all, but when Carp's fist landed on Liu Kai, they shook him to his core. It's important to note that Liu Kai is not only a space fruit user, but also a dark fruit user, making him overly sensitive to pain, with all pain being multiplied several times. Seeing Liu Kai lying on the ground, barely alive, Carp felt extremely pleased. It was really inconvenient on the ship this time. Once we get to the headquarters, you take out your weapons and use your devil fruit abilities, and we will have another match. Carp was not just satisfied with Liu Kai. He was extremely satisfied. Liu Kai's hard work, talent, strength, determination, as well as his thoughts and goals, all greatly impressed Carp. Carp had already made up his mind to train Liu Kai to become the strongest Marine. Go, and have the ship's doctor take a good look at him. Don't let him get seriously injured, Carp instructed his lieutenant. However, everyone nearby couldn't help but mutter to themselves, if you're worried about him getting hurt, why were you so merciless just now? Well, you did hold back somewhat, only using 30% of your strength. But even so, that was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Okay? Everyone mourned for Liu Kai for 3 seconds. But the fallen Liu Kai was not discouraged at all. On the contrary, he was incredibly excited. Is this the strongest power in the world? It should be noted that Liu Kai used armament haki for both attack and defense, and also activated observation haki. However, without using the powers of his devil fruit, he had no means of resistance at all. Although my devil fruit ability is strong, my own strength is still very weak. Compared to a top-tier powerhouse like Rear Admiral Carp, I'm simply not on the same level. So starting today, I will work even harder. Within 5 years, I will make my own strength reach. No, I will surpass that level of strength, Liu Kai resolved in his heart. For the next month or so, Liu Kai began a hellish training regimen. What kind of intensity did Liu Kai himself consider hellish training? It was an intensity far beyond the guidance range of the training system. Liu Kai believes that a person's potential is limitless, and only by constantly pushing oneself can one continue to progress. The reason Liu Kai dares to think this way is that after 8 years of rigorous training in the system, his potential has been continuously improving, and his talent has been steadily enhanced, transforming him from an ordinary person into a true genius. Therefore, even though Liu Kai has now lost the system, his talent is still among the world's best. Now, Liu Kai has the right to be willful and to push himself to unleash even greater potential. Thus, in the coming days, Liu Kai trains for a full 22 hours each day, leading everyone to believe he is nothing short of a madman. If it weren't for the need to rest due to mental fatigue, Liu Kai wouldn't even consider sleeping. This is the only time in his life that Carp has worried someone might ruin themselves from overtraining. In the past, Carp would only get angry if his subordinates weren't training hard enough, but seeing Liu Kai, he found himself with an unprecedented opposite concern. Fortunately, after seeing Liu Kai train so extensively each day and still be full of energy the next day, he slowly began to relax. During this period, the area where Liu Kai has made the fastest progress is undoubtedly in boxing. Carp is best known for his iron fists that can shatter anything. As the world's top boxer, Carp learned from many masters at a young age, integrating many powerful techniques and creating his unique bone fist based on his own circumstances. The bone fist is a top-tier boxing style that combines strength, explosiveness, impact, destructive power, hardness, punching speed, and dominance. One could say that Carp's formidable reputation was built with his fists. Currently, no one in the world can surpass Carp in terms of using fists. Under Carp's unreserved guidance, Liu Kai quickly mastered Carp's methods for training his fists and the techniques for using the bone fist. Carp did not view Liu Kai through colored glasses or hide his skills simply because Liu Kai was the adopted son of Dimo and Shina. Since he knew Liu Kai was their adopted son, he still invited him to train face-to-face out of trust in Dimo and Shina. After all, Dimo, when he was a pirate, had a high bounty, strong strength, but an excellent reputation. His high bounty was earned through numerous battles against other pirates. And during his 7 to 8 years as a pirate, Dimo had never committed any wrongdoing. As for Shina, she was a star that the Navy focused on cultivating at the time, with a strong sense of justice. Regarding Shina's defection from the Navy, Carp, who knew the inside story, could not blame her even in the slightest and even felt a strong sense of guilt towards her. Because of this, Carp had no thoughts of arresting the reclusive Dimo and Shina, just as he had no thoughts of arresting Rayleigh on Sabaody Archipelago. Therefore, when instructing Liu Kai, Carp gave his all without reservation. Although Liu Kai's boxing skills were just beginning due to the short training time, Carp believed that given time, Liu Kai's fists would certainly become powerful weapons. Not only that, but Liu Kai also learned leg techniques from a rear admiral named Rapti, who was proficient in using legs. Rapti's strength was not top-notch among rear admirals, but his leg techniques and understanding of them are among the best in the Navy. Under his guidance, Liu Kai made significant progress in leg techniques as well. Originally, Karp hoped Liu Kai would specialize in one area. However, in Liu Kai's words, as a warrior, one's entire body should be a weapon. Seeing Liu Kai put in far more effort in his training than others, Karp naturally said nothing as long as Liu Kai kept up with his boxing practice. After a month of interaction, Karp discovered that Liu Kai's mindset was far more mature than that of his peers, with a strong sense of the bigger picture and foresight. Moreover, Liu Kai's incredible effort, discipline, and sense of justice indicated he would become immensely powerful in the future, making him the perfect representative for the Navy in Karp's eyes and the hope for the next generation of the Navy. Therefore, Karp was keen on cultivating Liu Kai as his successor, and his admiration for him came from the depths of his being. However, Karp's strictness towards Liu Kai was also intimidating, often teaching Liu Kai a lesson, making it seem to outsiders that Karp was displeased with him. However, Liu Kai understood this well. He knew Karp's unique training method was filled with expectations for him. After a long journey, the group finally arrived at Marineford and then hurriedly took the bubble pod straight to Mariewa. However, Rachel was not very happy during the trip. She had finally managed to become closer to Liu Kai, but their meetings had become scarce during this time. Luke has been training hard on Karp's warship and rarely makes an appearance. For Luke, the hero of Itakizia, Rachel would be lying if she said she wasn't moved. But now the two are about to part ways, separated by distance, which is quite painful. Don't be sad. After disembarking, Luke seemed to sense Rachel's emotions and comforted her, saying that he had already applied to Vice Admiral Karp and would still escort them back to the West Sea. Really? Rachel's eyes brightened suddenly, but then dimmed again as she asked, "Does this mean that it will be hard to see you again once we leave the West Sea?" "How could that be? My home is in Itakizia." Luke laughed. "I will visit home from time to time, and whenever I return, I will definitely come see you." Rachel nodded vigorously, her smile brightening. The World Conference is quite boring for Luke, mainly consisting of discussions among member countries of various world governments about global security and order. Produce. It only lasts for 7 days, with a round trip taking over 2 months, all for just 7 days of discussions. And no one knows what results will come out of it, unless it's a special year. Luke feels that the kings are just there to show their faces and go through the motions. Although Luke is already in the Navy, Karp allows him to accompany Russell and Rachel. He also permits Luke to take them back after the conference under the guise of mission, allowing him to say a proper goodbye to his family before officially reporting to the Navy headquarters at Marineford. The journey there is safe with Karp's warship escorting them, but the return trip is not as peaceful. A ship without Navy protection cannot withstand the pirates of the Grand Line. Moreover, the ship carrying a king and a princess is a huge temptation for criminals, as it represents a considerable ransom. Therefore, Luke fought continuously along the way, but he thoroughly enjoyed the feeling. Thanks to the abilities of the space fruit, escorting them was the safest option. Cannons couldn't even get close to the ship, and Luke could teleport onto the enemy pirate ship with just a thought. If he encountered a worthy opponent, he would engage in battle. If not, he would simply sink their pirate ship. To take care of Rachel's feelings, Luke would set aside half an hour every day to spend time with her, sharing a lot of knowledge about the world. Liu Kai's understanding of the world of One Piece is quite rich, detailing interesting islands, events that happened, and special islands with great clarity. Even Russell, who was by his side, was astonished, knowing that Liu Kai had never left the West Sea before. However, considering that Liu Kai was raised by the Demo couple and had spent some time with Vice Admiral Karp, it seemed reasonable. Russell had heard about the Demo couple's past. Now, they lived a simple and low-key life, and Russell naturally wouldn't meddle in their affairs. But he worried about what would happen if Liu Kai found out later. After all, throughout their journey, Russell had seen Liu Kai's ruthless methods against pirates. How would he feel if he learned that his adoptive father had been a notorious pirate over a decade ago? After hesitating for over 10 days, one night, Russell finally found Liu Kai. Russell's plan was simple: to give Liu Kai a heads-up in advance, so that when he learned about Demo's identity, he wouldn't be unable to accept it, which could lead to a rift in their relationship. "Brother, what's wrong?" Seeing Russell's conflicted expression, Liu Kai felt puzzled. "Liu Kai, I want to ask you a question." Russell took a deep breath and said slowly, if you were very close to someone, and one day you suddenly discovered that your good friend is a pirate, what would you do?" "Brother, why are you asking this?" Liu Kai was surprised. "I'm just hypothetically speaking." Russell continued. "Thank you, brother." Liu Kai suddenly smiled and thanked Russell. "Thank me? Why?" This time it was Russell's turn to be surprised. The gratitude seemed baffling. "Because brother really cares about me and worries for me as if I were his own, Lukai sincerely thanked Russell, saying, "You want to talk to me about Demo, right? You actually know?" Russell was once again shocked and self-deprecatingly smiled, saying, "Looks like I was overthinking it. I understand my brother's concern. How could it be overthinking?" Lukai laughed. "I know brother is worried that I might hate pirates because of my ruthless ways towards them, fearing that I would resent Demo for being a pirate and it would affect our family's relationship. But what brother doesn't know is that I don't hate pirates in general. I hate those who massacre and plunder ordinary people. If a pirate hasn't done anything heinous, then I naturally have no reason to hate him. Now that you say that, I feel relieved." Russell let out a sigh of relief in his heart. "Brother," Lukai suddenly became interested and asked, "I want to know more about Demo and Sheena. Is that okay?" Russell was silent for a while, seemingly hesitating and thinking. After a long pause, he finally said, "There's nothing that can't be said. You're their closest person, and now that you've grown up, knowing some things might help you understand them better. In fact, Demo is from the Itakizia Kingdom. Sheena was brought back from overseas by Demo, and she should not be a pirate, although her strength is also formidable. My father has never seen any news or bounty about her. As for her identity, even my father is unclear. We have always known that Demo is a pirate with a high bounty, but we let them live on the island. Do you know why? Firstly, it's because Demo has a great favor to the Itakizia Kingdom. When my father was young, Demo was the captain of the Royal Guard and saved the country from turmoil. Demo also fought against various rebellions under my father's leadership, achieving great military accomplishments for the kingdom's later development. Secondly, it's because Demo is a kind person. He has always been kind, as I've heard from my father. My father once said that even if Demo became a pirate, he would still be a kind pirate. He just yearns for freedom and a carefree, happy life. Later, Demo went to the Grand Line, made a name for himself, and had a bounty of 3 billion. However, after 8 years at sea, he suddenly returned, bringing Sheena and Olin with him, and he looked drastically different, unkempt, to the point where my father didn't recognize him. But that was just right. Not being recognized would prevent trouble. After coming back, Demo didn't stay in Wolf City. Instead, he chose to live in the remote spring water town, leading a hidden and ordinary life until now. As for why Demo returned and became depressed, my father had speculations, not baseless guesses but based on evidence. It seems to be related to Demo and Sheena's child. Child? Lukai was shocked to hear that Demo and Sheena had a child, something he had never heard before. Russell nodded and said yes. There was once news reporting that Demo's pirate crew abducted a baby on an island. Shortly after, there was another report stating Demo attacked an island and killed a well-regarded noble there, and soon after the second report, Demo returned. Both reports are completely inconsistent with Demo's character. Saying he would abduct a baby is absurd, so it's highly likely that the baby was actually Demo's child. Later, due to an accident or someone else's scheming, that child was lost. That's why Demo did something irrational and killed in anger. After that, Demo became depressed, gave up his pirate identity, and returned to the West Sea, completely living as an ordinary person. After finishing, Russell let out a long breath. Many things have been bottled up in his heart for years, and now that he spoke them out, it felt much lighter. Regarding Demo's matters, only 2 people in the entire Itakizia Kingdom knew. One was the late king, and the other was Russell. "Brother, thank you." Lukai was grateful to Russell for telling him all this and for the protection they had given to Demo. At the same time, Lukai was determined to investigate the events of the past secretly and understand the situation. If he could do something within his means to help Demo and Sheena, that would be even better. Kids, charge in, take all the treasures, and capture the king and princess of Itakizia. With an excited shout, many voices echoed in response. Having just left the Grand Line and returned to the West Sea, Lukai and his group encountered a pirate ship again, and the other side was demanding to loot them without any negotiation. Amidst the excited shouts of the pirate ship continued to approach the Itakizia king's vessel, marking the 7th encounter of this journey. Lukai looked at the group of excited pirates and, with his observation hockey sweeping across the entire ship, couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Once again, it was a pirate crew made up of rookies, the kind that could only survive in the West Sea. Yet they were thinking of kidnapping Russell and Rachel. Even without Lukai, just the King's Guard could easily defeat this pirate crew. Losing interest, Lukai teleported into the air, then raised his right foot and delivered a powerful kick. A slash over 10 meters high manifested from his toes, quickly flying forward and effortlessly slicing through the entire pirate ship. The captain, who had just been excitedly waving his sword and shouting, suddenly froze in place. And then the ship split in two, with the cut revealing a perfect edge. As the ship separated, a massive amount of seawater rushed in, and the remaining pirates struggled helplessly on the surface. But Lukai suddenly appeared above them and struck down into the void with a punch. A strong shockwave surged from Lukai's fist into the seawater below, and with one punch, the remaining pirates were annihilated. Now, Lukai's fist had begun to show a hint of Garp's influence. After all, since he started training in the Bone Fist and received systematic guidance, Lukai's progress had been rapid. In the past, Lukai was not skilled at fighting with his fists. He mostly preferred using knives and swords. Now, however, he was mastering both fist and sword, aiming to reach the pinnacle in both areas. Not only his fists, but the power of his raging kick was also extremely strong. The same move could produce drastically different effects depending on the user. Lukai's understanding of the Galefoot technique is already quite profound. On this foundation, he has developed many clever applications, and over the past 2 months, he has also practiced his leg techniques, further deepening his understanding of the Galefoot. Now, a single Galefoot strike from Lukai is already comparable in power to a full-force slash from a top-tier swordsman. Once Lukai incorporates spatial power into his Galefoot, its power will increase dramatically. Although it cannot be compared to his sword techniques, it is more than enough to deal with small karamis, and it can play an unexpected role in battle. Over the years, Lukai has not completely abandoned his training in the 6 styles. As an advanced martial art, the 6 styles still help in developing the body's capabilities and provide reference value for developing other techniques. This is a path many formidable predecessors have taken, including Karp. When Karp initially created his boxing style, he drew some inspiration from iron blocks for the hardening of his fists and from finger thrust techniques for the instant power generation. Of course, the formation of the Bone Fist was not limited to just these 2 techniques. True strong individuals never confine themselves to a single style. They draw from a wide range of techniques to create the moves that best suit themselves, which is the essence of maturity and growth. For many years, Luke has been learning from the best, developing his own more powerful techniques. After that, the group encountered no further obstacles and smoothly arrived at Itakigia. Rachel looked at Luke with great reluctance. She was about to return to the royal palace, while Luke would head back to Springwater Town and then directly set off for the Grand Line. This separation made Rachel feel an immense sense of loss, as she didn't know when they would meet again. Rachel was attending the World Conference this time, and her thoughts underwent a significant change after experiencing the many interesting weather patterns and fun islands along the Grand Line. She told Russell and Luke that she wanted to become an adventurer and explore the Grand Line. Russell didn't discourage Rachel due to the challenges. Instead, he encouraged her. However, only Rachel knew that her desire to become an adventurer was not just about her interest in sailing. It was also because